Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. In the serene village of Holy Spirit, within the hallowed halls of the Martial Spirit Hall, a strikingly handsome youth, possessing a subtle air of arrogance, was awakening the martial spirits of a group of children. Your martial spirit is a carrot. Your innate soul power is at level 2. A carrot, huh? Quite decent, indeed. After traversing so many villages, it is a relief to finally discover a child endowed with soul power. Su Yuntao gazed upon Hu Jio with a gentle smile. Though the martial spirit was deemed useless, the mere presence of soul power meant the potential for cultivation, and with diligent effort, he could still aspire to become a soul master. Thank you, esteemed soul master. Hu Jio bowed respectfully, a flicker of delight illuminating his heart. Having arrived in this world 3 months prior, and upon realizing he was in the Douluo Continent, he had been plagued with anxiety, fearing he might become the unfortunate soul, devoid of any soul power. While second-level innate soul power may not be remarkable, it sufficed for cultivation. The rest, naturally, would hinge upon his fortuitous advantages. As a transmigrator, how could he possibly lack the proverbial golden finger as a cheat? After stepping aside, Hu Jio felt a twinge of confusion. Was it not said that Brother Tao would eagerly recruit those with soul power into the Martial Spirit Hall? Why was there no enthusiasm directed towards him? Was he deemed unworthy? Certainly, it must be disdain. What of second-level soul power? Wasn't Su Yuntao also a second-level innate soul power user? And what of his beast martial spirit? Did he look down upon weapon martial spirits? Truly deserving of the title blind awe, indeed blind. Hu Jio seethed quietly as he watched Su Yuntao awaken the final child. Needless to say, the last child to awaken was undoubtedly the protagonist. Typically, significant characters make their entrance last in this world. The protagonist was Tang San, a prodigy with twin martial spirits and a full innate soul power of level 10. At that moment, Tang San was on the verge of a critical awakening that a small sprout of blue-silver grass emerged from his left hand, and Hu Jio noticed that Tang San's left hand was subtly clenched. Presumably, that was the legendary Haoqian hammer. Alas, the boy was concealing it too. Well, Hu Jio could not glimpse the Haoqian hammer's form. The spectacle surrounding Tang San's awakening was grand. The golden light points within the awakening formation outnumbered those of the others. Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled as he perceived that he might have awakened an extraordinary talent. Regrettably, the outcome before him was merely blue-silver grass. Another useless martial spirit. Very well, you may all leave, Su Yuntao sighed, disappointment etched upon his features as he waved his hand dismissively. As the adage goes, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Witnessing Tang San's awakening of blue-silver grass extinguished Su Yuntao's interest in testing his soul power. Uncle, you have yet to test my soul power. Tang San insisted earnestly. Undeterred by the circumstances, without turning back, Su Yuntao replied impatiently, no need for testing. I have yet to see anyone with blue-silver grass exhibit soul power. Please let me try. Uncle, Tang San persisted. Unable to refuse Tang San's determination, Su Yuntao ultimately acquiesced to the testing. What? Innate full soul power? Su Yuntao was astounded, and then he realized he had indeed been blind. Alas, how unfortunate it is that a naturally endowed soul power has manifested within the blue-silver grass martial spirit. What purpose does such a worthless martial spirit serve? In his eyes, apart from beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits, all others were deemed inferior. After assessing Tang San's soul power, Su Yuntao departed the wooden cabin with a face full of disappointment, leaving a group of children staring at each other in bewilderment. As soon as Su Yuntao left, Hu Jio was soon surrounded by other children. As the grandson of the village chief, Old Jack, and having awakened a martial spirit, he was regarded as quite impressive in the eyes of his peers. All right, enough of the commotion. Grandpa is waiting for us outside. Let's head out. Hu Jio waved his hand with a smile, feeling little enthusiasm for the antics of the younger ones. Exchanging a glance with Tang San, Hu Jio took the lead in exiting the so-called spirit hall. Having awakened his martial spirit, he needed to return home and contemplate the path that lay ahead. After all, his martial spirit was not particularly remarkable, a mere carrot, and he needed to consider how to develop it further. Outside the spirit hall, Old Jack looked on with eager anticipation as Hu Jio approached him, holding the certificate issued by Su Yuntao, with Hu Jio's name prominently displayed. At the top, Hu Jio was his little grandson, and after years of waiting, a soul master had finally emerged in the village, and it was his very own grandson. His heart swelled with joy. Xiao Jio, let Grandpa see. Have you truly become a soul master? Before Hu Jio could reach him, Old Jack excitedly stepped forward to inquire. Yes, Grandpa, I awakened it. Look, With that, Hu Jio extended his right hand, and a small carrot materialized in his palm. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Old Jack clasped Hu Jio's hand tightly, unable to contain his excitement, rendered momentarily speechless. After a while, Old Jack sent the other children home, and thus, hand in hand with Hu Jio, he accompanied Tang San back home. Along the way, Old Jack learned that Tang San had awakened the blue silvergrass, and that he was indeed the child with innate full soul power. Xiao San, would you be willing to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there can you acquire the most accurate knowledge regarding martial spirits. Grandpa Jack, I need to ask my father about that. Tang San replied, positioned to Old Jack's right. This boy is quite secretive. Seeing Tang San's cunning response, Hu Jio silently mocked him beside Old Jack. They were not very familiar with each other over the past 3 months. Hu Jio had been preoccupied with acclimating to his current identity and had little time to engage with. Tang San, very well. Then discuss it with your father at home. Old Jack inquired casually, though in his heart, he had already resolved to allocate the village's student quota to his beloved grandson. Though his family could afford the tuition, why pay when there was an opportunity for free education? Wouldn't it be better to utilize that money to provide a better life for Xiao Jio? Before long, the trio arrived at the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Old Jack wasted no time in expressing his discontent. He was frustrated by the man's inability to care for his own child, and Old Jack had no desire to associate with such a person. Watching his grandfather argue with the elderly man, Hu Jio couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for his grandfather's well-being. This is indeed the legendary Hao Qian, the only one audacious enough to berate the Douluo strongman in such a manner could only be grandfather. After a brief exchange of heated words, Old Jack was driven away by Tang Hao's wrath. On his way home, he continued to scold Tang Hao with a fuming expression, only calming down after a considerable while. Xiao Jio, when we get home, I have a wonderful surprise for you, Old Jack said mysteriously to Hu Jio. What is it, grandfather? You'll find out if you come with me. Old Jack replied with a gleeful smile, refusing to disclose what it was. Fortunately, their home was not far, and they arrived within minutes. Upon reaching home, Old Jack reverently produced a black box, as if it were a treasured artifact. Xiao Jio, do you know why our village is called Holy Soul Village? Old Jack's face radiated a sacred aura, and his eyes brimmed with profound admiration. Hu Jio was slightly puzzled by Old Jack's inquiry, but answered nonetheless, Grandfather, I know, it's because a soul sage master once appeared in our village, hence the name Holy Soul Village. Ha ha. Today, Grandfather will tell you that the soul sage master who once graced our village was actually my great ancestor, Old Jack proclaimed proudly, pointing at the black box on the table. And this, my dear, is the treasure he left behind. How remarkable! Hu Jio exclaimed, his expression filled with awe, which only served to enhance Old Jack's pride. Old Jack solemnly opened the black box, carefully retrieving 2 weathered tomes from within. Xiao Jio, look, these are the cultivation secrets passed down from our soul sage ancestor. For the time being, you shall study under my guidance. Once you have mastered them, I will take you to the primary martial soul academy in Notting City for further learning. Upon hearing of the cultivation secrets left by the soul sage, Hu Jio exhaled deeply, realizing that his golden opportunity was finally at hand. However, he was soon captivated by another piece of news, the Martial Soul Academy. Indeed, our village has 1 position for a work-study student this year, and I will allocate this spot to you, allowing you to attend the academy. Wonderful. I want to go to school. At this revelation, Hu Jio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this opportunity merely for studying? No. It also represented Xiao Wu. This opportunity was akin to an engagement. Chapter 2, The Idol Panel. It is indeed a pity for Tang San. Judging by the appearance of his drunken father, he will undoubtedly not be permitted to attend school, Old Jack lamented, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. There was only 1 work-study position available in the village, and if Tang San also wished to attend, it would place him in a difficult position. After all, Tang San had always been exceptionally well-behaved, and he quite liked him. Beside him, Hu Jio was gleefully plotting how to win over Xiao Wu. From what he gathered, it seemed that Tang San had managed to capture her heart with nothing more than a new set of betting. Perhaps I should try this approach as well, he thought, mentally noting down the idea, and resolved to have his mother prepare new betting later. Xiao Jio, let me first introduce you to our family treasured eye in the heart of Old Jack. The 2 tomes are cherished treasures. Since their unveiling, he has not permitted Hu Jio even a mere touch. He has only allowed him to draw near and observe, forbidding any contact. The titles of the volumes are familiar to Hu Jio. One is named Soul Power Meditation Method, while the other is 5 Senses Enhancement Technique. The former, as one might surmise, is intended for the cultivation of soul power. However, it is a training method bequeathed by a soul saint, undoubtedly superior to ordinary methods that AS for the latter, the five senses enhancement technique. Through old Jack's elucidation, Hu Jio has finally grasped its purpose. This was the self-created soul skill that propelled old Jack's ancestor to fame. Its function is to amplify the five senses of the human body: taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch, enhancing them in all dimensions. Successfully mastering this soul skill would confer tremendous benefits. Even the illustrious ancestor, the soul saint, reached only the second level in his lifetime. Nevertheless, this modest achievement proved immensely advantageous, as the enhancement of his senses allowed him to preemptively evade numerous dangers, both in daily life and in combat. Upon hearing the introduction, Hu Jio's anticipation soared. He yearned to master it immediately, eager to leverage his unique advantage for enhancement. Reflecting on this advantage, Hu Jio concentrated, and before his eyes, a translucent azure panel materialized. This panel was strikingly simple, square in shape, reminiscent of an inventory interface from a game. It was divided into small compartments, with 3 currently available for use, and the 4th likely to be unlocked in a few days. He soon comprehended the panel's function. It served a singular purpose: idling. A harmless form of idling. It allowed for the continuous improvement of any skills or techniques placed within its compartments, operating tirelessly around the clock. The insights gained during this idling would bestow no adverse effects upon him. This was an indispensable boon for the indolent, a veritable gospel for those who had traversed dimensions. Thus far, he had yet to acquire any skills suitable for idling, leaving him to gaze longingly at the panel for 3 months without genuine use. Now, the opportunity had arisen. The soul power meditation method and the 5 senses enhancement technique, both clearly skills and perfectly suited for his panel. Old Jack seemed to regard these 2 skills with utmost reverence. Showing no intention of imparting them today, the only reason for their presentation was to allow Hu Jio a glimpse. Very well, Xiao Jio, if you wish to learn the skills within these tomes, do come to me early tomorrow. The day wanes, and you ought to return home. Your parents must be anxiously awaiting your return. Old Jack carefully returned the tomes to the black box, locking it before clutching it protectively to his chest, as if fearing Hu Jio might seize it. Disappointment washed over Hu Jio as he withdrew his gaze from the black box. Old man, you truly enjoy teasing. After this quip, he obediently addressed old Jack. All right, Grandpa, I shall take my leave now and return to find you in the morning. Indeed. After departing from old Jack's abode, Hu Jio made his way home, which lay not far from old Jack's residence. Easily visible from a distance, upon returning home, Father Hu Rue and Mother Emma had just come back from the fields. Xiao Jio, how did it go? What soul spirit have you awakened? Hu Rue, who was chopping wood in the yard, looked up to inquire. In truth, he merely asked out of casual curiosity, for in Hu Rui's mind, he never truly believed that Hu Jio would possess the aptitude to become a soul master. The odds were akin to winning a lottery. Merely asking about the nature of the soul spirit was already quite commendable. Just like you, it's a carrot. Hu Jio replied with a beaming smile. But I possess soul power, that am destined for greatness. What did you say? I said my soul spirit is endowed with soul power. I can cultivate and become a soul master. Hu Jio reiterated. He fully understood the elation that came with possessing soul power. It was akin to acquiring extraordinary strength. How could one not feel joyous? Hadn't old Jack been equally ecstatic at the time? Soul power? Really? What level? Quickly tell your father. Upon hearing Hu Jio's words, Hu Rue could hardly believe his ears. He approached Hu Jio, his face brimming with excitement, raising his voice so that it startled Emma, who was cooking inside. That MY soul spirit is a carrot, with innate soul power at level 2. Hu Jio responded patiently. Ha, good son, Hu Rue exclaimed, scooping Hu Jio into his arms and joyfully lifting him to the heavens. He turned to the equally astonished Emma and declared, Emma, did you hear? Our son has soul power and is destined to become a distinguished soul master. The news of Hu Jio's soul power brought beaming smiles to both Hu Rue and Emma, and their excitement continued long after dinner as they discussed his soul spirit and soul power. That night, Hu Jio lay alone in bed, summoning his carrot's soul spirit. Under the gentle moonlight, he gazed at it in a daze. Extraordinary power had indeed been bestowed upon him. To this moment, he remained somewhat bewildered. Yet, as the adult perspective settled in with the passage of time, he gradually calmed himself and began to contemplate the future trajectory of his soul spirit and life. A carrot, while a plant, is also sustenance. Given his limited knowledge of soul spirits, it was unclear how to develop it effectively. However, one thing was certain. His soul spirit lacked significant combat prowess. To attain combat capabilities, he would need to consider alternative methods. After all, he possessed a modern mindset, brimming with innovative ideas that flowed through his mind like an endless stream. The trivial issue of a non-combat auxiliary soul spirit posed no real challenge. Yet, one point remained troubling. His innate soul power was only at level 2. Innate soul power reflects cultivation aptitude, with a maximum of level 10, indicating that his cultivation potential was rather modest. Nevertheless, solutions outnumbered difficulties. Since his cultivation aptitude was lacking, he needed to prioritize addressing this issue. Enhancing physical strength, cultivation techniques, soul rings, and celestial herbs could all accelerate the cultivation process. In an instant, a series of methods to enhance his cultivation speed flashed through Hu Jiao's mind. Such was the advantage of being privy to the unfolding narrative. Chapter 3. Mastering Skills. Early the next morning, Hu Jiao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rose early, eager to learn the soul power meditation technique from old Jack. He could hardly contain his anticipation. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Hu Jiao swiftly arrived at old Jack's residence. Ganpa, im here. Even before stepping into the courtyard, Hu Jiao called out loudly from outside. Ha, little Jiao has come. Come in. I never thought my dear little Jiao would forsake his slumber. In the courtyard, old Jack was sipping porridge from a large bowl, and upon seeing Hu Jiao, his smile broadened. After quickly finishing his porridge, old Jack led Hu Jiao into the room, where the soul power meditation method, which he held in high esteem, was carefully laid out on the wooden table. He began to meticulously explain it to Hu Jiao, word by word. Although old Jack had never practiced the techniques outlined in the tome himself, he had devoted his life to studying them, and thus, imparting knowledge to Hu Jiao proved to be a rewarding endeavor. Moreover, Hu Jiao is not really a child. The steps for the soul power meditation method recorded in the manual are quite clear. Additionally, after a whole morning, once Hu Jiao has completely learned the soul power meditation method, a transparent blue panel appears in front of him, out of Jack's sight. With a thought, the first small slot on the panel is instantly filled, with the 5 large characters soul power meditation method occupying it. In the bottom right corner of the slot, there is also a numerical level indicator, level 0. Above the slot, a transparent circular ring occupies the space, with a small segment of progress slowly rising from the starting position. After setting the soul power meditation method to auto, just a few seconds later, Hu Jiao feels a sudden surge of understanding regarding the soul power meditation method in his mind. This feeling of enlightenment is incredibly natural, as if he had originally comprehended it himself. Amazing. Indeed amazing. Hu Jiao was blissfully enjoying the convenience brought by the external aid, with small bursts of insights about the soul power meditation method popping up in his mind every few seconds. Yet they didn't disturb his thoughts at all, which was truly miraculous. Although he had already obtained the soul power meditation method and had been practicing it passively in order to avoid appearing too extraordinary, Hu Jiao patiently spent an entire day learning from old Jack, until the next day, when he took advantage of old Jack making lunch to quickly skim through the 5 senses enhancement technique and placed it in the second slot for passive training. Thus, he had quietly learned the 2 secret manuals left by his ancestor, the Soul Saint. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, he continued to learn the soul power meditation method with old Jack every day. In front of old Jack, his learning progress was not slow. He had already learned more than half of the training methods and would finish learning them in another 2 days. On that day, the level of the soul power meditation method on the passive training panel changed from level 0 to level 1. In an instant, a large surge of insights about the soul power meditation method appeared in Hu Jiao's mind, as if it had always been there. At the same time, Hu Jiao felt a sudden change in the soul power within his dantian, with slight enhancements occurring every few seconds. This enhancement was very subtle. If he hadn't been carefully sensing it, he truly wouldn't have noticed it. What a magical feeling. Initially, because the passive training panel had been merely increasing his insights into the soul power meditation method over the past few days, he momentarily thought that passive training couldn't directly enhance his cultivation. He never expected that at this moment, the passive training panel would suddenly give him such a big surprise. It felt absolutely amazing. This feeling of continuously increasing soul power is really refreshing, giving a sense of addiction. It was at this moment that he realized skills need to be upgraded to level 1 before any improvement in cultivation can be obtained. He looked up at the circular progress indicator in the second idle slot and estimated that it would only take a day to upgrade. He still valued the enhancement of the 5 senses. Xiao Jiao, don't get distracted. Pay attention to what I'm saying. At this time, old Jack's voice next to him pulled him back from his thoughts. Seeing old Jack, whose enthusiasm was undiminished and growing more excited as he spoke, Hu Jio felt helpless. Fortunately, he wasn't the original Hu Jio. If he had really practiced according to old Jack's explanations, although he wouldn't go astray, it would definitely be a case of more effort for less result. After all, old Jack himself had no talent for cultivation, and even though he had studied for a lifetime, he and really grasped the essence of it. Fortunately, this boring and finally came to an end after a week. On this day, he finally completed the study of the soul power meditation technique and the five senses enhancement technique in front of old Jack. He even demonstrated what true meditation practice is in front of him through this period of idle practice. Hu Jio's understanding of the soul power meditation technique has reached a new level. Although the level of the meditation technique has not yet increased to level 2, he has gained much more insight compared to when he first started upgrading. Just yesterday, his soul power even increased by 1 level, reaching the 3rd stage of soul power. At this moment, meditating and cultivating in front of old Jack was like second nature to him. One could see his soul power subtly circulating, giving off a feeling of radiance throughout his body, and a special aura that could only be found on soul masters emerged from him. Of course, all of this was intentionally displayed by Hu Jio in front of old Jack. In reality, there were no such effects during actual cultivation. This is all just to make the old man happy. Genius. My little Jio is really a genius. Hu Jio's performance did not go to waste. Just by seeing him meditate, old Jack was overjoyed, constantly calling him a genius. In his eyes, of course, his own child was the most impressive. Grandpa, there's something I want to ask you for help with. After finishing his meditation, Hu Jio opened his eyes and began to speak about the plan he had been thinking about for several days. What do you need Grandpa's help with? Little Jio, just say it, and Grandpa will definitely help you. Old Jack straightened up. At that moment, he even forgot to hunch his back. Grandpa should also know that our cultivation of soul power is greatly affected by physical fitness, and my innate soul power is only level 2. If I want to cultivate quickly, I can only increase my physical strength. So I'd like to ask Grandpa to talk to Uncle Tang how and see if I can train at his place. Do you think this can work? Hu Jio looked at old Jack with an eager expression and asked. He had been considering this matter for several days, not for any other reason, but to smoothly win over Xiao Wu in the future. After all, Xiao Wu wasn't as easy to win over as imagined. Without some skills, she probably wouldn't even look at him, let alone be won over. In order to have some combat ability before school started, he set his sights on the hidden boss Tang Hao from Holy Soul Village. As for Tang San, that was out of the question. That guy was stingy and wouldn't pass down any of the Tang sect's ultimate skills, so he was ruled out immediately. Therefore, what remained was the chaotic cloak hammer technique from Tang Hao. He vaguely remembered that the original work mentioned the chaotic cloak hammer technique was merely a blacksmith's divine skill, which indicated that it was not impossible to pass it down. At least, there was a possibility of learning it in front of the disheartened Tang Hao. Besides, even if he couldn't learn it, it didn't matter. Trying wouldn't cost him anything. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Chapter 4. Planning to learn the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Little Jio. Blacksmithing is very hard work. You don't have to go to that drunkard Tang Hao to train your body. You can just exercise at home. As soon as old Jack heard that Hu Jio wanted to go to Tang Hao's place to train, he frowned. In his mind, Tang Hao was synonymous with unreliability, and training in the blacksmith shop was just too exhausting. He couldn't bear to let Hu Jio do that. That won't do. I just want to train in a tougher environment. Grandpa, please agree to me. I know you have a way. Hu Jio was also losing his face, using even the tactics of acting cute to get to Tang Hao for the chaotic cloak hammer technique. He remembered that this was the time when Tang Hao was teaching Tang San the chaotic cloak, and if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. After all, Tang Hao couldn't possibly teach the chaotic cloak of the Hao Ian sect specifically to him. Whether he could learn it for free would depend on luck. All right, your grandpa agrees to you. I'll go to Tang Hao's place later. I believe that drunkard will agree to this little matter. Old Jack reluctantly agreed to Hu Jio's request in the end. As for whether Tang Hao would agree to this matter, he hadn't thought much about it. After all, in old Jack's mind, he was still the village chief of Holy Soul Village, so this little matter was nothing. Then I'll go along too, that way. We'll seem more sincere. Seeing that old Jack had agreed, Hu Jio grinned foolishly. All right, let us go. To ensure success, Hu Jio even specially went back home to carry 2 jars of good wine collected by Hu Rui, putting them in a small backpack before heading to Tang Hao's house with old Jack. Tang Hao's house was on the west side of Holy Soul Village. At the entrance of the village, not far from Hu Jio's home. After more than 10 minutes, he and old Jack had already arrived in front of Tang Hao's house. It was still old Jack walking too slowly. If Hu Jio walked by himself, he would have arrived in just a few minutes. Dang hao, dang hao. Arriving at the courtyard door, old Jack was not polite at all and shouted loudly before even entering. Who's making such a racket? Tang Hao's impatient voice came from inside. The door curtain opened, and Tang Hao's figure appeared in front of him. Old Jack, what are you doing here? Of course, I'm here for something. Old Jack shouted, frowning at Tang Hao's untidy appearance. However, since he had something to ask him for today, he didn't speak harshly. If it were in the past, they would have probably already started arguing. Speak, Tang Hao said blandly. This is my grandson, Hu Jio. Didn't he awaken his martial soul a few days ago? I want him to train here with you and, by the way, help you out. Just enjoy it secretly. Old Jack proudly said, raising his cane. The way he looked, it seemed like he expected Tang Hao to thank him for sending Hu Jio here. No way. Tang Hao flatly refused without even looking at Hu Jio. Unso Tang Hao, please help me out. You see, I know you love drinking, so I specially brought you 2 jars of good wine today. Seeing the situation was not good and that old Jack was about to get angry, Hu Jio hurriedly pulled his grandfather and stepped forward. Putting down the basket on his back, quickly opened the wine seal, and immediately a unique fragrance of rice wine wafted out. As a wine lover, Tang Hao couldn't resist this, especially since he hadn't had a drink for several days to make sure Tang San ate well. The craving in his stomach was overwhelming. He didn't hold back at all and went straight to Hu Jio, grabbing the wine jar and pouring it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Wow, this wine is quite good. For the sake of the wine, you can come to train here in the future, but I won't teach you anything. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Tang Hao glanced at Hu Jio and said, Good for you, Tang Hao. Old Jack couldn't stand this. This was his treasured grandson, and he actually dared not to teach him anything. This was simply outrageous. Grandfather. Seeing this, Hu Jio hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. He regretted letting old Jack help. If he had known 2 jars would solve the problem, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao. I will arrive on time tomorrow morning. Hu Jio said obediently. The first step of the plan was successful, and Hu Jio felt relieved. There was actually one more thing he was a bit worried about. Although old Jack agreed to let him use the internship quota, he remembered that Tang Hao ultimately agreed to let Tang Sen go to the Soul Master Academy to study. He just didn't know what changes would occur with his presence. Winning over Xiao Wu was a long way to go. Competing with Tang San, the destined child, for Xiao Wu made him feel a bit overconfident. However, who could blame him for liking Xiao Wu? Although he hadn't met her yet, he had already been craving her after reading the original work and watching the anime. The next morning, Hu Jio was holding 2 meat pies and walked alone to Tang Hao's house. As for the meat pies, they were of course to build a good relationship with Tang San. He remembered that at this time, Tang San was still drinking porridge every day and was in a stage of not being full. Arriving at Tang Hao's house, seeing the courtyard door still closed, Hu Jio stood outside waiting. Since he was here to train and learn, he needed to maintain a proper attitude. After waiting for a short while, Hu Jio saw Tang San walking towards him quickly. He had just returned from morning practice. Xiao San, Hu Jio greeted. Xiao Jio, Tang San responded, unwilling to show weakness. I'm here to learn. Have you eaten? Hu Jio smiled and said, no longer competing with Tang San in terms of address. Not yet, come with me. Tang San shook his head, opened the courtyard door, and led Hu Jio inside. Xiao San. Tang San turned back, looking at Hu Jio in confusion. Hu Jio took out the 2 meat pies from his pocket and handed them to Tang San. These are meat pies made by my mother. I brought them for you to try. Tang San stared at the meat pies in Hu Jio's hand, momentarily stunned. He had never encountered something like this, where a friend brought him food. His feelings were a bit complicated. What are you waiting for? Take them. Hu Jio pretended to be impatient, shoving the meat pies into his arms and walking ahead into the yard. Although Tang San had lived 2 lives, he had spent his previous life in Tang sect and didn't understand social interactions at all. He was no match for Hu Jio, this old hand. Just 2 simple meat pies pulled Tang San into a closer relationship. Inside the house, after declining Tang San's invitation to eat together, Hu Jio accompanied Tang San and his father to finish breakfast, and the 3 of them went to the blacksmith shop together. Xiao San, later you teach him how to work. Tang Hao sat on a chair behind them, drinking the wine Hu Jio had brought yesterday. Okay, Dad. Tang San obediently nodded, then turned to Hu Jio, signaling him to come over. Once Hu Jio stepped forward, Tang San started working the bellows and began explaining how to operate them. Both of them had mature thoughts, and communication was not difficult. One was willing to teach, and the other was willing to learn, so they got along quite well. Chapter 5. Learning to hammer soon. The morning passed, and Hu Jio's work was on the right track. He didn't do anything else. just pulled the bellows aside and watched Tang San working at the anvil. The entire morning, Tang Hao sat on a chair behind them drinking wine, not caring at all about what they were doing. Due to his five senses enhancement technique being leveled up to level 1 a few days ago, Hu Jio now had greatly enhanced five senses. The increase in hearing, vision, touch, and smell gave him a different experience. Just like now, while learning to pull the bellows from Tang San, the enhancement of his five senses allowed him to pick it up quickly. Tang San only needed to teach him once, and he learned most of it. At the same time, he was also observing Tang San's hammering technique, watching as Tang San continuously brought the hammer down, with the force accumulating each time, making the strikes heavier and heavier. This is the purpose of his visit to Tang Hao, the Chaos Wind Hammer technique. On the surface, the Chaos Wind Hammer technique seems to have no combat capability. It's merely used by the disciples of the Haoyan sect for physical training. However, based on the original work, Tang San used it multiple times, indicating that as long as one cultivates the Chaos Wind Hammer technique to a certain level, it can still be quite practical in battle. This is precisely what Hu Jio values most, as his martial soul is a carrot, which means he will essentially only be able to follow a support route in the future, and support-type soul masters generally lack combat ability. To enhance his practical combat skills, he can only find ways to improve his soul skills. As long as he masters the Chaos Wind Hammer technique, he is confident he can use the idle panel to quickly elevate it to a high level in a very short time. By then, it should be no problem to make an impression in front of Xiao Wu. Moreover, Hu Jio suddenly realized something. His martial soul is a carrot, the kind that can be eaten directly, which makes it perfectly acceptable as a food-type martial soul. Xiao Wu is a rabbit, and in terms of innate abilities, he has an advantage over Tang San. At noon, Hu Jio returned home, and after finishing lunch, he rushed to Tang San's house to continue learning the hammer technique. After all, there was no food or drink provided at Tang San's home. In just half a day's time, Hu Jio's relationship with Tang San improved significantly. The reason is also that Tang San had very few friends in both his past and present lives. Hu Jio's simple and sincere companionship greatly increased Tang San's fondness for him. It is known that Tang San is a person who values emotions highly, and at this point in time, he has no friends. The appearance of Hu Jio, a peer, is naturally something Tang San cherishes. Seeing Hu Jio's interest in his blacksmithing technique, Tang San, before Tang Hao spoke up, naturally did not teach him directly, but instead changed his angle of blacksmithing to allow Hu Jio to see more clearly. This scene was naturally seen by Tang Hao behind them, but he acted as if he didn't see anything and continued to drink his little wine. There's a chance. Hu Jio wasn't foolish. Seeing the reactions of Tang San and Tang Hao, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It seemed he was right. Tang Hao didn't really care for the chaotic wind hammer technique. It would be impossible for him to learn the Haoyan 9 absolutes, which only the true disciples of the Haoyan sect could learn. But the chaotic wind technique for physical training was actually not difficult. Of course, even so, Hu Jio could learn the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang San, but he only had a slight understanding of his movements and techniques, while the rest was just a half understanding. 3 days later, Hu Jio's soul power meditation technique leveled up again, reaching level 2. Compared to level 1, he clearly felt that the proportion of soul power gained while grinding had increased, roughly by 10%. His five senses were also enhanced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to notice these changes. It's worth mentioning that on this day, the 4th grinding slot in his grinding panel was finally unlocked, meaning he could now grind 4 skills simultaneously. Unfortunately, he only had the soul power meditation technique and the five senses enhancement technique in hand, leaving the remaining 2 grinding slots empty. This also gave him a lot of motivation. After 3 days, although he was still working the bellows and hadn't even touched a hammer, there were occasional moments when Tang Hao would come in front of Tang San and offer a few tips about the cultivation method of the chaotic wind hammer. Hu Jio also noticed that Tang Hao seemed to have a habit. Whenever he drank a bit more and was in a good mood, he would talk more. And when giving pointers to Tang San, he would also say a few more words. With this discovery, Hu Jio decided to invest some effort and occasionally stole some wine from his father Hu Rui's cellar to give to Tang Hao, hoping to learn more about the cultivation method of the chaotic wind hammer. On the 4th day of learning blacksmithing, his sensory enhancement technique was upgraded to level 2. After reaching level 2, he found that he could see and hear more clearly. Just by watching Tang San forge, he benefited greatly. He estimated that if he stayed here for another 2 months, he could learn the chaotic wind hammer technique through observation without anyone teaching him. After all, at this point, Tang San was still in the beginner stage, and the chaotic wind hammer technique wasn't that complicated, so it wasn't very difficult to learn it secretly. Kid, do you want to learn my blacksmithing techniques? On that day, while Hu Jio was intently watching Tang San forge, Tang Hao suddenly asked from behind, "Ah, yes." The ghostly voice startled Hu Jio, but he quickly recovered and explained, "I think Little San's forging technique seems to be better for building strength. Look, muscles are starting to appear on his arms." He pointed at Tang San's bulging muscles from forging, expressing his envy. In front of Tang Hao, lying was pointless, and Hu Jio had never hidden his intentions, so his words came out naturally. "Hey, good eye." Tang Hao glanced at Hu Jio indifferently and slowly said, "Since you've been bringing me wine for so many days, Little San, teach him later." "Yes, Dad." Tang San, who had been listening intently, immediately stopped and replied happily. In fact, Tang San had long wanted to teach Hu Jio the forging technique, but he wouldn't dare to do so without Tang Hao's permission. Now that Tang Hao had spoken, Tang San was delighted for his little friend. In just a few days, Hu Jio had won Tang San over with some meat pies and buns for breakfast, making Tang San regard him as a true friend. Knowing that Hu Jio's purpose was to build strength and understanding the effectiveness of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang San was naturally happy for him. "Thank you. So Tang Hao." Hu Jio was also very pleased. In just a few days, he was about to receive the hammer technique he had longed for, and his joy was beyond words. Having already memorized the superficial forging methods from Tang San, he only needed the key core techniques. After Tang San taught him once, Hu Jio learned it quite well. Chapter 6. Departure with a thought. The panel appeared, and under Hu Jio's intention, the third position was instantly filled, officially starting the chaotic wind hammer technique. In just a few seconds, Hu Jio's mind began to gain experience in the chaotic wind hammer technique. Although he had successfully, he did not give up on the opportunity for formal instruction from Tang San. He had already experimented with the soul power meditation method and 5 sense enhancement technique, and found that if he continued to delve deeper into his studies, he could actually gain improvements simultaneously. In this way, his own learning, combined with the experience gained from idling, resulted in a double speed of improvement. 2 days later, in the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio held a small iron hammer in his hand, his body full of strength like a bent bow. Ding, ding, ding. He swung the small hammer at an extremely fast speed, completing 9 strikes in just 2 seconds. In just 2 days, through Tang San's guidance, along with the improvement from the idle panel, he had already mastered the basics of the chaotic wind hammer technique, and being able to charge up for 9 consecutive strikes was a sign that he had officially entered the realm of this technique. At this moment, Tang San was just a step faster than him, having reached the state of continuously gathering strength for 18 strikes. "Xiao Jio, it seems you've already learned this method of using force and hammering. You're truly talented. I didn't learn as quickly as you when I first started." Tang San praised with a smile. He knew his own talent. If it weren't for practicing the techniques from the Xintian treasure record, he wouldn't have progressed so quickly. In his heart, he believed that Hu Jio was the real genius, as Hu Jio had learned even faster than him without any prior knowledge. Unfortunately, Hu Jio was unaware of his thoughts. If he had known, he would certainly have said, "You don't understand the life of someone with a cheat. Haha, it's not that fast. After all, I've been watching your hammering movements for so long, so of course I would learn faster now." Hu Jio, this guy, was clearly very proud inside, but his face showed humility, as if he thought 2 days to learn was still slow. Hu Jio's words made Tang Hao, who was behind them, raise an eyebrow, silently taking a sip of his drink, perhaps a bit impressed by Hu Jio's audacity. In the following time, Hu Jio did not leave. He continued to act as a complete apprentice. Although he had already learned the chaotic wind hammering technique and achieved his purpose for coming to Tang Hao, he still helped Tang San with various tasks, like fanning the forge to avoid raising suspicion. Tang San treated him well, often taking the initiative to switch roles with him, allowing him to practice hammering. For this, Tang San even specially found a piece of ordinary iron for him to train with, just like himself. In this way, due to frequent training, his chaotic wind hammer technique surprisingly surpassed the soul power meditation method and the 5 senses enhancement technique that were initially left to idle. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Hu Jio's soul power meditation method had risen to level 3, achieving at least a 20% improvement compared to normal training results. The 5 senses enhancement technique had also reached level 3, with significant enhancements in vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. Objects dozens of meters away appeared as clear as if they were right in front of him, and his hearing extended much further, especially at night when he could accurately determine the location of animals and insects by their sounds. His sense of touch had also become remarkable. He could even accurately gauge time by sensing changes in the air. His taste and smell had also undergone changes, and in short, his five senses had begun to evolve towards a non-human level. Moreover, his own soul power level had seen considerable changes. He estimated that he was now at level 5, close to level 6. With 2 months left before going to Dingno City for school, his ideal level before the start of classes should be around level 8 to 9. This meant that shortly after the school started, he could begin preparing for his first soul ring. However, he still needed to carefully consider how to arrange his first soul ring. As for the chaotic wind hammer technique, he had improved it to level 4, and now he could swing the hammer 64 times in a row with increasingly stronger effects on his body training. Every day, he felt his strength growing. In terms of the mastery of the chaotic wind hammer technique, even Tang San couldn't compare to him. At this time, Tang San could only manage to swing 36 times in a row. However, Tang San was still a prodigy, with Xian Tiangong and Suan Yushu to back him up, and his strength was something Hu Jiu couldn't match. When forging, Tang San used that big hammer from Tang Hao, while Hu Jiu only used a small hammer that Tang Hao had set aside for a long time, which was just slightly larger than an ordinary nail hammer. During their chats, Hu Jiu also learned that Tang San indeed hoped to attend the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and it seemed that Tang San's enrollment had already been decided. Hu Jiu was a bit worried that old Jack would buckle under pressure and give the only work-study student spot in the village to Tang San. It wasn't that Hu Jiu didn't want to study. It was that he couldn't bear to part with Xiao Wu. However, since the time hadn't come yet, he didn't know how things would develop. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Early on, old Jack came to Hu Jiu's house to take him to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, being his grandson, the work-study spot ultimately did not slip away and became Hu Jiu's. Although he felt a bit sorry for Tang San, for Xiao Wu's sake, Hu Jiu had no choice but to endure it. At home, Hu Jiu had already gotten up, with bedding and clothes packed into a large bundle, and holding a small iron hammer in his hand, which he had taken from Tang Hao's house, humorously called a self-defense weapon. Thus, with a pack larger than his body on his back and a small hammer in hand, this was all his belongings. After bidding farewell to his reluctant parents, Hu Jiu, under old Jack's guidance, headed towards Notting City. Hey, Grandpa, isn't this the road to Xiao San's house? What's going on? Initially, Hu Jiu was happily imagining the scene when he would meet Xiao Wu, but suddenly he felt something was off. I forgot to tell you. Xiao San will also be going to the Junior Soul Master Academy with you. You'll have each other for company, so make sure to support one another. Old Jack said kindly. Xiao San is also going to school? Hu Jiu suddenly felt anxious. Could it be that he would lose Xiao Wu just like that? Actually, I was surprised too. That drunkard Tang Hao finally did something good this time. I didn't expect he actually had some savings. Enough to cover the tuition fees for enrollment, old Jack explained with a smile. Self-funded is great. If it's self-funded, he won't stay in the work-study dormitory. As long as he doesn't steal Xiao Wu from me, we can still be good friends. Chapter 7. Enrollment Xiao San. Xiao Jiu. Grandpa Jack. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, Hu Jiu saw Tang San waiting for them. When old Jack was about to take Tang San away, Tang San looked reluctant, staring at the dilapidated earthen house for a long time before leaving with them after leaving a line of words on the ground. Xiao San, don't worry. Uncle Tang Hao is such a big person. You don't need to worry. Hu Jiu patted Tang San on the shoulder to comfort him. No, I just can't bear to leave. Shaking his head, Tang San silently tucked away his feelings of reluctance. It's really nothing to be worried about. If it comes to it, I'll just have Grandpa check on you often. Xiao Jiu is right. Xiao San, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you in the future, and if he dares not take care of himself properly, I'll scold him, old Jack said, turning back as they walked ahead. The three of them took half a day to reach Notting City just before noon, and after asking for directions a few times, they finally found the Junior Soul Master Academy. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. What do you want? Is this a place for you country folks? Seeing this scene, Hu Jiu did not intervene, as it concerned whether Tang San could apprentice. If it weren't for Tang San, Hu Jiu would have already smashed him with a hammer. Old Jack smiled and said, this young brother, we are from Holy Soul Village. These two are our students enrolling this year. Could you please let us know what procedures we need to complete? From Holy Soul Village? That small village hasn't produced anyone with soul master training talent in many years. Could it be that a golden phoenix can emerge from a grass nest? The gatekeeper frowned, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Damn, if you don't know how to talk, then don't. Do you believe I'll give you a hammer? Just then, Hu Jiu's ears perked up, and he smiled quietly, his expression instantly changing as he raised the hammer arrogantly, glaring fiercely at the gatekeeper. The doorman is also someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Upon seeing Hu Jio holding a hammer, he was immediately intimidated by his tyrannical aura. Although Hu Jio looks like he is only 6 years old, he has a weapon. As an ordinary person, how could the doorman not be afraid? Why, you're being outrageous. This is Notting Academy. How dare you? The doorman shouted, his fierce tone betraying his inner fear. At this moment, he didn't dare to step forward like in the original text. If he got hit by Hu Jio's hammer, he might end up getting hurt. What was going on? Just then, a hoarse and stiff voice came from a distance. Looking up, it was indeed the master. The master was of medium build, somewhat thin, and his face looked lazy and dispirited. Master, you're back. The doorman's expression changed as if he had found support, and he stepped forward to say, this kid is causing trouble. Look, he is still holding a hammer, trying to hit me. Ha! Hu Jio scoffed. If it weren't for your lowly eyes as a doorman, would I bother with you? Stopping Hu Jio's words, the master frowned. This teacher is good. We came to register for school. This doorman not only wouldn't he let us in, but also spoke harshly. My companion was just too angry and reacted this way. Tang San explained from the side. The master glanced at the doorman, who had been slandering first, which put great pressure on him. The doorman hadn't expected these two kids to be so quick-tongued, revealing everything that had just happened. Do you have the proof from the Martial Soul Hall? If you do, you can show it to me. The master turned and his expression softened, facing an elderly man and 2 children. Even a master wouldn't keep a cold face. Here, master, please take a look. Old Jack had been the village chief for many years and could tell that the master held a significant position at the academy. He immediately took out the proofs for Hu Jio and Tang San and handed them to the master. Martial Soul, Carrot, Innate Soul Power Level 2. This is indeed a certificate issued by the Martial Soul Hall. The master first saw Hu Jio's proof, but when he saw Tang San's proof, his expression instantly changed. An innate full soul power, and the martial soul is blue silvergrass. Upon seeing this, the master raised his head and scrutinized both Hu Jio and Tang San. Which one of you is Tang San? Teacher, I am Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was a bit puzzled. Was there something wrong with his martial soul? Very good. The master nodded and then turned to old Jack, saying, Old sir, I apologize for what happened just now on behalf of the academy. These 2 children will be handed over to me. I will take them to register. Clearly, the master had noticed something unusual about Tang San's martial soul and became a bit more enthusiastic in his attitude towards them. No need, we're fine. My child is just a bit too impulsive. Then I'll leave these 2 kids to you. Xiao Jio, Xiao San, you guys go in with this master. And be sure to listen to him. After giving Hu Jio and Tang San a few reminders, old Jack slowly left. Once old Jack left, the master glanced at the doorman lightly. This is the last time. If you make a mistake again, you won't need to come here anymore. This warning almost scared the doorman to death. You see, although the master doesn't hold any position in the academy, as a friend of the principal, it would be quite easy for him to deal with the doorman. I won't dare again. I really won't dare again. After dealing with the doorman, the master forced a stiff smile on his face and said to Hu Jio and Tang San, Children, let's go in. Thank you, teacher. Tang San said as he followed the master. I'm not a teacher at the academy. The master glanced at Tang San and said, Not a teacher? Didn't you just say you represent the academy? Tang San looked at the master in confusion. Next to Tang San, Hu Jio watched this scene with great interest. He knew that the master had already taken a liking to Tang San, although he himself had no intention of becoming the master's disciple. He would still be happy if it were Tang San. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for the master to arrive before exploding. After that, the master showcased his abilities and successfully took Tang San as his disciple. To this, Hu Jio looked up to the sky in silence. He seemed to have been ignored again. Because of that damn talent, the master didn't even talk to him along the way. Today you look down on me. But one day I'll make you regret it, Hu Jio thought to himself. He didn't want to become the master's disciple, but the master couldn't look down on him. It was embarrassing to be ignored as a proper time traveler. After this, the master took Hu Jio and Tang San to the Academic Affairs Office. At the Academic Affairs Office, the 2 successfully became students of Notting Academy, but Hu Jio was a working student, while Tang San was a self-study student. Excited after successfully enrolling, Hu Jio couldn't wait to see Xiao Wu. Xiao San, it seems our accommodations are not in the same place. Once we settle down, I'll meet up with you. Of course, he couldn't let Tang San be present for his first meeting with Xiao Wu. After all, Tang San was the destined child of this world, and Hu Jio was quite afraid of that power. Chapter 8, Xiao Wu Building 7, a special existence at Notting Academy, where all students are working students. Now, Hu Jio has arrived at this legendary dormitory where boys and girls live together. standing in front of Building 7. Hu Jio tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. He would use this hammer to create a perfect first meeting gift for Xiao Wu. After knocking on the open door to attract the attention of everyone inside, Hu Jio smiled and said, "Hello, I'm a new working student. Please take care of me in the future. Are you this year's working student?" As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, burly young man came up to Hu Jio, looking down at him and eyeing the hammer in his hand. "My name is Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, and I'm the boss here. What's your name? What is your martial soul?" "Hu Jio. My martial soul is a carrot." "Xiao Jio, I'm a boss here, so you have to listen to me." "Got it." Wang Sheng first glanced at Hu Jio's hammer, feeling that the threat was not significant, then said arrogantly, "If you want me to listen to you, that's fine, but first ask if my hammer agrees." Hu Jio smiled, raising the hammer in his hand. "It's good this way, before meeting Xiao Wu. A warm-up match is not bad either. You better try to mess with me. It seems I need to teach you a lesson." Wang Sheng instantly lost his smile, rubbed his wrist, and was indeed ready to make a move. "Wait!" Hu Jio shouted loudly, startling Wang Sheng, who was about to strike. "What's wrong? Are you backing down?" Wang Sheng scoffed disdainfully. Hu Jio ignored him and went to the nearest bed, carefully placing the package he was carrying. Inside was the tool for capturing Xiao Wu. Whether he could share a bed with her depended on this. Picking up the hammer again, Hu Jio stood in front of Wang Sheng and provocatively said, "Now it's time. Come on, let's fight." Wang Sheng moved his feet, lunging forward with a punch aimed at Hu Jio's face. "You should use your martial soul, don't forget. I have a weapon." With a flick of his right hand, Hu Jio's hammer made Wang Sheng's attack miss. "Oof, you're forcing my hand." Wang Sheng glanced warily at Hu Jio's hammer, then roared, and a circle of white light erupted from his body. He began to transform. His hands turned into tiger claws. His mouth protruded 2 fangs, and a faint Wang character appeared on his forehead. Hu Jio was no fool. While Wang Sheng was transforming, he was already swinging the hammer in his hands, continuously accumulating power. Over the past 2 months, he had leveled the chaotic wind hammer technique to level 5 through practice, which allowed him to continuously unleash 81 hammers, each more powerful than the last. If he managed to accumulate to 81 hammers, even a level 20 Great Soul Master would be injured by one of them. Boom! The tiger claw collided with the hammer, and Wang Sheng was sent flying by Hu Jio's strike. Knowing Wang Sheng wasn't strong, Hu Jio had only accumulated 10 strikes. If he had done more, Wang Sheng probably wouldn't be able to get up now. With that, Wang Sheng was hit hard and struggled on the ground for a while before getting up. "Wait. Oh no. Hu Jio, did you just use a soul skill?" Wang Sheng swallowed hard, not expecting that Hu Jio, with a carrot auxiliary martial soul, was actually stronger than him, a battle soul master. It was simply outrageous. "No, this is a blacksmithing technique I just used in combat." Hu Jio turned around, walked to his backpack, picked it up, chose a better empty bed, opened the backpack, revealing new bedding inside, while eagerly anticipating Xiao Wu's arrival. "What? This is still a blacksmithing technique?" Hu Jio's words left Wang Sheng and the surrounding classmates astonished. Just a moment ago, Hu Jio's hammer had sent Wang Sheng flying. How could such a powerful soul skill be called a blacksmithing technique? Was he just showing off? "You're really impressive, Hu Jio. You beat me, so from now on, you're the boss of the dormitory, and we all listen to you," Wang Sheng said with admiration, relieved that finally someone would stand up to the bullying from other dormitories. Hu Jio took a deep look at Wang Sheng, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and nodded noncommittally, acknowledging the position of the boss. However, in his heart, he only considered it temporary. He had no intention of taking on a role of boss. Such childish squabbles were better left to the little rabbit. He had no interest in such trivial matters. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" A crisp voice instantly excited Hu Jio. He looked up and saw a tall girl with a rosy face, pink and tender like a ripe red apple, making one feel an impulse to take a bite. Her black braided hair hung down past her waist, and her big watery eyes seemed to sparkle, holding a brand new school uniform in her hands. "Xiao Wu Ji has arrived." "Yes, this is the 7th dormitory. Are you a new student too?" "Me too. It seems we'll be classmates from now on." Hu Jio found that Xiao Wu was even more beautiful than he had imagined. "Classmates?" Hello. My name is Xiao Wu. Dance as in the character for dancing." Seeing Hu Jio's infatuated gaze, Xiao Wu chuckled, revealing a brilliant smile. "Ah, nice to meet you. I am Xiao Wu." Hu Jio was just about to communicate his feelings with Xiao Wu when Wang Sheng suddenly nudged him and whispered in his ear, "Boss, according to our dormitory's tradition, you should compete with her to see who's stronger." "Oh, I almost forgot that." "Ahem, Xiao Wu, there is a tradition in our dormitory, which is that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. I just defeated their strongest member, so I'm the boss now." Do you want to spar with me? Hu Jio asked with a smile. Fighting? I like it. Come on, let's start. Upon hearing about fighting, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she became excited. This is a battle maniac. Are you ready? Here I come. Xiao Wu stood on her toes, as if she was about to charge at Hu Jio any moment. All right, bring it on. Hu Jio raised the hammer in his hand, never letting it go, whether it was a man or a woman. It was impossible to make him put down his weapon. As a support-type soul master with no attacking power, fighting with a weapon was his last stubbornness. Ha, take this. As Hu Jio prepared to strike, Xiao Wu instantly leaped up, performing a beautiful flip in midair, her long legs shooting out straight, ready to strike Hu Jio in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Hu Jio calmly swung his hammer horizontally, perfectly demonstrating the concept of great skill achieved without effort. After more than 2 months of practice, his chaotic wind techniques were not in vain. At least by now, he had the strength comparable to that of an adult. Chapter 9. A wife earned with a quilt. Xiao Wu's light and agile movements, along with Hu Jio's bold and expansive style, made their duel visually pleasing and incredibly exciting. Especially Xiao Wu, it was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Each step was very perilous and deadly. Fortunately, Hu Jio was not a pushover either. The enhancement technique greatly boosted his senses, allowing him to feel as if he had divine assistance in battle. By perceiving the airflow, smells, and sounds, details imperceptible to ordinary people, he could see every move Xiao Wu made. It could be said that as long as he wanted, Xiao Wu simply couldn't defeat him. You're so strong. Be careful, I'm gonna get serious. Seeing that ordinary attacks couldn't harm Hu Jio, Xiao Wu's fighting spirit intensified. She quickly shifted her footsteps, creating distance from Hu Jio, her aura rising, and a pair of adorable rabbit ears popped up from her head, with a fluffy tail emerging from behind her pink skirt. Unfortunately, at this moment, Xiao Wu was facing away from the crowd. If it weren't for Hu Jio's incredible senses, he would never have noticed that when Xiao Wu activated her martial soul, she actually had a tail. Is a live-action role-play more beautiful than a real transformation? No, right? This world is simply a blessing for men. At this moment, he almost forgot that he was in a battle. By the time Xiao Wu completed her transformation, it was already too late for him to use the chaotic cloak hammer method. Wait! Seeing Xiao Wu charging at him at an extremely fast speed, Hu Jio hurriedly shouted to stop. He certainly didn't want to get beaten for no reason. What's wrong? You don't want to admit defeat, do you? Xiao Wu halted her attack, her eyes wide as she looked at Hu Jio, still eager to fight. Ha, come on, don't be angry, have a carrot. Hu Jio smiled and used the power of his martial soul, producing a carrot in his hand. With the increase in soul power, Hu Jio's carrot underwent a significant transformation. Not only did it grow larger, but it also looked crystal clear, rivaling a work of art. After handing the carrot to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio helplessly spread his hands. You see, my martial soul is a carrot, and yours is a rabbit. Do you think I have the ability to beat you? So your martial soul is a carrot. That's wonderful. I love eating carrots the most. Upon seeing the carrot, Xiao Wu completely forgot about the battle, happily accepting the carrot from Hu Jio and munching on it with delight. Delicious, delicious. It's much better than the ones I dug up in the field. While eating, Xiao Wu praised it. At that moment, Hu Jio, who had summoned his martial soul, suddenly paused. He vaguely sensed that his martial soul was trying to convey something to him, but the sensation was so weak that he couldn't pick up any specific information. Could it be, Hu Jio, I guess you've lost, right? Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Wang Sheng rudely interrupted them. Lost? It's not surprising that I, a support-type martial soul, lost. Winning would be the strange part. Hu Jio replied irritably. If it weren't for wanting to show off in front of Xiao Wu, he wouldn't want to fight at all. There's no benefit to it. And with an idle panel already in place, why work so hard? Are we not letting the others live? It looks like I'll be the boss of the dormitory from now on. From now on, you all can call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu joyfully munched on the carrot, proudly shaking her head, her scorpion braids swaying left and right, looking adorable. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu, was such a cute boss. The group of boys in the dormitory were practically ecstatic, shouting louder than when they called Hu Jio just a moment ago. Delicious, I want more. After a few bites, Xiao Wu charmingly extended her little hand, asking Hu Jio for another carrot. Here you go. Seeing that Xiao Wu liked his carrot, Hu Jio felt happy in his heart, getting closer to winning her over. Here, Hu Jio turned around and began to pretend to make the bed. Observing Xiao Wu's reaction while doing so, Hu Jio's efforts were not in vain. Finally, Xiao Wu noticed the brand new bedding in his hands. Hu Jio, where did you get this bedding? Seeing the style of Hu Jio's bedding, she had a faint bad premonition. This? I brought it from home. I thought that as a work-study student, the living conditions wouldn't be very good, so I brought a quilt with me, Hu Jio explained calmly. At a critical moment, he must not lose his composure. Oh, you brought it yourself? The academy doesn't provide any? Xiao Wu was dazed, chewing on a carrot mechanically, feeling that the carrot no longer tasted good. We are work-study students. It's already great that the academy provides accommodation. As for bedding, we all brought it from home. Wang Sheng explained nearby. Sister Xiao Wu, why don't you use mine? I can squeeze in with my classmates. Sister Xiao Wu, use mine. My quilt is big. In an instant, the entire dormitory was in motion, each person running up to Xiao Wu with their own quilts to offer their assistance. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu looked down on all these dark, shabby quilts. As a beautiful little fairy, how could she use dirty bedding? Her gaze finally fell on Hu Jio's new quilt. She stared at it, fixated. So pitiful. Hey, Xiao Wu, don't look at me like that. I need to sleep too, Hu Jio said somewhat awkwardly. Although he had rehearsed this scene in his mind for a long time, when it was about to happen, he still had the urge to nosebleed. One word, greedy. Hu Jio, let's discuss something. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and said cutely. What? Your quilt is so big. One person can't cover it all. Why don't we push the two beds together and cover it together? After secretly glancing at Hu Jio, who was dressed plainly but very clean, Xiao Wu suggested. That might not be good. He wanted to agree immediately in his heart, but pretended to look troubled. Ding. Pretend to be a cool guy, title level 1. What's wrong with that? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? I want to eat you, Xiao Wu said, her little face flushed. And she must have felt shy at that moment too. But you just consumed my martial soul. Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu with suspicion. Keep pretending. You must create a happy future for yourself. Xiao Wu silently looked at the half-eaten carrot in her hand, directly ignoring it, and waved her hand grandly. It's settled then. You guys, hurry up and help me push this bed over. In a few moments, the two beds were pushed together. Hu Jio, put your bag in the middle as a boundary. If you dare to cross the line, just see how I deal with you. Xiao Wu threatened fiercely while waving her hand. Okay. After Xiao Wu's strategy progressed again, Hu Jio was already quite satisfied. There is plenty of time ahead. Xiao Wu is only 6 years old now, and he would cultivate his future wife to be the way he likes. Perfect. Xiao Jio. Just as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were making the bed together, Tang San's voice came from outside the door. Oh, Xiao San, you're here. Sorry, you came late. Chapter 10. Tang San's disappointment. Why does it feel a little heart-wrenching? Am I sick? Outside the 7th dormitory, Tang San stared blankly at the harmonious scene of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu tidying up the bed together. He didn't know why, but he felt like something extremely important was about to slip away from him. Xiao San, didn't I say I'd come find you? Why did you come by yourself? Hu Jio's words interrupted the complex emotions that had suddenly surged in Tang San's heart. I saw you hadn't come to find me for a long time, so I came to see what was going on. Tang San was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his senses, smiling at Hu Jio. In fact, he was a bit worried that Hu Jio was encountering some trouble, but he ended up seeing him happily playing with a little girl, which was frustrating. Oh, it's nothing. Let us go. It's already noon. Let's go have lunch. After tidying up the bed, Hu Jio clapped his hands and turned to Wang Sheng, asking, you know where to eat, right? Tell me. Sure. Let's go eat. I want to have your carrots. Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly. The 2 carrots she had earlier had just whetted her appetite. She felt she could eat 3 bowls of rice today. Well, we're also going to eat, so let us go together. Wang Sheng nodded and called for the other students to walk together. Xiao Jio, I want to go. You can go by yourself. Tang San shook his head. He had spent all his money on tuition and didn't he have extra money for lunch. Besides, he had brought dry food, so he wasn't afraid of going hungry. Let us go together. I'll treat you. Seeing this, Hu Jio immediately understood what was going on and didn't he allow Tang San to refuse, pulling him along. Considering that you stole my Xiao Wu, Tang San, you're my brother from now on. By the way, does eating cost money? Is it soul coins or something? Suddenly, Xiao Wu, who was excitedly bouncing beside Hu Jio, stopped in her tracks, feeling that something was about to go wrong. It's fine. Just follow me. I have money. Hu Jio waved at Xiao Wu, signaling that it was okay. As the grandson of the village chief, although he didn't have much money, as long as he didn't spend recklessly, it was enough for meals and living. Thank you. Hu Jio's generosity instantly increased Xiao Wu's fondness for him. Compared to Tang San, Hu Jio was slightly more handsome. Although he was dressed simply, he could still be associated with good looks. This also led to Xiao Wu having no special feelings for Hu Jio, a fellow townsman, aside from nodding when they met. She didn't even glance at him the rest of the time. Hu Jio was quite happy about this. and he had no intention of introducing Tang San to Xiao Wu. Chatting separately with Tang San and Xiao Wu was very easy for him. They each talked about their own things without interfering with each other. Aren't those the poor guys from Wang Sheng's gang? As soon as they entered the cafeteria, an annoying voice came over. Looking up, they saw a group of upperclassmen standing on the stairs between the first and second floors, looking down at them. The speaker was a male student about 12 or 13 years old, pointing at Wang Sheng in front of Hu Jio and saying, "A poor guy is just a poor guy. He will probably never be able to eat on the second floor." On the way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already told Xiao Wu about the fact that the leader of the 7th dormitory wanted to make a name for himself, and seeing the provocation, Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward. "What are you? What's so great about the second floor?" As soon as Xiao Wu appeared, the male student upstairs brightened up, nearly drooling. "What a beautiful little lowly. Hee, I'm gonna eat now, so I'll let you go this time." "Damn it, who do you think you are?" Hu Jio picked up his hammer and moved his feet, ready to go up and argue with him. This is a great opportunity for performance. How could Hu Jio let it go? Even if he can't win, he has Xiao Wu and Tang San with him, and he believes they won't just stand by. Sure enough, as Hu Jio made his move, Xiao Wu also reacted, having picked up on the fact that the term old man was the good one from Hu Jio's words. However, at a critical moment, Tang San faltered. He quickly stepped forward, turned around, and stood in front of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, shaking his head at them. "Forget it. We're here to eat. Hey, why are you so afraid of trouble? Look at your brother. He's not scared at all," Xiao Wu said with dissatisfaction, looking at Tang San with disdain. Tang San remained silent. "All right, let it go then. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson later." Hu Jio waved his hand. Whether they fought or not wasn't important. What mattered was the attitude. And his performance just now would definitely score points in front of Xiao Wu. Fine, we must teach them a lesson next time. Seeing that the group of people had already disappeared, Xiao Wu also lost interest. "Oh, Xiao San, your master is here." Hu Jio, with his keen senses, suddenly felt a familiar aura appear. Tang San turned around and indeed saw the master. "Master." Tang San hurried over and bowed respectfully. "Have you tidied up your dormitory?" The master asked. "It's all done. Then come with me to the second floor to eat. After that, I'll take you to my place to get acquainted," the master said. Tang San hesitated a bit at this. He was worried about Hu Jio, feeling that Hu Jio had become much more irritable since coming to the academy, and he was afraid Hu Jio would cause trouble. "Master, I'd rather eat with my friends." After thinking for a moment, Tang San shook his head in refusal. "Hey, are you silly? The food upstairs is obviously better. Go eat." Hu Jio pushed Tang San a bit and smiled at the master. "Master, take Xiao San to eat. He doesn't know better." Although Tang San had already lost much goodwill in front of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio still decided to keep Tang San as far away from Xiao Wu as possible, just in case. In the end, under Hu Jio's persuasion, Tang San followed the master to the second floor to eat. "Looks like you were quite good to that, Tang San." Xiao Wu curiously stared at Hu Jio, guessing their relationship in her heart. "Ah, of course, Xiao San is my brother. We grew up together." Hu Jio spoke sweetly, but inside he felt a bit guilty, thinking that he was probably stealing Tang San's future wife. No, how could something that hasn't happened yet be considered stealing? Maybe in this world. Tang San's wife isn't Xiao Wu. Hu Jio tried to hypnotize himself, not letting his thoughts be limited to the original work. Has that Tang San become a disciple of the master? At this moment, Wang Sheng walked over and asked, "What's up?" Hu Jio replied, "No way. The master's strength isn't impressive at all. I heard he's over 50 and still only at rank 29. He can't even break through to the Great Soul Master realm." "Your brother hasn't been fooled, has he?" Wang Sheng said regretfully as he watched Tang San and the master leave together. "All right, why are you meddling in other people's affairs? Remember, don't say this in front of Xiao San in the future, or don't blame me for not giving you face." Hu Jio waved his hand. I wanted to explain to this group of ignorant guys. Although Hu Jio didn't have much need for the master's knowledge, he had to admit that the master's theoretical knowledge was indeed very rich, while he might not match Hu Jio in innovative thinking. When it came to understanding soul beasts in the Douluo world, no one could compare to him. At least, when it came time for his first soul ring choice. He might need to consult the master through Tang San. Chapter 11. About the theory of the 10 core competencies. Although he had long anticipated it, Hu Jio was still greatly disappointed when he saw the cafeteria food. Although there was some meat, it was really hard to describe. "Xiao Jio, come on, more carrots. Your carrots are the best. The cafeteria food is so awful." Xiao Wu waved her rosy little hand, not knowing how many times she had asked Hu Jio for food. Due to the cafeteria food being so unpalatable, This meal was entirely dependent on Hu Jio's carrots to fill Xiao Wu up. Save some for yourself. My soul power is almost being eaten up by you. Hu Jio said half helplessly, half happily. He realized he seemed to have underestimated Xiao Wu's appetite. With his level of soul power, he couldn't possibly fill up this little white rabbit who loved eating carrots. No way. I haven't eaten that much. By the way, Xiao Jio, what level is your soul power now? Xiao Wu asked shyly, realizing she had really eaten a lot of Hu Jio's carrots. It's not her fault. Who told Hu Jio's carrots were so delicious? As for Xiao Wu's question, Wang Sheng and the others nearby were also very curious. Just a moment ago, Hu Jio had defeated Wang Sheng, the strongest among their group. As a support-type soul master, how powerful must he be to defeat a battle soul master like Wang Sheng? He must be at level 9. While eating his unappetizing meal, Hu Jio casually replied, yes, after 3 months of level-up grinding, his soul power had indeed reached level 9. Besides that, his soul power meditation technique and 5 senses enhancement technique had both reached level 4, while his chaotic hammering technique had even reached level 5. It was quite a fruitful harvest. The level 4 soul power meditation technique improved his training efficiency by 30%, and don't underestimate this 30%. Training at the level 4 meditation technique, his training talent was already comparable to those soul masters with innate soul power at levels 5 or 6. Moreover, let's not forget, his grinding panel allows him to train for 24 hours straight. Who can train all day like that? With this training speed, even soul masters with full innate soul power probably couldn't match him. Impressive. Hearing that Hu Jio only had level 9 soul power, Wang Sheng looked at him with admiration. Wang Sheng wasn't just flattering. He genuinely thought it was remarkable. After all, Hu Jio, with only level 9, had defeated him, an 11th level battle soul master. Just imagine how powerful he would be once he obtained a soul ring and became a soul master. Haha, far from it. By the way, let me ask you a question. How did you obtain your soul ring when you were at level 10? Hu Jio asked Wang Sheng. Among this group of work-study students, only Wang Sheng had the highest level, currently at 11, while the others were all below level 10. By the way, what level is Xiao Wu now? I'll ask her later. All our soul rings were obtained with the help of the academy teachers in the soul hunting forest. However, the academy's soul hunting activities are generally once a year, and the last soul hunting event just recently passed. With your training speed, it probably won't be long before you reach level 10, but you might have to wait for half a year to become a soul master then. Wang Sheng introduced it to him, believing that Hu Jio's soul power level must be innate awakening, and level 9 innate soul power is indeed a genius. After all, they were all children from ordinary families. How could they possibly have access to soul power meditation techniques for training in advance? I see. That is indeed a problem. Hu Jio frowned, as he didn't expect to face such a hassle right after enrolling. Although in the original work, the master had a theory about the 10 core competencies, saying that when one reaches the peak of a significant realm, they can continue to train without hunting for soul rings. And the performance would only show after obtaining the soul ring. This is ridiculous. Although this theory has some effect at certain times, let's not forget that when leveling up, especially after obtaining spirit rings, both spirit power and physical fitness receive enhancements by dozens or even hundreds of times. How can the cultivation speed of spirit warriors compare to that of spirit masters? With the same talent, does a low-level spirit master cultivate more spirit power in a day than a high-level one? Isn't this nonsense? In Hu Jio's view, the earlier one obtains a soul ring, the better. It's best to get it right after a breakthrough, as soon as the realm stabilizes. Time waits for no one. Tang, Sam became a god at the age of 25. According to Hu Jio's own estimation, he will definitely break through to level 10 within a month. If he can't obtain a soul ring by then, he will delay a year of cultivation. What should he do? Hu Jio hadn't thought of a proper solution to this problem until he returned to the dormitory. Forget it at worst, he could just ask Xiao San for help. Not thinking of a good idea, Hu Jio simply decided to stop worrying. The main thing was that, looking at Xiao Wu, who was also sitting by the bed and shaking her little feet, how could he think about anything else? Isn't it nice to admire our cute little rabbit? Just after they returned to the dormitory, a male teacher in his 30s came in. Who is the new work-study student? Step forward. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu stood up at the same time. My name is Mo Hen. You can call me Teacher Mo, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu. You are the work-study students in the first year, and you will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground from now on. You will earn 10 copper coins a day. Remember, you must clean every day, especially the clutter, which must be cleared away. Otherwise, your wages will be deducted. If you're negligent, the academy has the right to expel you. Do you understand? Hu Jio and Xiao Wu nodded at the same time to indicate that they understood. Mo Hen continued. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will officially start the day after tomorrow. First-year students will have classes on the first floor of a teaching building. Just be on time for class the day after tomorrow. From that day on, you will continue with your work as usual. I will conduct inspections from time to time. All right, you can rest now. Wang Sheng, you're the oldest here. Explain the rules to them. Yes, Wang Sheng replied. After the teacher left, Wang Sheng said to them, actually, the work at school isn't much. As long as you clean on time, there won't be any issues. Let me tell you about the classes. Generally, the academy has 2 classes every morning, one for cultural knowledge and one for martial soul knowledge. In the afternoon, you can practice on your own. We work-study students mostly schedule our work in the afternoon so that it doesn't interfere with our studies. They, as work-study students, were all children from poor families, cherishing the opportunity to learn more than those from wealthy families. Thanks for the reminder. Hu Jio smiled and nodded, realizing that this was going to be his life at the academy. You're welcome. Wang Sheng waved his hand and turned back to study. This left Hu Jio and Xiao Wu staring at each other. By the way, Xiao Wu, what level is your soul power? I feel like you're really fast. Unable to find a topic, Hu Jio casually came up with one. Let me introduce myself again. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, and I am 11th level agility attack type soul master. Impressive. Hu Jio gave a thumbs up, praising her. Sure enough, this little rabbit was already at level 11, even higher than Tang San's level. Chapter 12. A brother's wife cannot be wronged. Just after teacher Mo left, Tang San arrived. Xiao Jio. Tomorrow my master promised to take me to obtain a soul ring. I don't know how many days it will take, so I can't tell you. In this unfamiliar environment, Tang San instinctively got closer to Hu Jio. The two, who already had a good relationship, grew even closer. A soul ring? I'm really envious of you. Hurry up and go. It would be great to get a powerful soul ring to help me get mine, Hu Jio thought to himself, regretting not spending more time training earlier. With his own training and the boost from idle time, he was probably already at level 10. If he could go with Tang San to take advantage of the master, it wouldn't be too difficult. What a pity. All right, I'll help you then. Tang San nodded seriously. He knew that Hu Jio's martial soul was supportive, and he would definitely need help when obtaining a soul ring. As brothers, he was naturally willing to assist. Moreover, with the Xiantian Bao Lu in his possession, preparing some hidden weapons to hunt soul beasts wouldn't be difficult for him. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Glancing at Xiao Wu beside them, Hu Jio quietly pulled Tang San outside. What is it so mysterious? Tang San looked at Hu Jio in confusion, not understanding why he was being so secretive. Little San, do you think we are brothers? Hu Jio asked seriously. Of course. We've been brothers for a long time. Tang San nodded without hesitation. Just based on how Hu Jio brought him food every day, he recognized him as a brother. Then, the woman that a brother likes, you can't just take her, right? Hu Jio continued to ask. You mean? Tang San looked at Hu Jio in shock, not expecting this. You little rascal, you're only 6 years old. Are you thinking about women already? Have some shame. What are you talking about? I'm just reserving. Do you understand? Once Xiao Wu grows up, I can just take her, Hu Jio said confidently. What's wrong with liking someone? You have to be straightforward. Liking someone is liking someone. Age is not a problem. Tang San shook his head in silence. I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I like gentle girls, and that girl named Xiao Wu isn't suitable for me. Brother, do you know how gentle Xiao Wu will be when she grows up? When saying this, Tang San felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, and didn't he know why? He was puzzled. Haha, brother, you're really great. After receiving Tang San's promise, Hu Jio excitedly patted his shoulder and laughed out loud. Tang San, this person, regardless of anything else, would keep his word. On this point, Hu Jio believed in him even more than Tang San believed in himself. Enough talk, it's getting dark. I'll head back first. Looking up at the sky, Tang San waved his hand, feeling that Hu Jio was acting a bit strange today. Could it be that he wasn't adapting well to this new environment? Xiao Jio, do you have any carrots left? I'm a bit hungry. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Xiao Wu leaned over. All right, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Having solved the trouble with Tang San, Hu Jio was in a good mood, and Xiao Wu, casually summoning a carrot and handing it to her. This carrot, Hu Jio has eaten it himself, and it is not much different from the carrots in the field. If eaten raw, it doesn't taste that great. The reason Xiao Wu loves it so much might be because she is a rabbit. How could that be? No matter how many carrots there are, I won't gain weight. Xiao Wu proudly tilted her neck and said with a smug expression. At night, Hu Jio fell into a deep sleep with strange emotions. The next day, there was a school opening ceremony in the morning, and the afternoon was free to arrange. Their work-study program wouldn't start until tomorrow, so So boring. Xiaojing, aren't you bored? In the afternoon, in the dormitory, Hu Jio was lounging on his bed with his legs crossed, feeling relaxed and carefree. Bored? A little, I guess. How about we go to Notting City for some fun? Looking at the little white rabbit and enjoying the booze from the idol panel, Hu Jio wasn't bored at all. Besides, he was currently perfecting a new idea, so he was definitely not bored. However, since he wanted to pursue Xiao Wu, even if he wasn't bored, he had to act bored. Notting City? Great, let's go. Hu Jio's suggestion made Xiao Wu's eyes light up. She loved to play. And there was no way she could resist such a fun thing as going to Notting City. She couldn't wait, and to hurry things along. She even reached out her hand to pull Hu Jio up from the bed, showing just how eager she was. Her little hand is quite soft. Hu Jio smiled as he went out with Xiao Wu, but in his heart he thought this counts as a date, right? Even though they were very young, it really could be considered a date. That afternoon, Xiao Wu was practically having a blast, watching acrobatics, shopping, and buying snacks. By the end of the afternoon, Hu Jio regretted it. Indeed, whether it was adults or children, as long as they were female, they had boundless energy while shopping, which was truly terrifying. Even Hu Jio, with a body trained through the chaotic wind hammer technique, nearly couldn't handle it. Xiao Jio, you can't do it. Your body is so weak. Xiao Wu laughed mockingly after returning to the academy. Bah, I'm just being suppressed by the rules of heaven, okay? When shopping, women are full of energy while men are weak. This is a universal law, like a curse that even God-level powerhouses cannot break. I wouldn't believe you. In just a few days, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Hu Jio skyrocketed. Under Hu Jio's care, the two were already inseparable. At this point, even Tang San probably couldn't take her away. Hu Jio thought proudly. In the past few days, he has taken great care of Xiao Wu, not only providing her with plenty of carrots, but also occasionally taking her outside the academy to buy delicious food. As for cultivation, what is that? It's all on autopilot anyway, so why bother with cultivation? Just have fun. He has had enough of a hard life in his past life, and in this life, he only seeks to live freely and easily. However, it seems that the speed at which his wallet is decreasing is a bit too fast. Hu Jio himself doesn't spend much money, but the key is that Xiao Wu has no money at all. Whether it's for food or entertainment, it's all Hu Jio's money. Moreover, Hu Jio is particularly generous, not saving a dime for Xiao Wu. This has led to the situation where the monthly living expenses provided by the family are nearly depleted in just 3 days. In order to support both himself and Xiao Wu, he has no choice but to find a way to earn money. It's not that there aren't other options. There's a straightforward one. He remembers that once he reaches the Soul Master level, he can go to the Spirit Hall to receive living expenses. If they let Xiao Wu register, they could continue living carefree. However, this idea was quickly abandoned by Hu Jio. First, if he did that, he would be seen as living off others, which is unacceptable for a man. Second, if they registered at the Spirit Hall, their information would be known to the Spirit Hall. As someone who has experienced the information age, he is very cautious about this. Chapter 13 Tang, Sam returns what? You want to sell carrots? No way. If you sell the carrots, what will I eat? To his surprise, Hu Jio's plan to make money was met with strong opposition from Xiao Wu. As a rabbit, she takes her food very seriously. But we're out of money. Hu Jio spread his hands, looking helpless. Fortunately, this isn't his previous life. If it were, he could have borrowed money and then paid it back after they got married. But here, there's no such thing as borrowing. Then I don't care. You can't sell the carrots. At most, we'll just stay at the academy and not go out to play anymore. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio pitifully, as if he was about to abandon her. All right, then I'll think of another way. He's still too weak. If he could feed Xiao Wu and still have enough soul power left to sell carrots for money, that would be great. Unfortunately, his soul power level is still at level 9, and it will take some time to level up. He believes that once he breaks through to the soul master level, he will have plenty of carrots to sell. Sister Xiao Wu, something's wrong. Wang Sheng has been stopped by Xiao De and his group. You need to go save him. At this moment, a little brother from the dormitory suddenly ran over, anxiously telling Xiao Wu and Hu Jio. Xiao De, Xiao you? Hu Jio asked. Yes, it's them. Their group often bullies us. This time, when brother Wang Sheng ran into them, he was directly stopped. You guys need to go help him. All right, they dare to bully my people. That's too hateful. Lead the way. Let's see how I deal with them. Xiao Wu was filled with anger, her little face flushed with rage. In the past few days, Wang Sheng and the others have shown great respect to her as their leader. Now that her little brother is being bullied, she is certainly not happy about it. Follow me. The little brother quickly agreed and led Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to the scene. Next to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. It hadn't been used for several days, but today he was ready to have a big fight. A few minutes later, they arrived at the scene. At this moment, Wang Sheng was confronting a group of people who were formerly the gang of Xiao Wu. These people are all seniors, over 20 in total, much more imposing than the nearly 10 on Wang Sheng's side. The leader, a tall figure who still looks a bit childish but has a hint of maturity, is Xiao Qinyu. Oh, you brought help. Wang Sheng, are you regressing as you age? You actually brought two little kids. How funny. Xiao Qinyu disdainfully glanced at the newly arrived Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, speaking contemptuously to Wang Sheng. What are you so great about? Be careful, or I'll beat you until you can't find your teeth. Xiao Wu threatened, fiercely shaking her fists at Xiao Qinyu. Huh? Just you? Xiao Qinyu laughed loudly, and his followers joined in the laughter at this. Stop the verbal sparring. Let's settle this with a fight, Hu Jio said, pulling back the nearly explosive Xiao Wu, looking up at Xiao Qinyu. It's simple, I won't bully you. You only have 12 people. So let's do this. We'll send out 10 at a time, taking turns. As long as the one who fights wins, they can continue to battle the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated. Although it was clear they were at a disadvantage, Xiao Wu still readily agreed. All right, it's settled. Who's your first fighter? Step up. Behind her, Wang Sheng wanted to stop her, but Xiao Wu agreed too quickly, and it was too late to intervene. Xiao Qinyu gestured to his followers, and a tall senior student immediately stepped forward. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Xiao Wu and said, Sister Xiao Wu, let me take this round. He recognized the opposing senior student, having often fought him before, usually losing more than winning. However, aside from Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, he was the only one left on his side. The others were just there to make up the numbers. Wang Sheng, you're no match for him. I'll take it. Hu Jio held Wang Sheng's shoulder, not allowing him to fight. The opposing fighter had a pure soul power level, and just from the aura, Wang Sheng had already lost. Nodding at Xiao Wu, Hu Jio approached the opposing senior. My name is Hu Jio, Martial Soul. Carrot, level 9 support type Soul Master. As a support type Soul Master, is it too much to use a weapon against you? A level 9 support Soul Master. Wang Sheng, do you have no one else? You actually sent out a support type Soul Master, huh? Behind him, Xiao Qinyu laughed heartily at Hu Jio's introduction. A group of people behind him laughed too, thinking it was ridiculous for a support type Soul Master to fight, especially one with only Soul Master cultivation. Hu Jio scoffed dismissively, not saying anything more. He raised his hammer, swinging it in a semicircle, continuously accumulating power with one move after another. As the chaotic wind hammer technique unfolded, Hu Jio's aura grew stronger, soon surpassing what a Soul Master could emit. Lu Long, the student facing him, sensed something was off. The aura from this kid was almost surpassing his own. No, not almost, it had already surpassed it. Lu Long didn't dare to be slow, quickly summoning his martial soul stick and launching a direct attack at Hu Jio. Too late. At that moment, Hu Jio's chaotic wind hammer technique had accumulated 15 strikes. The 5th level chaotic wind hammer technique now looked incredibly imposing, with faint red light flickering on the hammer, a sign of soul power overflowing. Boom! With one hammer blow, Lu Long was sent flying along with his stick, crashing to the ground and unable to move. How about that? Hu Jio turned to Xiao Wu, raising his eyebrows proudly. Impressive. Your hammer technique has gotten even better. Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at Hu Jio, surprised. Although she knew Hu Jio was different from ordinary support-type Soul Masters and could handle a battle, she didn't expect his hammer technique had improved. No, it wasn't just the hammer technique that improved. His strength had increased. Did he hold back when he fought her before? Haha, truly no match at all. Big brother Xiao, what do you say? Hu Jio's impressive strike made Xiao Wu very proud as she playfully looked at Xiao Qinyu, teasing him. In this round, we lost. Ling Feng, you're up next. With a strong wave of his hand, Xiao Qinyu sent out another person. Kid, I've seen through your tricks. In a fight with me, I won't give you a chance to accumulate power. Ling Feng stomped his foot and shot forward like a rocket towards Hu Jio. So what if you see through it? If you can't win, I just want to fight you. Xiao San, come out quickly. Your brother's about to get beaten. Hu Jio shrugged and suddenly shouted towards the tree behind everyone. Xiao Jio, your nose is still as keen as ever. I was being so careful, yet you still found me. A voice came from behind the tree. It was Tang San. Chapter 14. Self-created soul skill, another one? Huh, you don't seem to be a work-study student. Kid, this is between us and the work-study students. I advise you to mind your own business. Xiao Qinyu looked at Tang San seriously, not because he feared his strength. He was mainly startled by the 24 bridge bright moon night at Tang San's waist. As the son of the city lord, he had seen good things before, and it was clear that Tang San's belt was not an ordinary item. His father had said that some people were not someone a small city lord's son could afford to offend, and Xiao Qinyu suspected Tang San was one of those people. So what if I'm not a work-study student? Xiao Jio is my brother. If you want to fight him, you'll have to defeat me first. After obtaining his first soul ring, Tang San was more confident. Even when facing seniors like Xiao Qinyu, his aura was not weak at all. Not knowing what's good for you. Ling Feng, go. Take it down. Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth, waving his right hand. With so many people watching, he couldn't show weakness. Regardless of background, he had to defeat them first. Go ahead. Tang San stepped in front of Hu Jio. Hu Jio smiled and stepped back, standing beside Xiao Wu to watch the show. Facing Tang San, Ling Feng spread his arms, his thin figure darting toward Tang San at lightning speed. Yet, Tang San stood still, seemingly unresponsive. Xiao Jio, do you think Tang San can do it? Don't embarrass me. Xiao Wu, worried, said beside Hu Jio. She was the leader. If Tang San lost, it wouldn't look good for her. Don't worry. I used to be unable to beat Xiao San. Now that he's obtained a soul ring, I definitely can't beat him. Hu Jio had no concerns about Tang San's combat ability. Worrying about him was less important than worrying about himself. As it turned out, just as Hu Jio said, in the arena, facing Ling Feng's fierce attacks, Tang San easily countered with a few simple moves, executing a beautiful flip and a kick that sent Ling Feng flying, unable to get up for a long time. This move, not to mention the work-study students on Hu Jio's side, even the people on Xiao Qinyu's side were quite shocked. Next, Tang San said calmly, looking at Xiao Qinyu across from him. Xiao Qinyu glared at Tang San with a gloomy face and stepped forward. Among their group, besides Lu Long and Ling Feng, he was the strongest one left. Now that Lu Long and Ling Feng had been defeated, he had no choice but to step in himself. Xiao San, come back. Let Xiao Wu handle the last match herself. Hu Jio glanced at the pouting Xiao Wu. The little rabbit was combative, and now that Xiao Qinyu was their last strong opponent, she was visibly unhappy about not being allowed to compete. Can she do it? Tang San turned back, puzzled. Who are you talking about? My sister Xiao Wu is definitely capable. Do you want to have a match later? Xiao Wu waved her fist, angrily protesting Tang San's doubt about her strength. If Tang San were not Hu Jio's brother, Xiao Wu might have already given him a lesson. Tang San. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He really couldn't understand why Hu Jio liked Xiao Wu's fiery personality. Oldait, no fighting. Xiao San, you step down for now. Xiao Jio looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu glaring at each other, feeling quite amused. It seemed like everything was pushed forward by him. Xiao Qinyu, Wu Hu and Wolf. Level 11, One Ring Soul Master. Xiao Qinyu coldly looked at them, thinking that they were still arguing at this point, clearly not taking him seriously. Xiao Wu, Wu Hu and Rabbit. Level 12 Soul Master. Xiao Wu shook her head, her scorpion braids swaying back and forth, looking confidently at Xiao Qinyu. What? You're actually a level 12 Soul Master? Xiao Qinyu looked in shock at the cute little girl in front of him. What kind of people were they? She was only 6 years old and had already cultivated to the rank of Soul Master. Did she even want to live? What's wrong, scared? If you're scared, just surrender quickly. Xiao Wu, with a strong aura, acted like a big shot from the martial world. You're trying to trick me, right? I've seen through your little tricks. Xiao Qinyu looked at Xiao Wu suspiciously, as if confirming whether what she said was true. Hee, don't believe me? Then let you see again. Xiao Wu teased, glancing at Xiao Qinyu, then shouted loudly, and a yellow light circle appeared under her feet. At the same time, 2 adorable rabbit ears popped up on Xiao Wu's head, and her eyes turned red, looking extremely cute. Moreover, Hu Jio clearly saw that behind Xiao Wu's short skirt was a fluffy white round ball, which was her short tail. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu was shocked and took 2 steps back. He only had a 10-year soul ring. How could he fight? You should know that the soul ring gives a significant boost to the soul master. Not to mention the difference of dozens or hundreds of years. Even a few years of difference is a considerable gap. Xiao Qinyu was straightforward. Knowing he couldn't win, he simply admitted defeat. Sister Xiao Wu, I concede. From now on, you'll be the boss of all students at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Good. I agree to let you be my little brothers. Xiao Wu proudly looked at the senior students bowing to her, then turned back and mischievously winked at Hu Jio, leaving him dizzy. At the same time, Tang San, who was beside Hu Jio, was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this not-so-cute little girl would have a higher soul power than him. What a high talent. After subduing Xiao Qinyu and his group, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu became relaxed, as they were now clearly arranged by this group of little brothers due to Xiao Qinyu's influence, leaving no room for them to intervene in their work at the academy. With some free time on his hands, Hu Jio began to think about another idea, the idea of creating his own skills. Currently, 5 positions have been unlocked in his panel, but there were only 3 skills currently, leaving 2 positions empty, which was a significant waste. He had already inquired at the academy and found that there were no skills for him to learn. Therefore, to avoid wasting the positions, he decided to create his own soul skills. As for the skills, the first thing that came to his mind was tree climbing and water stepping training, and then see if he could develop a soul power control skill. If this skill succeeded, then his rolling dumpling skill would not be a dream anymore. With the rolling dumpling skill, even if he was just an auxiliary Wuhuan, he could possess considerable offensive capabilities, unlike now, when he wouldn't dare to fight against soul masters after others learned about the flaws in his chaotic windhammer method. Winning or losing was secondary. The key was to win gracefully, which would allow him to show off, and that was the most important thing. Without the ability to show off, who would want to fight? He wasn't Xiao Wu, who could happily be a cute little rabbit caretaker. Chapter 15. Soul power control, tree climbing, and water stepping are training methods used in Naruto to train chakra control. In Hu Jio's view, whether it's chakra in Naruto or soul power in Douluo, they're ultimately a kind of extraordinary power, using tree climbing and water stepping as training methods. Although he couldn't be sure if he could create a skill, it would still be beneficial for himself regardless. Thinking of it, he started experimenting. First, he began with the simplest thing. He found a piece of paper, concentrated soul power in his palm, covered his palm on the paper, and began to apply the power of soul power, slowly raising his palm to stick the paper with soul power. As expected, the first experiment ended in failure. Then came the second time, the third time. As if possessed, Hu Jio was engaged in a battle with a piece of paper. No matter if he was eating, attending class, or even sleeping at night, he was still struggling with the paper. Xiao was very curious about Hu Jio's behavior. Xiao Jio, what are you doing? What's so fun about a piece of paper? Tang sitting beside Hu Jio was also looking at him curiously, not understanding what was so interesting about a piece of paper. Although he was smart enough to notice that Hu Jio seemed to be purposefully playing with the paper, he still couldn't figure out what he was doing. Oh, I have a new idea, but it seems I'm always missing a crucial thought, Hu Jio said with some frustration. He had been experimenting for several days without any results. Indeed, he wasn't a genius at all. What idea? Tell me about it. Tang-san, curious, looked at Hu Jio. In his eyes, Hu Jio was very smart. Just take the chaotic wind hammer method as an example. He learned it before Tang-san, but now, in terms of level, he had already fallen far behind Hu Jio. Tang-san was very interested in matters that could even trouble Hu Jio. Hey, hearing Tang-san's question, Hu Jio's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't complete such an operation, if it were Tang-san, he could definitely do it, right? You should know that this kid still has a technique for controlling cranes and capturing dragons in his hands. For Tang-san, wanting to absorb the paper onto his palm is simply not a problem. Thinking of this, Hu Jio expressed his thoughts. Absorbing paper, absorbing stones, climbing trees, and treading water, Tang-san lowered his head to ponder Hu Jio's so-called soul power control training method. After a while, he raised his head, looking intently at Hu Jio. Xiao Jio, you are truly a genius. I have thought carefully about your training method, and in principle, it is feasible. However, achieving this goal in reality may be quite difficult. But what? Why are you being so wishy-washy? Just say it straight. Next to them, Xiao Wu looked at Tang-san with dissatisfaction. Still a brother. Yet he hesitated over such a small matter. Haha, but I happen to know a little trick about it. Tang-san ignored Xiao Wu's displeasure, smiled calmly, and reached out to take the paper from Hu Jio's hand. He lightly placed the paper in his palm, performed a beautiful flip, palm facing down, and the paper rotated under his hand, still firmly adhering to his palm without any grabbing measures, not falling off. Impressive. Can you explain how this works? Hu Jio's eyes lit up. Indeed, Tang-san understood this. Haha, there's nothing to hide. The key is to let the soul power flow and rotate on the palm, thus generating an adhesive force. Of course, this rotation is not random. It follows a pattern. Oh, how amazing. Xiao Jio, you are really impressive. You thought of such an interesting ability. Seeing Tang-san absorb the paper onto his palm, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with admiration. As for Tang-san, the implementer, Xiao Wu had already ignored him. After all, the method was Hu Jio's idea, wasn't it? So, it requires such a technique. Xiao-san, your brain is really sharp. Why didn't I think of this method? After a while, Hu Jio had already learned Tang-san's method and successfully used soul power to absorb the paper onto his palm. At the same time, they also recognized this skill with the word soul power control shining in the fourth. Of course, this skill was still in a zero-level state. Not all. It's still you, Xiao Jio, who is impressive for coming up with such a method to train soul power. This can already be considered a kind of auxiliary self-created soul skill. I admire it. Facing Hu Jio's flattery, Tang San humbly waved his hand, knowing his own capabilities. The reason he could succeed was primarily due to having practiced the technique of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, thus making Hu Jio's gradual training method easy for him. All right, you both are impressive enough, right? Two big men here flattering each other. How embarrassing. Seeing Hu Jio and Tang San's demeanor, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction. Why couldn't I help Xiao Jio? That Tang San is so annoying. Seeing Xiao Wu actually feeling jealous of Tang San, Hu Jio was overjoyed, laughing. Ha, Xiao Wu. It seems your fate is about to change. Not pairing up with Tang San would be better for Xiao Wu. After all, in the original story, she had died once for Tang San, and now that Hu Jio was here, he would never let Xiao Wu sacrifice herself. 3 days later, Hu Jio's soul power control skill reached level 1, finally transitioning from theoretical improvement to having a practical effect on his body. With level 1 soul power control, he could already absorb small stones into his hand, although it was still not very useful. Hu Jio had begun to feel the benefits of this skill in controlling soul power. In the past, he didn't have this level of ease when controlling soul power. 10 days later, when soul power control reached level 2, Hu Jio found a tree to test it out. Although it was a bit forced, he still managed to climb it. Similarly, Tang San, who often stayed with him, was not bad, even performing better than him. He could agilely run all the way to the top of a large tree, something Hu Jio couldn't do. As for Xiao Wu, well, in front of the two show-offs, she lost, still stuck at the stage of absorbing small stones. This made Xiao Wu very unconvinced. They had trained together, and while it was understandable that Hu Jio made faster progress since he created the method, why was this little San also improving so quickly? It wasn't fair. Xiao Jio, tell me, did you hide something? Do you have a secret that you haven't told me? At night, in the dormitory, Xiao Wu leaned over with her little head, threatening Hu Jio with her claws. Ah, no. Hu Jio was startled by Xiao Wu's expression. What was going on? Had he already been exposed? When? Could it be that he talked in his sleep? Oh my god. In an instant, Hu Jio's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down. Chapter 16. Breakthrough. You definitely have some technique you haven't taught me. Otherwise, how could I possibly be worse than Tang San? Xiao Wu said with certainty, looking as if she believed Hu Jio was secretly hoarding something. Phew, I really don't. I see you've been training quite smoothly. Haven't you been playing around without putting in the effort? After a moment of panic, Hu Jio wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reminding himself to be careful and never say anything he shouldn't in his sleep. I think I've been quite dedicated. Xiao Wu suddenly felt a bit guilty. To be honest, ever since she became the leader, she hadn't trained much. Moreover, Xiao Wu had great talent. Even without training much, her soul power was increasing rapidly, and she was already at level 13. The success of his soul power control skill greatly boosted Hu Jio's confidence, and he immediately started his plan to create the spiral pill. However, after a few days of tinkering, he realized that the spiral pill required extremely high control over one's own soul power, which he couldn't manage at his current level. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the spiral pill needed the soul power to leave the body, something only soul masters could do. With his current cultivation as a soul warrior, it was a mere fantasy. Seeing this, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon this plan. Time passed as he played around with Xiao Wu. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. A long hiccup suddenly made Hu Jio freeze. It seemed that his soul power had broken through level 10. After confirming carefully, he found that he really had reached the soul master stage. Xiao Jio, what's wrong? Did you choke on your soup? Xiao Wu laughed as she looked at Hu Jio in the cafeteria. Haha, no, my soul power has broken through level 10. Hu Jio, being clever, seized the opportunity and excitedly hugged Xiao Wu, forgetting himself in his joy. It felt like he was hugging a doll. Happy. Really, that's great. Does this mean your carrots will taste even better now? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wu was also overjoyed. Hu Jio's martial soul was food-based, and, as his level increased, the taste of his martial soul would get better and better. As a little rabbit, Xiao Wu was thrilled about the delicious food she was about to enjoy. Hey, why are you hugging me? Let go. After a while, once Hu Jio had taken enough advantage, Xiao Wu finally reacted, her face turning pink with shyness. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Acting, Hu Jio was a professional. He looked flustered, as if he had committed a grave mistake. Forget it. Just don't hug me casually in the future, or I'll take care of you. She raised her fist and threatened in a fierce yet timid manner. This meant that as long as he didn't do it casually, it was fine to hug her. Xiao Jio, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang Xin smiled, and congratulated Hu Jio. Hee hee. Hu Jio grinned as he wrapped his arms around Tang San's neck. Little San, it's time for you to put in some effort. I plan to solidify my cultivation first, then take a leave to hunt for spirit rings in the soul hunting forest. No problem. Tang San nodded seriously, touching the 24 bridges under the bright moon at his waist, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. I'll go too. Don't worry. With my sister Xiao Wu helping you, we'll definitely find you a good spirit ring. Xiao Wu said, not willing to fall behind as she patted her chest. Okay, then, the three of us will go together. Hu Jio put his left arm around Tang San and his right hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, smiling. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the effects of your spirit ring? If not, I can ask Master for you, Tang San asked. I'm not really sure about that. I have some ideas, but I haven't finalized them. Why don't you mention it to Master? I can visit him tomorrow, Hu Jio said. When it comes to knowledge about spirit rings and spirit beasts, Master is the real expert. To ensure that his first spirit ring achieves the desired effect, he decided to consult Master. With Tang San's connection, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he remembered that the soul hunting forest was a place cultivated by the Empire and the Spirit Hall, and without a token from the Spirit Hall, one couldn't enter. If he could borrow a token from Master, he wouldn't need to report to the Spirit Hall. He had always protected his information well, especially now that he was on the same side as Xiao Wu. Naturally, he was in a hostile relationship with the Spirit Hall. Okay, then I'll talk to Master this afternoon. Tang San nodded. He had a deep understanding of his Master's theoretical knowledge, and if Hu Jio could get some guidance from Master, it would save him a lot of detours. After class the next day, Hu Jio carried a bag of fruit and went with Tang San to Master's residence. Hello, Master. Sorry to disturb you. Upon seeing Master, Hu Jio respectfully bowed. Regardless of Master's character, he was here to seek help, and he needed to maintain the proper demeanor. Have a seat. Xiao San has already told me about your situation. To be honest, you surprised me. After studying martial souls for so long, I've never seen someone with only level 2 innate soul power, especially the food system, manage to cultivate to the soul master stage in just a month. It's incredible. Master might have misunderstood. Actually, to put it correctly, he had been training for a full 4 months. His ancestors had once been soul masters, and relying on the legacy left by his predecessors, it wasn't strange for him to reach the soul master stage. Hu Jio had prepared an explanation for this issue long ago, so it didn't stand out when he explained it now. 4 months is still impressive. Master looked deeply at Hu Jio and said lightly, forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. Now, tell me the purpose of your visit today. When it came to serious matters, Hu Jio also became serious. He earnestly said to Master, Master, here's what I think. You know that my martial soul is a carrot, which means it has no attack power and can only serve as a support-type soul master and a food-type soul master. Since carrots, despite being plants, are food, I'm planning to cultivate both support-type and food-type. What do you think, Master? Hu Jio has actually been struggling with this question for a long time and has consulted a lot of materials, but unfortunately, there is very little knowledge on this aspect at Nodding Academy, and he hasn't found the answers he needs. It seems you're very smart. Indeed, your idea is correct. According to my theory of the 10 core competencies, the strength of a martial soul is proportional to the innate soul power of awakening, and vice versa. The Master tapped the table and continued, from your innate soul power, it can be seen that your martial soul is not strong. Although the Master's words were quite blunt, Hu Jio still nodded. This is a fact, and there is no point in arguing about it. As a low-level martial soul, there are actually significant advantages in obtaining soul rings, just like Xiao San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Being ordinary means it has a very strong adaptability, which means your martial soul can almost absorb any type of soul ring, and this is the most useful aspect for you. The Master is indeed a master. After his explanation, Hu Jio's eyes lit up, and a certain idea in his heart became clear. Chapter 17. Choice as a low-level martial soul. There are actually significant advantages in obtaining soul rings, just like Xiao San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Being ordinary means it has a very strong adaptability, which means your martial soul can almost absorb any type of soul ring, and this is the most useful aspect for you. The Master is indeed a master. After his explanation, Hu Jio's eyes lit up, and a certain idea in his heart became clear. If that's the case, my first soul ring effect should be able to enhance my cultivation speed. In the Douluo Continent, every soul master cannot do without cultivation. This is a lifelong endeavor. And Hu Jio's cultivation talent is not very good, so he can only think of ways from the soul rings. However, this requires the Master's help. There are so many soul beasts in the world, and the effects of the same soul beast soul ring used on different soul masters are also different. It is natural to consult the master to obtain the soul ring effect you need. Well, enhancing cultivation effect is the soul ring that every soul master hopes for. But unfortunately, based on my research on thousands of auxiliary soul rings, there are only 3 kinds that can enhance cultivation effects. The master glanced at Hu Jio faintly, as if looking at a fool. Nevertheless, he explained, the first kind is the Moonlight Beast, which can only be found in the Stardow Forest and is extremely rare. Unless you spend a huge price, you won't be able to find it. What about the other 2? Hu Jio has already ruled out the Moonlight Beast. He has neither money nor power, so there is no hope for such a rare and hard-to-find soul beast. The second is the Sunflower. This plant-type soul beast is not difficult to find, and it can be found in the soul hunting forest. However, the probability of obtaining an enhancement effect for cultivation by using it as a soul ring is only 1 in 10, or even lower. You need to think this through. Considering that Hu Jio is a friend from Tang San's hometown, the master kindly pointed this out. 1 in 10 probability? Isn't that almost like winning a lottery? I won't choose that. Hu Jio looked at the master expectantly, as there is still the last one not mentioned. As for the last one, don't get your hopes up. It's called the Devouring Sky Frog. Its effect does indeed increase soul power cultivation speed, but can only increase by 1% or even lower. This effect is worse than having none at all. After the master explained, he stopped talking and let Hu Jio ponder quietly. To gamble or not to gamble? Hu Jio was very conflicted. He wanted to use the Devouring Sky Frog as his soul ring, although the increase in cultivation speed is indeed low. Don't forget, he also has an idle panel. If the skills attached to the soul ring can also be improved through idling, then there is nothing to consider. The key is that he is currently uncertain whether the skills on the soul ring can be improved through idling. This is the most tangled point. Xiao Jio, why not give up on the soul ring effect? There are so many soul beasts in the world. Why must you focus on increasing your cultivation speed? Seeing Hu Jio in a state of indecision, Tang San finally couldn't help but remind him. Normally, for a soul ring choice that affects a soul master's entire life, Tang San wouldn't speak up, but seeing Hu Jio's conflicted expression, he couldn't hold back any longer. Tang San's words awakened Hu Jio, who nodded and turned to the master, saying, Master, I've made up my mind. I want to choose the Swallowing Sky Toad. Can you introduce this soul beast to me in detail? I'm taking a gamble. It's just a soul ring, after all, and it's only a low-level soul ring. No matter how good the effect is, it can't be heaven-defying. But if I win this gamble, then it truly could be heaven-defying. Even if the skill effect level upgrade only doubles the cultivation effect, instead of increasing it 10-fold or 100-fold, I still profit. Alright, let me introduce you to the Swallowing Sky Toad. After a while, Hu Jio left the master's residence with a calm expression, holding a token in his hand, which was a master's Wuhuan Palace identity card. Xiao Jio, are you really determined to choose the Swallowing Sky Toad as your first soul ring? That night, after finishing his class with the master, Tang San rushed over to Hu Jio. Yes. Hu Jio nodded, as if it were as simple as deciding what dish to eat today. Did you not understand what the master just said? The Swallowing Sky Toad has a lifespan of only a few decades at most. There is no such thing as a 100-year Swallowing Sky Toad, and the skill effect of the soul ring obtained is not good. Xiao Jio, think it over. Let us choose a 100-year soul beast instead. If you're worried about our safety, you can rest assured. I can handle a 100-year soul ring. Facing Tang San's earnest persuasion and reassurances, Hu Jio felt warm in his heart. Tang San indeed had strong personal charm. Initially, he had a slight intention to use Tang San, but after genuinely interacting, he gradually regarded him as a real brother. Don't worry, Xiao San. My choice of the Swallowing Sky Toad as my first soul ring was also made after careful consideration. Listen to my explanation, not my excuses. Tang San, calm down. You speak. Well, how should I put it? In the knowledge we've learned, it has been explained that the lifespan of a soul master's soul ring cannot be changed, right? Hu Jio looked at Tang San and asked. Yes, that is common knowledge. Tang San nodded. Then let me tell you, I don't believe in that common knowledge. Hu Jio said seriously. Sometimes, Tang San really wanted to crack open Hu Jio's head to see what was inside. Isn't it a well-established fact that the lifespan of a soul ring cannot be increased? How old are you? And you dare to doubt this? Listen to me. In my view, whether it's soul power or soul rings, they're all part of our own strength. There is nothing to discuss about that, right? Yes, soul power and soul rings are our strength. Tang San nodded. Since they're our own strength, why can't soul rings be improved through cultivation like soul power? Hu Jio countered. Tang San fell silent. Hu Jio's words sounded a bit like nonsense, but upon reflection, they seemed reasonable. Since soul rings are also part of our strength, why can't they be enhanced through cultivation? I believe there are two reasons why people say soul rings cannot be enhanced. Hu Jio raised a finger. First, those who say this cannot truly control their own soul rings. I'm not talking about releasing or retracting the soul ring. I mean controlling the power of the soul ring. Simply put, it's about manipulating the soul ring as if it were part of your own body, like controlling its size and strength, etc. And the second, Tang San was intrigued by what Hu Jio said and couldn't he wait to hear more. Although Hu Jio's statement was crazy, upon careful consideration, it made sense. If what Hu Jio said were true, then the Douluo Continent would change because of him. As for the second point, it's simple. Even if soul rings could be enhanced through cultivation, so what? Why not spend that time working on improving soul power in your own level instead? If you had to choose, would you spend your time increasing your level or enhancing the power of your soul ring? This, Tang San. Chapter 18. Departure. So, you've been talking for so long just to mess with me? Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he looked at Hu Jio, wanting to punch him. Damn it, you're talking about changing the Douluo Continent, and then you throw out a bunch of nonsense? Because there is no time? Haha, don't be angry. It's not completely useless. For example, what? For example, you can multitask. Even if it's not true multitasking, you can let your body form instincts, which is a form of multitasking. Hu Jio smiled proudly. You mean? Tang San's eyes lit up. That's more like it. Yes, as long as you work hard. Even the heavens can be defied. Young man, keep it up. Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder with satisfaction, looking pleased. Get lost. Your reasoning doesn't convince me. I still can't let you choose the swallowing sky toad as your soul ring. Tang San pushed away Hu Jio's hand, still opposing Hu Jio's joke about his future. All right, then I'll keep making things up. Continue talking. Hu Jio almost slipped up. Go ahead. I'm listening. All right, you two are actually whispering behind my back. Hu Jio, what are you doing? Just as Hu Jio was organizing his words, Xiao Wu suddenly popped out. It turns out that Hu Jio and Tang San had been outside for a long time, which made Xiao Wu feel something was off. Didn't they promise to stick together? Where did they go? Xiao Wu, you came at the right time. Help me persuade Xiao Jio. Seeing Xiao Wu arrive, Tang San's face lit up, and he immediately rattled off about Hu Jio wanting to choose the swallowing sky toad as his soul ring. Of course. He also casually mentioned Hu Jio's idea that soul rings can be enhanced through cultivation. Are you stupid? Since Xiao Jio has already mentioned the method, why not just give it a try to find out? You really have a big head with nothing inside. Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glance, thinking he was foolish. Oh right, I'll just give it a try and see what happens. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San suddenly enlightened. Let us try it. If soul rings can indeed be enhanced through cultivation, then it wouldn't be impossible for Hu Jio to choose the swallowing sky toad. By the way, Xiao Jio, didn't you just say you had other reasons? Let us hear them. Just as Tang San was about to head back to experiment, he suddenly remembered that Hu Jio mentioned he had other reasons. Oh, you mean that? There's not much to say. I just want to create a new soul skill based on the one I obtain. As a great imitation nation, it's instinctive to borrow and emulate, right? In this way, the soul skill can be leveled up automatically. Of course, this is something that cannot be said to Tang San. Why do I feel like everything you say today is a lie? Tang San looked at Hu Jio with a suspicious expression. It's not true. That's impossible. In response, Hu Jio repeatedly denied it, and fortunately, his ability to tell tall tales with his eyes wide open hadn't faded. Otherwise, he would have been exposed today. Of course, it can't be said to be a lie. If the soul ring skill couldn't be leveled up automatically, he would really need to research this aspect. After that day, Tang San entered a state of intense research. Aside from eating with Hu Jio, he was rarely seen. Meanwhile, Hu Jio was making final preparations for hunting soul rings. His preparation involved idling and waiting. He noticed that the soul power meditation technique and the five senses enhancement technique on his idle panel were about to reach level 5, while the soul power control skill was also set to reach level 3. He decided to wait until they all leveled up before setting off. The soul power meditation technique was not a big deal, but the enhancement of the five senses was crucial. Once the skill improved, it would greatly assist him in hunting soul beasts. With enhanced vision, smell, and hearing, he would be able to find and avoid soul beasts effectively, especially considering the dangers like poisonous insects that were everywhere in the forest. Hu Jio valued his safety highly. In such a dangerous place as the soul-hunting forest, being adequately prepared was essential. 5 days later, the soul power meditation technique reached level 5, increasing its effectiveness by 40%. The five senses enhancement technique also reached level 5, allowing him to detect various scents within 200 meters, while his ears could hear sound from 500 meters away. His vision became clearer, enabling him to see the faces of people standing 1 mile away. Additionally, he had leveled up his soul power control to level 3, which allowed him to run swiftly along tree branches. Besides that, his control over his own soul power had greatly improved. By concentrating soul power in his legs, he could accelerate his running speed, and by concentrating it in his hands, he could increase his strength and speed. Overall, just the improvement in soul power control had raised Hu Jio's overall strength to a new level. Xiao Jio, the method you mentioned has been confirmed to be feasible, Tang Xin said excitedly as he hurried over to Hu Jio on the 6th day, looking very pleased. Really successful? Hu Jio exclaimed in disbelief. But what? Hu Jio was still immersed in the shock that Tang San had brought him. But this requires very strong soul power control abilities, and compared to soul power cultivation, the speed of increasing soul rings is pitifully slow. At my current cultivation speed, it might really take a year to extend the duration of a soul ring by 1 year, Tang San said helplessly, feeling regretful about this answer. He had thought it was a groundbreaking discovery that could change the world, but it turned out to be a rather useless ability. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, Tang San might have been quite disheartened. Wasn't this something we anticipated? Hu Jio had expected this result. After all, leveling up soul rings wasn't easy. All right, I've decided to go to the soul hunting forest tomorrow to get a soul ring. Xiao San, do you have any questions? No questions. I'll talk to my master in a bit. We can leave any time. Tang San nodded, indicating that there were no problems. Then tomorrow it is. Let's go find Xiao Wu and ask for leave together. The management at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite strict, and this time they would need at least 2 to 3 days to return, so it was necessary to request leave in advance. Of course, requesting leave with a legitimate reason was not a problem. After all, hunting soul rings was a significant event in life, and the Academy would understand. The leave request went smoothly, and the Academy leadership easily approved it, only reminding them to pay attention to their safety and stating that the Academy would not be responsible for any incidents. On this point, the Academy even required them to sign a disclaimer. That night, under the excited voice of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio slowly fell asleep with anticipation. The next morning, after a simple packing, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San set off. The soul hunting forest is about 400 miles away from Nodding City. Since Tang San had been there once, everything felt familiar to him. They purchased drinking water, food, and camping supplies, and after everything was ready, they hired a carriage to head to the soul hunting forest. Chapter 19. Soul hunting by noon the next day. The three of them finally arrived at the soul hunting forest. Finally here, it was so boring to be on a road. Xiao Wu jumped off the carriage and stretched her arms wide. You've worked hard. Here, have a carrot first. Hu Jio, who got off the carriage behind her, smiled beside her. Can't be tough. This action is all to help him obtain a spirit ring, while Xiao Wu and Tang San are just helping out voluntarily. Xiao San, do you want one too? Hu Jio made another carrot and handed it to Tang San. Sure, why not? I have to say this carrot is crispy and delicious, quenching thirst and filling hunger, and most importantly, you never have to worry about going hungry. It's great. Tang San, who had been starved by Tang House since childhood, felt this even more deeply. You two stop dawdling. Hurry up and find Soul Beast for Xiao Jio. Ahead, Xiao Wu was bouncing and waving back at them. The two exchanged smiles and hurried to catch up. Arriving at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, Hu Jio took out Master S Spirit Hall token and easily led Tang San and Xiao Wu inside. Xiao Wu, slow down, be careful of dangers. Hearing the various sounds of soul beasts and the faint sense of danger around him, Hu Jio suddenly felt a bit worried. Originally, he thought that with 2 battle spirit masters like Tang San and Xiao Wu around, he wouldn't feel scared. But it seemed he had overestimated himself. Walking in such a dangerous place, he had never experienced this in this life or the last, especially after his 5 senses were enhanced. He could detect various dangerous auras in the forest. It was like a little sheep walking among a pack of wolves, feeling frightened. Xiao Jio, so you're scared. Don't worry, Sister Xiao will protect you. Seeing the expression on Hu Jio's face, Xiao Wu suddenly felt like she discovered a new continent. On the other hand, Tang San understood somewhat. After all, Hu Jio was only 6 years old, so it was normal to be scared in such a dangerous place. But Xiao Wu, that girl was a bit bold. I'll lead the way. Xiao Jio, you stay in the middle, and Xiao Wu at the back. We'll protect Xiao Jio together. Naturally, Tang San took over the command of the group. Okay, once it came to serious matters, Xiao Wu also became serious and obediently followed Tang San's instructions, closely following Hu Jio, afraid that he might encounter any accidents. Don't make the atmosphere so tense. Although I'm an auxiliary system soul master, I also have combat power. At least I can protect my own safety. Hu Jio raised the hammer in his hand and said, unhappily, compared to Xiao Wu, who was at level 13, and Tang San, who was at level 14, he might not be as good, but he wasn't that helpless. Let me show you my level 5 chaotic cloak hammer technique. In this realm, the chaotic wind hammer technique has already reached the point where it can unleash a total of 81 strikes consecutively, with the final strike possessing an attack power of 500 pounds, something even Tang San cannot achieve at this moment. He is not considered weak, right? Just in case. Tang San, walking ahead, seemed to worry about Hu Jio's emotions and explained this. No need to explain, I know. By now, Hu Jio has adapted to the atmosphere of the soul-hunting forest, and his mood has calmed down. Go left. The right seems to have the aura of a 100-year soul beast. As they walked, Hu Jio suddenly reached out and pulled Tang San, directing him to change direction. All right. Tang San didn't ask how he discovered it, and immediately walked to the left. However, Xiao Wu behind them was quite curious. How did you know there was a 100-year soul beast on the right? It's simple. One is the aura, the other is the smell. All of these tell me that there are troublesome characters on the right. It was at this moment that Hu Jio realized that in the soul-hunting forest, his most useful sense was probably touch. With it, it was practically life-saving. It felt like a premonition. As they got closer, his body would naturally react, like an animal bristling, signaling that there was danger in that direction, coupled with the foul smell he detected with his nose. If Hu Jio had a bit more knowledge, he could directly identify what type of soul beast it was. Your perception ability is so strong, you can actually sense the aura of soul beasts in advance. With this ability, it seems our soul hunting mission will be much simpler. The most dangerous aspect of the soul hunting forest is encountering soul beasts that are stronger than oneself. But Hu Jio's ability allows them to detect the presence of soul beasts ahead of time. No wonder Xiao Wu looked surprised. Haha, this is a soul technique passed down from my ancestors, but unfortunately, this technique cannot be taught to outsiders. Otherwise, I would teach you. Hu Jio said, cannot be taught to outsiders, only to insiders. I also learned this from Tang San, who told that kid to keep Tang Sek's martial arts so tightly guarded. With Hu Jio's sensing ability, the following matters became straightforward. Once they sensed the presence of a 100-year soul beast, they would all avoid it in advance. This time, Hu Jio's target is the sky swallowing toad, a type of small soul beast that can only grow to over 90 years at most in its lifetime. Because they do not live long, living for several decades is considered quite long for them. Moreover, the strength of the sky swallowing toad is not strong. It is at the bottom of the food chain in the soul-hunting forest. The master once said that the sky swallowing toad prefers to live in dark and damp places. Therefore, Hu Jio started to look up information about the soul-hunting forest while at the academy and ultimately discovered that only the southwestern edge of the forest matched the living environment of the sky swallowing toad. That area has a lower terrain with many small water puddles, and due to the water source, the trees grow densely, making it a perfect habitat for the sky swallowing toad. Their current location is in the northwest direction, and to reach there, they need to take a big detour. Fortunately, Hu Jio is sensitive and can sense the presence of soul beasts, so they avoided them in advance. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single soul beast, as if they were not in the dangerous soul-hunting forest, but rather in their backyard. Xiao San, go left, Hu Jio instructed as he asked Tang San, who was walking in front, to change their route. Behind them, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking that Xiao Jio was being too cautious. It's just this soul-hunting forest. Is it necessary to be this careful? Wait, we've been discovered, prepare for battle. Suddenly, Hu Jio frowned. He realized that this time they had not avoided detection, as a soul beast was rushing towards them rapidly. As soon as Hu Jio finished speaking, Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately stopped and became vigilant towards the direction Hu Jio was looking. Xiao Jio, can you sense the specific situation? Tang San asked calmly. The aura isn't very strong. It's not a 100-year soul beast, but there are quite a few of them, a total of 8. It should be a pack of soul beasts. With the enhancement of his 5 senses technique, the information Hu Jio could sense was limited to this. 8 soul beasts. This is a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Tang San frowned and said, wait a moment, I will control them with my martial soul. And Xiao Jio, Xiao Wu, take the opportunity to attack. Okay. Hu Jio and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Hu Jio tightly gripped the iron hammer in his hand while continuously sensing the position of the group of soul beasts. As they got closer, he began to swing the iron hammer repeatedly, unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique. This time, he was going to unleash a big move. Since he had upgraded the chaotic wind hammer technique to level 5, he hadn't used it to its full potential, and now was the perfect opportunity to see its effectiveness. Here it comes. Just as Hu Jio's chaotic wind hammer technique accumulated to over 70 strikes, a hint of purple flashed in Tang San's eyes, and at the same time, the blue-silver grass within him had already been released. Blue-silver grass, entangle. Chapter 20. Sky-devouring toad as a pack of gray-black wolves appeared. Thick blue vines of blue-silver grass shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping them in place. Huh, watch this. At this moment, Xiao Wu also began her attack. She gracefully leaped into the air, performing several beautiful flips, and in the blink of an eye, she was among the wolves, kicking one of them hard, sending it flying and unable to get up for a long time. Everyone, get out of the way, watch me. At this point, Hu Jio had finally accumulated the hammer technique to the 81st strike. He shouted loudly, merging with the hammer, and smashed towards the wolf pack with lightning speed. Boom! The ground shook as Hu Jio's iron hammer crashed into the wolves like a cannonball. In an instant, blood and flesh flew among the wolves, and dust rose from the ground. When the dust settled, what appeared before Tang San and Xiao Wu was a huge pit, and the wolf pack was no longer there, with only some severed limbs and bits of flesh visible in the dirt. Xiao Jio, you can't use this hammer technique on me in the future. Standing outside the big pit, Xiao Wu swallowed hard, carefully recalling whether she had bullied Hu Jio during this time. After pondering, she realized that she might be in a bit of danger. Haha, don't worry. You're so cute. How could I possibly hit you? Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu, who had a fearful expression, amused. Didn't she know that even if he wanted to hit her, he would never have the chance to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique? Didn't he expect the chaotic wind hammer technique to have such tremendous power? Perhaps even his father wasn't as powerful as Xiao Jio. In the distance, Tang San was taken aback. The hammer technique had been taught by him, and he never thought that this hammer technique, used for forging, would possess such great power. Xiao Jio, your chaotic wind hammer technique has reached perfection and possesses the demeanor of a master, perhaps even our father who taught us. Never expected this hammer technique to be so formidable. At this moment, Tang San felt that he shouldn't only focus on Tang Sek's martial arts. He also needed to practice the chaos wind hammer technique diligently. After all, his second martial soul was a hammer. If he could cultivate the chaos wind hammer technique to the level of Xiao Jio, and then use it with his martial soul, what immense power that would have. What chaos wind hammer technique? Isn't that just a blacksmithing skill? Acting talent had already seeped into his bones, and it couldn't be changed. Well, this is the chaos wind hammer technique, but I heard the name from someone else. I'll ask my dad when I get home to find out more. Tang Sen nodded and said, hey, whether it is or not, let's just call it that. I didn't expect it to have such great power. After the break, I will definitely buy 2 jars of good wine to thank Uncle Tang Hao, Hu Jio said with a joyful expression, acting as if it were real. So Xiao San can also use this hammer technique? Why have I never seen you use it? Beside him, Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang San, could he say that his chaos wind hammer technique could only swing 64 times in a row? Xiao San, come take a look at this soul beast. Why can't we avoid them? In the end, it was still Hu Jio who helped Tang San out of the situation. This is a shadow wolf. It must be them. This type of soul beast has an extremely keen sense of smell and can identify prey from a mile away just by scent. Perhaps we have been targeted as hunting prey. Approaching the shadow wolf that Xiao Wu had kicked away earlier, Tang San observed carefully and said, it seems we need to be more cautious in our actions from now on. If there are other soul beasts with this ability, we definitely won't be able to escape. A hint of vigilance flashed in Hu Jio's eyes. Fortunately, this time it was just a 10-year soul beast. If it had been 100 years, they might have been in danger. Well, it's better to be careful. Tang Sen nodded, but he wasn't really worried. In the soul hunting forest, 100-year soul beasts were already the strongest. Such soul beasts couldn't possibly live in groups. After all, this was a place raised by the Empire. Of course, he wouldn't tell Hu Jio this to avoid him letting his guard down. During the next leg of the journey, they didn't encounter any soul beast that could discover them. After walking for 2 hours, the 3 finally arrived at their destination. I hear frogs croaking over there. Let's go take a look. It might be the sky-devouring frog, Hu Jio said, his ears twitching as he listened carefully and confirmed. The 3 exchanged glances, a hint of excitement flashing in their eyes. Let's go see. Quietly, the 3 of them made their way toward the direction Hu Jio indicated. They parted a patch of wild grass and finally saw their target. Indeed, this is the sky-devouring frog, but I wonder how many years old it is. Without needing Tang San to confirm, Hu Jio had already recognized the soul beast in front of them. Yes, it is indeed the sky-devouring frog. Looking at the patterns on its back, it should only have around 30 years of cultivation. It's too weak. It's not suitable for Xiao Jio to absorb. Tang Xin took a glance, but quickly shook his head. Xiao Jio's first soul ring should be at least around 90 years old. This is the minimum he can accept. As a brother, he won't just stand by and let Hu Jio give up his future. Well, we have arrived at the territory of the sky-swallowing toad. I have memorized the aura of this soul beast. Follow me. There are still a few ahead. Hu Jio nodded. He didn't want such a weak soul beast as a soul ring either. They secretly found a few more sky-swallowing toads, but their cultivation levels didn't meet their requirements. The strongest was only 80 years old, which was too low. Be careful. We're getting closer to the center of the forest, where powerful soul beasts might appear. Hu Jio had a faint feeling, but it was too far away to be clear. Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a chill in their hearts. Hu Jio's perception ability had been validated during their journey, and they had no doubts about his judgment. They moved forward slowly, and after a while, Hu Jio suddenly looked happy. Found it. The sky-swallowing toad ahead definitely has over 90 years of cultivation. I can feel it. Great. Let's go. Xiao Wu whispered in excitement. After so long, they finally found their target. The sky-swallowing toad was right in front. Xiao San, you will use the blue-silver grass to ambush and trap it. Xiao Wu, it will be up to you next. When Xiao San traps it, you will use your waist bow to bring it to me. As for me, I'll prepare my big move here. With a faint smile, Hu Jio quickly arranged the tactics. Good. Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objections. If they followed Hu Jio's method, they could perfectly ambush the sky-swallowing toad. Action. As soon as Hu Jio's voice fell, Tang San's feet shook, and he shot forward like a wisp of green smoke. At the same time, Xiao Wu wasn't weak either. She made a light flip, jumped to the treetops, and quickly leaped away. On the ground, Hu Jio gripped the iron hammer and began to swing it in circles, creating howling winds around his body, as if he had gone mad. Chapter 21. The birth of the Tang monster in the soul-hunting forest. Tang San's eyes had completely turned purple. This was the manifestation of the purple extreme magic, eye being fully activated. He would not leave anything to chance in hunting a soul ring for his brother. He had to give it his all. He nodded at Xiao Wu, who was leaning on the treetop, and circulated his soul power, causing a blue-silver grass to materialize. At the same time, several strands of blue-hued blue-silver grass quickly shot out from around the sky-swallowing toad, wrapping around it in circle after circle, especially focusing on the toad's mouth. While Tang San was in action, Xiao Wu had already leaped out from the tree. First soul skill waist bow. The crisp sound accompanied the flying figure of the sky-swallowing toad. Boom! The sky-swallowing toad was heavily smashed to the ground, and before it could react, it only saw a faint red light of an iron hammer shadow in its vision. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the forest wailed. On the ground, the sky-swallowing toad had disappeared, leaving only a mass of blurred flesh. A milky white halo slowly appeared at the spot. Perfect cooperation. Hu Jio happily put away the iron hammer and waited for Tang San and Xiao Wu to return. After a few moments, Tang San and Xiao Wu came back. Xiao Jio quickly absorbed the soul ring. We will protect you. Knowing that Hu Jio had made up his mind to absorb the sky-swallowing toad's soul ring, Tang San stopped persuading him. Although a soul ring over 90 years was slightly lacking, he believed in Hu Jio's choice. Good. Hu Jio nodded, not wasting any time. Suppressing his excitement, he extended his right hand, summoned the carrot martial soul, and with a thought, attracted the soul ring from the ground, which encircled his martial soul. At that moment, Hu Jio felt a violent surge of soul power suddenly fill his body, making him feel as if he had expanded a whole circle. Not daring to be slack, he focused his mind, and the 5th-level soul power meditation method began to operate quickly, refining the soul ring of the sky-swallowing toad. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood by Hu Jio's side, always keeping an eye on the surroundings. Although Hu Jio had said earlier that there were no other soul beasts nearby, the commotion caused by Hu Jio's chaotic hammering technique was quite large, and it could attract other soul beasts, which would be troublesome. After waiting for 2 hours, just as it was getting dark, Hu Jio's expression finally changed. Just when Hu Jio was happily preparing to open his eyes and get up, he suddenly noticed a shift in his vision, as a creature with blood-red eyes and a violent aura charged towards him. What is this? Hu Jio was only puzzled for a moment before reacting. There was only one reason for this situation to occur. That is a soul bone. At this moment, Hu Jio was not surprised but rather pleased. It was just a mass of resentment. As long as his will was strong, he could get immense benefits after overcoming this challenge. Of course, Hu Jio would not be foolish enough to wait passively for the blows. His mental determination instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, charging straight towards the resentment of the devouring sky toad that was rushing towards him. Boom, boom, boom. This is a clash of will and resentment, a primal collision, a fight to the death. The sky-swallowing toad harbors deep resentment, clearly. It was minding its own business in the soul-hunting forest when it was ambushed for no reason. What's worse is that it never understood how it met its demise until just before dying. Isn't that infuriating? It's simply filled with rage. Perhaps its resentment moved the heavens, finally allowing it to confront its enemy. It seeks revenge. Opposite it, Hu Jio also wore a fierce expression. He did not want to die. Some people, though usually gentle and kind with good tempers, can unleash tremendous energy when faced with life and death threats. Hu Jio is one of those people. Die for me. At this moment, Hu Jio's mind was consumed by a single thought: to kill it. Every part of him that could move, hands, feet, arms, mouth, head, became his weapons. This is indeed Hu Jio's spiritual sea. He is the master here. As time passes, both parties' figures are fading, but Hu Jio has an endless source of power supporting him, which is the spontaneously transformed spiritual power of his body. On the other hand, the resentment of the sky-devouring toad is quickly dissipating, as it lacks the support of physical power. With the rise and fall of both sides, the resentment of the sky-devouring toad is finally defeated by Hu Jio, turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing. At the moment the sky-devouring toad vanishes, Hu Jio once again feels a surge of power coming, which makes him cautious, and he immediately intensifies his refinement. While refining the power, Hu Jio is completely unaware that Xiao Wu and Tang San, who are protecting him outside, are extremely anxious. How could this happen? Wasn't everything fine just now? Looking at Hu Jio's tightly furrowed brow and pained expression, Xiao Wu feels utterly helpless. It is only at this moment that she realizes that, unknowingly, Hu Jio has already occupied an important place in her heart. Tang San is also at a loss. This situation was never mentioned by the master. Wasn't it said that the limit for a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years? Why is it that Xiao Jio experiences problems after absorbing only a 90-year soul ring? You always say your master is knowledgeable. Why doesn't he even know such a simple matter? In my opinion, your master is just a fraud. At this moment, Xiao Wu is frantic, biting whoever she can find. Seeing Tang San's powerlessness, she vents her anger on him. Tang San angrily points at Xiao Wu, but after a moment of thought, reason triumphs over anger, and, coupled with his concern for Hu Jio's safety, he manages to calm down. Women are truly incomprehensible. This thought flashes through his mind. Meanwhile, sitting cross-legged, Hu Jio's expression suddenly changes. This soul bone does not belong to the limbs, nor to the torso or head. It is an external soul bone. The value of external soul bones goes without saying. Unlike the normal 6 main soul bones, external soul bones can evolve with the enhancement of the owner's strength. Logically speaking, Hu Jio should be happy to obtain such a precious soul bone. However, thinking about what ability is most characteristic of a frog, it corresponds that Hu Jio has now also acquired such an external soul bone. The tongue monster is born. The ticklish and painful tongue is transforming, and Hu Jio dazedly feels his tongue becoming powerful. This strange ability is best kept secret forever. Unless one day Hu Jio suddenly thinks of it and decides never to mention it. Absolutely not in life and death situations. A quarter of an hour later, the absorption of the external soul bone is successful, and Hu Jio opens his eyes, looking at Xiao Wu, who is anxiously gazing at him. This distance is within reach. Ahem. Xiao Jio, how are you? Are you hurt? Faced with Xiao Wu's immense anxiety, Hu Jio feels very ashamed. Just as he is about to speak, suddenly, Hu Jio's expression changes again. This time, the idle panel encountered a problem. Originally, Hu Jio's idle panel was always simple and clean, with only small squares on it, one of which had a skill in idle mode, leaving the 5th square empty, while the other small squares remained in a gray sealed state. However, now the entire panel was emanating a faint golden glow. Chapter 22. Soul Ring Idle. Whether it's the unlocked idle slots or the locked ones, all the squares were shining with golden dots. The light spots gradually converged above the, slowly forming a small golden square. Is this another? Hu Jio speculated. Waiting was always long, and Hu Jio split his focus, comforting Xiao Wu while keeping an eye on that only he could see. After a few minutes, the new finally stabilized, a golden hanging alone above the, looking domineering and unique. Before Hu Jio could study what this newly appeared did, they automatically provided the answer. Suddenly, his martial soul, the carrot, uncontrollably appeared in his hand. At the same time, a milky white soul ring began to slowly rotate around him. As soon as the soul ring appeared, Hu Jio felt a sudden pull from his new, which directly into the, "Wait, my soul ring." Hu Jio couldn't help but shout. "What soul ring? Isn't it just a 10-year soul ring? I told you I'd find you a 100-year one, but you insisted otherwise," Tang San said, looking at Hu Jio with annoyance. Huh. Following Tang San's gaze, Hu Jio was surprised to find that his soul ring was still under his feet. Looking up again, he saw the soul ring-shaped pattern had taken root on the golden, with the number 92 displayed in the center, and a transparent coil slowly being filled at the edge of the square. A soul ring can also. Hu Jio's face revealed an excited smile. He never expected that to be so advanced. He had initially wanted to see if he could soul ring skills, but it turned out the panel directly ed the soul ring a step ahead. A soul ring is great. After the soul ring's age increases, not only will the soul ring become more powerful, but its attached skills will also become stronger and stronger. For a moment, Hu Jio began to laugh foolishly with joy. "Hey, wake up. It's just a soul ring. Is it really that exciting?" Xiao Wu pushed the still grinning Hu Jio, looking annoyed. Just now, she was asking Hu Jio what changes his martial soul underwent after absorbing the soul ring, but Hu Jio ignored her and kept smiling foolishly. It's just that I'm happy to have gotten a soul ring." Hu Jio smiled sheepishly and extended his hands, the carrot martial soul appearing. "I have a carrot to absorb." After the incantation, a bright, glowing carrot appeared in Hu Jio's hand. "Here, Xiao Wu, try my new carrot and see how it tastes." Dealing with an angry Xiao Wu, a carrot can solve the problem. "If one doesn't work, I'll get another." This carrot is glowing. Let me help you taste it." With a swoosh, the carrot in Hu Jio's hand was now in Xiao Wu's hands. Crunchy, sweet, better than the original carrot. Like a little hamster, Xiao Wu kept nibbling on the carrot, her little face puffed up like a bun. As long as it's good, I'll give you one every day," Hu Jio said with a smile. Looking just like a caretaker. The point isn't how it tastes. The effect is the hard truth. "Xiao Jio, what effect does your soul ring bring to the carrot?" Tang San, looking gloomy, watched the two. "Is it useful if it's tasty?" "Tasty but can't make you stronger." "Hey, it just speeds up the training effect a little. About 1%, better than nothing." Hu Jio waved his hand indifferently. After all, his soul ring was only at the 10-year level, and having such an effect was already pretty good. However, glancing at the ING soul ring, a faint confidence flashed through Hu Jio. In the future, he would experience a training speed like flying. One should know that for the same soul beast, different ages lead to huge changes in the skills obtained. The differences in skill effects between 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and so on are unimaginable. Sigh, this weak effect, what will happen in the future? A hint of worry flashed across Tang San's face, and then he advised Hu Jio, "Xiao Jio, you should spend more time on the soul ring in the future. Since your theory has been successfully verified, you should cultivate hard, striving to upgrade your soul ring to the 100-year level as soon as possible. Only then can your abilities see a significant improvement." Tang San was relieved that Hu Jio was smart enough to invent a method for cultivating soul rings. Otherwise, just having a 10-year white soul ring would significantly hinder his growth. "Don't worry, when have you ever seen me do something without confidence?" Hu Jio comforted Tang San by patting his shoulder. How could Hu Jio not feel Tang San's concern? However, everyone has their own secrets. Hu Jio had the secret of and Tang San also had the secret of Tang sect martial arts. Even Xiao Wu, who was happily nibbling on the carrot, had her own secrets. "Xiao Jio, don't listen to him." Hearing their conversation, Xiao Wu calmly patted Hu Jio's shoulder, speaking in a big sister tone. "Don't worry. With me, Sister Xiao Wu, around, no one dares to bully you. Just watch me throw him into 8 pieces. Knowing Sister Xiao Wu is powerful. Do you want another carrot? Yes. 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 Give me another one. No, 2. I haven't had enough yet." Laughter rang through the forest. The purpose of this trip was to help Hu Jio hunt for a soul ring, and now that the goal was achieved, they should head back. However, before that, they needed to spend a night in the forest because Hu Jio took a bit long to absorb the soul ring, and now that dusk had fallen, the nighttime forest was very dangerous and not suitable for traveling. While resting, Hu Jio instructed Tang San and Xiao Wu to keep his soul ring's age a secret, preferably not telling anyone. Xiao Wu and Tang San both agreed, knowing that Hu Jio was preparing for future soul ring upgrades. After all, the matter of soul rings being upgraded was better kept under wraps to avoid unnecessary trouble for themselves and others. After a night, the trio immediately set off, heading towards Nodding City. The next afternoon, a look of shock flashed across Hu Jio's face. He discovered that his soul ring's age had already reached 93 years. Although he knew that after ing, his soul ring's age would increase, he never expected it to grow so fast. It had only been a day. What kind of speed is this? This means that in 7 more days, his white soul ring could be upgraded to a yellow soul ring, and at that time, the skill effects brought by the soul ring would also be enhanced. The soul ring obtained from the sky-devouring toad was called Absorption, a genuine food-type soul ring skill. It had only one effect, to increase soul power training speed, lasting for 1 hour. With his current soul power, he could produce more than 10 at once. Chapter 23. 100-Year Soul Ring. It's time to find a way to control the soul ring. The soul power manipulation skill must be improved. After the rapid increase in soul ring age, joy was followed by calmness. Currently, the soul ring had just been acquired, and he could not effectively control its color and strength. An experienced soul master could easily tell the age of his soul ring at a glance. Since his soul ring age was changing so quickly, to avoid revealing his secret, the only thing he could do was hide it or disguise it. Those who have been influenced by the doctrine of moderation naturally have a mindset of concealing their weaknesses. In this way, the importance of self-created soul skills and soul power control became evident. As long as the level of soul power control is high enough, he can freely change the color and intensity of the soul rings. Although he cannot temporarily change the color of the soul rings to a higher level, changing from high to low is not a problem. From that day on, Hu Jio began to work hard on controlling the soul rings, striving to achieve a state of mind over matter. At the same time, he also summarized the changes before and after obtaining the soul rings. Through his perception ability, he found that the enhancement from the soul rings was tremendous. Firstly, the soul power within him had increased at least dozens of times compared to before obtaining the soul rings. Secondly, the strength of his body increased, though not by much, around 5 times. This was mainly because as an auxiliary soul master, he was at a disadvantage. If he were a battle soul master, the enhancement would be even more significant, which is one of the reasons why auxiliary soul masters can never compare to battle soul masters. However, Hu Jio was different from others. With a level 5 chaotic cloak hammer method, his body was continuously growing stronger every day. Although he was still not as strong as Tang San and Xiao Wu for the time being, compared to soul masters of the same level, his body was indeed stronger. This meant that as long as his level-up speed was fast enough, even battle soul masters would not be able to surpass him in terms of physical strength. In addition, he also discovered that his first soul skill, Carrot, was practically a AFK accelerator. Since obtaining the soul ring, the enhancement to his AFK panel had shown a slight, but permanent increase, unlike when used by others, which had time limitations. Knowing this, Hu Jio was very glad he chose to enhance his training effects with this soul skill. Just thinking about the soul rings, he realized that although he could use AFK to increase the lifespan of his soul rings quickly, the speed was indeed quite impressive. After all, being able to increase by 1 year per day was almost godlike speed. But thinking about the future soul ring lifespans, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, and 1,000,000 years, there are 6 whole levels. The 10, 100, and 1,000-year levels were manageable. Increasing by 1 year per day meant that even for a 1,000-year lifespan, it would only take about 3 years, which was not difficult. But what about 10,000 years? It would take over 10,000 days to reach 10,000 years, which is more than 20 years. By then, Tang San would have become a god. Not to mention the 100,000 years and million years levels that follow. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Back at the academy, things remained the same. Tang San continued to train hard, while Hu Jio and Xiao Wu still played wildly together, occasionally squeezing out some time for cultivation. Despite this, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were improving their soul power at a speed that was not slower than Tang San's, which often made Tang San envious. And he felt frustrated with Hu Jio. He believed that it was because of women, because of Xiao Wu, that his good brother had fallen. This has also led to Tang San's perception of Xiao Wu not being very good. A week later, Hu Jio, with a joyful expression, summoned his martial soul. And at the same time, a light yellow soul ring appeared out of nowhere beneath his feet, slowly rotating. 100-year soul ring achieved. After carefully sensing, he found that the effect of his soul ring skill had changed. It used to enhance his cultivation effect by 1%, but now it had increased to 10%. An increase of 10% in cultivation effect, while not a divine skill, is already considered excellent. It's important to know that this is not the kind of state increase that other soul masters have, such as speed or strength. This is an enhancement of the cultivation effect. How can a state increase compare to improving one's cultivation level? With the soul ring enhanced, of course. He had to share this good news with his good brothers and friends. Calling Tang San and Xiao Wu together, Hu Jio summoned the upgraded carrot, handing one to each of them, silently watching them with a gentle smile. Xiao Wu didn't care what he was doing. Seeing the carrot, she started munching on it, saying she would talk about everything after she finished eating. However, Tang San's eyes lit up as if he guessed something, and he immediately took the carrot, finished it in a few bites, then quietly closed his eyes to sense it. After a moment, a hint of joy flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he looked up happily to ask, "Xiao Jio, is your soul ring?" "Huh, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Hu Jio laughed and explained, "It's also luck. The last time we hunted that devourer beast, it had probably already grown to its limit. I broke through just a few days after starting my cultivation. Isn't that a coincidence?" Hu Jio was acting again, of course. He meant no harm, just wanted to hide a little, because the idea of improving by a year and a day was simply too shocking, so he had to say it this way. As for what excuse to use when the soul ring was enhanced again in the future, that would be discussed later. They had to get through the current situation first. How much has the skill effect improved? Tang San had only sensed that the cultivation effect had improved, but he hadn't estimated the specific increase. 10%. Hu Jio said proudly. Really? Then wouldn't your cultivation speed be even faster in the future? Tang San was also happy for Hu Jio. Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder. "Xiao San, you got it wrong. It's not just me, it should be us. With me around, I'll cover your cultivation in the future." An increase of 10% in cultivation effect is already impressive. "Xiao Jio." Tang San looked touched, unable to refuse. He knew that this would consume Hu Jio's soul power, but Hu Jio's skill effect was simply too good. This was a 10% increase in cultivation speed. Over time, how much soul power would that increase? As brothers, there's no need to say thank you. Don't forget, I'm an auxiliary soul master, without combat ability. I'll still rely on you to protect me in the future. Hu Jio waved his hand jokingly. However, Tang San looked serious and assured him, "Xiao Jio, don't worry. I will definitely protect you in the future. If anyone wants to harm you, they will have to step over my dead body. And me." Xiao Wu also raised her hand unwillingly. "With me, Sister Xiao Wu, here, no one will hurt you." "Haha, then I'll wait for you to protect me." Hu Jio smiled as he glanced at the hanging panel, which had reached 1/3 of level 5 for the chaotic cloak hammer method. Chapter 24. Making Money. Xiao Wu. It's time for us to make money. After his soul ring upgraded to the 100-year level, Hu Jio had the idea of making money. Because they hadn't registered Xiao Wu at the Martial Soul Hall, the two of them had been living quite frugally during this time. If it weren't for their work-study student status, which ensured they had a salary, they might have run out of supplies by now. They both spent money quite generously, and at the moment, they owed Tang San several silver soul coins. "Xiao Jio, why didn't you tell me you were short on money? I have a bit here. You can take it and use it for now," Tang San said as he took out a handful of soul coins from his belt. Among the three, Tang San was currently the wealthiest. In addition to receiving 1 gold soul coin monthly from the Martial Soul Hall, he also made money working part-time at the blacksmith shop. So his funds were quite sufficient. "Haha, no need, no need. What can your little amount of money do? It won't last a few days." Hu Jio refused without thinking. "I have a plan to make a lot of money." "Xiao Wu, do you know about the family backgrounds of that group, led by Xiao Qinyu?" Xiao Wu tapped her fingers on her lips. Thinking, Xiao Qinyu is the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Lu Long is the son of the city guard's leader. And Ling Feng is the son of a mercenary group leader. Hu Jio had previously hinted at his idea of selling carrots, but at that time, his soul ring hadn't upgraded, so he couldn't sell many. Now it was different. With a 10% increase in cultivation speed, as long as the price wasn't too high, there would definitely be many buyers. After all, who wouldn't want their soul power to increase a bit faster for a chance to enter a good academy in the future? Well, find a time to call them over. I want to talk to them. Hu Jio nodded and said, "Xiao Jio, are they reliable? Be careful. Your martial soul effect is very impressive. Unless you can be sure they are trustworthy, it's best not to trade with them." Tang San, who always liked to keep a hand hidden, was a bit worried when he heard that Hu Jio wanted to sell carrots. "No witties." Hu Jio waved his hand and said, "I have confidence in those guys. They won't be able to stir up much trouble. Besides, even if they really leak my martial soul effect, it won't be a big deal. It's just a 10% effect. Not enough to make people disregard their reputation and covet it." After hearing Hu Jio's explanation, Tang San finally felt relieved. "As long as you understand this principle." "Hee. Then I'll go find them tomorrow." Xiao Wu revealed a strange smile. Hu Jio, familiar with her, knew that she was preparing to take advantage of the situation. For a moment, Hu Jio began to mourn for Xiao Qinyu and the others. The next day, Xiao Wu indeed brought people over. They were Xiao Qinyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng. "Brother Jio, you called for us?" Upon seeing Hu Jio, Xiao Qinyu asked, since he acknowledged Xiao Wu as the leader. They had a subtle respect for Hu Jio. After all, in that battle back then, Hu Jio was quite impressive, easily defeating Lu Long with just one hammer strike. And he was also an auxiliary soul master, which made them admire him even more. Hu Jio nodded and said to Xiao Qinyu and the others, "I have an opportunity here that can help with your cultivation. It all depends on whether you have the courage to accept it." "Haha, Brother Jio, don't keep us in suspense. I'm not the kind of person who shies away from challenges. Just tell us what this opportunity is," Xiao Qinyu said boldly, puffing out his chest. "All right, but this matter involves a secret of mine. You need to swear that what you see and hear today will not be disclosed to anyone, including your parents." Hu Jio tapped the table and stared directly at the three of them. "Yes, think carefully before deciding whether to know. If my sister Xiao Wu finds out someone has loose lips, don't blame me for being rude." Xiao Wu next to him also looked resolute. This matter concerned Hu Jio's safety, so she exerted her authority as the leader and sternly warned them. Xiao Wu's warning was not in vain. At least Xiao Qinyu and the others' expressions became serious at that moment. After exchanging glances, Xiao Qinyu nodded first, followed by Lu Long and Ling Feng, who also nodded in agreement. "Swear." Hu Jio looked at the three calmly. "Okay, I Xiao Qinyu. I Lu Long Ling Feng. Swearing here. I will never reveal a word of what I see and hear today, or I will be struck by lightning and die a terrible death." Seeing Xiao Qinyu and the other two swear, Hu Jio's face showed a smile as he said to them, "Actually, it's beneficial for you not to let others know, and you'll realize this soon." After saying this, Hu Jio stopped being mysterious and directly summoned the carrot martial soul, creating several accelerated cultivation carrots on the spot. "Cool, me. Give it a try." Hu Jio confidently handed the carrots to the three and also gave one to the greedy Xiao Wu. The reason he chose Xiao Qinyu and the others was after careful consideration. Firstly, regarding their character, based on actual investigation and information from the original work, these three are quite reliable in terms of integrity. They will definitely do what they promise. Hu Jio still trusts them in this regard. Additionally, there was the matter of wealth. All three come from decent families and are considered wealthy. Once they confirmed the effect of his carrots, no one would refuse the idea of spending money to increase their cultivation speed. Sure enough, when they skeptically ate Hu Jio's carrots and practiced on the spot, their eyes lit up as if they couldn't wait to pounce on him. "Stop!" Hu Jio raised his hand to block them. "Just to be clear, I'm not interested in men." "Haha, we all know that." Xiao Qinyu grinned, glancing at Xiao Wu beside Hu Jio and teasing him with his expressions. "What are you looking at? Xiao Jio is negotiating with you." Xiao Wu scolded them fiercely, her face slightly red. "Right, negotiating. Brother Jio, name your price. Whatever you say goes." As expected from the son of the city lord, he spoke with grandeur, waving his hand as if allowing Hu Jio to set the price. Lu Long and Ling Feng nodded beside them. They had already experienced the effect of Hu Jio's martial soul. Although a 10% increase might not seem high, they realized how significant it was after trying it out. Hearing this, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles, and Xiao Wu gave him a knowing look, then spoke to them. "You should all know that Xiao Jio's carrots consume soul power, and this consumption will delay Xiao Jio's cultivation speed. So, I decided to sell you one carrot for 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin is a very reasonable price." Xiao Qinyu nodded without hesitation, accepting the price. In an instant, Xiao Wu realized she had set the price too low. Damn rich people. "Brother Jio, give me another one," he said, handing over 2 gold soul coins, even paying for the one he just ate. "Brother Jio, I want one too." "Me too." In just a short while, Hu Jio had earned 6 gold soul coins, which was much better than working for Tang San. Chapter 25, half a year later. "Ha, I finally have money. Xiao Wu, let us go buy delicious food tomorrow," Hu Jio said happily, playing with the gold soul coins in his hand. "Sure, I want to buy candied fruits, I want to buy sugar figurines, and I also want to buy." In no time, Xiao Wu planned out how to spend Hu Jio's earnings clearly. No problem. Hu Jio was always generous with Xiao Wu and didn't care about money at all. That night, as usual, Hu Jio glanced at them before going to sleep. But this time, he was so surprised he almost jumped up. 102 years, that's right. It really is 102 years. Looking at the high-hanging soul ring, Hu Jio instantly lost his composure. Originally, he thought that his absorption soul skill would only increase the of the soul ring by 10%. He never expected it to double. This is truly amazing. In this way, doesn't it mean that in just a little over a year, the soul ring can be upgraded to a 1,000-year soul ring? How much will the cultivation speed increase then? Looking forward to it. Half a year later, in a remote place, a figure with closed eyes and a calm expression suddenly opened his mouth. A shadow faster than lightning flashed by, and a fruit in front of his line of sight suddenly disappeared. Ugh, so sour. This person is Hu Jiao. In just half a year, Hu Jiao has grown significantly taller and looks like a young teenager now. Today, he came here alone to test the upgraded external spirit bone. His external spirit bone is a tongue, which was not very useful before the upgrade, as it could only extend half a meter quickly, and its hardness was not strong, having almost no attacking power. However, after the upgrade, his tongue can now extend 5 meters instantly, and it is much tougher, akin to cowhide, to the point where ordinary knives and swords cannot cut it. Although the attacking power is still insufficient, it would definitely be effective for binding someone if necessary. It's not too bad, Hu Jiao commented indifferently, his tone still filled with disdain. This external spirit bone has always been something he kept hidden in his heart. Not because it is precious and he fears it being taken, but because he feels embarrassed to use it in battle. If he were facing a beautiful woman, he might consider using his tongue to bind her, but what if he encountered a man? Stop. He has been at the Nodding Academy for over half a year now, and his soul power level has reached level 20. Aside from not having a second soul ring, he is already a proper soul master. It is precisely because he has elevated to a higher realm that his external spirit bone has also leveled up. Besides his own soul power level, the biggest improvements have come from the soul rings and skills. First, regarding the soul rings, after half a year of grinding, the age of his soul rings has reached 596 years, even stronger than Tang San's first soul ring. Currently, in terms of soul power, he has already surpassed Tang San. Next is the soul power meditation method, which he just recently reached level 7, increasing his cultivation speed by 60%. The rapid increase in his soul power can also be attributed to the enhancement from the level of the soul power meditation method. His 5 senses enhancement technique is also at level 7. Within 500 meters, as long as he wishes, he can distinguish even the most complex smells, and his ears can hear all sounds within a kilometer. As for his vision, he has become like a telescope, able to see large objects over 5 kilometers away, such as trees. Of course, generally speaking, unless he is at a high place, he cannot see very far due to the presence of obstacles. Additionally, his sense of touch has subtly transformed into another kind of magical perception since reaching level 7. For instance, while at the academy, he often sensed a deeply hidden domineering aura, like a compressed barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode with just a touch. This aura, without needing to guess, is definitely Tang Hao's. Besides him, the only super expert secretly protecting Tang San. Who else could possess such a domineering presence? As for the sense of taste, well, it's better not to mention it. If it weren't for Hu Jiao sealing this ability normally, he might have already starved to death by now. As for soul power control, he is currently over half of level 6. At this level, soul power control allows him to run freely in any environment. Aside from not daring to venture into volcanic magma areas, there's really no place that poses a challenge for him. The soul power within him also enables him to create new techniques. Soul power can be transformed into threads, allowing him to move like Spider-Man, effortlessly swinging up and down. After transforming soul power into threads, his agile movements make it difficult for even Tang San to catch him in a short time. Lastly, the highest level technique, the chaotic wind hammer method, is at level 8. The final strike, after the continuous combination of 81 hammers, increases his strength by 5,000 pounds. The degree of this increase scared Hu Jiao so much that he didn't dare to use it. It should be known that the action of force is mutual. He feared that after using his final strike, he would end up striking himself down. Moreover, the golden finger idol panel had already opened the 6th idol slot after more than half a year, but unfortunately, there were no skills to idle with, leaving 2 slots empty, which was a huge waste. Because of this, he had been playing with balloons during this time, trying to create the spiral pill. Unfortunately, it seemed that his soul power control level was still lacking a bit, and he couldn't create it. Quietly returning to the academy, he happened to run into Tang San and Xiao Wu waiting for him. "Quick, where'd you go just now? We've been looking for you everywhere." As soon as they met, Xiao Wu immediately glared at him fiercely, as if he had abandoned her. Haha, I just want to buy you some snacks," Hu Jiao said with a smile, taking out a bag of candy, feeling a bit guilty. "Really?" Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiao with suspicion, not fully convinced. "By the way, Xiao San, do you have something to find me for?" He signaled Tang San with his eyes. At such a time, he certainly needed his brother's help. "Well, after more than half a year of training, the 3 of us have all reached level 20, and we should now consider the matter of the second spirit ring. I came to find you to discuss this, Tang San said with a smile, subtly helping Hu Jio. What do you think? Hu Jio asked. I have already discussed the matter of the spirit ring with my master. I have decided to focus on enhancing the toughness of the blue silvergrass, and I will look for a soul beast in that regard, Tang San explained. I came to ask if you have decided on your second spirit ring. The second spirit ring? Hu Jio glanced affectionately at Xiao Wu, who was happily eating candy, and smiled lightly. I plan to choose a ditto as my second spirit ring. What? Are you crazy? Even the usually calm Tang San was startled by Hu Jio's words and shouted. What is ditto? It is the most useless soul beast in the spirit master world. A 10-year cultivation is like royalty among dittos, and some even believe that dittos should not be called soul beasts and should be removed from the soul beast category. Such a soul beast. Even the soul master with the lowest cultivation talent would not want it as a soul ring, because not only is its age extremely low, but more importantly, after absorbing the transformation monster, it can only obtain a skill called transformation, which can only simply change one's appearance and is useless otherwise. Chapter 26. Hu Jio's consideration hearing that Hu Jio was preparing to choose the transformation monster, such a useless soul beast, as his second soul ring. Tang San thought he was crazy. Although Hu Jio had already verified his theory and proved that the age of the soul ring could indeed be increased through cultivation, it didn't help. He had tried it himself, and after more than half a year, his first soul ring had only increased a little, not even reaching a year in age. If Hu Jio planned to increase the age after obtaining the soul ring, he would definitely stop him. I remember the master once said, there are no useless martial souls, only useless martial soul masters, right? Although I'm not too fond of the master, it's really convenient to use it as a shield at this moment. Xiao Jio, you don't have to say anything. This time it really won't work. I can't just watch you jump into the fire pit. Tang San excitedly waved his hand, interrupting Hu Jio's explanation. For this soul ring hunting operation, the teacher has invited the dean to personally come forward through connections. I've agreed with the teacher that we will act together. And your second soul ring must be over 500 years old. This matter is non-negotiable. In the end, Tang San's tone also became unusually intense. In his heart, Hu Jio was his good brother, and he was the good big brother. He couldn't just watch his good brother jump into the fire pit. He had to pull him back. Xiao San, listen to me. Hu Jio looked at Tang San helplessly, feeling that Tang San had already been watching him grow crookedly. Maybe he should be named Tang Sanzang in the future. I want to listen. I want to listen. This is non-negotiable. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, giving Hu Jio no chance to explain. Damn, Xiao San, don't be like this. Faced with such a Tang San, Hu Jio was helpless and finally resorted to his trump card. Summoning his martial soul, Hu Jio shouted, Xiao San, you should take a look at my soul ring first. Tang San was a bit confused. What is so great about the soul ring? Following Hu Jio's gaze, he saw the bright yellow soul ring under Hu Jio's feet. Bright? Wait, how could Xiao Jio's soul ring be so bright? With this brightness, it's even brighter than my own soul ring. For a moment, Tang San felt as if he was dazzled by Hu Jio's soul ring. Haha, Xiao San. You want to stop me from choosing any soul beast as a soul ring now, will you? Hu Jio looked at Tang San, who was in shock with pride. Xiao Jio, you better not easily expose the age of your soul ring in the future, or it will bring you unnecessary trouble. After being stunned for a while, Tang San finally reacted and looked deeply at Hu Jio, reminding him, don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Only you and Xiao Wu know about my soul ring change. Hu Jio waved his hand in response. He wasn't an idiot. Just because the martial soul can be improved through cultivation doesn't mean much. After all, it would be better to increase his own soul power cultivation during that free time. But Hu Jio's speed of soul ring improvement was indeed too fast, increasing by 400 or 500 years in just over half a year. If discovered by someone with ulterior motives, he might get taken for research and dissection. Xiao Jio, although I don't know how you managed to increase the age of your soul ring so quickly, and I don't want to know, but Tang San looked deeply at Hu Jio. Everyone has their own secrets, and as someone who already has secrets, he understands this very well. But even if you can easily increase the age of your soul ring, I still can't let you choose the transformation monster as your second soul ring. What do you want the transformation skill for? Xiao Jio, I warn you, I promised Grandpa Jack to take good care of you. If I find out you've done anything bad, I will definitely not spare you. By the end, Tang San's tone became stern. What can a transformation skill do? Tang San could list a bunch of sneaky uses without thinking. He is the big brother, and in his view, if Hu Jio turned bad, it would be his responsibility. He and T kept a good watch over him for Grandpa Jack. Hu Jio looked at Tang sand, and frustration. Big brother, are you thinking of something bad? Why are you thinking more than I am? However, he found it hard to explain this to Tang San. Could he tell Tang San that the reason he chose the transformation monster as transformation skill was because of Xiao Wu beside him? Even if he confessed, Tang San probably wouldn't agree. So this matter could only be kept to himself, not even telling Xiao Wu. He couldn't just say to Xiao Wu, "Hi, I already know you're a little rabbit. Don't worry, I want to dislike you." Saying this, he would probably get beaten up. The reason Hu Jio chose the transformation skill as his second soul skill was due to his own considerations, mainly for Xiao Wu. After all, in his heart, Xiao Wu was already his. Once he grew up, he could naturally pluck this cute little rabbit. But before that, he needed to protect Xiao Wu's safety. Not for any other reason, but to conceal Xiao Wu's own aura and prevent others from discovering that she was transformed from a soul beast. Especially from the people of the Spirit Hall. If they found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the plot of the original work were to develop as it did, perhaps Xiao Wu would smoothly obtain the Heartbroken Red, a fairy herb representing beautiful love, through Tang San's connections, thus concealing her soul beast aura. But that was just the original story. With his involvement, he was no longer sure how the subsequent plot would unfold. After all, even the protagonist Tang San's soul power cultivation was progressing much faster than in the original work. What if Tang San, due to showing too much talent, got killed prematurely? To find a way to conceal Xiao Wu's soul beast identity, Hu Jio sifted through a large amount of information and finally found a reliable method. From the information gathered, he learned that although the transformation skill obtained from the Ditto was subpar, it had an inconspicuous hidden effect. It could change one's own aura. This piece of knowledge was subtle, and if he hadn't looked closely, he might have missed it. Although this change in aura wouldn't fool highly skilled experts. Let's not forget that Hu Jio could extend the years of the soul rings. If 10 years didn't work, then 100 years. If 100 years didn't work, then 1,000 years. Although he wasn't sure if Xiao Wu could hide from the title Douluo in the future, at least it was better than doing nothing. Moreover, he had another plan. He decided to temporarily follow the original storyline to see if he could successfully obtain the fairy herb, which would be beneficial for both Xiao Wu and himself. Once he gained these advantages, he wouldn't have any more worries about what to do in the future. Unfortunately, he couldn't share these thoughts with anyone and could only bury them deep in his heart. At that moment, he felt incredibly great, like a true hero. Once he married Xiao Wu in the future, he definitely wanted her to have several little bunnies to repay him. For a moment, Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu, who was happily munching on a carrot beside him, and thought far, far away. Chapter 27, Elopement? The next day, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu set out early from the Nodding Academy, heading west towards the nearby Mado City. Xiao Wu, are you really going to Mado City with me? It's quite far, and just the journey will take a lot of time, Hu Jio said, with a hammer hanging at his waist, watching Xiao Wu skip ahead. Of course, you're a support type soul master. Although you have some combat ability, it's still lacking a bit. So Sister Xiao Wu is being kind and coming to help you out. But I'm not helping for free. Xiao Wu turned back, smiling and gesturing with her fingers. I want 500 carrots. After a moment, she blinked and said, No, I want 1,000, not a single one less. Ha, okay. I'll let you eat carrots for a lifetime. Hu Jio chuckled at the adorable Xiao Wu. But if we just run off like this, won't your good buddy Tang San blame you later? Xiao Wu asked with concern after thinking about it. Xiao Wu didn't care about Hu Jio's choice for his second soul ring. To her, no matter what Hu Jio chose, she would respect his decision. Of course, the premise was that his carrots had to be tastier. Don't worry about Xiao San. After he gets the soul ring, he won't be able to do anything about it. At most, he'll just scold me when I get back. Hu Jio had already thought this through. Moreover, he was quite optimistic about the skill of transformation. Indeed, a 10-year-old chameleon beast wouldn't provide him with a very powerful skill effect. But what if he managed to upgrade this soul ring to a high level later on? Wouldn't he'd be able to transform into anything he wanted, indistinguishable from the real thing? For a moment, Hu Jio was filled with anticipation. Before leaving, he checked the information. The chameleon beast was a specialty of the monster forest west of Mado City, and the highest ranked soul beasts that were only around 100 years old. With his and Xiao Wu's cultivation, handling it would be more than sufficient. This time, due to being with Xiao Wu, Hu Jio decided to walk instead of taking a carriage, which would have only taken 2 days to reach their destination. They insisted on taking 5 days instead. Along the way, the two of them enjoyed the scenery, as if this trip was not for a soul ring, but rather a vacation. One thing made Hu Jio very happy. Because they were alone together this time, his relationship with Xiao Wu finally made a breakthrough. Seeing them walking happily side by side, with their shoulders touching and hands nearly brushing. It was just a step away from holding hands. It wasn't that Hu Jio lacked the courage. It was mainly because Xiao Wu seemed to sense something. Whenever he made a move, he would receive a roll of her eyes, leaving Hu Jio helpless. However, Hu Jio wasn't in a hurry. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he wasn't worried about this moment. Originally, Hu Jio thought this journey would go smoothly. As the old saying goes, in the world, the elderly, children, and women are the ones you should never provoke. He and Xiao Wu counted as two of those. Unfortunately, on the Douluo Continent, this piece of experience seemed to be unrecognized, and, in any case, they were now encountering trouble. As they were approaching Mado City, more travelers appeared on the road, from farmers carrying local specialties to large merchant caravans, and occasionally adventurers dressed as soul masters. However, they encountered a group of wealthy young men. "Hey, little sister, where are you going? I'm in a good mood today. Let me give you a free ride." A pale-faced youth, about 17 or 18 years old, blocked Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's path. On the surface, he appeared kind-hearted, but the lewdness in his eyes was impossible to hide. This beast had set its sights on Xiao Wu. Looking at the young man who was talking to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio lowered his head to hide the fierce light in his eyes. At the same time, he was secretly sensing the two guards behind the young man. One was at level 25, and from his light footsteps, he should be an agile soul master. The other seemed to be around level 26. Judging by his large hands and sturdy build, he was clearly a strong attack soul master. As for this young man, at only level 18, it was simply embarrassing. In just an instant, Hu Jio had gathered so much information through his 7th level 5 sense enhancement technique. At this moment, the young man across was still incessantly inviting Xiao Wu onto his carriage. "Get lost." Xiao Wu rarely showed a cold expression, saying coldly, "What did you say? You ungrateful little girl? I am the son of the city, lord of Mado City." The young man's face turned exceptionally ugly. He had never been scolded like this in his life. "Ma Wen, Ma Wu." "Yes, young Master Ma Feng." Two guards behind the young man stepped forward respectfully to answer. "Catch this annoying little girl for me, and let me see how to teach her a lesson." "Umph, you don't look like a good person. You want to fight? I like that." Xiao Wu cracked her knuckles and suddenly jumped, launching the first attack. Behind her, Hu Jio had already drawn out his hammer, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "Gauti kluk amer technique." He began to gather power. Hu Jio did not participate in the fight between Xiao Wu and the two guards. Instead, he quietly retreated to the side, swinging the hammer in circles to accumulate energy. The chaotic cloak hammer technique was like this. Even though it had already reached level 8, the essence of the hammer technique had not changed. It still required accumulating power strike by strike. However, at this moment, the amount of power gained from each strike was not simply multiplied by 1. It jumped from 1 to 2 to 4. In just 10 strikes, he had accumulated 500 pounds of power. This amount of power was already sufficient. Glancing at Xiao Wu, who was entangled with the two guards using her agility, Hu Jio shouted loudly, "Xiao Wu, get out of the way." Hearing Hu Jio shout, Xiao Wu naturally understood what he was about to do. She quickly performed several flips in midair, swiftly moving aside. "Oh, I almost forgot about you, kid. Catch him too." Young Master Ma Feng was also attracted by Hu Jio's shout. However, he did not take Hu Jio seriously at all. In his view, having one agile Xiao Wu was already surprising enough. It was impossible for two talents like this to appear at the same time. Unfortunately, it seemed he had miscalculated. Here, Hu Jio's soul power spread out, and his body moved like a wisp of blue smoke to the two guards in front of him. With a small iron hammer raised high, in an instant, the two felt an overwhelming force that made it hard to breathe, and then they knew nothing. Boom! With over 500 pounds of force, how could two soul masters, only in their 20s, withstand it? They were sent flying like rags, unsure of their fate. Kill! After knocking the two guards away, Hu Jio did not hesitate, his murderous intent shot toward the wasp like a tangible force. Xiao Wu was his person, already regarded by him as a prized possession. How dare someone lay a hand on her? It was simply seeking death. "No, don't come over here." Hu Jio's killing intent scared the wasp into paralysis on the ground, his feet still frantically pedaling, his body constantly retreating. Clearly, he was already terrified by Hu Jio's methods, not even daring to release his martial spirit. Hu Jio was not a soft-hearted person and had no intention of holding back. He directly brought down the hammer, ending the battle. Indeed, women are trouble. Chapter 28. 10 Years of Soul Rings. So unlucky, we just arrived in Mado City and ended up killing the city lord's son. I don't even know if the Mado City lord has only one son. If he has an only child, this grudge will be huge. By the campfire, Hu Jio fiddled with the branches and said, it had been more than half a day since he killed the wasp and others. He remembered that at the time, there were quite a few onlookers present, and it was impossible for him to kill all the witnesses. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he hurriedly took Xiao Wu and eventually arrived at the edge of the monster forest. According to the itinerary, they should have been resting in Mado City by now. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would have probably reached your destination safely, right? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with a wronged expression and said self-reproachfully, what silly talk are you saying? You can accompany me to hunt soul rings. I'm happy enough. How could I blame you? Hu Jio smiled and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. By the way, could you please tone down that expression? We are feeling wronged. Don't pretend so much, okay? Bad Hu Jio, you only know how to tease me. Xiao Wu returned to a normal expression, angrily waving her fists. By the way, I'm serious. Today we killed that city lord's son. Will it bring you unnecessary trouble? Immediately, Xiao Wu seemed to think of something and suddenly felt a bit downcast. Haha, it's not much trouble. Let us rest for the night. And tomorrow we'll head straight to the monster forest. After we hunt the soul rings, we'll leave directly. In this way, even if that toilet city lord wants to find us, it won't be so easy. Xiao Wu nodded seriously, secretly vowing that if they really came, she would definitely protect Xiao Jio's safety. After resting for a night, the two arrived at the monster forest early the next morning. As they advanced, they could occasionally see animals appearing. Yes, due to the low level of the monster forest, many animals lived here. Even soul beasts were not present. Wow, Xiao Jio, look. There's a monster with human hands over there. Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This is a transforming monster. It probably has seen humans at some point, so it transformed to have human hands. Hu Jio chuckled. This transforming monster is a bit mischievous. Next, they encountered even more transforming monsters, some with branches for heads, some with cat faces and fox tails. All sorts of bizarre shapes could be seen on the transforming monsters. Unfortunately, these transforming monsters were too low level, not even soul beasts, and had no practical value. The transforming monster is a soft-bodied creature, like a large jelly, soft and covered in greasy slime, and its insides are filled with acidic liquid, making it inedible, causing other animals to avoid it. Gradually, they arrived at the core gathering area of the transforming monsters. Why is there a tiger among the transforming monsters? That's strange. From a distance, Xiao Wu looked curiously at the tiger among a group of transforming monsters. Xiao Wu, that's our target, can't you tell? It's also a transforming monster, and it's a 10th grade soul beast. Hu Jio looked at the tiger in surprise. His second soul ring depended on it. Raising his hammer, with soul power circulating beneath his feet, Hu Jio charged towards the tiger, transforming monster, creating a series of phantoms. To deal with a 10th grade soul beast, no technique is needed, just brute force will do. Now, Hu Jio's physical quality was at level 20. Although he couldn't compare to soul masters of the same level, dealing with those weaker than him was a complete crush. Die for me. Hu Jio's appearance caused chaos among the group of transforming monsters. Many weak ones were startled by his aura and scattered in all directions. Only the transforming Monster King, which had already become a soul beast, saw Hu Jio charging at it and actually lowered its body for legs on the ground, letting out a warning sound. Unfortunately, Hu Jio was always ruthless in battle. As long as he confirmed it was an enemy, he wouldn't hold back. The hammer whooshed through the air, smashing towards the head of the transforming Monster King. Roar! Facing the incoming hammer, the transforming Monster King let out a furious roar, pushed off the ground with its four legs, and instantly jumped back, dodging Hu Jio's attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, its body began to shrink and transform, its head becoming tiny, and feathers of unknown birds appearing on its body. Not good, it's trying to escape. Xiao Wu, help me hold it down. The transforming Monster King's movements were too fast, so fast that even Hu Jio couldn't keep up. With a jump back, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a large bird, moving at an incredible speed. Hee, watch me, I'm gonna bend. Xiao didn't need Hu Jio's instruction at all. She had been by his side all along, just in case. In a flash, just as Hu Jio was retracting his hammer to prepare for another attack, Xiao Wu had already leaped out, reaching the transforming monster that had turned into a large bird. A transforming monster with only 10 years of cultivation was no match for Xiao Wu. With a simple grab, she caught the large bird by its neck the next second. Great job, Xiao Wu. At this moment, Hu Jio had arrived beside Xiao Wu, swinging his hammer down, instantly finishing off the transforming monster that had transformed into half a snake body, preparing to escape again. I'm Xiao Wu, of course I'm great. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin and flashed a charming smile at Hu Jio. But this transforming monster is really interesting. If only you could get such abilities. Xiao Wu felt a bit envious of the transforming monster's transformation ability. Although this transforming monster was very weak, just the means it used to deal with them had already proven the excellence of this ability. Unfortunately, although soul masters could obtain transformation skills from the transforming monsters, they were too weak, only able to change their facial features a little, and couldn't fully transform into another person, making it quite useless. Haha, Xiao Wu, did you forget? My soul ring upgrades quickly. Maybe in 100 or 1,000 years, I can achieve the same as the transforming monsters. By then, maybe I can even let you turn into other animals. Although he knew this possibility was slim, if 1,000 years didn't work, what about 10,000 years? Or 100,000 years? Just based on the transforming monster's ability to change, Hu Jio could play around with it. At this moment, a light white soul ring emerged from the body of the transformation monster, its faint color indicating that it had just reached the 10-year limit. Xiao Wu looked at the soul ring with disdain and hesitated, saying, Xiao Jio, have you thought it through? Do you really want to use it as your second soul ring? Xiao Wu had known about this situation for a long time and thought she was mentally prepared. But seeing such a low-level soul ring appear still made her very discontent. Didn't we agree on this already? Don't delay. You help me protect my law, and I'll absorb the soul ring first, Hu Jio said, looking at the soul ring without any concern, even showing a hint of joy on his face. Xiao Wu, I sacrificed my second soul ring for your safety. Chapter 29. Transformation skill. A mere 10-year soul ring was easily absorbed by Hu Jio, completing the absorption and fusion in just 5 minutes. Sure enough, the 10-year limit transformation monster soul skill was trash. It seemed he would have to wait for the panel to upgrade. Feeling that his soul power hadn't increased much, Hu Jio thought to himself. Speaking of a brilliant blue panel immediately appeared before Hu Jio, with golden light flickering on it. A second soul ring position began to appear next to the first soul ring. Taking advantage of the time they opened, he studied the skill of his newly obtained second soul ring. The second soul ring skill was called transformation, which he already knew. As for the effect, it involved partially adjusting his own muscles to change his appearance. The effect was very weak and suitable for sneaky tricks. However, in his mind, Hu Jio thought of another application of this skill. Changing one's muscles, besides the face, could also be done in other areas. For example, changing the muscles in his body, altering their density. Wouldn't that effectively increase his physical fitness? And what about the nervous system? If the nerves were enhanced, wouldn't that speed up his reaction time? While Hu Jio was lost in thought, the second soul ring was successfully activated. In an instant, the image of the second soul ring appeared on the 10-year soul ring limit was neither more nor less than a year. Looking at the years of his 2 soul rings, Hu Jio found it somewhat amusing. His first soul ring had been 606 years, while the second soul ring was only 10 years. Wasn't that reversed? Xiao Jio, how is it? Is the new skill useful? Seeing Hu Jio open his eyes, Xiao Wu, who was protecting him, asked expectantly. Shaking his head, Hu Jio replied calmly. The effect isn't very good, but it was expected. As he spoke, a layer of light red glow began to cover Hu Jio's face. Under the illumination of the glow, his appearance underwent slight changes. His nose elongated, the corners of his eyes widened, and his chin became a bit rounder. Such a tiny change at first glance. One might think it's Tang-san. Xiao Jio, this is so interesting. If someone isn't particularly familiar with Tang-san, they might really think you are him. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in approval. Give me a carrot to try, and I'll help you see the effect. Facing Xiao Wu's expectant gaze, Hu Jio stretched out his right hand, and the second soul skill transformation activated, slowly revealing a light red carrot in his hand. His carrot martial soul has significant advantages, as it can function both as a plant-type soul master and a food-type soul master. When acting as a plant type, his soul skill acts on himself without needing to consume the carrot. He can use the skill with just a thought, and it lasts a long time. As a food-type soul master, he can apply the skill to the carrot and give it to others to consume, allowing them to use his skill, though the duration will be relatively shorter. The current transformation of the second soul skill allows a person to change their appearance for half a day. During the skill's effective time, multiple modifications can be made until the duration ends. Xiao Jio, your carrot is even more delicious. Unable to resist, Xiao Wu quickly ate Hu Jio's carrot, her eyes squinting with happiness, turning into adorable crescent shapes. After eating the carrot, Xiao Wu's appearance changed slightly. Her eyes became smaller and longer, her nose thicker, her lips fuller, and her face began to elongate, transforming her into Hu Jio. How about it? Do I look like your sister? No, I mean, do I look like your older sister? After changing her appearance, Xiao Wu playfully asked. Huh, you look like a younger sister. Xiao Wu, you are too small. Hu Jio chuckled. I'm definitely an older sister, Xiao Wu retorted. Well, it could be anything. We'll have plenty of opportunities to play later. Right now, we should go. Maybe the city lord of Mado is already sending people to find us. Hu Jio patted Xiao Wu's head, reminding her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry, or it will be troublesome when they find us. Hearing Hu Jio's reminder, Xiao Wu suddenly realized they had caused trouble yesterday and should leave the Mado City area as soon as possible. Both of them were level 20 Great Soul Masters. Although Hu Jio was a support Soul Master, due to practicing the chaotic wind hammer method, his physical condition was also quite strong. As both of them ran at full speed, the sound of rushing wind flowed past their ears as they sped towards Nodding City. On the way, Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu with a teasing expression. With a mischievous smile, he asked, Xiao Wu, I've already obtained my soul ring, and you are level 22. Since you helped me hunt for a soul ring, now it's my turn to help you. No way. Xiao Wu immediately refused without a second thought, then realized her attitude was off. She quickly looked at Hu Jio with an apologetic expression and stammered an explanation. My second soul ring is already arranged, and I'll be able to get it in a few days, so I won't trouble you. Oh, it's nothing. You've helped me so many times. If you need anything, definitely let me know, and I will help you. Hu Jio said with a generous expression, but inside he was secretly amused. He knew very well that Xiao Wu didn't actually need to hunt for a soul ring. She was a 100,000-year soul beast, and once she reached the right level, she would naturally obtain her soul ring, which was very convenient. From the soul power aura emanating from Xiao Wu, she might already have her second soul ring. She just told him. It seems this little rabbit isn't honest. Haha, no need, really no need. Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. All right. Just as Hu Jio was about to speak, he suddenly twitched his ears and frowned. Xiao Wu, go this way. There is something up ahead. Through sound and touch, he had already sensed danger ahead. The danger is aimed at them. Fortunately, Hu Jio has a keen sense, otherwise he would have run straight into them. Pulling Xiao Wu away from the main road, the two plunged into the grass and disappeared from the path. A mile away, two middle-aged men dressed as soul masters were heading in the direction Hu Jio had come from. One of them had a wild dog-like beard and was occasionally flaring his nostrils as if sniffing something. Xiao Wu, hurry a bit faster, they're catching up, Hu Jio said anxiously, feeling the deep soul power aura of the two behind them. Only soul masters above level 30 had such a strong presence. Both he and Xiao Wu were only at level 20, and they might not be able to handle them one-on-one. After all, while fighting above their level might be thrilling, it was also dangerous. The usually steady Hu Jio didn't want to take the risk of fighting against stronger opponents. He preferred to crush the weak. Can't shake them off? Xiao Jio, why don't we just fight them? Xiao Wu said excitedly beside him. She wasn't afraid of battle at all. Whether we can win or not, we could just fight and see. Fight your head. Even if we can't escape, isn't it better to set up an ambush? Chapter 30. The Return Xiao Wu. We're not running anymore. Let's take them on. After running for 15 minutes, Hu Jio helplessly discovered that while he could sense the enemies in advance, he couldn't shake them off. He had tried many methods to evade them, but none were effective. With no other choice, Hu Jio steeled himself and decided to deal with the two enemies first. Arriving at a low mound, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu hid together, preparing for a sneak attack. Xiao Wu, just like before, you go out to distract the enemies, and I'll wait for the right moment to attack from the side. Let us try to take them down. A killing intent flashed in Hu Jio's eyes. He had never held back against enemies. All right, watch me. Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest, filled with fighting spirit. Avoidance was never her style. Fighting was. If she weren't worried about Hu Jio's safety, she would have already turned back to fight the enemies to the death. Be careful, they're coming. A few minutes later, Hu Jio's gaze sharpened, gripping his hammer tightly, ready to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique at any moment. In the distance, two figures appeared, heading in their direction. Damn it, are these two kids rabbits or something? They can run so fast. Hearing someone say they were rabbits, Hu Jio glanced at Xiao Wu, who was crouched and ready to pounce. Now that was a real rabbit. When the two men quickly reached the mound where they were hiding, Xiao Wu kicked off with her hind legs, her figure darting out like a flash of lightning, charging straight at the soul master with the wild dog beard. This soul master clearly belongs to the reconnaissance type, with weak combat abilities. It's precisely because of him that they have been unable to shake off the enemy. Therefore, he is the first one that needs to be eliminated. What courage! Behind the wild dog soul master, another soul master suddenly turned around as Xiao Wu was about to get close, letting out a loud shout. activating his martial soul, revealing two sharp fangs and making grunting sounds. His martial soul is a wild boar. However, in the face of the wild boar soul master's roar, Xiao Wu remained unfazed, performing a somersault, her two long legs slicing towards the enemy's neck. At the same time, Hu Jiao, hiding behind a small mound, didn't care about being exposed anymore. Swinging a hammer with impressive force, accumulating power in circles. The chaotic wind hammer technique accumulates more power with each consecutive swing, as long as he has enough time. He wouldn't be afraid even of a soul sect, let alone just two soul emperors. With the wild boar, martial soul master supporting him. Xiao Wu's sneak attack didn't succeed, but relying on her agility, she successfully entangled the enemy. Next, it would depend on Hu Jiao. Because of the sudden ambush, the two middle-aged soul masters had no time to consider anything else, and didn't notice Hu Jiao accumulating power behind the small mound. Hammer after hammer. In less than half a minute, Hu Jiao had already accumulated power for over 50 swings, and he was still going. 58, 59, 60. Hu Jiao kept moving, silently counting the number of chaotic wind hammer swings, and by the time he reached over 60, he had already started to sweat, his muscles bulging. He no longer looked like a support soul master. One could even believe he was a battle soul master. Xiao Wu, when he reached 75 swings, Hu Jiao finally hit his limit and could no longer maintain the accumulated power. The 8th level of the chaotic wind hammer technique, by the time he reached 81 swings. Each swing contained 5,000 pounds of power, which his small frame could not withstand. However, 75 swings were already impressive, directly possessing over 2,000 pounds of power. The enemy's failure to interrupt his big move ahead of time was their greatest mistake. The hammerhead moved forward, creating a thunderous sound. The ground was shaken and scattered by his violent energy. Die for me. With his strike, Hu Jiao didn't even look at who the enemy was. After confirming that Xiao Wu had left, he struck out. Boom! The earth trembled, and wherever he passed was like a plowed field. The enemies who had just been suppressing Xiao Wu were now unrecognizable. Hu Jiao didn't want to know. Wow, Xiao Jiao, your hammer technique is amazing again. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. With such attack power, it might even rival that of Soul Sect. Let's go. The noise here is a bit too loud, and it might attract enemies. We need to hurry. Feeling the emptiness of his soul power, Hu Jiao felt a bit uneasy. Without any strength, he felt unsafe. Although his soul power was depleted, his physical fitness remained, so he didn't run slowly at all. 2 hours later, he and Xiao Wu had left the territory of Mado City and stepped into the domain of Nodding City. All right, Xiao Wu, the people from Mado City won't catch up with us now. Hu Jiao slowed down, walking at a normal pace. After all, it was just a small city lord. Being able to hire a soul master at the soul sovereign level was already quite impressive. After all, the strength of reconnaissance-type soul masters was not strong, and few could grow up. Xiao Jiao, I want to learn your hammer technique too. Imagining Xiao Wu wielding a hammer to strike people in the future, Hu Jiao hesitated and said, this hammer technique was passed down to me by Tang San's father. If you want to learn, you can ask Uncle Tang how when we meet him later. Xiao Wu was just shocked by the fierce attack power of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Once the time came, she probably wouldn't be interested anymore. Furthermore, the chaotic wind hammer technique was not easy to practice. Just look at Tang San. Despite having seen the power of the high-level chaotic wind and practicing diligently, he was still stuck at the 64 hammers stage. At this time, apart from the last hammer being somewhat impressive, the rest were completely useless. Oh, then forget it. I wouldn't ask Tang San's father. Xiao Wu huffed proudly, looking disdainful. Right now, her relationship with Tang San was not very good. If it weren't for Hu Jiao, they would have already fought. It's just a hammer technique. As long as you improve your cultivation, you won't need to bother with something so complicated. The chaotic wind was indeed troublesome. Before the charge was completed, the attack power was not high at all. In a race against time battle, it was even more so. Just like this time, if Hu Jiao hadn't been cautious and let Xiao Wu show up to attract the enemy's attention in advance, he wouldn't have had time to charge to the 75 hammers level. That's right, this hammer technique is garbage. If the enemy knows your hammer technique's characteristics in advance, there is no chance to use it. Xiao Wu raised her chin, showing her disdain. Xiao Wu was right. Nodding in agreement. Hu Jiao was also considering the effect of his next soul ring. Just as Xiao Wu said, while the chaotic wind hammer technique was strong, it required time to unfold, and it couldn't be interrupted early. Therefore, a skill that allowed him to dodge enemy attacks was very necessary. Immediately, Xiao Wu's future teleportation skill appeared in his mind. It seemed that the lightning rabbit had that ability. He just didn't know if Xiao Wu would allow him to kill it. After all, the lightning rabbit was still a rabbit, Chapter 31. Tang Sen got angry. Besides teleportation, he also thought of flying. The flying skill was very useful before becoming a title Douluo, as many soul masters couldn't fly and lacked aerial skills. Being able to fly would give a huge advantage in battle. Even after becoming a title Douluo, there was still a significant difference in speed between having and not having flying skills. However, these were all matters for the future. He was only at level 20 now, so it was too early to think about the next realm. In the following days, Hu Jiugang and Xiao Wu didn't encounter any trouble and returned to the academy in 4 days. Before Hu Jiugang could rest, Tang San hurried over, looking furious. Haha, Xiao San, long time no see. Hu Jiugang greeted awkwardly. Oomph, you really went for it, leaving without a word. Do you know how worried I was? Tang San's face was still cold as he looked at Hu Jiugang with great dissatisfaction. He hadn't expected Hu Jiugang to be so bold as to dare to go hunting for soul rings alone. Oh, it seemed he wasn't alone. There was also Xiao Wu. But could Xiao Wu compare to him? In Tang San's view, without his protection, Hu Jiugang shouldn't have gone out. Haha, I just left a bit hastily. Next time, I'll definitely inform you in advance. Hu Jiugang chuckled. Did you get the soul ring? Tang San asked somewhat resentfully. Without needing to say, he knew that with Hu Jiugang's character, there was no way he would return without achieving his goal. Yeah, the skill 72, transformations, cultivated to its highest realm, is omnipotent. It's a divine skill. Hu Jiugang's expression was excited, as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Just say it's a 10-year soul ring. Also, what is the effect of the skill now? Tang San looked at him with a hint of melancholy, waiting for an answer. Xiao San, actually, that is not very important right now, is it? We should look forward and not just focus on the present. Hu Jiugang's smile stiffened, and he awkwardly changed the topic. Xiao San, I have a new idea. Can you give me your thoughts on it? Although he knew Hu Jiugang was changing the subject, Tang San also understood the importance of knowing when to stop, so his tone calmed down. What idea? You should know the transformation skill of the mimic monster. It is indeed weaker in the early stages, but it's not without use. I think we can apply the transformation ability to muscles, making the muscles stronger. Wouldn't that enhance our strength? Hu Jiugang looked at Tang San, hoping he would recognize his idea. This was a flash of inspiration for him. If Tang San hadn't come at this moment, he might have already started experimenting. You can give it a try. I think your idea is feasible. Although he knew that Hu Jiugang's mind would occasionally come up with some bizarre ideas, hearing them still surprised Tang San. Many times, he was stunned by Hu Jiugang's imaginative thoughts. All right, then I'll research it. Hu Jiugang smiled, finally feeling relieved. It seemed he had passed this hurdle. It wasn't that he was afraid of Tang San. Mainly, Tang San had no ill intentions towards him. The reason he was so angry was also out of concern for him, fearing that his choice of soul ring would affect his future development. These, Hu Jiu understands. However, there are some considerations he cannot share with Tang San, which has also led to the current situation. After Tang San leaves, Hu Jiu lies on the bed and begins to experiment with his transformation skills. He starts with his skin. Under the monitoring of his astonishing 5 senses, it is not difficult to increase the density of his skin. A faint red light flows over his skin, and he can feel a subtle tightness. He raises his arm and looks at his skin, which has become firmer, and Hu Jiu instantly feels more confident. So what if the soul ring is trash? There are only trash soul masters, not trash soul rings. By the way, he can also change his nerves. After enlarging and strengthening his nerves, his body's reaction speed will surely improve, but he cannot experiment recklessly with nerves. He needs to take it slow. Next, Hu Jiu begins to make other attempts. Try to enhance everything in his body through transformation. Fortunately, his transformation skills are still quite weak. Otherwise, something would have gone wrong long ago. Through experimentation, he discovers various applications of his transformation skills. For example, initially enhancing his skin increases its density, indirectly boosting his resistance to impacts. By changing the muscles in his calves, he can run faster. Altering the nervous system in his hands allows him to increase his hand speed. Just from one night of experimentation, he develops multiple applications for his transformation skills. The next day, after learning that Hu Jiu has returned, Xiao Qinyu and others, who have been waiting eagerly, rush to his door, waving gold soul coins in their hands. They request to purchase his accelerated training carrots. Only those who have experienced Hu Jiu's martial soul effects know how remarkable his skills are. It's like having a booster during training. One can feel the exhilarating increase in soul power as if it's flying. This makes training no longer a hardship, but rather allows one to enjoy the joy of cultivation. In the past 6 months, due to consistently eating Hu Jiu's carrots, Their cultivation levels have significantly increased. Among them, Lu Long and Ling Feng have each risen by 4 levels, becoming level 15 soul masters. While Xiao Qinyu has become even more impressive, directly rising by 5 levels to become a level 16 soul master. This speed of improvement is something they have never imagined. In a few months, it will be their graduation day. It is said that several intermediate soul master academies have already contacted them in advance, promising to let them enroll for free. They have never enjoyed such treatment before. Therefore, they are especially enthusiastic towards the instigator of all this. Brother Xiao, you're back. Was your journey safe? If we had known you would be out for so long, we would have gone with you. We've missed you so much during this time. Xiao Qinyu said, shamelessly licking his face, showing no airs as the son of the city lord. Hee, I see you guys are missing my carrots, right? Remember, before I left, I prepared plenty of carrots for you. How could you finish them so quickly? Hu Jiao smiled as he entertained them. These few people are his cash cows. So far, he has earned hundreds to thousands of gold soul coins from them. With so much money, even if he spends generously, he still has at least 500 gold soul coins left. He thinks that once he has a bit more money, he will buy a storage soul guide. He is quite envious of Tang San's 24 bridges by night. However, storage soul guides are a bit expensive, he has inquired, and even the smallest storage soul guide costs over 10,000 gold soul coins, which is not enough even for the tip of the money he has earned so far. Brother Xiao, you know we are about to graduate. To get into a better academy in the future, we've extended our training time. Before, practicing for an hour a day was enough, but now we need at least 5 to 6 hours. Your carrots simply aren't enough, Lu Long said with a bit of a lamenting tone. It's not that they want to work hard themselves. It's mainly because their families have seen hope due to their rapid progress in soul power, insisting that they increase their daily training time. Haha, that is the right attitude. Look at me, your brother Xiao. Aside from studying, I train every day. In less than a year, I've already broken through to become a great soul master. I say you should really put in some effort. Once your cultivation is higher, at the very least, you could be a noble lord without any problem, Hu Jiao encouraged. Working hard is great. The harder they work, the more gold soul coins he can earn. Has Hu Jiao worked hard? Xiao Qinyu and the others exchanged glances, seemingly only seeing him playing around with sister Xiao Wu every day, having explored all of Notting City with her. Chapter 32. Days without Xiao Wu. All right, consider yourselves lucky. With my current soul power, I can satisfy you even with full-day training, as long as you can afford it. Hu Jiao nodded. Not making money when you can is foolish. With his level 20 Great Soul Master cultivation, he can produce nearly 100 accelerated training carrots at a time. And making 1,000 in a day is not a problem. When it comes to making money quickly, what can compare to a food-type Soul Master? If he weren't afraid of attracting too much attention, he would have already expanded his customer base. We have money. We all have money. Xiao Qinyu took out a bag of gold soul coins and handed it directly to Hu Jiao. We have some too, this is mine. Lu Long and Ling Feng also pulled out their money bags, unwilling to be outdone. Although it hurt a bit, they accepted it to speed up their training. Moreover, these 3 are wealthy second-generation heirs, so buying carrots is not a problem. All right, 30 carrots each. Come back to me when you run out. With money in hand, Hu Jiao produced 100 carrots at once, with the excess being a discount for them. After all, his carrots don't require any cost, just a bit of soul power consumption, which will naturally recover after some time. By the time Xiao Qinyu and the others left, expressing endless thanks, it was already evening. In the dormitory, Wang Sheng and the others had already returned from school. After everyone met, there was no shortage of casual chatting. In the 7th dormitory of the work-study students, his status is somewhat special. These people are all Xiao Wu's subordinates now, and he has a close relationship with Xiao Wu. His own combat strength is not weak, and he subtly exhibits the demeanor of a second-in-command. Well, one could also say he is relying on Xiao Wu's influence. Eating soft rice. Sigh. The next day, Xiao Wu pitifully came to him. Xiao Jiao, I'm going out to hunt soul rings. This time I'll be gone for at least half a month. You can't let me starve, right? Quickly give me some carrots. Why does it take so long? You eat so much. I'm afraid you won't be able to last long even if you bring some. The little rabbit is really something. She could clearly create soul rings herself, spending half a day on it, and just making up an excuse would be enough, yet she has to leave for so long. Suddenly, Hu Jiao found himself a bit reluctant. How about I accompany you? With me around, you can eat as much as you want, even until you're stuffed. With this thought, Hu Jiao tested the waters. It was obvious that Xiao Wu was going to the Star Dough Forest for such a long time. If Xiao Wu allowed him to follow, he could justifiably discover her identity. Once Xiao Wu confessed, he could generously express that he didn't care about her identity. And wouldn't that bring their relationship closer? Unfortunately, although Hu Jiao had good intentions, Xiao Wu did not agree. She looked at Hu Jio with a troubled expression. No. Xiao Jio, this time I'm going home to ask my family for help in hunting soul beasts. They don't like meeting outsiders, and I'm afraid they will be angry if they see you. Sure enough, the idea of meeting her family fell through. Hu Jio didn't insist too much on this. To be honest, if he were to meet Deming and Air Ming right now, he would still feel a bit guilty. All right then, wait for me a moment. I'll make you more carrots, but save some for later. Xiao Wu left. For a moment, without Xiao Wu by his side, he found himself a bit unaccustomed. After all, he had been with Xiao Wu for over half a year, and now that the chattering voice was suddenly missing, he felt empty inside. However, Xiao Wu's reluctant expression when she left made Hu Jio feel secretly pleased. It seemed that he still had a place in Xiao Wu's heart. Indeed, this work-study position in Shanghan Village came with extra benefits. After a boring morning of classes, Hu Jio met up with Tang San. Xiao-san, come on, we haven't fought in a long time. Let us have a match. Hu Jio had never been interested in fighting. He was only interested in crushing his enemies. Many times, he had rejected Tang San's invitations to duel. With this time, it would be nice to have some fun with Xiao Wu, but now that she wasn't around, he took the initiative to invite Tang San to avoid boredom and to improve his combat skills. You want to fight me? Tang San looked at him in surprise. That gaze seemed to question whether Hu Jio had lost his mind. Xiao-san, I warn you, don't look at me like that. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Hu Jio said angrily. He had already decided that he would definitely give Tang San a hard time later, preferably making him unable to get up for half a day. All right, I was wrong. Seeing Hu Jio's anger, Tang San readily admitted his mistake. But Xiao Jio, do you know what level I am at now? Faced with the question, Hu Jio was momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled that Tang San had mentioned he would go with the master and the dean to hunt soul rings. Counting the time, it seemed he was getting his second soul ring even faster than Hu Jio. Carefully sensing the soul power within Tang San, he found it had indeed surged quite a bit, already at level 21, close to level 22. Fight? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Just wait and see how I make you look for your teeth later. Hu Jio gritted his teeth. Whether he could beat him or not, he had to fight to find out. He remembered Tang San's second soul ring skill was Parasite, with his level 6 soul power control ability. Covering himself with a layer of soul power was just a simple operation. Therefore, under prepared circumstances, Tang San's second soul skill was garbage. Ah, then let us go. Xiao Jio, don't cry later. Tang San laughed heartily. All along, Tang San had felt a bit unconvinced. With the same practice of the Chaos Hammer technique, Hu Jio had already reached the Grandmaster realm, while he had yet to complete the full 81 hammer charge. As for soul power control, they had practiced together. But Hu Jio had refined his soul power to an extremely detailed level, while he had only just completed the water treading training. If that were all, it would be fine. After all, this was a talent one was born with, and Tang San was not someone who couldn't handle losing. But just look at their usual training situations. Tang San hardly had any time to play, working day and night, seizing every moment to train. While Hu Jio had been happily flirting with that Xiao Wu every day, Tang San hardly saw him train. With such a comparison, how could Tang San not feel frustrated? Did Hu Jio have some special favor from the heavens that he didn't? Wasn't he born with full soul power? Wasn't he a Xiao Jio who awakened with full soul power in the first place? Tang San was confused. On the hillside behind the academy, Hu Jio and Tang San stood facing each other. One stood with hands clasped behind his back, while the other tightly gripped a hammer. It was as if a pair of unparalleled masters were about to engage in a deadly battle. So impressive. Xiao Jio, come on. We've been standing here for a long time. Hurry up and strike. Tang San said helplessly. Suddenly, a crow flew by, seemingly mocking their foolish behavior. What's the rush? Young people need to be patient. Hu Jio said slowly. At the same time, the iron hammer in his hand quickly swung in circles, and the Chaos Hammer technique was unleashed. Chapter 33. Battle on Tang San's side. As soon as he saw Hu Jio's skilled circular motion with the hammer, he immediately used his binding skill. He dared not let Hu Jio's Chaos Hammer technique unfold. Even he felt fear at Hu Jio's mastery of the hammer technique. Tang San was familiar with his moves, and Hu Jio was no different. Upon seeing Tang San's actions, Hu Jio circulated his soul power to his feet and quickly ran, dodging the blue-silver grass vines that sprang up from the ground. At the same time, he activated his second soul skill to enhance the muscle strength in his calves. The moment the skill took effect, Hu Jio's figure began to flicker, and his image scattered across the lawn, making it dazzling to behold. Unfortunately, Tang San was not an ordinary person either. With the activation of his purple extreme demon eye, Hu Jio's figure had nowhere to hide before him. With the ghost shadow misty steps in operation, his figure became as elusive as Hu Jio's. Hey, Xiao-san, that has 5 strikes already. Seeing Tang San approaching, Hu Jio remained completely unflustered, speeding up his movements to accumulate his hammer technique to the 6th strike. Hu Jio's words only made Tang San furrow his brow slightly, but he continued to move forward without stopping. In the distance, Tang San's hands had already turned to jade-like white, appearing translucent and shining. Come on, let me see your capacity. Hu Jio squinted his eyes, feeling the strength he had accumulated to over 300 pounds, filled with confidence. Xiao-san, do you think my hammer technique needs 81 strikes to accumulate 300 pounds? Foolish. Boom. With a thud, Tang San was sent flying far away, unable to get up for quite a while. What? Xiao Jio, your hammer technique? Tang San lay on the ground, unable to get up. At that moment, he was filled with shock. He was well aware of Xiao Jio's strength. With just 6 strikes, he should not have been unable to withstand it. But now, the facts were right in front of him. He indeed could not withstand it and had lost completely. This situation can only be explained in one way. His hammer technique has improved again. Haha, can you see it? Recently, I've had some insights, and my chaotic wind hammer technique seems to have leveled up. Hu Jio grinned. Looking at the show-off Hu Jio, Tang San fell silent. His own hammer technique had been developed by someone else. Skill is inferior to others. What can he do? It seems that your transformation skill has been successfully tested. I can feel your speed has increased. Tang San looked at Hu Jio. He felt like a dull person in front of Hu Jio. Well, the experiment is nearly over, and I've found quite a few ways to use it, but to enhance the skill's power, I still need to improve the soul ring level. Glancing at the 2nd soul ring that had been upgraded to level 20, Hu Jio showed an expression of anticipation. If a 10-year limit soul ring is already this practical, how much improvement can a 100-year limit bring? Calculating the time, it should take just over a month to upgrade, and with over 2 months left in the school's holiday, that should be enough. In the next few days, Hu Jio entered a serious state, playing with a water balloon every day, diligently practicing the skill of soul power control. Currently, besides the chaotic wind hammer technique, he had no other means of attack, which made him very dissatisfied. After all, the shortcomings of the chaotic wind hammer technique were obvious. Even though he had worked hard to increase his own speed to compensate for this flaw, it still wasn't satisfactory. Therefore, it was time for his self-created skill, the spiral pill, to appear. To create the spiral pill, soul power control was essential. Only with excellent soul power control could the soul power form a rapidly spinning sphere, thus generating violent attacking power. With Xiao Wu not around, he had nothing else to do, so this was just right for him to settle down and practice hard. In just a few days, his soul power control ability had greatly improved. From the hanging panel, it showed that there was only a small half circle left until the next upgrade, perhaps. Before Xiao Wu returns, he would have already created his spiral pill skill. His actions of playing with the water balloon quickly caught Tang San's curiosity. Xiao Jio, what are you thinking? Tang San knew that once Hu Jio made movements he couldn't understand, it meant he must have come up with some new ideas, which might be a very practical skill. In this regard, he seemed even more certain than Hu Jio. Haha, it's nothing much. I just feel that our control over soul power is still too weak. I think if we condense the soul power and make it spin at high speed, just like this water balloon, using precise control to generate explosive attack power. Hu Jio smiled casually, openly explaining to Tang San. Currently, he was worried about how to make the water balloon explode. Letting Tang San, who had the Tang Sect's secret techniques, take a look might spark different inspiration. After all, his advantage was in hanging up to level up. Even if Tang San learned it, his training progress would never be as fast as his. In front of him, Tang San would always be a younger brother. This idea is quite good. How did you come up with it? After Hu Jio's explanation, Tang San was amazed, wishing he could open Hu Jio's head and see how it was structured inside. The idea is certainly good, but it seems a bit difficult to operate. Besides the weak soul power control, I haven't figured out the specific way for this spinning explosion yet. In Naruto, even someone as simple-minded as Naruto can learn the spiral pill. There's no reason I can't learn it. Although he also had a cheat, theoretically, it shouldn't be that different. If there were specific operational methods with his current soul power control strength, he could have met the requirements long ago. Hearing Hu Jio's dilemma, Tang San frowned, then began to recall in his mind whether there were any techniques related to this aspect in the Tang sect's secret arts from his past life. Due to sect rules, he couldn't disclose the Tang sect's secret techniques, but sharing a few small tips was still fine, just like exchanging martial arts experiences with fellow practitioners. After thinking for a while, Tang San's eyes lit up. He felt that some techniques in his crane control dragon capture skill matched Hu Jio's needs. Although not a perfect match, it wasn't too far off either. He believed that with these, given Hu Jio's intelligence, he could definitely complete his new skill. If Hu Jio successfully created this skill, perhaps he could also benefit from it. After all, without being able to use the Haotian hammer, his blue-silver grass attack power was limited. Having one more attack skill would be beneficial for him too. Then, Tang San casually found an excuse and shared a few small techniques from the crane control dragon capture skill with Hu Jio. In Hu Jio's eyes, the small tricks that Tang San shared were dazzling and remarkable. Good brother. Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder, showing his gratitude. To Tang San, these were just a few minor techniques, but to Hu Jio, they were invaluable treasures. Different perspectives naturally lead to different values. Chapter 34. Soul Power Spiral Sphere with Tang San's help. In the following days, Hu Jio completed the training of bursting water balloons and bursting rubber balls one after another. By now, he could condense a rapidly spinning sphere in his hand. However, the duration was a bit short, dissipating after only a few seconds. Since he couldn't maintain it for long, it was naturally impossible to talk about successfully creating the skill. Nevertheless, he had completed the most challenging step. As long as he continued to train for a while longer, the powerful spiral sphere skill would eventually appear. Days spent diligently studying passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 20 days since Xiao Wu left. According to her, she would be back in a few days. Soul Power Spiral Sphere go. On the hillside behind the academy, Hu Jio excitedly threw the sphere, which appeared blurred due to its high-speed rotation. Puff! The spiral sphere struck a tree trunk 1 meter away, causing a small piece of bark to wobble and fall to the ground. The attack power is clearly visible. It finally worked. Hu Jio doesn't care whether the attack power is weak or not. He only sees that the name of the Soul Power Spiral Sphere has appeared in the 5th on his panel. As for that unsightly attack power, the panel will naturally help him improve it. As long as the skill level is high enough, he can create a hole in the sky. At the moment the Soul Power Spiral Sphere was successfully created, his Soul Power Control skill also reached level 7. And a wealth of insights into controlling energy flooded his mind, making it easier for him to condense the Soul Power Spiral Sphere. These two skills seemed to complement each other. Hu Jio felt this scene and firmly remembered it. This was an important discovery that might come in handy in the future. After successfully creating the spiral pill, he naturally wanted to show it off, though it was a pity that Xiao Wu wasn't around. So, he could only find Tang San. After all, it was Tang San who helped him a lot in creating the skill. Without his little tricks, even though Hu Jio could create the skill himself, it would definitely not be completed in just 20 days. Therefore, to thank Tang San, he had to let him see his new skill, though he would never admit that he wanted to show off in front of him. Tang San, take this. Skillfully pushing open Tang San's dormitory, without saying a word, he launched a spiral pill. Tang San, startled inside, quickly took a defensive stance, his eyes flashing with purple light, and his hands transformed into a jade-like color, crossing them protectively over his chest. With a whoosh, the rapidly spinning soul power instantly covered Tang San, feeling like a refreshing breeze against his face. Xiao Jio, Tang San exclaimed angrily. He wasn't mad at Hu Jio for the sneak attack, but was afraid of his hidden weapons appearing on him. If he hadn't heard Hu Jio shout, his sleeve arrows might have already shot out from his arm. At Tang San's roar, Hu Jio's body instantly stiffened in place. He suddenly remembered that Tang San was not Xiao Wu. He was a big schemer, full of deadly hidden weapons. If those things hit him, he might be seriously injured or even killed. Cold sweat began to pour out of him. It was the first time he realized that he was quite bold, daring to be friends with someone full of hidden weapons. How brave. Just kidding, Xiao San. You wouldn't be upset about this, would you? Hu Jio pretended to be nonchalant, secretly deciding never to act so foolishly again. Well, now it was Tang San's turn to feel annoyed. He couldn't possibly tell his good brother that he had almost been hit by a bunch of hidden weapons. What was that soul power ball you just used? Tang San pretended nothing had happened and curiously asked Hu Jio. I just came to tell you that my new skill has been successfully created. Since you've already seen it, I'm leaving now. Waving his hand, Hu Jio turned to leave without hesitation. The atmosphere wasn't suitable for showing off, and it could wait until later. Anyway, with Tang San's current soul power control ability, he wouldn't be able to learn this skill even if he wanted to, so let him be envious. Back at Dormitory 7, he found Xiao Qinyu and the others waiting for him in the room. Did you finish eating so quickly again? This isn't the first time. It seems like you guys have been working hard lately. Brother Joe, just one more push. I feel like my soul power is about to level up again. Xiao Qinyu was beaming. He was almost at level 17, and if he worked a bit harder, he might reach level 18 before graduation. At that time, with his level, he could probably go to the Martial Soul Academy. Sure, no problem. With someone taking care of business, Hu Jio naturally welcomed it. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no other people in the dormitory, he immediately started making accelerated cultivation carrots. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Hu Jio was starting to earn money, the door to Dormitory 7 was pushed open, and a crisp and familiar voice rang out. Xiao Wu. Hu Jio looked up in surprise. Standing at the door was the person he had been dreaming about. Hee hee. Xiao Jio, I'm back. Xiao Wu giggled as she approached, making her pretty face even clearer in front of Hu Jio. How could you be gone for so long? I missed you. After a moment of shock, Hu Jio reached out to pat Xiao Wu's head, saying naturally, I have something to do. You guys keep busy. Xiao Wu's cheeks turned red, and she shyly ran out. Xiao Jio, really, there are others here. How can you say such embarrassing things? Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu and the others looked on with teasing expressions, but they were secretly impressed. What a good girl. It's a shame she ended up with this kid Hu Jio. Xiao Wu's return motivated Hu Jio even more, and he quickly made enough carrots, waving his hand to shoo Xiao Qinyu and the others away. He then eagerly went out to find Xiao Wu. At the back hill of the academy, which was basically their usual spot, Hu Jio knew without searching that Xiao Wu would be there. Sure enough, when he approached, Xiao Wu was sitting on a rock, lost in thought. What are you thinking about, so spaced out? Hu Jio walked over and sat down next to her. In less than a month, he noticed that Xiao Wu seemed to have grown taller. She was now slightly taller than him. Nothing. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered for a moment before she smiled widely. Damn, could it be that during her time away, Deming and Erming said something they shouldn't have? Knowing Xiao Wu well, he quickly guessed the reason. It was likely that returning to the Star Doe forest reminded her of her identity as a spirit beast. Therefore, there was only one solution. Come ita carrot. If one wasn't tea enough, then two, eat until the little rabbit forgets her identity. Chapter 35. Second Soul, Ring Upgrade. Xiao Wu. Let me show you something. Once Xiao Wu's mood recovered, Hu Jio proudly stretched out his hands. From nothing to something, a soul power ball formed purely from soul power appeared, spinning rapidly in Hu Jio's hands, the air currents blowing his clothes. Spiral Pill Go. The condensed soul power ball, after being compressed and spun, smashed into the ground, creating a small pit with dirt flying everywhere. This power was already comparable to that of a firecracker. This is still just a level 0 state. After a few days of upgrading, it should be usable in battle. Have you ever seen the spiral sphere smack someone in the face? By then, I can attack anyone left and right, and my attack power won't be worse than that of a Battle Soul Master. Hey, Xiao Jio, did your skill creation succeed? Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with surprise and pride. This is a self-created skill. Ordinary Soul Masters can only use the few skills that come with their soul rings for their entire lives. There is no one like Xiao Jio, creating one useful skill after another. So I want to learn. Xiao Wu shouted. Hee, go ahead and learn. Having this skill will definitely help your combat style. Hu Jio nodded with a smile. However, if you want to learn my Spiral Sphere, your current soul power control ability is still a bit lacking. Work hard, and when you meet the requirements, I'll teach you. This Spiral Sphere skill is considered an advanced skill of soul power control and can only be learned after reaching a certain level of soul power control. Currently, it seems that to learn the Spiral Sphere, the soul power control must be at least level 6. And this requirement, let alone Xiao Wu, even Tang San has not reached. Tang San's soul power control is about level 5, while Xiao Wu is even lower, currently only at level 4. So, wanting to learn the Spiral Sphere is not that simple. Soul power control is so hard to improve. Xiao Wu is unhappy. The skills created by Hu Jio are known for being difficult to practice. Just listening to the series of training exercises for water treading makes her head spin. Haha, that's because you're too lazy. You've been too busy playing around. Look at Xiao San. He is almost reaching the requirements. You need to work harder. It's not very difficult to make Xiao Wu train seriously. Just ignite her competitive spirit. And Tang San is a perfect comparison. After all, Xiao Wu has always been unconvinced by him. Sure enough, when she heard that Tang San's soul power control level was higher than hers, Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied and immediately started training without taking a break. At Xiao Wu's level, she needs someone to help her when training soul power control. She can already walk normally on the water surface, and now she needs to train combat on the water surface. During this training, Hu Jio expressed that he could help. The new skill, Spiral Pill, had just been completed, and he needed to practice it in battle, so it was perfect to train with Xiao Wu. Hu Jio's training focus was simple, mainly to improve the release speed and cohesion of the Spiral Pill. the faster the skill is cast. The smaller the condensed spiral pill becomes, and the greater its power. With the experience provided by the idle panel, it only took a little over a day for the spiral pill to reach level 1. The level 1 spiral pill had been compressed to the size of a grapefruit and could be released in about a second. Afterward, it took about 10 more days to upgrade the spiral pill to level 2, at which point it was about the size of an apple and could be cast in half a second. On this day, the second spirit ring was upgraded to 100 years, becoming his second yellow spirit ring. As for the effect of the yellow spirit ring, "Hey, Tang-san, why are you following me? Do you want to fight?" In the evening, Xiao Wu was walking down the street when she suddenly turned around to see Tang-san following her. "Who do you think I am?" The person behind Xiao Wu stepped in front of her and asked seriously, "Tang-san, are you out of your mind? You are Tang-san. What's wrong? Did your brain break?" Facing Xiao Wu's blunt words, the person standing in front of her couldn't help but smile as the corners of his mouth twitched. "This little dance is really not friendly to Tang-san. Xiao Wu, why don't you take another look at who I am?" After the effect, the shape and figure of the shadow began to change, and soon it transformed into Hujio. Xiao? Xiao Wu looked at this scene in confusion and immediately realized that she had been tricked by Hujio. However, in the past, Xiao Jio's transformation ability was not so perfect. Not only did the face look exactly the same, but even the figure had changed. "How about it? Can you tell the difference between me and Tang-san now?" Hujio asked with a beaming smile. He discovered that the transformation ability at the century level was even more powerful now. It could not only perfectly mimic anyone's appearance, but even the aura was indistinguishable. With this skill, he could impersonate others without any problem, of course, as long as he didn't reveal his martial soul. Currently, the transformation skill still couldn't change the martial soul. "I can't tell the difference. Not only the appearance and figure, but even the aura is the same." "How amazing!" Xiao Wu exclaimed. "It is amazing, but I wonder if the century-level transformation can hide Xiao Wu's soul beast aura." He couldn't verify this point. After all, those below the level of a title Douluo would not be able to discover Xiao Wu's true identity, regardless of whether he could hide it or not. He decided to have Xiao Wu eat one of his transformation carrots every day from now on. What if it did hide her identity, besides transforming into others? This transformation skill also greatly enhanced his own abilities. With a century-old spirit ring, his spirit power level rose to level 21, and using it on himself strengthened his muscles, nervous system, and so on, with effects at least 5 times better than before. With the current effects, he knew his choice was correct. This spirit ring skill was worth it. At the same time, he was looking forward to the changes after the spirit ring upgraded to 1,000 years. Would it be able to perfectly transform into other spirit rings? Or could it turn into other animals, just like a ditto? A month later, as the Academy's vacation approached, the spiral sphere was upgraded to level 3, and the condensed spiral sphere was only the size of an egg. Anyone with keen eyes could see the astonishing fluctuations produced by his spirit power sphere. After this period of training, Xiao Wu also reaped considerable rewards. Her control over spirit power had reached the requirements to learn the spiral sphere, and she was currently undergoing the first training of the spiral sphere, which was to burst water balloons. As for Tang-san, he was also doing well. Aside from controlling spirit power, he had to practice the techniques from the Xintian treasure record, so his progress wasn't as fast as Xiao Wu's. But he had already reached level 6 and was also beginning to practice the spiral sphere. Speaking of which, if one were to really compare their cultivation talents, Tang-san seemed to be slightly inferior to Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu was more playful and didn't focus much on cultivation, which made their talents appear similar. In the blink of an eye, Hujio had been at the academy for a year. During this time, old Jack, Hurue, and Emma had visited a few times. Now, the time for the academy's vacation had arrived. Chapter 36. Going home. Xiao Wu, the academy will be on vacation soon. What are your plans? Hujio looked at Xiao Wu. This vacation would last a month, and to avoid missing her too much, he decided to coax her into coming back to his home. Me? I guess I'll just stay at the academy. After all, the vacation isn't long. Xiao Wu tapped her pink lips with her finger repeatedly. Are you going home? Hujio feigned surprise, acting. I'm not going back this time. I don't have any family, and it wouldn't be fun to go back. Xiao Wu said with a downcast mood. Xiao Wu was also quite the actor. Last time she left, she said her family was helping her hunt for spirit rings. But now she had no family. How casual. Oh, that is such a pity. After the vacation, I'll go home. I'll prepare more carrots for you these days, so you don't run out. Hujio said with a regretful expression. The two actors were trying hard to showcase their skills. Initially, Xiao Wu felt very disappointed at the thought of not being able to eat carrots, but soon her eyes lit up as she thought of a very good plan. Hey, Xiao, how about I go back home with you after the vacation? Can I go to your house? The carrots prepared in advance were no match for fresh ones made on the spot. She, the little rabbit, only liked to eat fresh ones. Go to my house. Sure. You're welcome anytime. Although he was already quite confident, the success of the plan still surprised Hu Jio. After all, being with Xiao Wu was far more fun than being with Tang San. Okay, then let us go to your house. Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively. As a rabbit, she didn't care much about worldly etiquette. Many things were done based on her preferences. She liked eating carrots, so naturally, she felt close to Hu Jio. Perhaps this was the advantage of caretaker? 3 days later, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Hu Jio set off on their way home together. The three of them were all level 21 spirit masters, so their traveling speed was naturally quite fast. It only took them a short 2 hours to reach the vicinity of Holy Spirit Village. Upon seeing the entrance of Holy Spirit Village, Tang San beside them revealed an expectant look. In this life, he yearned for familial love. Over the past year of studying, he felt very disappointed every time Hu Jio's family came to visit because his father, Tang Hao, did not come. After a year apart, he was a bit eager to see his father. Hu Jio, seeing Tang San's expression, secretly shook his head. Little San, you might be disappointed. Your father is a notorious child abuser who would rather protect you in secret than meet you. Since the enhancement of his sensory skills to level 7, he frequently sensed Tang Hao's presence. Perhaps Tang Hao never expected that someone in this small junior Soul Master Academy would have such keen senses. Of course, this was partly because Tang Hao did not carefully hide his presence. Otherwise, with Hu Jio's current cultivation level, he would not have been able to detect it. Wow, Xiao Jio, is this your hometown? It's so beautiful here, Xiao Wu said, munching on a carrot and bouncing ahead. Let's go, we're almost home, Hu Jio said with a smile, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Hu Jio glanced at the somewhat excited Tang San and felt sorry for the disappointment he was about to face. After thinking for a moment, he decided to accompany Tang San first. Little San, I'll go with you to see Uncle Tang Hao. This time I brought back some good wine from Nodding City. By selling carrots to Xiao Chenyu and others, he now had some money. So before heading home, he naturally did some shopping and bought gift for his family, especially for his father, Hu Rei, who almost emptied the wine cellar at home just to learn Tang Hao's chaotic wind hammer technique. Then let's go together. Tang Sen nodded. He still had a lot of Hu Jio's things with him on the 24 Bridges moonlit night, so he planned to see his father first, then visit Hu Jio's home. At the western side of the village entrance, the three arrived at Tang San's home. Dad, I'm back. Tang San rarely showed his childlike side, which was quite uncommon. Usually, he was very composed, like a little old man. He eagerly pushed the door open, but no one responded inside the house. Suddenly, the curtain of the inner room was pulled aside, and old Jack's face appeared before them. Grandpa Jack! Grandpa! Tang San and Hu Jio exclaimed in surprise, one genuinely and the other pretending. Grandpa Jack, where's my dad? Seeing old Jack, Tang San had a bad premonition and anxiously asked. Old Jack held a letter in his hand and, hearing this, looked at Tang San with a wry smile. Look, this is what Tang Hao left behind. It seems he has already left. Tang San hurriedly took it, staring intently at the contents of the letter. Just a few short lines left him staring blankly for half a minute, his expression gradually turning forlorn. Tang San, don't worry, Uncle Tang Hao will be fine. Think about the chaotic wind hammer technique. Uncle Tang Hao is not an ordinary blacksmith. He must have left for a reason, and you will meet again sooner or later. Hu Jio comforted, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Yes, Dad shouldn't be an ordinary person. His sudden departure must have a purpose. I should be okay and wait for him to return at the academy. Tang San rallied his spirits, but the disappointment on his face was hard to hide. Grandpa Jack, Xiao Jio, you guys should head back first. I'll bring the things to your house later. The place is a bit messy, so I need to tidy up first, Tang San said as he put away the note. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Come over for dinner tonight, Hu Jio said, pulling on old Jack, who was about to speak, shaking his head to signal him not to offer advice. At this moment, Tang San needed some quiet time alone, and they shouldn't disturb him. After leaving Tang San's house, Hu Jio introduced Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this is my grandpa. You could just call him Grandpa. Grandpa, this is Xiao Wu, my good friend. She's here to play for a few days during the break. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Hu Jio and sweetly called out, Grandpa Jack. She had heard Tang San call him that, and wasn't foolish enough to call him Grandpa directly. You little rascal, always bullying others. Hee, so your name is Xiao Wu. Huh, you're a pretty little girl. Make yourself at home here. If Xiao Jio bullies you, just tell Grandpa. Let me teach him a lesson. Old Jack looked kindly at her, Such a well-behaved little girl would be even better as a granddaughter-in-law. Hee hee. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Hu Jio and stood beside Old Jack, indicating that she had someone to rely on. Happily returning home, Old Jack didn't go back to his own house. He couldn't bear to leave with his good grandson back. At home, Hu Rue and Emma were already waiting for their son to come back. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, they were even more enthusiastic, completely ignoring their son Hu Jio. Chapter 37. Meteor Hammer. In the evening, Tang San came to Hu Jio's house. After half a day's adjustment, the look of disappointment on Tang San's face had disappeared. Hu Jio took out the gifts he had bought from Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. Grandpa Old Jack's tobacco leaves, Dad Hu Rue's fine wine, and Mom Emma's beautiful clothes. Although he blamed him for spending money carelessly, the elders were still quite happy to receive them. Haha, it didn't cost much. Have you forgotten? My son's martial soul is food-based, so making some small money is quite easy. I didn't spend recklessly, Hu Jio explained with a smile. He briefly mentioned his ability to earn money, as he had already prepared to leave some extra money at home to improve their living situation. After returning to Shenghan village and happily wandering around with Xiao Wu for a few days, Hu Jio began to attend to his own business. Ever since the chaotic windhammer method was upgraded to level 8, he had clearly felt that the subhammer he had gotten from Tang San's house was no longer suitable. It felt light in his hand and couldn't fully unleash his power, seriously affecting his strength. Before he didn't have time, but now the academy was on break. And with Tang San, the little blacksmith, around, it was just right to ask him to help make a new hammer. Maybe it can't even be called a hammer anymore. You want a hammer with a round ball-shaped head and spikes on top? Upon hearing Hu Jio's description of the weapon, the way he looked at Hu Jio changed. Isn't this a meteor hammer? How ruthless must a person be to think of using such a weapon? Can you really do it? Seeing Tang San's hesitant expression, Hu Jio asked. Yes, it can be made, but are you sure you want to use this weapon? Once the meteor iron hammer is out, it's either death or injury. Tang San hoped Hu Jio would think carefully. Of course, since it's a weapon, it's meant for killing. A killing weapon should be as ruthless as possible, Hu Jio said naturally. When dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless. If necessary, it's best to eradicate them completely. Showing mercy to enemies is going against one's own life. All right, but the weapon you want is a bit heavy. A hammerhead weighing 100 pounds will take quite a while to forge, so come help me. Knowing that Hu Jio understood what he was doing, Tang San stopped persuading him. Don't mention the second brother. In terms of ruthlessness, who can compare to the Tang sect's hidden weapons? He himself is not a good person either. Fine, I'll assist you. Make this hammerhead a bit better. In the future, if there's a chance, I'll find some retractable materials to change the handle. A meteor hammer with an iron chain is his favorite weapon. In front of a level 7 soul power control, the iron chain can maintain the handle state. And the most important thing is that it can be long or short, suitable for both ranged and close combat. Though its appearance is a bit unappealing. When he first thought of this weapon, a massive, bare-bodied man holding a meteor hammer bigger than his head immediately popped into his mind. What a scene. The materials for forging iron are readily available. Tang San has them at home. To craft the weapon for Hu Jio, Tang San generously took out all the pig iron from his home and started forging with great enthusiasm. To forge a weapon, the first step is to refine the pig iron. In this regard, Hu Jio can also help. A huge pile of pig iron, the size of a water bucket, was heated until red-hot by the two of them, and the chaotic hammering technique was unleashed as Hu Jio and Tang San forged the pig iron together. In this forging, the strength of both individuals was fully demonstrated. As they took turns, when Tang San hammered, the iron block had noticeable dents, but didn't look that impressive. However, when Hu Jio hammered, it was a different story. Each strike made the cast iron feel like clay in his hands, creating a hole with every blow. With each strike, a loud sound echoed, followed by the vibrations of the anvil. Every time the hammer came down, the ground of Tang San's house trembled, and dust from the roof fell in showers. This scene left Tang San in deep shock. Each strike from Hu Jio was probably no less than 500 pounds. And as time went on, Hu Jio's strength only grew stronger. This made Tang San worried that Hu Jio might collapse his house. Xiao Jio, be a bit lighter. Don't tear my house apart. Oh, okay, Xiao San, why don't you pull the bellows? I can handle refining the pig iron by myself. Hu Jio grinned. This was the effect he wanted. He still remembered how he used to watch Tang San standing there forging iron every day while he stood awkwardly beside him, pulling the bellows. Now, finally, it was Tang San's turn to pull the bellows for him. All right, I'll pull the bellows for you. Tang San had no objections to this. With Hu Jio being so skilled, he really couldn't contribute much. Besides, he needed to forge some items next. and having Hu Jio as free laborer meant he could exert less effort. Hu Jio and Tang were busy working hard, while Xiao Wu felt bored without Hu Jio's company. Fortunately, there was Ima around. Seeing the situation, Mama Ima took her along to do farm work, allowing her to experience rural life. Of course, even though she was brought along, she wouldn't be made to work, effectively just playing with her. In this way, Hu Jio could also focus on forging his own weapons at Tang San's house. After a full week of refining pig iron, Hu Jio and Tang San managed to transform a bucket-sized amount of pig iron into a piece the size of a small ball. At this point, it can no longer be called pig iron. It should be called wrought iron. Wrought iron is forged into a deep black, shiny color, instantly recognizable as something extraordinary. Next, it was time for Tang San to showcase his skills. It should be noted that, besides being taught by Tang Hao, Tang San had also worked in a blacksmith shop in Notting City for almost a year. When it comes to craftsmanship, few ordinary masters can compare to him. If it weren't for this, Hu Jio wouldn't have asked Tang San to help him forge a weapon. He wasn't short on money and could easily find any blacksmith shop to assist him. So why go through so much trouble? That said, Tang San's skills were indeed impressive. Under his hands, the wrought iron transformed daily. In Hu Jio's eyes, he watched in awe as menacing spikes slowly emerged from his sphere. After staring for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how these spikes had appeared. Half a month later, Hu Jio looked at the sharp meteor hammer in his hand with a beaming face. The spikes on the hammerhead further satisfied him immensely. With this weapon, not only would it be intimidating to use on someone, but just looking at it was enough to instill fear. Probably no one would want to endure a blow from it. This meteor hammer, let's just call it a meteor hammer. With the hammerhead, it weighs a total of 132 pounds. If it weren't for the chaotic hammer techniques learned from auto farming, which subtly enhanced his physical fitness, he might not even be able to wield it. Holding in his hand made Hu Jio feel a sense of fulfillment. Buddy, we'll be fighting side by side for a long time to come, Hu Jio said lightly while stroking the meteor hammer. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu recognized his kin after obtaining the meteor hammer. Hu Jio couldn't wait to test its power, so he sought out Tang San and Xiao Wu to spar with them. Unfortunately, as soon as they saw the appearance of his meteor hammer, both of them instinctively waved their hands in refusal, insisting they wouldn't spar with him. Just looking at the spikes on the meteor hammer made them feel a chill in their hearts. Although they believed Hu Jio wouldn't hurt them, their concerns made them uncertain about winning even if they fought. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu were interested in battles they couldn't win. Xiao Jio, I've finished making your weapon. Now it's your turn to help me. I also need to forge some weapons, Tang San said with a smile. With Hu Jio as free labor, they could at least produce some simple and practical hidden weapons in the last half-month. The thoughts of willow blades, money darts, bone-piercing nails, sand-shooting projectiles, tight-back floral crossbows, Zhuge divine crossbows, and other hidden weapons flashed through his mind. He was a professional at squeezing Hu Jio for work. Sure, no problem, Hu Jio readily agreed. The meteor hammer in his hand was still a masterpiece of Tang San's, so helping a little was no big deal. Moreover, he also wanted to see just how many hidden weapons Tang San could forge and whether they would be usable. Mainly, he wanted to witness the famed Tang sect hidden weapons. In the following period, Hu Jio entered labor mode. He didn't expect Tang San to be this kind of person. Every day, he made him refine various iron ores without allowing him a moment's rest. Hu Jio even suspected that the hidden weapons forged from so many ores might fill up Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. This Tang San is not human. He has been working like a laborer for so many days that even Xiao Wu doesn't have time to accompany him. Speaking of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio revealed a strange smile. Because his mother Emma was really amazing for some unknown reason. While he and Tang San were busy working hard in the blacksmith shop every day, Emma accompanied Xiao Wu every day and eventually recognized her as her goddaughter. Hu Jio was quite shocked when he first learned this news. Xiao Wu suddenly advanced from being a dependent to a godsister, which caught him off guard. On the spot, he asked a question that made Emma laugh for a long time. Mom, now that Xiao Wu has become a godsister, can we still get married in the future? The words slipped out, and even though Hu Jio believed he had thick skin, his face still turned red with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Emma's laughter almost made Hu Jio want to crawl under the table. However, Hu Jio did receive an explanation afterward. I knew you were a bad kid. Don't worry. I'm helping you with this. Think about it. Even though you are studying at the same academy now, who knows what the future holds? What if you both go your separate ways in a few years? You'll be the one crying then. So, you recognize Xiao Wu as your goddaughter in advance. Which means that no matter where she goes in the future, we will have a connection, right? Hu Jio looked at Emma with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Sigh. This is the bond between mother and son. They think alike. Although Hu Jio hadn't considered it like Emma, he also planned to stick to Xiao Wu. As long as he was there, Xiao Wu wouldn't be able to run away even if she wanted to. After all, a caretaker isn't just a title. That's right, from now on, just wait patiently. Xiao Wu will eventually be yours. Emma was proud of her strategy. All right, Mom is truly impressive. Hu Jio gave a thumbs up, feeling that his scheming nature must have been inherited from Emma. Otherwise, with his pure and kind nature, how could he have such impure thoughts? Emma's family recognized a very cute little girl as their goddaughter, which was quite a big deal in the village. The liveliness of the event was no less than when Hu Jio awakened his martial soul. In Shanghan village, with over 300 households, they held more than 100 tables for the banquet, excluding those who were away. Watching Xiao Wu shyly call him brother, Hu Jio felt sweet inside. What is brother? Just wait to call me beloved brother in the future. Hu Jio thought casually. Xiao Wu. Hu Jio called out. What is it, Xiao Jio? Xiao Wu still called him as such, except for the day they recognized each other. She and T called him brother again. Lay your hair down, so I can see. He remembered that when Xiao Wu grew up and let her hair down, his heart almost melted. He had never seen her with her hair down before. Since he was now her godbrother, it shouldn't be too much to ask to see her with her hair down. W, what do you want to do? Xiao Wu tilted her head at Hu Jio, her face full of confusion. Could it be that she didn't like her scorpion braid? I just want to see. What reason could Hu Jio give? Should he say that he was captivated by Xiao Wu with her hair down in his previous life? Let me think about it. Xiao Wu playfully pointed at her lips. Oh, are you hungry? Here, have a carrot. Seeing Xiao Wu's actions, Hu Jio understood instantly. He discovered that Xiao Wu had a little habit. Whenever she wanted to eat carrots, she would point at her lips, which was very cute. Hee, that's more like it. If you want to see, then see for yourself. It's such a hassle to do these braids. Xiao Wu nibbled on the carrot, tilted her head, revealing her scorpion braid, signaling Hu Jio to do it himself. Hu Jio didn't hold back, stepped forward, and after a long time of fussing, he finally made Xiao Wu's hair down. Sweating profusely. Beautiful. Looking at the gentle and intellectual Xiao Wu, Hu Jio felt that all the effort was worth it. Is it pretty? Xiao Wu asked softly. Pretty. The vacation days always passed quickly. A month went by in a flash. Before parting, Xiao Wu and Emma were reluctant. Emma truly treated this adorable girl as her own daughter. Xiao Jio, take good care of Xiao Wu after you get to the academy. If you mistreat her, just wait until I come back to deal with you, Emma said seriously to Hu Jio. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take good care of Xiao Wu. He remembered that she seemed to be a support-type soul master, while Xiao Wu was a battle type. How was he supposed to protect her? Hu Jio didn't dare to say or ask. After bidding farewell to Emma, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu found Tang San, and the three of them set off for the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy together. This year, they're already in the 2nd grade. Tang San has a soul power level of 22. Hu Jio is at level 22, and Xiao Wu is at level 21. That's right, during this month-long holiday, both Tang San and Hu Jio have each leveled up by 1. Tang San was already close to level 22 after obtaining his 2nd soul ring, while Hu Jio has truly leveled up by 1. The auto-leveling panel allows him to continuously increase his soul power for 24 hours. And the first soul ring's absorption helps to speed up the leveling process. Combined with the high-level 7 soul power meditation method, it's impossible for him to level up slowly. Chapter 40. 1,000-Year Soul Ring this year marks Hu Jio's 2nd year studying at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. That is, he is in the 2nd grade. The 2nd grade academy life is not particularly new, and due to the auto-leveling panel, Hu Jio has a lot of free time. Apart from attending regular classes, he mostly spends time taking Xiao Wu around to play, living a carefree life. Only Tang San continues to work hard, filling his daily training schedule, and besides that, he also has to find time to learn theoretical knowledge from the master, keeping himself extremely busy. It is worth mentioning that this year, he and Xiao Wu did not enroll as work-study students. They are also self-financed students. Each of them has a single dorm room, just like Tang San. Hu Jio is pleased with this arrangement, as Xiao Wu is a girl, and living in a mixed-gender dormitory is not ideal. Not to mention that he himself wouldn't want that. Before the new year, his major clients, Xiao Qinyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng graduated, which almost made him lose his source of clients. Fortunately, Hu Jio is quite clever and got them to send people to trade with him in the future, each time for a month's worth of supplies. After all, they have been trading for so long, and he is reluctant to lose such high-quality clients. The carrots he produces are not much different from ordinary carrots, and they can be stored for a month without any issues. It's just that if kept too long, the taste will be slightly worse. His suggestion was quickly approved by Xiao Qinyu and the others. Before graduating, Xiao Wu, with his level 18 Soul Master skills, was invited for free to study at the Intermediate Academy of the Wuhuan Temple in Lulong and Lingfeng, both at level 17. Also entered the Intermediate Academy of the Wuhuan Temple together. Moreover, for a period afterward, due to the strong training atmosphere and fierce competition at the Intermediate Academy, the demand for Hu Jio's carrots increased even more. Every month, they would bring him an income of over 1,000 gold soul coins, making Hu Jio a person who is not short on money. It turns out that the family backgrounds of these three are quite good, and seeing them enter the Intermediate Academy of the Wuhuan Temple, they felt there was great value in cultivating them, almost spending their entire family fortune on their training. Otherwise, they might not even be able to afford Hu Jio's carrots. One day, 3 months later, Hu Jio excitedly looked at the purple soul ring under his feet. It hasn't been easy. His first soul ring has been auto-leveling for over a year, and it has only now upgraded to a 1,000-year soul ring. Hu Jio has been anxiously waiting for this. This is a 1,000-year soul ring, and even the main character Tang Sen only has a 100-year soul ring. Confidence, arrogance. Hu Jio feels like he's about to defy the heavens. After experiencing the effects of the 1,000-year soul ring, he thinks, why not just turn the heavens upside down for him? He wants to turn the world upside down. Just look at the effect of his first soul ring to understand why Hu Jio is so arrogant. After becoming a 1,000-year soul ring, the effect of the first soul ring skill changes to doubling the cultivation speed, lasting for 1 hour after consumption. For him, it is a passive skill with a permanent effect. This effect is too incredible. No, I need to stay calm. I need to be low-key. After being excited for a long time, Hu Jio comes back to his senses. The effect of his soul ring is too astonishing and must be kept hidden. He absolutely cannot leak it to anyone who he does not trust completely. Currently, in Hu Jio's mind, there are only 2 people he completely trusts. One is Xiao Wu, and the other is Tang San. Moreover, even if he gives Tang San carrots in the future, he will have to start charging for them. Since he is so stingy, and won't T even teach him Tang's sex skills? Doesn't he know that his idle position has been empty for a long time? As for Xiao Wu, forget it. She has no money and is still being supported by him. And then there are Xiao Wu and the others. Let me see if I can reduce the cultivation effect of the carrots first. If it can't be reduced, then this business will be off the table. In the face of personal safety, making money is just a minor issue. After all, he no longer lacks money. How extravagant. The advancement of the soul ring, feeding back into the idle panel, has given Hu Jio's soul ring idle position a leap in improvement. After a day of idling, he actually raised the soul ring level by 5 years, making Hu Jio unable to stop smiling. With such a rapid improvement, even a 10,000-year spirit ring would only take a few years. By then, the effects of the 10,000-year spirit ring would start to feed back, increasing his daily cultivation limit. Together, they would continuously enhance each other. This is the rhythm of becoming a god. In addition, the shape of his carrot has also changed. It used to be a light red carrot, but now it has turned deep red, looking more appetizing. The taste has also changed, becoming more delicious. This result directly led to Xiao Wu no longer eating meals. She only eats carrots every day and has never been seen stopping. This is an addiction to eating carrots. Now Hu Jio can rest assured. Very well, I officially announce that we have captured a little rabbit dancer. Tang San, pay up. 1,000-year soul ring. Let Hu Jio expand. Selling a carrot to Tang San for 1 silver soul coin is already a bargain. After all, he sells 1 for a gold soul coin, even if it only increases the cultivation effect by 10%. While this one doubles the cultivation speed and is only sold for 1 silver soul coin, which Tang San himself thinks is too low. Xiao Jio. All right, you and I owe you. I really have no money right now. Tang San feels a bit ashamed. Every month, besides receiving 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, he only has a meager income from the blacksmith shop. At the blacksmith shop, it started at 1 silver soul coin a month, but now that his skills have improved, it's risen to 2 silver soul coins. So even if Tang San doesn't eat or drink, his monthly salary can only buy about 100 carrots. He needs at least 8 a day, so his monthly salary only allows him to cultivate for about 10 days, and then he runs out of money. Moreover, Tang San is reluctant to give up the carrot that doubles the cultivation effect, so Hu Jio formally becomes Tang San's creditor. Haha, what you saying, Xiao San? Hu Jio laughs proudly. Take it. Eat as much as you want. If you run out, I have more here. Talking about money is too sentimental. When you become successful in the future, just remember to repay me. So, money doesn't matter. He mainly wants to be Tang San's creditor. When Tang San gets the celestial herb in the future, would he dare not leave 1 for himself? He vaguely remembers that in the original work, The number of celestial herbs Tang San obtained was limited, just enough for the Shrek 7 devils to use. Now, with him added, it will definitely squeeze out one spot. So he needs to secure a position first. Oh, and there is also Xiao Wu S. It should be 2 spots in total. Alright, I'll keep track of it for you. Tang San nods seriously. He knows that Hu Jio wants to collect his money mainly to prevent him from feeling guilty, to protect his pride, and to ensure he eats. That is why he uses a trading method to avoid being in debt to him. Unfortunately, all of this has been seen through by the clever Tang San. Xiao Jio, just wait. I will repay you in the future. In his heart, Tang San silently vows. With the double cultivation effect, the cultivation speed of Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu suddenly accelerates, almost like riding a flying car, with changes happening every day. The speed at which this soul power is being enhanced is simply terrifying to them. Chapter 41. The Master Invites. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. At this moment, due to the increasing his soul ring's age by 5 years every day, the second soul ring skill also changed, becoming a 1,000-year soul ring. Once all soul rings reach the 1,000-year mark, their skill effects undergo significant enhancements. The transformation skill is no exception. In front of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio's appearance gradually changed. His skin became delicate, his head shrank, his face turned rosy, and 2 pink rabbit ears sprouted from the top of his head. Then his clothes, body shape, and tail began to change as well. In just a few seconds, the room had 2 Xiao Wus, one in a martial spirit transformation state and the other unchanged. Oh my, Xiao Jio, you can even change into my martial spirit. The unchanged Xiao Wu stepped forward and tugged at Hu Jio's rabbit ears, playing with them in her hands. Xiao Wu, don't play with my ears. It tickles. A crisp and enticing voice rang out. Hu Jio's eyes grew hazy. He hadn't expected Xiao Wu's rabbit ears to be so sensitive, nor did he think his transformation skill could replicate that aspect. Oh no, I forgot. Xiao Wu hurriedly released her grip, blushing as she realized how sensitive her own rabbit ears were. For a moment, she was so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head. After a while, Xiao Wu raised her head and casually asked, "So, Xiao Jio, can you use my soul ring skills?" The reason she asked this was mainly because she noticed 2 yellow soul rings under Hu Jio's feet, and their levels were identical to hers at that moment. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio felt a stir in his heart and closed his eyes to sense carefully. After a long while, he lifted his head, frowned, and shook his head, saying, "It seems I can't. It's just a change in appearance, without any actual effect." Hu Jio felt a bit disappointed. If he could also change other soul skills, he would truly be prosperous. After all, he still had an empty in his ordinary positions, and the 7th was about to open. If he could simulate soul skills, he could infiltrate those major powers and take advantage of their unique soul skills. Just thinking about it was delightful. Just then, How you use dormitory door was shouldn't be pushed open. Why you guys? Tang Sin looked at the 2 Xiao was in shock, unsure of how to react. Can I say I was just experimenting with a new skill? Hu Jio hurriedly explained, but saying this in Xiao Wu's voice felt strange. You're Xiao Jio? Tang Sin looked at the Xiao Wu in the martial spirit transformation state, revealing a puzzled expression. He remembered that Hu Jio's transformation skill couldn't replicate martial spirits. Yes, I really am experimenting with skills. Saying this, Hu Jio's appearance began to change again, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from Xiao Wu into Tang San. Not only did his appearance match Tang San's, but even his attire was identical. Blue silver grass, come. He extended his right hand, and a blue silver grass appeared in Hu Jio's hand. How about that? Hu Jio looked at Tang San proudly. This is my blue silver grass. Curious. Tang San released his martial spirit and compared it with Hu Jio's in front of him. Amazing. I can't tell the difference at all. It's indistinguishable. Is this your second soul ring's advanced effect? Regarding Hu Jio's speed of cultivation in soul rings, Tang San had become numb. He felt that the theory that soul rings couldn't change was nothing in front of Hu Jio. With his speed of enhancement, it was even faster than increasing soul power. What about skills? Can I use my bind and parasite? Tang San asked the same question as Xiao Wu. Shaking his head, Hu Jio calmly explained, not yet. I can't change the soul ring skills for now, but there's no need to rush. The current soul ring age is only 1,000 years. It's hard to say what will happen when it reaches 10,000 years. Just a 10,000-year soul ring, it would only take a few years to reach that. And even if he couldn't change the skills then, there would be other effects. This was beyond doubt. So Hu Jio was not in a hurry at all. Well, your soul ring enhancement is fast anyway. Tang Sin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that someone like Hu Jio, a genius, couldn't be viewed with ordinary standards. Oh, by the way, I came to tell you that my teacher is very interested in your first soul ring skill and wants to meet you. At this moment, Tang San remembered his purpose for coming to find Hu Jio. The master wants to meet me? Then let us meet. Hu Jio had long anticipated this day, but he didn't expect it to come so late. The master was truly slow to react. Since meeting the master was a certainty, he had no reason to refuse. After all, the reason he could acquire the first soul ring so smoothly was thanks to the master's guidance. Thus, even if it was to return a favor, he had to go. When? Hu Jio asked. Right now, to avoid making the teacher wait too long, Tang San said. He had great respect for the master and completed any tasks the master assigned without fail. All right, let's go. Hu Jio had some understanding of the master. He was rigid, stubborn, and inflexible. This is the impression the master leaves in Hu Jio's heart. This person has no flexibility at all, always wearing a stern face as if the whole world owes him money. Hu Jio has no interest in interacting with such a person. Moreover, he looks down on how Hu Jio handles Lu Erlong's emotional issues. If only he had a slightly lower bottom line or was more decisive. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Hiding for decades is not something a person should do. Returning to the master's residence. Everything is just as it was a year ago, with books everywhere in the room, and the whole place filled with the fragrance of books. Master, long time no see. Hu Jio took the initiative to speak. I really didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. I must say, being able to cultivate to your level with second-level innate soul power is quite impressive. Upon seeing Hu Jio again, the master sighed as he looked at him. His impression of Hu Jio was not deep. If it weren't for Tang San, he might have already forgotten him. However, in recent months, he noticed that Tang San's speed of soul power cultivation had become a bit unusual. The first 3 months were fine, only increasing from level 22 to level 23, which he could accept since it was innate full soul power. But the last 3 months became abnormal, unexpectedly increasing 2 levels in a short time, becoming a level 25 Great Soul Master, which frightened the master, fearing that Tang San had practiced forbidden techniques from a crooked path. After all, no matter how talented Tang San was, his cultivation speed couldn't be this fast. One must know that soul power cultivation becomes increasingly difficult, getting harder the further one goes. Under his severe questioning, Tang San finally mentioned Hu Jio's name. He remembered that it was this little guy who, despite his advice, insisted on choosing a trash spirit ring. And he had concluded that Hu Jio's future was cut off. One step slow, every step slow, with only second-level innate soul power. Not finding a way to catch up with the spirit ring's age limit, he actually chose a 10-year spirit ring, which was simply self-destructive. He never expected that just a year later, this little guy had achieved so much. According to Xiao San, Hu Jio's soul power is now level 28, just 1 level away from catching up to him. This is not all. The most critical point is that he actually changed the iron rule that soul rings cannot be enhanced. He was stunned when he received this news from Tang San. If Tang San hadn't said he had already verified it, he would never have believed it. It turns out that the years of soul rings can indeed be artificially increased. Chapter 42. The master's deal. When a master first learned that the years of soul rings could be artificially increased, he was very excited. However, Tang San's subsequent explanation made him feel as disappointed as he had been excited before. Tang San's explanation was Hu Jio's original words. Human time is limited. With the time to cultivate soul rings, why not use it to enhance one's cultivation? If one's cultivation is improved, wouldn't it be better to hunt for higher-level soul rings earlier? This sentence made the master suddenly realize that indeed, increasing the age of soul rings is useless for ordinary soul masters. Ordinary soul masters have limited talent to begin with, and even if they know that the age of soul rings can be increased, it is of no use because they simply do not have enough time. Therefore, this discovery only applies to geniuses, such as those from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, because they have methods to control distractions. Unfortunately, the master is also a person who adheres to principles. The discovery that soul rings can be enhanced was made by Hu Jio, and he would not disclose it without Hu Jio's permission. This point was something he had sworn to when Tang San told him this news. Of course, all of this is just the master's lamentation and not his main purpose for finding Hu Jio today. Hu Jio, I'll be straightforward. The reason I invited you today is not for anything else. I heard from Xiao San that your carrots can double the training effectiveness. I would like to purchase some carrots from you. This is the main purpose of his search for Hu Jio. His innate soul power is only half a level. And in this lifetime, he has tried every possible means but still hasn't broken through to level 30. This has become his obsession. Because of this, he has turned a blind eye to those with low innate soul power, such as Hu Jio. After learning about the effect of Hu Jio's first soul ring from Tang San, another thought was born in him. He could use Hu Jio's carrot effect to break through his own level. Master, buying my carrots is not a problem. You may not know, but my carrots have always been on sale, though that kind of carrot only enhances the cultivation effect by 10%. And I sell them for 1 gold soul coin each. At first, the master's words surprised Hu Jio, but after a moment's thought, he understood the master's intention. If he wanted to break through the bottleneck, this could work. However, if he didn't take this opportunity to extort a bit, he wouldn't be Hu Jio. After all, giving the master the chance to buy carrots was already considered repaying the favor from back then. From now on, business is business, no more personal feelings. So, what do you mean? The master looked at Hu Jio calmly. Since he had already decided to buy, he was prepared to spend a lot of money. After all, Hu Jio's soul skill effect was equivalent to those rare treasures. And since it was a bulk supply of rare treasures, as long as the price wasn't too outrageous, he could accept it. You are Xiao San's teacher. I can't ask for too high a price, just 10 gold soul coins for one. Hu Jio smiled. 10? The master pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. This price is very reasonable. No problem. Give me 10. 10 gold soul coins for one was just at the limit of his psychological price point. It wasn't that Hu Jio's carrots couldn't be sold for a high price, but he simply didn't have that much money. If those major forces found out about the effect of Hu Jio's carrots, let alone 10 gold soul coins each, there would be people fighting to buy them for 100 gold soul coins each. Of course, a greater possibility would be that they would imprison him, turning him into a tool for endless exploitation in cultivation. Master, just 10 may not be enough. 1 carrot can only last for an hour. 10 won't even last a day. The effect isn't very significant. Looking at the money pouch in front of him, Hu Jio didn't reach out to take it. He felt that today might yield different results. The master looked up at the smiling youth before him and frowned, asking, "What do you want?" "I can supply the master with the carrots needed for a year of cultivation." Hu Jio raised a finger. "The condition is very simple. I want a self-created soul skill that is useful to me." Indeed, this was what Hu Jio wanted. He hadn't forgotten that the master came from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, one of the top 3 sects, and he didn't believe there were no decent soul skills to be had. So you want to learn a soul skill? Do you know that in this world, self-created soul skills are extremely precious? Do you think you can easily exchange it for your carrots? The master looked at Hu Jio indifferently, a faint disgust flashing through his heart. He felt that Hu Jio was being a bit greedy. How precious are self-created soul skills? Some rare soul skills can support a considerable family with just one, yet Hu Jio wants to exchange it for just a few carrots. His appetite is quite large. Ah, very precious? I've already created 2, and I don't think it's that difficult. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao San. Hu Jio innocently shrugged. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. People in this world valued things more than he expected. You. The master was almost choked, speechless by Hu Jio's words. Just say whether you sell it or not. Wanting a soul skill is absolutely impossible. Sell? How can I not sell? It's business coming to my door. I have no reason to refuse. Hu Jio extended both hands and quickly produced 10 carrots. After lining them up neatly on the table, he casually took the money pouch and stuffed it into his pocket without counting it. Since there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now, master. I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate again. Hu Jio smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "Wait." Just as Hu Jio was about to leave, the master raised his hand to stop him. "What? Does the master have something else?" Hu Jio asked curiously. The master hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but speak. "Can you tell me why your soul ring can be upgraded so quickly?" Curiosity is human nature. If Hu Jio could upgrade a 10-year soul ring to a 1,000-year one in just over a year, there must be some secrets involved, and no one would believe it without some explanation. Moreover, for an expert like the master with rich theoretical knowledge, Hu Jio's method of upgrading soul rings was making him feel like a cat scratching inside, extremely itchy. No comment. Hu Jio's expression turned cold. He had seen shamelessness before, but he had never seen such shamelessness. "When I was trading soul skills, you were unwilling. Now you're asking about my secrets. Are you looking for death?" The hanging interface is his absolute taboo. Anyone who tries to touch it will be killed. What about the master? He would still be killed without hesitation. At this moment, Hu Jio became vigilant, knowing that one must always be wary of others. Regardless of how the master is as a person, one must still be cautious. It seems that he will have to work a bit harder for a while. After leaving the master's residence, Hu Jio's senses heightened, allowing him to feel the master's residence from afar. At this moment, all of the master's actions were under his surveillance, and everything the master did was within his perception. Chapter 43. Killing the rabbit to prove the way. Not long after leaving the master's residence, Tang San quickly followed suit. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the master would ask you such a question. Approaching Hu Jio, Tang San sincerely apologized. Regarding why Hu Jio's soul ring had advanced so quickly, Tang San had never delved into it, and simply attributed it to Hu Jio's special constitution. It wasn't that Tang San wasn't smart. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was too smart that he had never asked about it. Everyone has their own secrets. Hu Jio has his, and Tang San has his as well. But he knows that everyone has their limits, and regardless of how close the relationship is, that limit must not be crossed. To be honest, when he heard the master ask that question, Tang San felt that the master had overstepped. Here, Hu Jio listened carefully to Tang San's apology and said, "Little San, human hearts are hard to measure. This incident is a lesson, and I don't blame you. But the cause of this matter is because of you, because your words were not careful, because you felt that the master was your teacher. And in the face of his inquiry, you didn't dare to lie. This is why the master became restless and asked me questions he shouldn't have. Therefore, the responsibility lies with you." Hu Jio rarely set aside his carefree youthful demeanor, his eyes revealing the depth of an adult, like a spring, unfathomable. The maturity from his previous life allowed him to see through everything. In this life, he didn't want to live too tired, only wishing to enjoy life happily and joyfully, which is why he had a youthful mindset and often behaved like a child. In terms of temperament, Hu Jio was more mature than Tang San. Tang San had always stayed in the Tang sect in his previous life, never going out, and that world was still ancient. So how could he compare to the colorful world Hu Jio had experienced? Differences in perspective, information, and temperament allowed Hu Jio to stand on the shoulders of giants. Looking down at Tang San, Hu Jio's words, combined with the transcendent temperament he exuded, made Tang San break into a cold sweat. At this moment, Tang San felt that the pressure brought by Hu Jio was even greater than when he faced his father. Little Jio is so scary. Tang San feels a sense of awe. Yes, the responsibility is indeed on me. Tang San lowered his head, like a junior facing a senior, accepting the lesson. Ha! But don't take it too hard. Making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is being unaware of them. In this regard, Xiao San, you're doing great. Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder and teased him. Amid Hu Jio's laughter, Tang San felt a weight lift off his shoulders, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Tang San also smiled and said, "Xiao Jio, don't worry, such things won't happen again in the future." The incident today didn't affect their relationship, which made Tang San let out a long sigh of relief. He had just been worried about losing Hu Jio as a brother because of what happened today. After that day, on the surface, Hu Jio seemed to have forgotten meeting the master, continuing to play carefree with Xiao Wu every day. In reality, however, he divided a portion of his mind to constantly sense the master's condition with all five senses, and if there was even the slightest sign of any abnormal movement, he would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Fortunately, the master seemed to lack the capability to be a villain, unable to even be cruel and ruthless. For a long time afterward, there were no abnormalities, and it seemed Hu Jio had waited in vain. Thus, for months passed. After 4 months, Hu Jio's soul power level finally reached level 30. It took him less than 2 years of cultivation to reach level 30, a speed that was astonishing. But it was understandable. Although his cultivation talent was not high, he had boosts and was on auto-leveling. The level 8 soul power meditation method provided him with a 70% increase in cultivation speed. The first soul ring skill provided him with a doubling of cultivation speed. Plus, there was the auto-leveling panel that allowed him to cultivate non-stop for 24 hours, making it difficult for him to not improve his soul power. At level 30, it was time to consider his third soul ring skill. Hu Jio had long thought about his third soul ring. He wanted Xiao Wu's teleportation skill. Remember, it was mentioned in the original work that the teleportation skill was on the lightning rabbit. Currently, his main attack methods were the chaotic wind hammer technique and the soul power spiral sphere. Among them, the chaotic wind hammer technique cannot be interrupted during its charging phase, which is a fatal flaw in battle. Also, the soul power spiral sphere's attack method is very monotonous, only allowing for straight-line attacks, making it easy for enemies to dodge in advance. With the teleportation skill, it would be different. Combining chaotic wind with teleportation would prevent enemies from catching his clothes, allowing him to charge with confidence. The soul power spiral sphere, combined with teleportation, would let him move right next to the enemy for a surprise attack, taking a ghostly route. So, should he go hunt the rabbit? It would be tricky. After some thought, Hu Jio went to Xiao Wu's dormitory. After struggling with his thoughts for a while, he made Xiao Wu impatient. "Hey, Xiao Jio, I never noticed you could be so indecisive. Just say what you need. Xiao Wu said, biting into a carrot and glancing sideways at Hu Jio. Ah. Hu Jio nervously looked up, cautiously saying, Xiao Wu, I'm at level 30. Really? That's great. Why do you have that look on your face? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Although she had known Hu Jio was about to level up, hearing the news still made her very happy. Doesn't this mean you can choose your third soul ring now? I have some ideas for the next soul ring. Hu Jio observed Xiao Wu's expression and slowly continued. I thought of a soul ring skill that could compensate for the flaws of the chaotic windhammer technique. But this skill can only be obtained from the lightning rabbit. Ah, you want the teleportation skill? Xiao Wu said. It had to be said that she really understood rabbits. Just hearing Hu Jio mention a name, she guessed the skill he wanted. Well, the teleportation skill does indeed suit your combat system. But the lightning rabbit is very rare and difficult to catch. Xiao Wu's voice seemed to show no unusual reaction, even as Hu Jio observed her with all his effort. Such a reaction left Hu Jio unsure whether it was good or bad. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to ask. Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu and asked, Aren't you angry? I'm going to kill the lightning rabbit. Kill it, what's the problem? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio in confusion. Aren't we discussing this? I'm telling you that the lightning rabbit is hard to catch. Isn't your martial soul a rabbit? Aren't you angry? Hu Jio was surprised and looked up. In the original story, Xiao Wu was quite kind-hearted, and she herself was a rabbit. Why didn't she oppose him killing the lightning rabbit? Hu Jio was puzzled. Are you stupid? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with a strange expression. What does my martial soul, being a rabbit, have to do with you killing the lightning rabbit? It's not my relative. Why should I care? Oh, indeed. The original story is the original story, and now is now. Xiao Wu is just Xiao Wu. One cannot make a hasty judgment about a person's character based on partial information. Chapter 44. Stardew Forest. Alright, since you don't mind, let's talk about how to act. After no longer dwelling on it, Hu Jio cheerfully discussed the hunt for the lightning rabbit with Xiao Wu. In a few days, it would be the Academy's holiday again, and Hu Jio decided to take this opportunity to obtain his third spirit ring. Ever since that unpleasant exchange with the master, Hu Jio began to consciously conceal his spirit power level. So far, the Academy only knew he was a great spirit master, but they had no information about his specific level. He didn't plan to let the Academy know about this hunt for the spirit ring, or rather, he didn't want the master to know. After all, the Academy couldn't provide much help in obtaining spirit rings. Let's go to the Stardew Forest. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Seeing Hu Jio's puzzled gaze, she withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and didn't let Hu Jio see her expression. I haven't told you yet. Actually, I am an orphan. I grew up in the Stardew Forest, raised by a giant gorilla and a bull python. To me, the Stardew Forest is my home. I am familiar with everything there, including where you want to find the lightning rabbit. Xiao Wu's words made Hu Jio's eyes fill with compassion. He looked at Xiao Wu tenderly. Xiao Wu, no, sister, you're not an orphan. My mom is your mom. My dad is your dad. And I am your brother. So Xiao Wu is an orphan. Hu Jio took a deep breath and silently remembered this point. Brother. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her eyes glistening, and responded softly. The atmosphere gradually thickened. A few days later, the annual holiday arrived. Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San left the academy together and returned to Holy Soul Village. Xiao Wu's arrival made Ima very happy, and secretly, she gave Hu Jio the thumbs up. However, a few days later, Ima became unhappy. What did you say? You want to leave with Xiao Wu for a while? Ima immediately refused without thinking. No, you are still young. You can't go anywhere. You all must stay at home and behave. That year, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were just over 8 years old. Due to being soul masters, they developed quickly and had already grown into young boys and girls. However, in Emma's eyes, that was not enough, no matter how they looked. They were still only 8 years old, and at that age, they should be obediently going to school and training, not running around outside. Moreover, she couldn't bear to let them go. Reluctantly, seeing her determined expression, Hu Jio had no choice but to tell the truth. Mom, it's not that we want to leave, but we have to leave. I've hit a bottleneck in my training, and I need to hunt for soul rings to continue improving. It's related to my training. I have to go. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Emma and asked her to keep his soul power level a secret. At 8 years old, having a soul power level of 30 was too conspicuous, and he needed to remain low-key at all times. After persuading Emma, the next steps became simple. Without saying goodbye to Tang San, early the next morning, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu quietly left Holy Soul Village and headed towards the Stardew Forest. This time, Xiao Wu said she would take full charge of the soul ring arrangement, and Hu Jio didn't need to do anything, just follow her. Moreover, they couldn't bring Tang San along. According to Xiao Wu, Having one more person meant one more danger. The Stardew Forest was not like anywhere else, and even she, who had lived there since childhood, needed to be careful and cautious. However, Hu Jio felt that Xiao Wu was lying. She just wanted to be alone with him and enjoy their time together. Unfortunately, Hu Jio didn't dare to voice this thought. They traveled quickly, and along the way, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu used transformation skills to change their appearances, making them look ordinary. In this way, indeed, there were no more troubles. After a hurried journey of 10 days, they had arrived at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Xiao Jio, pay attention to the surroundings for safety. We will first enter the core area of the Stardew Forest, and then I will have Erming come to pick us up. Once they entered the Stardew Forest, Xiao Wu felt as if she had returned home, and her whole being became joyful. Oh, it seemed like this was indeed her home. Don't worry, with my perception ability, no one can escape my senses except for a few soul beasts that are good at hiding. The level 8 enhancement of the 5 senses allowed Hu Jio to detect the presence of soul beasts in advance, especially in such a complex environment, where he felt completely at ease. This is Hu Jio's first time in the Stardew Forest. Compared to the soul hunting forest he visited before, the distribution of soul beasts here is much denser, and in terms of strength, they are not comparable to those in the soul hunting forest. In the Stardew Forest, 100-year soul beasts are everywhere, and 1,000-year soul beasts are also not rare. It can be said that 1,000-year soul beasts are everywhere, while 100-year soul beasts are as insignificant as dogs. This metaphor is not exaggerated at all. As Hu Jio and Xiao Wu go deeper, more powerful soul beasts begin to appear. In just half a day, sporadic 10,000-year soul beasts have already appeared within Hu Jio's perception range. The aura of those soul beasts makes Hu Jio feel a chill in his heart. With his current strength, encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would mean death, and he wouldn't even be able to escape. Xiao Wu, should we keep going? It's really dangerous here. Hu Jio looks nervously at Xiao Wu, who seems oblivious. These soul beasts are not just standing still. Many are moving freely, especially those 10,000-year soul beasts. Every movement they make sends chills down Hu Jio's spine, fearing that they also possess sensing abilities and could discover their presence in advance. Don't worry, Xiao Jio. Just follow me, your sister Xiao Wu, and it will feel like home. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Seeing Hu Jio like this, Xiao Wu finds it amusing. After all, it's rare to see Hu Jio in such a state. Stop joking around. Hurry up and contact your good friend Erming. Hu Jio glances at Xiao Wu with annoyance. The effects of his enhanced senses are indeed great, but they also cause him great distress. After all, he can sense the existence of threats to his life at every moment, like a sheep wandering into a wolf's territory, fearing that it might be eaten if it makes a mistake. Hee, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I've already notified Erming. I'm sure he's on his way to us now. Just wait. With him here, we won't have to worry about safety for long. Xiao Wu pats Hu Jio's shoulder to comfort him. All right then, let's find a place to rest. After walking for most of the day, Hu Jio also feels tired. Mainly, the psychological pressure is too great, and he needs a break. I'm hungry. I want to eat carrots. Xiao Wu rubs her belly and says pitifully, eat less. Be careful not to gain weight. Hu Jio smiles and conjures a carrot, tossing it to Xiao Wu. This rabbit Xiao Wu is just greedy. She's not really hungry, but just wants to eat for fun. Finding a secluded spot, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu rest while waiting for Erming to arrive. During their idle chat, Xiao Wu begins to introduce Ming and Erming to Hu Jio. However, Hu Jio knows that only 9 parts of Xiao Wu's introduction are true, while the remaining 1 part is false, which Xiao Wu uses to cover up her identity. Chapter 45. A tragic background. I was abandoned by my parents in the Stardew Forest when I was young, and I grew up in the forest. I had no friends, no relatives. The only ones who accompanied me were Ming and Erming. They don't know how to take care of people, so I was very pitiful. Xiao Wu stammers as she introduces her background, while Hu Jio listens seriously, knowing he has to be serious to avoid laughing out loud. The rabbit is cunning and knows how to deceive him. However, as he listened, he genuinely felt pity for a girl who had lived in the core area of the Stardew Forest, a place devoid of human presence since childhood. How pitiful. But there was one thing that puzzled Hu Jio, so he asked, how did you come to Nodding Academy? That leads to another story. Xiao Wu took a bite of the carrot and continued. When I was about to turn 6, a seriously injured person came to my home. I saved him, and after he recovered, he asked me if I wanted to go out and see the world. So you went with him. Weren't you afraid of danger? Hu Jio interjected. He, not afraid. Daming said that because he was injured, that person had lost all his powers and was even worse than an ordinary person. Later, I returned to his hometown with him, which is a small village not far from Nodding City. So what happened to that person now? He hasn't come to see you. Hu Jio believed that, with Xiao Wu's cute appearance and the fact that she saved his life, that person would probably be closer to her than his own daughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wu let out a series of mocking laughs. After a while, she stopped laughing. Her expression flat. He is dead. I killed him. After saying that, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with an inexplicable expression, her eyes showing a hint of anxiety and a touch of tension. However, Hu Jio's reaction was beyond her expectations. He slapped his thigh. Good riddance. Xiao Wu, remember, some people are very bad, so don't easily trust others in the future. Regarding the person Xiao Wu mentioned, Hu Jio believed he truly existed, which also explained why Xiao Wu entered Notting Academy as a work-study student. You don't think I'm a bad girl? I killed him. Seeing Hu Jio's reaction, Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, but deep down, there was a hint of relief. Xiao Wu, there are all kinds of people in this world, both good and bad. Even someone as cute as you couldn't help but kill him, so he deserved to die. I believe you. Hu Jio didn't take Xiao Wu's reaction seriously. He had seen too much of human nature in his past life, and his heart had long been immune to poison. As for Xiao Wu killing someone, what reaction could he have? This is the Douluo Continent. What's the big deal about killing a few people? So, you're not going to ask why? Xiao Wu pressed on, as if insisting that Hu Jio clarify the matter. Hu Jio helplessly spread his hands. What's there to ask? Anyway, they're all unpleasant memories. The past is the past. Xiao Wu, let us look forward and not dwell on those troublesome matters. No, I have to make it clear to you. Because you are Xiao Jio. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care how they viewed it. Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jio angrily, babbling as she explained the situation. It turned out that the person who took Xiao Wu away had undergone a significant change in character due to the loss of his powers. After returning to the small village, he became an alcoholic and neglected Xiao Wu. It was the neighbor's old lady who occasionally gave her food, or she would have starved to death. Later, when that drunkard ran out of money, he even thought about selling Xiao Wu to get money for alcohol. However, Xiao Wu accidentally found out about this, and needless to say, seeing that the drunkard was unrepentant and insisted on selling her, Xiao Wu killed him in a fit of rage. See, I knew you must have suffered. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare bully you. Hu Jio patted his chest in assurance. Xiao Wu nodded seriously. After such a long chat, it had already gotten dark, especially in the forest. With the arrival of night, some night-active soul beasts began to appear, and the whole forest became lively. In Hu Jio's ears, he felt soul beasts everywhere, hunting and fighting, revealing the brutal reality of the jungle. Just as Hu Jio was about to ask why Daming hadn't arrived yet, his ears twitched slightly. He sensed an extremely massive aura approaching them from 5 miles away. The aura was filled with wildness and rage. Its ferocity was overwhelming, causing Hu Jio to tremble involuntarily for a moment. No need to guess, this aura must belong to Daming. There wouldn't be any other existence with such a powerful aura, especially appearing at the edge of the core area of the Douluo forest. It was clear that it was coming for them. Xiao Wu, it seems Daming has appeared. Hu Jio said happily to Xiao Wu. The Douluo forest is truly too dangerous. If it weren't to see Daming, Hu Jio would never have come here. Really? That's great. Xiao Wu jumped up happily. With Daming around, she could walk confidently in the Douluo forest. Daming was very fast. In just 5 minutes, he appeared before Hu Jio and Xiao Wu. So big, the mountain-like Daming suddenly appeared in front of them, making Hu Jio gasp in amazement. This is still the state of Erming on all fours. If he stands up, he might appear even taller. Erming is completely black, especially now that it's late. And if it weren't for Hu Jio's remarkable eyesight, he might have almost gone unnoticed. Erming, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Wu suddenly jumped up from the ground and complained to Erming. Erming let out a breath and looked at Xiao Wu innocently with his lantern-sized eyes, indicating that he didn't understand what she was saying. Sigh, forget it, let me introduce you. This is the Xiao Jio I mentioned to you. You must not harm him. Xiao Wu said seriously, pointing at Hu Jio. She was worried that Erming might play around and accidentally hurt Hu Jio, so she specifically warned him. The Titan giant ape rotated its eyes, its yellow eyes fixed directly on Hu Jio, causing Hu Jio to feel immense pressure instantly, cold sweat breaking out on his body, nearly unable to withstand it and falling to the ground. Damn it, this dog is definitely doing it on purpose, Hu Jio cursed inwardly. If he could take him on, Hu Jio would definitely slap him twice to teach him some manners. Change. With a thought, Hu Jio began to shimmer with deep red light. In an instant, Hu Jio's muscles bulged, his clothes stretched tight, and he transformed from a handsome young man into a 2-meter tall, 9-foot giant. Chapter 46. Feeding. The pressure finally lessened. Hu Jio looked expressionlessly at the Titan giant ape. You dog, just wait for me. When the time comes, you'll see how I deal with you. Erming, I'm getting angry. At this moment, Xiao Wu also sensed something was off, quickly darting in front of Hu Jio to shield him from the Titan giant ape's pressure. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Erming immediately retracted his momentum, his gaze becoming blank, as if he didn't know anything that had just happened. Damn it, Erming, just wait. I'm definitely going to tell Daming that you bullied me, Xiao Wu said, hands on her hips, looking angrily at Erming. Finally feeling unsatisfied, she walked up to Erming and kicked him a few times in frustration. Facing Xiao Wu's punches and kicks, the Titan giant ape slightly crouched down to allow Xiao Wu to hit him from a more comfortable angle. Forget it, Xiao Wu. Erming is just playing with me. After Xiao Wu had hit for a while, Hu Jio stepped forward to mediate. Right, Erming, Hu Jio said with a strange expression as he reached out to pat the Titan giant ape, who quickly nodded, looking pitifully at Xiao Wu, indicating that he was just playing with Hu Jio. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and take us home. Xiao Wu kicked Erming's palm and said impatiently. Roar. Erming roared in response, straightening up, swinging his hands, and instantly grabbed Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, placing them one on each of his shoulders. At this moment, Hu Jio had a new understanding of Erming's strength. As he watched Erming's palm reach out, he didn't even have time to dodge. This feeling of helplessness made him extremely frustrated. It seemed that teaching Erming a lesson would be a long and difficult journey. However, this thought was soon cast aside as Erming had already begun to move. His massive body silently traversed through the forest, and Hu Jio felt the surroundings changing rapidly. The only sound in his ears was the howling wind, as if he were traversing space, with the air around him twisting and distorting. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt like an instant, yet also like a long time. Finally, Hu Jio felt that Erming had come to a stop beneath his feet. It was only at this moment that Hu Jio realized he had arrived beside a lake, the water of which was extremely clear, with the trees on both sides casting very clear reflections in the moonlight. Hu Jio and Xiao Wu jumped down from Erming. Xiao Wu, is this the place where you used to live? It's so beautiful, Hu Jio exclaimed. Yes, I grew up here, Xiao Wu nodded. Then she looked at the lake and shouted loudly, Daming, come out quickly, I'm back. Boom. As soon as Xiao Wu's voice fell, the entire lake began to boil. After a few breaths, a 4-meter-tall dark blue bull head emerged from the water. The Tianqing bull python had appeared. Sister Xiao Wu, it's really you. I almost thought I sensed it wrong. The Tianqing bull python spoke human language, its voice carrying a sense of majesty, as if an emperor were speaking. Hee. Of course it's me. This time I brought a friend to play with. Let me introduce you. This is Hu Jio, the one I told you about before. Xiao Wu affectionately walked over to Hu Jio and introduced him to Daming. Daming, hello. I've heard about the existence of an emperor in the Douluo Forest, and seeing you today, you truly are impressive. Hu Jio's words were not flattery. In his perception, Daming's aura was quite profound, especially the soul power he possessed, which seemed boundless and endless. Hu Jio, I know you. I heard Xiao Wu say you're her very good friend. Welcome to the Douluo Forest as a guest. Daming nodded, greeting Hu Jio in a gentle tone. I'm sorry. I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts for you. How about trying my carrots? Xiao Wu really likes to eat them. Hu Jio felt a bit embarrassed. It was his first time visiting someone else's home, and he didn't bring a gift, which felt somewhat rude. Helpless, Hu Jio had to make some on the spot, taking out his martial soul, the carrot, to entertain them. Oh, I heard your carrots are quite special. It's just right to try them today. Daming had a very good attitude and did not look down on Hu Jio because of his low strength, treating him with equality from the beginning to now. This greatly increased Hu Jio's good impression of him, unlike that big gorilla, who was not friendly at all. After making a carrot, Hu Jio shared it with Daming and Erming. Of course, Xiao Wu also got her share. Hu Jio was quite satisfied with his martial soul. The increase in cultivation speed by double was not only useful for those at low levels, but it applied to all levels. The higher the strength, the greater the benefits. Just like now, Daming initially only took a polite taste, but the moment it entered his mouth, he immediately felt the benefits of the carrot. You have to know that at his level of cultivation, it is very difficult to improve strength. And Hu Jio's ability to double his cultivation speed led to an obvious change that he felt instantly. Xiao Jio, your carrot is great. I didn't expect it to work on me too. Impressive, Daming's amazed voice echoed a moment later. This kept the smile on Hu Jio's face uninterrupted. This was praise from the emperor of the Douluo Forest. If someone saw this scene, it would be enough to make him proud for a long time. On the other side, the Titan giant ape, who originally had a disdainful expression, wasn't interested in a small carrot like this, unlike Xiao Wu. However, After hearing the praise from Deming, he skeptically ate the carrot. Then, Hu Jio suddenly felt a big head appear in front of him, and the desire in its eyes was obvious. Haha, Ming, today is your day, isn't it? No matter how strong you are, you still got tamed by me. The corners of Hu Jio's mouth curled up as he smiled and prepared more carrots. Ming, take it easy. My carrot effect lasts for an hour. Eating too much won't have any effect. You need to wait for the effect to wear off before eating more. Hu Jio reminded as he watched Ming grab a handful of carrots, ready to shove them into his mouth. Roar! Hu Jio, what is he saying? Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu, waiting for her translation. He said your carrots are too small. He didn't even taste anything, Xiao Wu explained with a smile. There's nothing I can do about that. He's just too big. Hu Jio scratched his forehead, feeling quite speechless about it. By the way, Xiao Wu, didn't you say you would help me find a spirit ring? Where are we going? Now that he had seen Deming and Ming, it was time to get down to business. Today's events with Ming left him feeling frustrated. Although Ming meant no harm and was just joking, the fact remained that his own strength was weak. Hu Jio wanted to quickly obtain a spirit ring to enhance his power. Chapter 47. Lightning Rabbit. Actually, I brought you back to the Star Dough Forest for a reason. Hearing Hu Jio's inquiry, Xiao Wu began to explain. As I told you, the Lightning Rabbit spirit beasts you're looking for are not only extremely rare, but also because they can teleport, very few people in the outside world can find them, let alone hunt them. Yeah, I know that. I was already prepared for a protracted battle. Hu Jio nodded. But my sister Xiao Wu is not an ordinary person. Here, I happen to know a group of lightning rabbits, and I am very good friends with them. Among them, there is a lightning rabbit that has exactly 2,000 years of cultivation and is about to die of old age. This is your opportunity. A lightning rabbit that is about to die? Hu Jio's spirit was instantly lifted. Heaven is helping me. Originally, knowing how difficult it was to kill a lightning rabbit, he had prepared a second plan for the spirit ring. Xiao Jio, let me tell you, I will not allow you to hunt the lightning rabbits. They are all my friends. Do not think about using violent means. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio angrily, thinking how could he lack compassion when she had already told him they were friends. So do you want me to wait until it is about to die to deliver the final blow? How long will that take? Hu Jio was somewhat reluctant. Who knows when it will die? What if it just hangs on for dear life? Idiot. Xiao Wu stomped her foot and glared at him. Who said you have to wait for it to die? I want you to find a way to make it sacrifice itself for you. Do you understand sacrifice? It means you can perfectly absorb the spirit ring without any side effects and get the spirit bone 100. Hey, that's a good idea. Hu Jio's eyes lit up, but then he frowned again. But I have no ties with a lightning rabbit. Why would it sacrifice for me? That depends on your ability. I can only help you this far, Xiao Wu said, indicating that the opportunity was given, but how to make the lightning rabbit sacrifice itself was up to him. However, from the smile in Xiao Wu's eyes, it was clear that this method was not that difficult. Could it be, Xiao Wu, you don't mean you wanted to feed them, right? Hu Jio's eyes brightened as he instantly thought of his advantage. Exactly. Rabbits love carrots. It's in their nature. If you can establish a good relationship with them, who knows, it might really work. And he knew that for spirit beasts, sacrificing was not without benefits. At the very least, because of the voluntary fusion with the host, the spirit bee soul would not be hostile towards the host. This way, it could retain its soul completely, and maybe there would be a chance for resurrection in the future. Of course, the premise for resurrection would be that he had to become a god first. These are just afterthoughts. For now, he only needs to feed that group of lightning rabbits. What do you mean by feed? That sounds so harsh. Xiao Wu disagreed. She always felt that Hu Jio was talking about her. Well, that's pretty much the meaning. You might not know yet, but soul beasts can also cultivate, although their cultivation is instinctual and quite rough. Your carrots are very useful to them. And with that delicious taste, they have no reason not to like you. However, it will take some time for them to come see you as family. Xiao Wu explained to Hu Jio while nibbling on her fingers, looking as if she were a considerate wife thinking of him. Well, it's okay to spend some time to get the desired soul ring. Hu Jio understood this and didn't mind. That night, Hu Jio fell asleep with joy in his heart. The next morning, after feeding Ming, he smiled and said, Ming, I have a very powerful hammer technique. I've never encountered anyone who could take a hit from me. Do you want to give it a try? Ming, unable to withstand this, immediately stood up on two legs, slapping his chest with loud thuds. Without needing Xiao Wu to translate, Hu Jio already understood what he meant. Who does he look down on? There is no attack in the world that Ming can't take. All right, then you better watch closely. Hu Jio excitedly tightened his grip on the meteor hammer. A gentleman takes revenge without waiting for the night. This big gorilla had toyed with him yesterday, and today he was going to return the favor. Activating the transformation skill, Hu Jio instantly transformed into a 9-foot-tall man, his muscles bulging so much that his clothes nearly burst, resembling a true brute. Soul power circulated throughout his body, protecting himself to prevent being overwhelmed by the raging power. Currently, Hu Jio's chaotic cloak hammer technique had reached level 9, and the final strike of the 81 hammers had accumulated a force of 8,000 pounds. However, he didn't dare to unleash that final strike, as his body couldn't handle it. He feared that before the attack even left his body, he would explode from the pressure. Gulme. The meteor hammer swung, the hammerhead rotating around his body again and again. The power was accumulating. With each additional rotation, his momentum grew stronger. After just over 30 swings, his momentum had already surpassed that of a soul master, and it was still rising. When Hu Jio swung the hammer for the 49th time, he finally reached the limit of what his body could endure. If he continued to accumulate, he would be unable to hold on. Erming, take this. Hu Jio roared, his body moving like lightning with the momentum of the meteor hammer. Roar. Hu Jio's strike had nearly reached the peak of a soul sovereign. Although such an attack wouldn't seriously injure Erming, it could still hurt him. Hu Jio's weapon was so insidious, with countless sharp spikes on it. Those spikes pierced into Erming's skin, causing him a pain like being pricked by needles. And even his cries changed. Roar. Erming gasped through his nostrils, his eyes glaring hatefully at Hu Jio. This blow really hurt him. Erming, are you okay? Are you injured? Hu Jio asked anxiously, though he seemed a bit gleeful about it. Finally got my revenge. Bang, bang, bang. Erming patted his chest, indicating that he was fine. How could he be hurt? It just stung a little. As a male, he would never show weakness in front of his friends. Xiao Jio, don't bully Erming. Be careful he hits you. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had just woken up, warned with a grin. It's fine. I'm just playing around with Erming. Hu Jio replied with a light laugh. Finally hit Erming once, although this little attack meant nothing in front of Erming. As long as it hurt, it counted as venting. Meanwhile, the innocent Erming had no idea about Hu Jio's thoughts and was currently gesturing with Xiao Wu, as if to say they were really just playing around. Chapter 48. Pink. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Wu took Hu Jio to meet the lightning rabbits. In a moment, you will meet 3 lightning rabbits. They are a family. The mother is named Pink, and her 2 children are Little Gray and Little White. Oh, Xiao Wu, can't you give them nicer names? Hu Jio laughed at Xiao Wu's naming talent. De Ming, Erming, Pink, Little Gray, and Little White. What kind of names are these? I think they sound great. What's wrong with that? Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jio, wishing she could hit him on the head. She had thought long and hard to come up with these names, and she didn't expect Hu Jio to laugh at her. It was too infuriating. All right, as long as you named them, they all sound good. Hu Jio smiled to appease the almost exploding Xiao Wu. That's more like it. Seeing the carrot Hu Jio handed over, Xiao Wu reluctantly forgave his rudeness. The lightning rabbit family wasn't far away, although this was the center of the Stardow Forest, where only powerful soul beasts could survive. The lightning rabbits were different because they could teleport. Even though their strength was at the bottom of the core circle, they still made their home here. It's worth noting that the closer one gets to the center of the Stardow Forest, the greater the benefits for soul beasts, making cultivation much more effective. According to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio learned that soul beasts also needed to consider their innate talent. Soul beasts with good cultivation talent could break through their cultivation limits faster, and their strength improvements could even break the lifespan restrictions, allowing them to live longer. As for the lightning rabbit family they were about to meet, their cultivation talent was not outstanding, which explained the situation of Rabbit Mama Pink nearing the end of her life. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Wu brought Hu Jio to a valley. The location of this valley is quite peculiar. It is shaped like a gourd, with only a gap about a person's height at the bottleneck. Once inside, the view opens up. There are no trees in the valley, just a stretch of green grass. On the lawn, a gray rabbit and a white rabbit are playing and occasionally nibbling on fresh tender grass. When Hu Jio and Xiao Wu arrive, the 2 rabbits immediately become alert, with the gray one showing a fierce glint in its eyes, as if it might pounce on them at any moment. Little Gray, I'll come to see you. Xiao Wu called out cheerfully to the gray rabbit. Chirp! Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the 2 rabbits' eyes flashed with excitement, and they disappeared in an instant, only to reappear next to Xiao Wu a moment later. The 2 rabbits are about half a meter long, slightly larger than ordinary rabbits, but this does not diminish their cuteness. Seeing the 2 rabbits rolling around beside Xiao Wu, Hu Jio's gaze softened. Indeed, rabbits are adorable. Hee. Faced with the 2 enthusiastic rabbits, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed in the little valley. After playing for a while, Xiao Wu remembered to introduce Hu Jio to them. Little Gray, Little White, Let me introduce you. This person is my partner, and he came specifically to see you today. Oh, and he also brought you gifts. Saying this, Xiao Wu gave Hu Jio a look, signaling that it was his turn to perform. Hu Jio understood immediately. Feeding them was his expertise. In the blink of an eye, a pile of carrots appeared in front of the two lightning rabbits. Hello, this is my martial soul, the carrot. It's very delicious. You should try it, Hu Jio said warmly, making an inviting gesture. The two rabbits looked up at Xiao Wu, and upon seeing her nod, they cautiously approached Hu Jio and sniffed the carrots. In the next moment, as if they had encountered a supreme delicacy, they each grabbed a carrot and began to devour them hungrily. Haha, eat slowly. I still have more here. Hu Jio thought to himself, if he could feed Ming and Ming, why couldn't he fill up these two rabbits? He hoped they would eat as much as possible. To ensure they had a hearty meal, Hu Jio worked hard, continuously producing carrots, almost exhausting his soul power. While Hu Jio was happily feeding the two lightning rabbits, a gigantic pink rabbit appeared at the end of the valley. This rabbit was nearly 2 meters long, with fluffy, soft fur that was quite charming. Xiao Jio looked at as Pink. Xiao Wu nudged Hu Jio, who was busy making carrots, to get his attention. Oh! Hu Jio looked up just in time to meet Pink's gaze. In Pink's eyes, he saw warmth and friendliness. At that moment, Hu Jio felt that Pink was like a gentle and kind-hearted big sister, and his heart was filled with warmth. Hello, Pink. My name is Xiao Jio. I'm a friend of Xiao Wu. Would you like to have some of my carrots? They're really delicious. Hu Jio smiled faintly and waved the carrot in his hand. In a daze, the next moment, Pink had already appeared in front of Hu Jio. Pink moved gracefully, delicately picked up Hu Jio's carrot, and started nibbling on it. After taking a few bites, Pink's eyes lit up, and she looked up at Hu Jio, nodding as if praising his carrot. After eating the carrot, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in Hu Jio's heart. Xiao Jio, your carrot tastes great. I really like it. Oh, Pink, I didn't expect you could communicate with me, Hu Jio said in surprise. Hee, Xiao Jio, isn't it strange? Pink has a special spiritual power that allows her to communicate with people, Xiao Wu explained beside him. You're really lucky. It seems Pink likes you a lot. Generally, Pink wouldn't speak. Sister Xiao Wu, why are you saying this? I'm feeling embarrassed. Pink's shy voice came through. By the way, Sister Xiao Wu, you brought Xiao Jio here today. I suppose you have something to discuss. Can you tell me? After her shyness, Pink looked curiously at Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, as if guessing their relationship. Xiao Wu didn't expect Pink to be so clever, and she felt caught off guard for a moment. Well, you want Xiao Jio to get my soul ring, right? Pink's voice remained gentle, as if she would never be angry, but her words revealed her unusual wisdom. Xiao Wu felt ashamed and lowered her head, momentarily unable to speak. The truth was that for Hu Jio's soul ring, she had her own selfish motives. Hu Jio wanted a soul ring with teleportation effects, so she went to find it for him, not only searching but also bringing him to find the best one. Sister Xiao Wu, you don't have to do this. You know my situation. Even if you didn't come today, I wouldn't be able to live long anyway. I'm really happy to be able to help you. Pink gently comforted. Chapter 49. Sacrifice. Faced with the gentle Pink, Xiao Wu instantly burst into tears, feeling very ashamed. She clearly knew that Pink's lifespan was coming to an end, yet she was still thinking of her. Her heart ached terribly. It's okay. Pink came to Xiao Wu, her two ears stretching out to cup Xiao Wu's face, softly comforting her. Moreover, getting my soul ring isn't that simple. If your partner cannot gain my approval, I won't given the soul ring either. Sister Pink, please don't blame Xiao Wu. It's all my fault. If I hadn't wanted the teleportation ability, Xiao Wu wouldn't have thought of you. Hu Jio couldn't bear to see Xiao Wu crying so sadly and immediately stepped forward to take the blame. And, Sister Pink, just tell me, what do I need to do to gain your approval? I will definitely make it happen. In this world, there's never such a thing as getting something for nothing. Hu Jio had long anticipated that to ask someone to sacrifice for him, it wouldn't be without cost. He just thought that Pink could communicate, but this was better. He could accurately know her requirements. Xiao Wu is a good friend, someone with responsibility. Pink looked at Hu Jio with appreciation and slowly stated her request. My request is very simple. It's about Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. They're still young, and I'm afraid that if I leave, no one will take care of them. That is not a problem. I'll have Ming and Ming help take care of them in the future. Before Hu Jio could respond, Xiao Wu had already agreed first. Thank you, Sister Xiao Wu. With those two looking after my children, I feel very relieved. Pink's voice was filled with surprise. Originally, she wanted Hu Jio to spare some time to help her look after them, but she didn't expect Xiao Wu to provide an even better guarantee. After all, they were the emperors and kings of the Star Doe Forest. With their care, what did she have to worry about? So, Pink, do you have any other requests? Just let all out. After agreeing to Pink's first condition, Xiao Wu eagerly asked Hu Jio to continue. This made Hu Jio, who was behind, open his mouth helplessly and then close it. Well, the second condition is about Xiao Jio's martial soul effect. I've eaten his carrots, and they're very helpful for cultivation. If my child can consume them regularly, I believe they won't end up like me, exhausting their lifespan. After saying this, Fen Hong looked at Hu Jio with. This request was also a spur-of-the-moment idea. She felt that Hu Jio's martial soul was very beneficial for their spirit beasts, so she added this request. After all, since Xiao Wu brought this person here, she had little room to refuse. Xiao Wu is the supreme ruler of the Rabbit clan, and had even saved her life before. So she was very happy to be able to help Xiao Wu before her death. Well, this matter is not difficult for me. But I am human and cannot stay in the Star Dove Forest forever, so I may not be able to meet your request. Hu Jio didn't want to lie. It was useless to promise something he couldn't do. Xiao Jio, you may have misunderstood. I don't mean for you to stay here all the time. I just want you to come by a few more times when you have the chance, and leave some carrots for them. Seeing that Hu Jio misunderstood her meaning, Fen Hong hurriedly explained. That is not a problem. To put it simply, I can come 3 to 5 times a year. What does that sound, Fen Hongjia? Hu Jio breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't tied down here. That's great. Thank you, Xiao Jio. Hu Jio's assurance made Fen Hong happy. With his carrot's help, she believed her children would grow quickly. After discussing the conditions, the remaining matters were simple. Due to Fen Hong's reluctance to part with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, the 2 rabbits and 1 beast agreed that the sacrifice would take place 5 days later. In the remaining days, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu stayed in this small valley, watching Fen Hong accompany her children in their final moments. By the way, Hu Jio was also getting to know Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai better. After all, he would be their caretaker in the future, so their relationship needed to be good. 5 days later, in the unnamed small valley, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Fen Hong, along with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, could barely be counted as 2 people and 3 beasts. Fen Hong stood beautifully in front of Hu Jio and around them. Xiao Wu and the 2 rabbits had tearful eyes, filled with reluctance. Such a scene made Hu Jio feel a bit uncomfortable. He always considered himself to be a hard-hearted person, but unexpectedly, he found himself feeling sentimental. Although he had only spent a few short days with Pink, she treated him like a caring older sister, being very friendly and not looking down on him just because he wanted to obtain her soul ring. Of course, Hu Jio knew that this treatment was inseparable from Xiao Wu. Without her, the lightning rabbits would probably have attacked him the moment they saw him. Let us get started. Xiao Jio, just focus on absorbing the soul power. I'll take care of the rest. Even though the sacrifice was imminent, Pink's voice remained gentle, as if this was as simple as having a meal. Don't worry, Sister Pink. I will take good care of Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai from now on. Hu Jio promised seriously to Pink. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to ensure that Pink could leave peacefully. After all, even if he didn't show up today, it wouldn't be long before Pink would naturally pass away. Pink finally turned around, glanced at her 2 children, then nodded at Xiao Wu, and peacefully closed her eyes. In the next moment, Pink began to radiate light, her pink color illuminating the entire valley. In this glow, Hu Jio felt a warm soul power suddenly infused into his body, effortlessly merging with his own soul power. At this moment, Hu Jio's soul power level began to rapidly increase, quickly breaking through level 30 to reach level 31. Then, it swiftly advanced from level 31 to level 32. It wasn't until he was halfway through level 32 that this surge of soul power finally dissipated. After absorbing the soul power, the soul ring beneath Hu Jio naturally manifested. Originally, he only had 2 purple soul rings, but now the 3rd one was rapidly forming. In a short while, the 3rd soul ring took shape, and at that moment, Hu Jio officially became a level 32 food system soul master. However, the changes were not over yet. It is known that whenever a sacrifice is made, the appearance of a soul bone is inevitable. The pink sacrifice given to Hu Jio would naturally result in a soul bone appearing as well. Suddenly, after absorbing the soul power, Hu Jio felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was being forcibly stuffed into it. In the next moment, his mental strength began to increase exponentially, and in just a short while his range of perception expanded more than tenfold. Outside, fragmented images flashed by, depicting scenes beyond the valley. Chapter 50, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. This is a head soul bone. A faint realization appeared in Hu Jio's mind, allowing him to understand what kind of soul bone the pink one brought him. At the same time, He also discovered that a skill named mental impact had emerged in his mind. At this moment, the reason why Pink could communicate using mental abilities was also revealed. It turned out that the mind was Pink's greatest strength. With the support of the soul bone for 2,000 years, Hu Jio's mental power surged. And in his sea of consciousness, the mental power felt substantial, constantly making Hu Jio aware of the powerful force within. After absorbing the soul bone, Hu Jio's idol panel also changed, and the third soul ring idol position was activated. Outside, while Hu Jio was waiting for the third soul ring idol position to open, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart. The source of this sensation was precisely Hu Jio, who was sitting cross-legged. What is wrong with me? Why do I have such a strange feeling toward Xiao Jio? Xiao Wu stared at Hu Jio in confusion. It seemed that the source of the sensation was Xiao Jio's martial soul. After sensing carefully, this thought flashed through Xiao Wu's mind. Xiao Wu, release your martial soul. Hu Jio, sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in them, and looked up at Xiao Wu. Okay. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Wu obediently released her martial soul. In her martial soul state, two cute white ears popped up on Xiao Wu's head. Her pupils turned a light shade of red, and a fluffy white tail appeared beneath her short skirt in an unseen direction. At the same time, Xiao Wu released her martial soul. Hu Jio also released his carrot martial soul. After obtaining the third soul ring, his carrot became redder, the entire carrot glimmering like a bloodstone. A faint red light enveloping the martial soul, making it look even more precious, and the martial soul itself exuded a faint fragrance, causing Xiao Wu in front of him to swallow hard unconsciously. Go! Hu Jio suddenly threw the carrot in his right hand toward Xiao Wu. Just as Xiao Wu was about to reach out to catch it, she found nothing. Hu Jio's martial soul transformed into a red light that enveloped Xiao Wu. Once the red light covered her, an astonishing change occurred on Xiao Wu's side. Her scorpion braid suddenly moved without wind, instantly spreading out, and her pink clothes transformed into a white feather gown, with soft moonlight shining on Xiao Wu, making Hu Jio feel as if he were seeing a fairy. The youthful Xiao Wu's appearance became mature and gentle, and that faint smile was like a gentle breeze. A shallow glance made Hu Jio fall into a daze. My little Xiao Wu has turned into a fairy. Hu Jio couldn't help but mumble, making Xiao Wu's face blush. Who's yours? Not at all. Ahem, Xiao Wu. Is this our martial soul fusion technique? What is your current state? The mature Xiao Wu was a bit overwhelming for Hu Jio, so he had to change the topic to divert his attention. So this is the martial soul fusion technique. How fun. I know the name. It's called Cold Moon Fairy. Xiao Jio, have I really turned into a fairy? As Xiao Wu spoke, her true self was revealed. As if a fairy from the heavens had descended to the mortal realm. The cold aura dissipated, leaving only mischief and cuteness for Hu Jio. However, this contrast made the transformed Cold Moon Fairy Xiao Wu even more charming. Cold Moon Fairy. Doesn't that mean Chang'e? But it seems there is no mention of Chang'e in this world. This thought flashed through Hu Jio's mind. What about the abilities? Xiao Wu, don't just admire yourself. Quickly feel if there is any change in your strength. Coming back to his senses, Hu Jio urged. I'm really powerful now. Speaking of changes in strength, Xiao Wu became even more proud. She looked up at the sky, and her body slowly began to float, the ribbons on her body fluttering as if she were truly going back to the moon. Xiao Jio, wait, look. Xiao Wu proudly raised her hand, and a beam of moonlight suddenly condensed in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the moonlight flickered and disappeared into her hand. Boom! In the distance, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the stone wall of a small valley, sending sand and stones flying and smoke billowing all around. Hu Jio couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. This casual strike definitely possessed strength surpassing a level 40 soul master, almost equivalent to a level 50 soul king. Such powerful attack power. Hu Jio praised. Oh right, there is still one last ability. As she said this, for some reason, a blush flashed across Xiao Wu's face. Hu Jio curiously asked, what ability? It's just. Xiao Wu suddenly stammered and couldn't find her words. After a long while, she stomped her foot and said, you'll see for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jio suddenly felt his body uncontrollably flying toward Xiao Wu. When he reached her side, his body became faint, merging with Xiao Wu like a phantom. Could this be the true martial soul fusion technique? In that instant, this thought flashed through Hu Jio's mind. After truly performing the martial soul fusion technique, Xiao Wu's body suddenly began to grow larger, and in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a 5-meter-tall goddess of the cold moon. At the same time, after the martial soul fusion, Hu Jio discovered that his thoughts were actually connected with Xiao Wu's. The fluctuations of their ideas could be understood instantly without any time delay. So, Xiao Wu actually likes me. Ugh, how shameless. Just as Hu Jio's thoughts turned, Xiao Wu instantly transmitted a wave of embarrassed annoyance. Xiao Wu, now try your attack again. After the playful moment, Hu Jio said seriously to Xiao Wu, in the state of martial soul fusion. Hu Jio found that he couldn't control the cold moon fairy at all. He could only be controlled by Xiao Wu. This is a very obvious differential treatment. In terms of feelings, he is just a tool providing strength for Xiao Wu. No, do you want to destroy this valley? The voice of Xiao Wu rejecting echoed in his mind. Hu Jio also reacted in an instant. Xiao Wu was already so powerful without him joining, and now transformed into the complete cold moon fairy. How terrifying would her attack power be? Next, they cautiously experimented with the strength after transforming into the cold moon fairy. A few minutes later, both of their soul power was exhausted, and the martial soul fusion state was automatically. However, during these few minutes, Hu Jio also estimated the strength of their martial soul fusion. With their current strength, it was roughly at the peak of the Soul King level. And ordinary Soul Kings were simply no match. This is a trump card. Xiao Wu. In the future, this skill will be our hidden means. Remember not to expose it casually. Hu Jio reminded, this is not a peaceful world. In this world, no matter how many trump cards you prepare, it's never enough to live well. Chapter 51. Hu Jio's Strength. After the pink sacrifice left nothing behind, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu had no choice but to make a tomb for her, burying some of her hair that she had left before inside. They then returned to the center of the Star Dough Forest with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai are a pair of siblings, having just cultivated for 1,000 years as soul beasts. They are very close to Xiao Wu, and, consequently, they are also friendly towards Hu Jio, who can make delicious carrots. Moreover, after the pink sacrifice, Hu Jio carried the scent of their mother, which made them close to him as well. On the way, Hu Jio summarized his own strength. Name, Hu Jio. Cultivation level, level 32 Soul Master. First Spirit Ring, 2, 195 years. Spirit Ring skill, absorption, doubles cultivation speed. Second Spirit Ring, 1, 695 years. Spirit Ring skill, transformation, can change into anyone's appearance, including clothing and martial soul, but cannot change soul skills. Additionally, it can temporarily enhance body strength by altering muscles and nerves. Third Spirit Ring, 2, 200 years. Spirit Ring skill, teleportation, can appear freely within 100 meters. Self-created soul skills, soul skill meditation method, level 8. Increases cultivation effect by 70. 5 senses enhancement technique, level 8. Greatly enhances vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Chaotic cloak hammer method, level 9. Combines 81 strikes into one, with the final strike increasing strength by 8,000 pounds. Soul skill manipulation, level 8. Soul power can be transformed into threads with hardness comparable to steel, allowing for precise control. Spiral sphere, level 7. A soul power spiral sphere the size of a basketball, which spins rapidly inside after formation, with its attack power increasing with level, currently comparable to a strong attack soul master of the same level. External soul bone tongue can be shot out at the speed of light to bind prey. Extremely resilient, normal attacks cannot break free, with a maximum attack distance of 10 meters. Head soul bone greatly enhances the host's mental strength, accompanied by the soul skill mental shock. This is Hu Jio's current strength. Based on his current abilities, although he is a food-type soul master, after acquiring the third soul ring ability, it's hard to say if he can fight above his level. But compared to battle-type soul masters of the same rank, he is definitely not weaker at all. Lastly, there's his martial soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu. I remember when he first met Xiao Wu, he had a slight sense of his martial soul, but he later ignored it due to his low level. Now, after obtaining the third soul ring, his carrot martial soul has undergone a certain evolution and finally meets the requirements for the martial soul fusion technique. After fully merging, the goddess of the cold moon has a power equivalent to a soul king of over level 50, making it a very strong trump card. Currently, his level is only 32, while Xiao Wu is at 24. I believe that as their strengths increase in the future, this martial soul fusion technique will become even more powerful. A group of people arrived at the center of the starry forest. Deming, Ming, and Xiao Wu happily took care of things. Sister Xiao Wu, are you leaving? Deming asked. His strength was evident, and he had already noticed the change in Hu Jio's soul power level. Yes, we are leaving. Before we go, I need your help with something, Xiao Wu said. What is it, Sister Xiao Wu? Deming and Erming both turned their attention to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's matters were their matters. They wouldn't hesitate to do anything she asked. Well, it's these two little guys, Xiao Wu said, pointing at Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. Their mother has left, and the two little ones have no one to take care of them. I want you to help me take care of them. No problem. Just leave these two little rabbits to me and Erming. We'll take good care of them. Deming nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you with this. Xiao Wu said, bringing the two rabbits to Erming and patting his arm. Roar. Erming patted his chest twice, indicating that he would definitely protect them well. Next, Hu Jiu began to create carrots with all his might, not just for the two rabbits, but also for Deming and Erming. This took 2 days. As long as the soul power is exhausted, they will fully recover and continue working, which could tire Hu Jiu out quite a bit. Of course, the results were also substantial. In 2 days, they harvested over 5,000 accelerated cultivation carrots, which could allow them to cultivate for more than 2 months. On the 3rd day, the two of them left the core area of the Douluo forest under Erming's escort. After bidding farewell to Erming, they hurried to Nodding City. Calculating the time, there were only a few days left before school started, and by the time they returned to Nodding City, it would just be the right time for the school opening. After leaving the Douluo forest, Hu Jiu began to maintain his soul power control skill at all times, keeping the fluctuations of his 2 soul rings to a minimal level, which also changed color. It transformed into the optimal soul ring structure of 2 yellow and 1 purple. 3 purple soul rings were indeed too impressive. To avoid trouble, he even concealed his soul power fluctuations to around level 20. After that, to be even more discreet, he used a transformation skill for double insurance. With his current concealment methods, it was impossible for anyone below Soul Douluo to see his true cultivation level. 7 days later, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu, looking exhausted, arrived in front of the Nodding Academy. In order to return to the academy quickly, they rushed without taking any breaks along the way. Haha, I bet when we see Tang San this time, you'll complain about me again. Thinking of Tang San's aggrieved expression made Hu Jiu chuckle. Oof, you just know your little Tang San. How could he just go to such a dangerous place as the Douluo forest? Not letting him go is to protect him. Xiao Wu raised her nose and said discontentedly, Okay, you're right. Hu Jiu rubbed his forehead in frustration. This little rabbit, Xiao Wu, even gets jealous of Tang San. Truly unbelievable. Once back at the academy, Hu Jiu felt a wave of relief. Here, he was finally not surrounded by strong auras everywhere. When his strength was not strong, staying in the Douluo forest was a torment. He never wanted to feel that oppressive sensation again. Xiao Jiu, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't make it in time for registration. Just as Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu stood in front of the academy gate enjoying the scenery, they heard Tang San's surprised voice from the side. For Hu Jiu's unexplained departure for nearly a month, Tang San was the only one who guessed what they were up to. As a close friend, Hu Jiu never intended to hide his strength from them. So when Tang San guessed that Hu Jiu might have gone to hunt for his 3rd soul ring, he was actually quite worried. Now seeing Hu Jiu return safely, he felt relieved but a bit angry. What's this? I, Tang San, am a level 25 control system soul master, and you didn't take me along to help a little auxiliary soul master. How could you leave me out of the fun? What happened to being good brothers? Chapter 52, Early Graduation. Haha, come on, let us go in first. I'll tell you, this time I found a really powerful soul ring skill that will definitely surprise you. Hu Jiu stepped forward, laughing as he put his arm around Tang San's shoulder, pushing him into the academy. Hee, then I'll wait and see, Tang San said, non-committally, still bothered by Hu Jiu not taking him along. To this, Hu Jiu could only pretend not to notice. After all, this time it was Xiao Wu who insisted on acting alone, in their little world, which should not be missed. I'll find a time to show you my soul skill, and you'll know, Hu Jiu said confidently. After completing the enrollment procedures at the academy, they officially became 3rd-year students. That night, lying alone in the dormitory bed, a flash of inspiration almost made him jump up with excitement. He thought, since his panel can manage skills, could the mental shock from the soul bone be managed as well? If the soul bone skills could also be enhanced through the wouldn't that mean the lifespan of the soul bone could also be increased? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to get up and experiment. With a thought, he appeared before him. At the top were 3 golden positions, filled with Hu Jiu's 3 soul rings, enhancing their lifespans. Below were 7 ordinary, 5 of which were already filled, leaving 2 empty. With a thought, the method of using the mental shock skill from the soul bone flowed through his mind. The next moment, the 6th began to fill, with the words mental shock appearing in the Just a moment ago, the progress at level 1 began to slowly rise. And before long, it rose a little. Indeed, the skills attached to the soul bone could also be, but he didn't know if the lifespan of the soul bone would increase as well. As for the brain soul bone he obtained, Hu Jio couldn't say he was satisfied, but he didn't dislike it either. After all, this was left behind by Pink after sacrificing its life. The commemorative significance far outweighed its practicality. Moreover, the soul bone could only be considered an additional gain from the third soul ring. Having one more skill, he was already very satisfied. Haha, Xiao-san, you'd better be careful. Don't let me beat you to the ground. That day, while Tang-san was not at the blacksmith shop forging iron, Hu Jio and Tang-san had a friendly match. The audience, of course, was Xiao Wu. Hu Jio, don't hold back later. Make sure to turn that arrogant Tang-san into a pig's head. Xiao Wu waved her little fists, bouncing around a cheer for Hu Jio. It seems that this time, you've really gained a powerful soul skill. A hint of caution flashed in Tang-san's eyes. He knew Hu Jio's personality all too well. If he didn't have complete confidence, he wouldn't make such bold statements. However, Tang-san had never been weak in his life, so no matter how strong Hu Jio was, the outcome would still be determined in the match. Hu Jio was now a soul sovereign, while Tang-san was only a great soul master. Facing Hu Jio, who was a whole realm above him, Tang-san initiated the first attack. He led with his signature soul skill, binding. Wow, Xiao-san, you actually attacked me first. A food system soul master. You don't follow the rules of martial arts. Hu Jio jumped aside, simultaneously pulling out his spiked hammer and unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique. There was no way Tang-san would engage him directly with that spiked meteor hammer. Hu Jio, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think you can dodge my binding like this? Blue silver grass forest, arise. To interrupt Hu Jio's chaotic wind, Tang-san did not hesitate to expend a large amount of soul power to cover the entire arena with blue silver grass vines. Watching the blue silver grass vines rapidly shoot up from the ground, Hu Jio chuckled softly, activating his teleportation skill and instantly appearing 100 meters away. At this moment, Tang-san was stunned. In the distance, seeing Tang-san's dazed expression, Hu Jio leisurely began to draw circles, and the wind hammer method was unleashed once again. It turned out to be teleportation. Tang-san was shocked. He had expended a large amount of soul power just to limit Hu Jio's wind hammer method. But what was the result? Hu Jio actually teleported. As soon as the teleportation skill appeared, Tang-san knew that he had already lost this match. However, giving up without a fight was not his style. Unwilling to admit defeat, Tang-san activated the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and charged towards Hu Jio like a phantom. But Hu Jio was not so easy to catch, with soul power manipulation enhancing his legs and changing his calf muscles. His speed was even faster than Tang-san's lightness skill with the double enhancement. Xiao Jio, if you have the guts, don't run. Tang-san shouted in frustration behind him. Haha, if you say not to run, then I won't. Wait for me to gather strength for 2 more rounds, and we'll settle it with one move. Hu Jio laughed as he teleported again. Damn it, Xiao Jio, I'm not playing anymore. You can play by yourself. Tang-san's hands fumbled on the 24 moon bridges at his waist, but in the end, he helplessly let go. His hidden weapons were never meant to be used against friends, especially since this person was his brother. Even if he conceded defeat, he wouldn't use hidden weapons. Xiao-san, you finally can't beat me in a direct battle, Hu Jio said. Nonsense. Was that even a direct battle? Is there such a long-distance fighting method as teleportation? Tang-san retorted unhappily. Of course there is. What does that count as? Once teleportation is upgraded in the future, I can gather strength with wind hammer from 1,000 miles away and then teleport beside the enemy for a fatal strike. That's the real advanced killing technique. Hu Jio fell into a blissful fantasy. Winning against Tang-san in a fair match meant that Hu Jio's strength had risen to a new level. The subsequent academy life became quite mundane. During this time, Hu Jio heard a piece of news that made him scoff. According to Tang-san, it seemed that the master had experienced a slight increase in soul power after trying his accelerated carrot cultivation. Unfortunately, he had no money and no face to ask Hu Jio again. After all, he had firmly rejected Hu Jio's proposal, stating that he would never use his self-created soul power in exchange for Hu Jio's carrots. Therefore, when he learned that the master had shown regret in front of Tang-san, Hu Jio couldn't help but sneer. He, Hu Jio, would not give the master any carrots, even if it meant giving up soul skills and money. For this reason, he also sternly warned Tang-san not to give his carrots to the master. Such a request, although it put Tang-san in a difficult position, the carrot belonged to Hu Jio, and even if he wanted to give it to the master, He wouldn't do so without permission. Fortunately, the master still had some pride, only mentioning it a few times in front of Tang San. Seeing that Tang San had no special reaction, he never brought it up again. Time flowed like water, and years passed like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. In this year, Tang San's soul power reached level 30, and Xiao Wu was also at level 30. However, Hu Jiu had already reached level 40, becoming a soul master without a soul ring. Chapter 53, Heading to Shrek. It's not that Tang San only improved 5 levels in 2 years. If that were the case, the speed of his upgrades would be too slow. Moreover, with Hu Jiu's carrot-enhanced training, how could such a small increase in level match Hu Jiu's status? In fact, Tang San had reached level 36 months ago, but he was determined not to accept any soul rings that were not of the extreme level, especially after losing to Hu Jiu. He was even more motivated to hunt for a powerful soul ring to surpass him in combat power. Therefore, under the master's advice, he chose to temporarily forego a soul ring and continue training as he had before. According to the master's theory, even without a soul ring, training was still possible, as the results of the training would manifest after obtaining a soul ring in the future. Hu Jiu had advised against this, as breaking through to a higher realm and gaining the enhancements from soul ring would greatly increase the training speed compared to before the breakthrough. Unfortunately, Tang San was very obedient to his teacher and chose this foolish training method. Of course, there was also the most important point. Tang San was proud and always chose soul rings that were close to his own limits. In this way, Tang San's desire to obtain the ideal soul ring would not work out at the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, Nodding Academy is just a Junior Soul Master Academy, with weak faculty and unable to hunt for the soul rings that Tang San wants. This delay lasted until the graduation of the 4th grade. You need to graduate early. Hu Jiu looked at Tang San and asked. At the same time, he was considering whether graduating a year early would affect Tang San's future acquisition of the Immortal Grass. It should be known that the main reason Hu Jiu was still staying at this Nodding Junior Academy was to closely follow Tang San and smoothly obtain the Immortal Grass. Otherwise, he would have long taken Xiao Wu away to live a free life and wouldn't still be stuck in this broken academy. It seemed that Tang San initially encountered Dugu Yin in the Great Soul Arena, which piqued Dugu Bo's interest when he entered the Royal Academy, allowing him to see the ice and fire yin-yang eye and obtain the Immortal Grass. It seems that whether to enter Shrek early or not doesn't make much of a difference. After all, as long as I grasp the key points, it's fine. Moreover, Shrek is closer to the Star Dough Forest, making it more convenient for him to deliver carrots to Dai Ming and Dai Erming. The teacher wants me to attend Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Xiao Wu, I might have to part ways with you. Tang San's face showed reluctance. Unknowingly, he had spent a full 4 years with Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu, and over this long period, they had developed a deep bond. Part ways? Xiao San, why would you think like that? It's going to graduate early and attend a better academy. We can go together. Hu Jiu smiled and said cheerfully, yes, I'm already tired of this academy. Is Shrek Academy fun? If it is, I'll go with Xiao Jiu to accompany you. Xiao Wu, who was nearby, also became interested. Such a fun thing. How could she miss it? That would be great, but Shrek is in the Barak Kingdom, far from home. And it seems that Shrek Academy doesn't have a level classification. We really don't know if they have the strength to teach us. Hearing that both Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu were willing to go to Shrek with him, Tang San felt very touched. However, after being moved, he became worried. After all, he couldn't put his brothers at risk without knowing the real situation of Shrek. You don't know this, do you? Xiao San, I've heard of Shrek. It's said that they only accept monsters and not geniuses. I think with our levels, no academy would refuse us. Is Shrek really that amazing? Why haven't I heard of it? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu in confusion. They spent every day together, so why hadn't she heard of it? Did you forget? I have a secret weapon. Hu Jiu pointed to his ears and explained with a smile. But in reality, only a genius would have heard of Shrek. If it weren't for having read the original work, how could one learn about such an obscure academy in a small place like Nodding City? Oh, I almost forgot that you have the 5 senses enhancement technique. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu enviously. With such amazing ears, think of how many secrets he must have heard. She loved other people's little secrets the most. I didn't know there was such a thing. No wonder the teacher wanted me to go to Shrek. Tang San nodded, suddenly understanding the master in his heart. The current Tang San wouldn't unconditionally trust the master like in the original work. Although he still listened to the master, he would also have his own thoughts and doubts. These, of course, are related to Hu Jiu's influence. However, will Uncle and Anne agree to let you go to school so far away? Thinking of Hu Rue and Emma's reactions, Hu Jiu felt a bit of a headache. Suddenly, Hu Jio turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this matter depends on you. You know that mom listens to you the most. If you say it, she will definitely agree. I won't do it. I don't want to hear Emma's mom's nagging. Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly, her scorpion braid swaying rhythmically behind her. Really not going? Hu Jio asked with a smile. Not going. No matter what you say, I'm not going. Xiao Wu looked determined, as if she wouldn't go no matter what they said. Sigh. Xiao-san, I heard that Shrek is in Soto City, which is one of the most famous cities in the Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary. It is said that there is a great soul arena there. It's very lively. Too bad I can't go with you. Hu Jio said with regret and winked at Tang-san. Yeah, what a pity. It seems I can only wait until I have enough fun to come back and tell you. Tang-san cooperatively showed a regretful expression. Oomph. How annoying. You win this time. I'll go talk to Emma's mom. Watching the two perform together, Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger. But it must be said that she was indeed attracted by Hu Jio's description. Such a fun event. How could it be without her sister Xiao Wu's participation? 3 days later, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang-san bid farewell to the reluctant old Jack, Emma, and Hu Rui, and set off on their journey to Shrek Academy. This year, Hu Jio and the others are already 11 years old. Hu Jio's delicate features have matured into a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. As for Xiao Wu, she stands at a tall height of 1.7 meters, with a slim waist that can be held in one hand and a charmingly lovely face that attracts the attention of everyone around her. As for Tang-san, well, he has grown awkwardly. Perhaps it's true that appearance reflects one's heart. As the heir of the Tang sect, he surely hopes to be as ordinary and unobtrusive as possible. Thus, following Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, Tang-san seems like a little servant. If it weren't for the 24 moon bridges at his waist that clearly indicate he is not an ordinary person, probably no one would notice him. Chapter 54. Daimu. By half a month later, the figures of Hu Jio and the others appeared on the streets of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Finally arrived. I didn't expect Soto City to be this far. I don't care, Xiao Jio Xiao-san. You two must accompany me to play in the city for a couple of days, especially that big soul arena. You have to go with me to see it. Xiao Wu tiptoed, her little head constantly looking around. Everything in Soto City was new and exciting for her. Haha, Xiao Wu. If you make Xiao-san accompany you to go shopping, isn't that asking for his life? When have you ever seen him play? Hu Jio shook his head and laughed. Tang-san is definitely a homebody, either immersed in his cultivation or tinkering with his hidden weapons, having no leisure time to go shopping. If I don't work hard on my cultivation, I'll never catch up with you guys. You're cultivating too fast. I have to put in the effort. Tang-san, Hu Jio is understandable, since the first soul ring can help with cultivation. But how did Xiao Wu improve so quickly? I have never seen her practice. This made Tang-san feel a bit unbalanced. Could it really be that the gap in talent between people is so large? If you don't want to accompany me, then I don't care. Xiao Jio, let's go explore by ourselves later without Tang-san. Xiao Wu leaned on Hu Jio's shoulder and made a face at Tang-san. All right, stop messing around. Let's first find a hotel to stay at. We don't even know where Shrek is, so we need to ask around in advance. Hu Jio casually handed a carrot to Xiao Wu, smiling to comfort her. That's more like it. If we're going shopping, why bring Tang-san along? It should just be the two of us. Perfect plan. By the way, I remember in the original story, Tang-san picked up something valuable from Dean Flander. What was it called? It seemed to be something golden. Let's go check it out later. I'll also help buy it for Xiao-san. After all, he's broke now, so even if he wants to buy it, he has no money. Finding a place to stay isn't hard. Soon the group found a very eye-catching hotel. The hotel's exterior was all rose-colored, and from a distance, it looked like a giant rose, making it hard to miss. Rose Hotel. Seeing the name of the hotel, Hu Jio smiled, grinning as he followed behind Xiao Wu, letting her excitedly walk inside. As they entered the Rose Hotel, a wave of rose fragrance greeted them, enveloping the entire hotel in an ambiguous atmosphere. Tang-san walked up to the counter. Please book us 3 rooms. The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up. He first glanced at Tang-san, then looked at Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, who were whispering to each other, showing a strange expression in his eyes. Are you sure you want 3 rooms? What? Do you only have 1 room here? Or maybe 2? Hu Jio squinted at the attendant. Are you trying to stir up trouble? The attendant's eyes lit up, revealing a knowing look, and he said ambiguously, Yes, there's only 1 room left, a very large room. Get lost. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. We want 3 rooms. Hu Jio angrily stared at the attendant, not noticing that there was an extra light bulb in their midst. Yes. I miscalculated. Just now 2 guests checked out, so now we have 3 rooms. The attendant, frightened by Hu Jio's aura, broke out in cold sweat and no longer dared to act recklessly. I say, one of those 3 rooms must be mine. At that moment, a proud and cold voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw a distinguished young man with striking eyes standing behind them. Without needing to guess, Hu Jio immediately knew who it was. Besides the evil-eye white tiger Dai Mubai, there probably aren't many people who look like this. He had been wondering if he would encounter Dai Mubai here, and unexpectedly, he really showed up. Originally, in the original story, he always felt that Dai Mubai's entrance was impressive, and indeed, he looked impressive now, with his arms around a pair of twin sisters, completely embodying the image of a reckless playboy. But Dai Mubai being impressive in his presence wasn't so delightful. He walked up to the counter and looked at the attendant. Are you new? Don't you know there should always be one room reserved for me? Go, call your manager. Yes. I'll go get him right away. The attendant actually recognized Dai Mubai, according to the timeline. It was not expected for young Master Dai to come here in the last 2 days, but he unexpectedly appeared today. This matter cannot be resolved by a mere little waiter. It has to be handled by the manager. After all, he wanted to earn a little more money by renting out the room reserved by Dai, Xiao, to someone else. This isn't the first time this has happened. He's already used to it. This big brother seems to have come first. Tang Xin still hadn't figured out the situation and thought Dai Mubai was there to steal their room. So he said blandly, so what? Dai Mubai didn't look back and coldly replied, who do you think I am? I am the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. When have I ever been questioned like this? Not much. Just want to see how big your guts are. At this moment, Hu Jio glanced at Dai Mubai indifferently, thinking, what are you so proud of? You're just a fallen prince. What's so impressive about that? Heh, you think you can talk about guts with me? Dai Mubai turned around and disdainfully looked at Hu Jio. You ugly freak, with your dog eyes looking down on others, you don't even deserve to talk to us. Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai, saying, if you dare to say one more word about Jio, I'll break your legs. Very well. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. It seems you want to fight. While speaking, Dai Mubai turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, and when he saw her charming and cute appearance, a hint of unusual color flashed in his eyes. Just that one look was caught by Hu Jio. Xiao-san, it's time to test you. Teach him a lesson for me. I can't stand his eyes. Hu Jio said indifferently, knowing that Dai Mubai was just taken aback by Xiao Wu's beauty. But if he didn't teach him a lesson, how would he know that some people shouldn't be looked at casually? Let me do it. I've been wanting to teach this guy a lesson for a long time. Xiao Wu rolled up her sleeves and volunteered. Or would there be a lack of action for her? Xiao Wu. You guys don't need to fight over it. I think it's better if you all go together. A few little brats like you're nothing to me. Hearing Dai Mubai say this, the 2 girls beside him giggled foolishly, one blowing a kiss to Dai Mubai, and they obediently released their linked arms, stepping aside. Come on. Just as the few were preparing to fight, the previous waiter hurried in with a middle-aged man who was sweating profusely. Let's talk it out. Please don't fight here. Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance and coldly said, Manager Wang, you are getting better at business. Manager Wang wiped his cold sweat and smiled apologetically. Young Master Dai, please don't say that. It's just that my subordinates are ignorant. This kid just came yesterday and doesn't understand the rules. I'll teach him a good lesson later. Are you here to chat? Let's go outside to fight. No one can stop me from fighting Hu Jio want to fight. Hu Jio impatiently interrupted the 2's conversation. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. No need to go outside. Let's fight right here. Any damage caused will be my responsibility. Not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. He didn't expect that he hadn't even caused trouble yet, and someone had already come to provoke him. Chapter 55. Defeating Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu. Let me take this battle. Looking at Dai Mubai, Tang San's expression was serious. From him, Tang San sensed a powerful and domineering aura. Even he wasn't confident against such an opponent. Why should it be you? He clearly looks down on me. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with dissatisfaction, feeling discriminated against. What are you arguing about? I said let you all go together. Dai Mubai's gaze turned even colder. These 2 were actually still arguing over who would fight, clearly looking down on him. Just as they were about to start fighting, Hu Jio's eyes turned, and he secretly made a gesture to Tang San. Tang San understood in a second, stepped aside, and instantly leaped in front of Dai Mubai. Please give me some guidance. It should have been like this long ago. Take a punch from me first. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. Without any flashy moves, he threw a straight punch that suddenly lunged forward. As he saw Dai Mubai's punch coming, Tang San's eyes were serious but showed no fear. Activating his Xian Tian Gong to its fullest, his hands turned a jade-like color, a sign that the Xian Yu hand was in operation. Boom! The fists collided, and both retreated 2 steps, neither gaining an advantage. This freak's strength is so strong. He can actually compare to Tang San. Xiao Wu, who was dissatisfied with Tang San's actions, was surprised to see this scene. She knew Tang San's punching power very well. Because of his training in chaotic winds, he had long since reached the soul master level in physical strength. She didn't expect him to actually lose to Dai Mubai. This person is not that simple. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's not much older than us and can be considered a genius. Hu Jiao explained with a smile. No way. A freak like him is also a genius? Xiao Wu widened her eyes, unable to believe it as she looked at Dai Mubai. Hu Jiao nodded, of course. Just look at his mouth. He doesn't even have a beard, which proves he's young. No wonder he is so arrogant. Turns out he is also a genius. Xiao Wu nodded, but her fighting spirit grew even stronger. Beating a genius seemed like it would be quite fun. While Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu were chatting idly, the two in the arena clashed again. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, using the control crane, catching dragon, and Xian Yu hand, moving agilely around Dai Mubai. From time to time, he launched an attack, catching Dai Mubai off guard. However, Dai Mubai's tactics were not bad either, although he was not as fast as Tang San. He defended himself like a giant bear, solidly guarding himself. Unfortunately, a prolonged defense must lead to a loss. Under Tang San's continuous attacks, Dai Mubai accidentally stumbled due to the control crane catching Dragon Hand, and then Tang San seized the opportunity to land a punch in his stomach. Dai Mubai reacted quickly. After being hit, he immediately performed a backflip, retreating 5 meters in an instant, dodging Tang San's follow-up combo. Dai Mubai's expression was somewhat unsightly. In a pure contest of skills, he actually lost to this boy who was a few years younger than him. What a huge embarrassment. Are you coming again? Tang San asked. If we fight again, the battle will escalate. At that time, if we lose control, this hotel might be finished. Of course, Dai Mubai wiped his lips. In terms of fists and feet, I admit defeat, and I'll give you the hotel room. But since we are all soul masters, I'm not willing unless we fight with all our strength once. At that moment, Dai Mubai's gaze changed, and his aura instantly became domineering and wild. White tiger, possessed. With the appearance of his martial soul, a phantom of a white tiger emerged, and Dai Mubai's body began to grow larger, his muscles bulging, his hands enlarging, extending claws that shimmered with the cold light. His eyes transformed into vertical pupils, resembling a beast. Below him, 3 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 34 soul sovereign, please give me your guidance. Under the extraordinary domineering aura, Dai Mubai announced his name. 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu looked astonished, not expecting this guy with the bad eyes to be so powerful. Tang San, can you handle this? I'll help you. Xiao Wu cheerfully shouted, and without waiting for Tang San to respond, she immediately activated her martial soul and jumped forward. Beside her, Hu Jiao had a black line on his face, thinking that if she wanted to fight, she could just say it directly. Tang San could handle it himself. Here, Tang San also felt a bit speechless. This was a battle between men. What was a girl doing here? However, he couldn't say much. After all, he couldn't control Xiao Wu. Take a hit from my waist bow. Xiao Wu jumped a few times, swiftly made her way to Dai Mubai's side, twisted her body, and her legs were already wrapped around his neck. You little girl, do you really think you can knock me down? First spirit skill, White Tiger Avatar. The first spirit ring beneath Dai Mubai's feet began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sphere enveloping him. But Xiao Wu's waist bow was not so easy to counter. No matter how the spherical shield squeezed, her legs firmly held onto his neck. Hey! Xiao Wu supported herself with her hands on the ground, her waist bending into an astonishing arc. With a burst of strength, Dai Mubai's body was involuntarily lifted and flung away. Crash! Dai Mubai's body slammed heavily onto the floor, creating a hole in the hotel as foundation. Spit! After the dust settled, a disheveled Dai Mubai got up from the ground. Wiping his lips, he noticed a trace of blood appearing. Oof. This time I was careless and didn't dodge. Next time, it won't be so easy for you to get close to me. Dai Mubai said with a dark expression, trying to sound tough. Being knocked down by a little girl made him feel embarrassed. Oh really? Then let's try again. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, and suddenly her eyes glowed with a pink light. Second spirit skill charm. Like a surprise attack, Dai Mubai was caught off guard and fell for it again. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Wu jumped to his side, and with another waist bow, boom, the hotel's floor was smashed again, creating another large hole. Dai Mubai. After a moment of silence, he wiped his face and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, Looking at you, I assume you want to enter Shrek Academy, right? I am your senior. Today's incident was just a little joke. We'll meet again later. After finishing this sentence, Dai Mubai quickly turned around and rushed out of the hotel, ignoring his two female companions. The way he left looked quite awkward. Only Hu Jio and the others remained stunned in place. They never expected that the proud and domineering Dai Mubai would slip away like this. Did the domineering character turn into a comic relief? Hu Jio felt like his thinking was about to be overturned. Humph. Now you know how powerful my sister Xiao Wu is. Xiao Wu turned back proudly, her neck held high, as if the big sister of Nodding Academy had been upgraded to the big sister of Soto City. Chapter 56. Picking up a bargain. Xiao Wu. Your waist bow is impressive again. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. He didn't expect that the pressure from Dai Mubai would result in him being launched away by Xiao Wu twice in a row. Just thinking about that scene was painful. Hee, you probably don't know, but my waist bow skill can instantly increase my waist strength by 100% when activated. And it can also enhance my body resilience by 50%. Moreover, after level 10, each level increase grants a 1% enhancement. I'm currently at level 30, which means I can increase my waist strength by 120%. Impressive, right? Xiao Wu explained proudly. Impressive. Tang San gave a thumbs up, determined to always be on guard against Xiao Wu in the future, not allowing her to get close. Just the thought of hitting the ground face first sent shivers down his spine. All right, Manager Wong, you can come out now. The room is ours, so please make arrangements. Hu Jio knocked on the table, calling out the two people hiding under the counter. Yes, we will handle it for you right away. Manager Wong nodded and bowed, then slapped the waiter on the back of the head. Hurry up and process the paperwork for these esteemed guests. 3 rooms, and of course, the best one was chosen by Xiao Wu, filled with the fragrance of roses, which made her immensely satisfied. In the afternoon, Tang San focused on his training and was unwilling to go out, leaving only Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to wander around Soto City. Hu Jio had an automatic training panel, and his training speed was slower than the automatic mode, so he usually only trained when he felt motivated. As for Xiao Wu, she didn't need to say much. According to her own words, her breathing was training. Perhaps this was the difference of being a soul beast. Training had become her instinct, which was why Xiao would not been seen training regularly. Soto City was even larger than Hu Jio had imagined. Here, as one of the most important cities in the Barak Kingdom, its level of prosperity is incomparable to a small place like Nodding City. There are food, entertainment, and a variety of dazzling goods. Along the way, Xiao Wu wanted to browse everything she saw. If it weren't for Hu Jio's deep spirit power now, he might not have been able to withstand it. Moreover, Hu Jio has always been generous. When he saw something Xiao Wu liked, he bought it without hesitation. Over the past few years, he has made quite a bit of money from Xiao Chenyu and others, and there are many places to spend money in Nodding City. So he has saved quite a bit. Soon, Hu Jio regretted not bringing Tang San along. It wasn't for him personally, but mainly for his 24-bridge Minjiwai. Unknowingly, Hu Jio had already picked up a large pile of things, and by the end, even Xiao Wu had quite a few items in her hands. It seems like we bought too much, Xiao Jio. How about we call it a day and explore slowly another time? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio, who was laden with bags, with a shy expression, and stopped obediently. All right, but it looks like that store ahead sells Soul Master supplies. Let's take a look. Staring at the sign in front that resembled the Wuhuan Palace, Hu Jio smiled slightly. It was time to pick up a bargain. Upon entering the shop, the dim scene made Hu Jio frown. As expected of the miser Flender, he wouldn't even turn on the lights. No wonder business was poor. As soon as he entered, he saw Flender sitting in a recliner. In his 50s, wearing black-framed glasses, with a face like a shoehorn, he had the standard image of a shady businessman. Xiao Jio, are these soul guides for soul masters? Why do they look so shabby? I remember Tang San's 24-bridge Minjiwai wasn't like this. Xiao Wu looked around at the dilapidated items with a look of disdain. It's fine. Let's just take a look and leave. Boss, do you have storage soul guides here? Hu Jio looked at the meditating Flender. Storage soul guides. Of course I have. Flender opened his eyes slightly. Sitting up big business. I have various types of storage soul guides. What level do you want to buy? How much is a 10-cubic one? Hu Jio thought for a moment before asking. Not expensive, not expensive. Since it's your first time here, I'll give you a discount. It's just 100,000 gold soul coins, Flender said, raising a finger and smiling. 100,000 gold soul coins? Are you robbing me? Hu Jio's eyes widened. Wasn't this old man trying to scam him? Of course, right now. Soul guides are sold one by one. Each is unique. If I don't sell them for a higher price, how can I make a profit? Flender adjusted his glasses and looked at Hu Jio nonchalantly. It was evident he had already realized that Hu Jio couldn't afford his soul guides. Then do you have a smaller one, like a 1-cubic one? Hu Jio felt helpless. He realized he didn't seem wealthy enough to even afford a soul guide. Looks like I'll need to raise the price of carrots in the future. Right? Didn't I run into a big spender this morning? I'll find a chance to take advantage of him. There's a 1-cubic one, 20,000 gold soul coins. No bargaining, Flinder said blandly. 20,000 is fine. Give me one. After feeling in his pocket, Hu Jio gritted his teeth and bought it. Flinder, just wait. Today you'll see how I make money here. And one day I'll get it back. Sure, what style do you want? Ring, bracelet, necklace, belt, I have them all. Ring. All right. Wait a moment. I'll find one. After a while, Flinder returned, holding an ancient bronze ring, which was actually just a copper iron circle and not good-looking at all. However, Hu Jio didn't care about that. He took the ring, checked it briefly, and put it on his hand. Just as he was about to hand over the money pouch, Hu Jio suddenly stopped. Boss, for such a big deal, aren't you going to throw in a little extra? He pointed to a murky-colored crystal that looked ordinary. How about this one for free? I have a companion who really likes this kind of thing. As soon as Hu Jio's words came out, he noticed Flinder's eyes sharpen instantly, as if trying to see through Hu Jio's true intentions. Flinder had spent his entire life picking up others' leftovers. It was impossible for someone to seek a bargain from him. 100 gold soul coins, Flinder said decisively. Huh, you're such a stingy boss. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I'll take it. He swiped his hand over the bronze ring, and the crystal disappeared before him. After the transaction was completed, Hu Jio finally revealed a slight smile. But just that little smile made Flinder's heart skip a beat. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yes, Hu Jio said with a mysterious smile, pulling Xiao Wu away without giving Flinder a chance to ask more questions, leaving behind a Flinder whose expression was fluctuating between dark and light. Chapter 57. Hidden Weapon Dragon Whisker Needle. Xiao Jio. Why did you buy a broken crystal? Is it really something good? After leaving the shop, Xiao Wu asked curiously. Usually, Xiao Jio wouldn't even look at such things, so this behavior was definitely unusual. I don't know if it's good. I just sensed that there was something inside the crystal. I figured it wouldn't be a loss, Hu Jio said ambiguously, not wanting to reveal that he intercepted Tang San's goods. Something inside? What could possibly be in that broken crystal? You didn't misjudge it, did you? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with doubt. However, she didn't probe further because 100 gold soul coins wasn't much for Hu Jio. Even if he misjudged, it wouldn't be a big loss. The two returned to the hotel, and Hu Jio casually placed the crystal he bought on the table. In the evening, Tang San and Xiao Wu came to his room to chat, and the crystal immediately caught Tang San's attention. Bored crystal? Tang San hurriedly ran to the table, staring obsessively at the crystal. Seeing this scene, Hu Jio smiled faintly. It seemed he hadn't made a wrong purchase. Tang San, do you say this crystal is called bored crystal? I sensed that there was something hidden inside. Xiao Wu stepped forward to examine the crystal, trying to see its features. Something hidden? Tang San paused, then realized that makes sense. There's indeed something inside. Xiao Jio, you struck gold. Tang San looked at Hu Jio with envy. The value of what was inside could be worth its weight in gold. Really, let's open it and see. Hu Jio smiled at Tang San. Okay. Tang San didn't hold back, reaching to his waist and pulling out a large casting hammer. Bending his knees slightly, he activated his Xiantian gong with full force, and the chaotic wind hammering method unfolded, swinging in a half circle, and the hammerhead struck the crystal hard. Boom! The ground trembled, as if the whole hotel was shaking. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the entire crystal shattered. At the same time, countless golden light spots surged out from the shattered crystal, filling the entire room with scattered golden light, creating a stunning spectacle. Those golden lights slowly fell, glittering as they landed in the room. Hey, Tang San, why are you so reckless? Look at you, you made a mess of my room. Hu Jio complained to Tang San beside him. He didn't think about who had urged Tang San to act just now. However, Tang San didn't care about that. He was eagerly gathering the fallen particles from the ground. Xiao Jio, Xiao Wu, hurry up and collect these particles, and I'll explain later, Tang San said. He knew that he had been a bit reckless this time, but seeing such a precious treasure for the first time, he couldn't help himself. After all, hidden weapons had always been his favorite, and nothing held a higher status in his heart than hidden weapons. Fine. Hu Jio shrugged and extended his palm, circulating his soul power and activating his soul power manipulation skill. In an instant, the golden particles on the ground seemed to be connected by invisible threads, gathering uncontrollably into Hu Jio's palm. On the other side, Xiao Wu also attempted to use her soul power like Hu Jio, but she wasn't as skilled as him in soul power manipulation, resulting in very few golden particles collected. This made her quite dissatisfied, and she couldn't help but speed up her movements. However, sometimes speed does not equal efficiency. The more anxious she became, the less she could grasp, and she nearly stamped her foot in frustration. Haha, Xiao Wu, your soul power control is lacking. Look at Xiao San. His soul power manipulation ability is almost catching up to mine. Hu Jio teased. Competing with Xiao San, the training fanatic, is pointless. Xiao Wu pouted, huffing lightly. Tang San responded, what are you two talking about? Don't bring me into this. Just then, a series of knocks sounded from outside the door. When they opened it, they found it was a waiter coming to check on the situation. We're just playing around. Xiao Wu's words sent the waiter, who had just peeked in, scurrying back. Smack! Seeing the waiter's strange expression, Hu Jio unceremoniously gave him a slap on the forehead. Get lost, and if you dare to think wildly again, watch your life. Yes, I'll leave right now. The waiter nodded with teary eyes, feeling quite wronged, thinking to himself that they made such a huge commotion, and he couldn't even think about it. After the waiter left, all the golden particles had been collected by Tang San. Xiao San, don't be so nervous. Tell me, how precious is this thing? Hu Jio curiously looked at the particles in his hand, having heard that it was quite powerful. Well, let's put it this way, you've seen my hidden weapons, right? This thing we have here is a type of natural hidden weapon, and it's extremely powerful, Tang San explained excitedly. As he spoke, he picked up a golden light particle, and with his soul power in motion, it transformed into a needle so fine it was nearly invisible. At the same time, with a speed even Hu Jio found hard to see, he flicked his finger, and the needle vanished from his hand. Wow, what impressive technique. Hu Jio was a bit shocked. With his current eyesight, he couldn't even see Tang San's movement clearly. It seemed Tang San had grown quite a bit during this time. Of course, this was under the condition that he was unprepared. If Tang San had aimed at him, he would have sensed it early on. The level 10 5 senses enhancement technique was no joke. Where did you shoot it? Xiao Wu searched in the direction Tang San was looking, but found nothing. Hee. Tang San approached Hu Jio's bed, tousled the blanket, and showed them where the golden thread had tangled up. This is just the blanket. Imagine what would happen if it were inside a person's body. Tang San was quite proud. This was one of Tang Sek's top 10 hidden weapons. That's too vicious. Xiao Wu felt a chill at Tang San's description, and her gaze towards him changed. The mistress, though not particularly attractive, has such a vicious mind. It seems I need to be more cautious of her in the future. Tang San felt speechless as Xiao Wu looked at him. It's the weapon that is vicious, not me. In my opinion, whether a weapon is vicious depends on the person using it. The principle is simple. Used for good, it is righteous. Used for evil, it is wicked. You're right, Tang San. I think, compared to this hidden weapon, your technique is the key. Such a small thing can be shot so quickly and so far. It seems that besides you, no one else can find the correct way to use it. Hu Jio looked at Tang San with bright eyes, wanting to use such an impressive hidden weapon as well. It's just a technique for hidden weapons. I'll teach you later. I believe with your talent. You'll learn it in no time. Tang San smiled faintly and said cheerfully, as long as it doesn't involve the core inheritance of the Tang sect. He doesn't mind teaching a technique. Chapter 58. Shameless Hu Jio. When Hu Jio heard this news from Tang San, he was overjoyed. Finally, he was going to learn a skill from the stingy Tang San. So happy. In fact, in Tang San's heart, Hu Jio had always been a genius with incredible comprehension. Any skill in his hands could be understood at a very profound level in a very short time. In this regard, Tang San felt inferior. If it weren't for knowing Hu Jio's great comprehension, he wouldn't teach him the hidden weapon technique. After all, this niche skill is not very useful in normal times. It can only be used after reaching a certain level of mastery, and for others, it's better to spend that time training themselves to enhance their own strength. Just like now. Xiao San, I want to learn too. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that Tang San was going to teach Hu Jio how to use hidden weapons, she immediately ran over to join in. Unexpectedly, without thinking, Tang San shook his head and refused. This hidden weapon technique needs to be practiced from a young age. The reason I'm teaching Xiao Jio is that he has great comprehension, but Xiao Wu, you can't. You lack Xiao Jio's talent, and you haven't practiced since you were young. Practicing now will only delay you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was so angry she almost trembled. She pointed at Tang San. You despicable Xiao San. I remember you. I can't believe you're so stingy. You're infuriating me. Just cursing wasn't enough to vent her anger as she spoke. Xiao Wu stepped on Tang San a few times in frustration before storming out of Hu Jio's room. Only Tang San, with an innocent look on his face, and Hu Jio, who almost sat back to enjoy the show, were left. Why was Xiao Wu angry? Are all girls so unreasonable? At that moment, Tang San fell into deep confusion. At the same time, he began to keep a respectful distance from women. So terrifying. Now, Hu Jio has successfully recorded the skill of hidden weapon techniques into the. To repay Tang San for teaching him a skill, Hu Jio divided the dragon whisker needles into 2 halves, one for each of them, which amounted to more than 10,000 needles each. However, after learning the skill, Hu Jio realized that his room seemed to have been messed up by Tang San. The floor, including the bed, was covered with remnants of broken crystals, making it uninhabitable. Tang San scratched his head in distress and awkwardly suggested, "Why don't you stay in my room for a night? We can squeeze in together." Huh? Who wants to sleep with you, a big man? Don't worry, Brother Jio has his own ways. Hu Jio glanced at Tang San with disdain, then proudly held his head high and walked towards Xiao Wu's room. Xiao Wu, Tang San messed up my room, and now I have no place to stay? How pitiful. In Xiao Wu's room, Hu Jio shamelessly put on a wronged expression. Yeah, it's all Tang San's fault for being so hasty and reckless. As Hu Jio spoke, Xiao Wu recalled the scene of his room filled with broken crystal shards. No, I really have no place to stay. How pitiful. Hu Jio desperately hinted to Xiao Wu. Yeah, so pitiful. Xiao Wu blinked her innocent big eyes, pretending she knew nothing. However, she was secretly laughing in her heart. Hu Jio's pitiful act was really amusing. Sigh. Seeing that Xiao Wu still didn't understand his meaning, Hu Jio had to speak directly. Xiao Wu, can we discuss something? What? Xiao Wu tried hard to hold back her laughter. Well, your bed in this room is quite big, right? How about we draw a dividing line like before and share it equally? Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu with expectation. If she didn't agree today, how would he meet Tang San later? But we've grown up. Won't this be inappropriate? Xiao Wu touched her lips, feeling a bit tempted, but also shy. She was a big shot at Nodding Academy and had encountered many things, but she just hadn't shown it. What's the big deal? We used to share a blanket. It's nothing. Hu Jio waved his hand nonchalantly, though inside he felt a bit guilty. All right then, but you mustn't cross the line tonight. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, but still blushed and agreed. I won't cross the line. I'm familiar with this. Hu Jio nodded happily, almost bouncing with excitement. That night, Xiao Wu and Hu Jio had different thoughts, and their minds were filled with a tangle of distractions. This also led to both of them waking up the next day with tired faces. It felt as if they hadn't slept at all the night before, and they were both listless. The next day, Tang San looked at the two with a puzzled expression. What was going on? Did they have a mouse in their room? After having a hearty breakfast, the three left the hotel and started walking towards Shrek. They had spent half a day exploring yesterday, and Hu Jio had not been wasting his time. At least he had found out the address of Shrek Academy. After exiting Soto City, they headed south, with vast expanses of farmland appearing before them. But within their line of sight, there wasn't a single building, let alone Shrek Academy. Xiao Jio, did you get the wrong information? This place doesn't look like it has an academy at all. Not only Xiao Wu, but even Tang San looked at him with a questioning gaze. It can't be wrong. Shrek Academy does exist. It's just that it might not be quite like the academy you imagine. Let us go, and when we get there, you'll understand. Hu Jio said with a somewhat strange expression. He not only knew from the original story that Shrek's environment wasn't great, but he had also heard some rumors about Shrek yesterday, none of which were good news. Then let us go. We need to register early and settle down quickly. That's the priority. For Tang San, who was obsessed with cultivation, wasting time was the most shameful thing. To squeeze out more time for cultivation, he wished he could reach their destination immediately and then focus on practicing Xiantian Gong. Okay, let us see who gets there first. As soon as Hu Jio finished speaking, he darted off like the wind. Xiao Jio, you're being sneaky. Xiao Wu and Tang San immediately reacted, lifting their feet to chase after him. For a moment, it seemed as if the surrounding farmland could feel their youthful energy as clusters of rice swayed, cheering for them. In just a short quarter of an hour, Hu Jio caught sight of a small village in the distance. He knew they had reached their destination. Hey Xiao Jio, why did you stop? Behind him, Xiao Wu jumped past him like a gust of wind and ran far before turning back to ask. It seems our destination has arrived. Tang San's voice appeared beside Hu Jio, and at that moment his eyes had turned light purple. Shrek Academy, we arrived. Chapter 59. Registration for admission. The village where Shrek was located was very small, even less than half the size of Holy Soul Village. Hu Jio sensed around and estimated there were about 100 households. At the entrance of the village, there was a stone platform with a tattered sign hanging on it that read Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why Hu Jio had shown such a strange expression when mentioning Shrek Academy. Even Hu Jio himself was somewhat at a loss for words about it. He had originally made sufficient preparations, but he didn't expect that the environment here was even worse than he had imagined. Otherwise, he thought about letting Tang San enroll by himself while he and Xiao Wu returned to Soto City to stay. At this moment, Hu Jio even had the thought, no matter what, since this is Shrek Academy, let's go see what's going on. Tang San quickly regained his composure. In his heart, he still wanted to believe in the master. Since the master had brought him here, there must be a reason for it. He believed that the master wouldn't lead him astray in this matter. All right, let's go take a look, as there's a crowd gathered there to see what they're doing. After thinking for a moment, Hu Jio decided to enter Shrek Academy. After all, the teachers inside Shrek Academy were quite powerful. They might not compare to the top-tier Soul Master Academies, but they were much stronger than those mid-level Soul Master Academies. Besides, he still needed Shrek for his 4th soul ring. After all, he felt embarrassed to ask the Ming and Air Ming for help. Having wise soul beasts kill soul beasts seemed a bit unreasonable. The three arrived at the village entrance and saw a group of people lining up. At the front of the line was a simple table where an old man in his 60s was sitting, writing something down, seemingly recording something. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. Not qualified. Next. As soon as they walked in, Hu Jio and the others heard such a voice. It seems that Shrek is quite strict about recruiting students. Tang San said thoughtfully beside them. Just a moment ago, he clearly saw someone around his age, with soul power close to 20, being eliminated. Why bother with that? With our current levels, any academy that doesn't accept us must be blind. If Shrek is that kind of academy, then we don't need to enroll, Hu Jio said lightly, looking up. The 3 of them were all 11 years old, with 2 at level 30 and 1 at level 40. Wherever they went, they would be treated as treasures. Attending Shrek was an honor for them. Yes, if even our strength can't get us in, then this academy must definitely be blind. Xiao Wu raised her neck, looking proud. If she and Tang San were considered regular geniuses, then Hu Jio was a monstrous genius, being a level 40 soul master. Perhaps there was no one on the entire continent who could cultivate as quickly as he did. Soon, it was their turn in line, but they noticed that up until now, not a single person had qualified. Hurry up, 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee, the old man urged from the front. Here, Hu Jio handed over 30 gold soul coins, including those for Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu took it for granted, and Tang San didn't mind either, as he had no money. The money he earned either went back to Hu Jio or was used to make hidden weapons, leaving his pockets cleaner than his face. Give me your hands. The old man glanced at Hu Jio with a blank expression. Here, Hu Jio squinted, wanted to see if the old man would jump up from his seat. You. The old man opened his eyes in shock and then, as if unable to believe it, closed his eyes again to sense carefully. But from his slightly trembling hands, it was clear that he was not calm inside. After a moment of hesitation, the old man suddenly stood up from the table, grabbing Hu Jio's hand tightly and not letting go. Let's go meet the dean. Old man, don't panic. I still have 2 companions. Hu Jio stood firm, his entire body unmoving. With the old man's strength, he couldn't pull him at all. Oh, you have companions, huh? Then bring them along. As long as their levels aren't too low, I still have some faith in the academy. It's not impossible for them to enroll together. The old man said, momentarily stunned, then cheerfully added, Thank you, but no need. I believe their levels will surprise you, Hu Jio said with a smile, jokingly. Haha, what kind of big winds and waves hasn't this old man seen? If it weren't for you being such a monster, no matter how talented you are, I wouldn't blink an eye, the old man said, stroking his beard, showing a hint of pride. All right, then I'll wait and see. Hu Jio made a gesture of invitation, waiting for the show to unfold. Come, you 2 little ones, come over and let this old man see how talented you are. The old man beckoned to Xiao Wu and Tang San, showing a defiant expression. After a while, the old man began to doubt life. 11 years old, bone age. Level 30, another genius. 11 years old, still level 30, you monsters. Haha, it seems Shrek is going to prosper. The old man excitedly grabbed their hands, as if afraid they would run away. Hee, old man, don't be too happy now. The academy can choose students, and we can also choose the academy. If the academy doesn't meet my requirements, we might not necessarily study here. Hu Jio hadn't forgotten that yesterday, Flinder had made over 20,000 gold soul coins from him, which was a large part of his fortune. He wouldn't be satisfied without getting something out of that scheming merchant Flinder. Hu Jio's words made the old man's smile disappear. After thinking for a while, he raised his head fiercely. Do you think Shrek is just any place? You can come and go as you please? Let me tell you, you can't leave. Saying this, the old man grabbed Hu Jio's hand without caring about anything else, looking as if he was trying to cling to him. Hu Jio, old man, do you want to scam me? Under the guidance of this amusing old man, the three of them made their way to the dean's office. Dean, come out quickly. I've recruited a few genius students. Without waiting for the door to open, the old man shouted loudly inside. Li Yusong, you're not young anymore. Why are you still so reckless? A familiar voice rang out from inside, which Hu Jio and Xiao Wu recognized. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu involuntarily gasped, looking up at Hu Jio as if asking. Hu Jio smiled and nodded, signaling Xiao Wu not to make a fuss. Seeing Hu Jio smile, Xiao Wu instantly understood. It seemed that Xiao Jio was up to something again. Dean, look at them. Their bone age is only 11 years. Li Yusong pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Flinder's gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Tang San, especially when he saw the 24 bridge Minjuai by Tang San's waist. His eyes clearly brightened. And this one, level 40 soul power, simply a monster among monsters. Li Yusong excitedly pulled Hu Jio over to Flinder, his face filled with excitement. Boss, didn't expect to see you so soon again. I'm Hu Jio, this is Tang San. And this is Xiao Wu. Hu Jio smiled at Flinder, greeting him very politely. Level 40? A trace of shock flashed across Flinder's face as he said to Hu Jio, show me your martial soul. It wasn't that he doubted Li Yusong's judgment. It was mainly because Hu Jio's strength was too astonishing, and he had to be cautious. All right, martial soul, go. Hu Jio readily extended his right hand, and a crystal-clear carrot martial soul slowly rotated in his hand. At the same time, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Truly level 40 soul power, and it's a food-type martial soul. How is this possible? Flinder dashed in front of Hu Jio, almost dropping his glasses in excitement. All right, it seems we're going to have an unprecedented genius at Shrek. Flinder patted Hu Jio's shoulder hard, his expression excited. Dean, don't be too happy too early. I haven't said I want to join your Shrek Academy yet. Hu Jio smirked, pointing at Tang San and Xiao Wu. If you can't satisfy us, not to mention me, even they won't join the academy. Right, wherever Xiao Jio goes, I go. Xiao Wu stepped forward, grinning. Next to them, Tang San remained silent, just taking a step to stand with the two, indicating his stance. Although he didn't know what Hu Jio was up to, he naturally had to support his brother at this moment. What did you say? Flander looked at Hu Jio in surprise. They were already at his academy, and not enrolling. What did he want? Academies can choose students, and students can certainly choose academies. Isn't that obvious? Hu Jio smiled. I won't say much more. A level 40 food system soul master only needs to hunt 1 soul ring to meet the academy's graduation standards. If a few more years pass, by the time I graduate, I might even become a soul emperor or even a soul sage. And them, 2 11-year-old soul ancestors. I believe your Shrek has never accepted such geniuses before. So, what will it take for you to enroll? At this moment, Flander fell silent. The little guy in front of him was right. With their monstrous talents, no matter which academy they went to, they would be prioritized for training. Even he felt that it seemed like a pity for the 3 of them to come to his academy. Good question, Dean. Hu Jio laughed heartily, raising a finger. First, we are different from ordinary geniuses. We have our own training plans. If there are conflicts in training methods with the academy, we will unconditionally prioritize ourselves. What Hu Jio said almost openly indicated that the academy's teachers might not be able to teach them. Of course, this was also his cleverness. With his personality and the presence of an automatic training panel, how could he engage in some particularly arduous training? Besides training, the knowledge related to soul masters was what he needed. He never underestimated the power of knowledge. Moreover, he also had to guard against the master. What if one day, the master came to Shrek as a teacher, intending to train them harshly just like in the original work? It should be noted that his relationship with the master was not exactly pleasant. That's simple. Our teachers will only advise and guide students in their training. As for whether the students are willing to follow that, it's none of our business, Flander nodded. Genius students are different from ordinary people. Some secret techniques in training can be understood. All right, since we've reached an agreement on the first point, the last point remains. Hu Jio smiled. For geniuses like us, no matter which academy we go to, they will prioritize our training. As for the environment of Shrek Academy, I've taken a brief look, and frankly, it doesn't seem that great. Ignoring Flander's ugly expression, Hu Jio looked at him calmly. Our demands are not high. I remember the dean has quite a few soul guidance devices, right? Let each of us pick one, and then we will be students of Shrek. Who knows? In a few years, several title Douluo might emerge from our Shrek. Hu Jio thought to himself that saying title Douluo was an understatement. He was sending a god over. Good boy, so you have your eyes on my soul guidance devices. Flanders shot a glare at Hu Jio, annoyed. Wasn't it just because he didn't give him a bonus yesterday? Was it necessary to dwell on it until now? It hurt a lot. Flanders stood still, his expression changing continuously, almost making Xiao Wu, who was watching the show, laugh out loud. Old Fei, I heard the academy has a few genius kids. Let me see how genius they are. Just as Flanders was about to grit his teeth and agree to Hu Jio's request, a rough, loud voice came from outside the door, sounding as if the whole room shook. Old Zhao, you came at the right time. Come over quickly. Upon hearing that voice, Flanders' face suddenly brightened, and he instantly had an idea. Kid, if you want my soul guidance device, it's simple. Just hold out for a stick of incense in his hands. Flanders smiled, pointing at the figure that was stepping in. That figure wasn't tall, but his build was extremely robust, walking like a wall moving. There was no need to say. The newcomer was the unmoved king, Xiao Wu. Dean, if you don't want to give us the soul guidance device, just say it. Why find such an excuse? If I'm not mistaken, this teacher should be a soul sage over 70 levels, right? Hu Jio looked at Flanders discontentedly. This stingy guy was really hard to extract a little something from. Haha, you could have a good eye. I hid my strength so deeply, and you found it out. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with bright eyes, his mouth splitting into a grin. God, this teacher is actually a soul sage. How powerful that must be. Xiao Wu exclaimed, looking at Xiao Wu, who was covered in muscle lumps. You are geniuses, so the assessment method is naturally different. But don't worry, old Zhao will not use his martial soul true form. Don't you lack confidence in holding out for a stick of incense in his hands? Flanders raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging them. You're trying to provoke me, huh? No problem. But if we hold out, I want your 10 cubic storage soul guidance device. Thinking of the many trump cards in his hand, Hu Jio nodded in agreement. All right, as long as you pass the test, my 10 cubic soul guidance device will be yours. Gritting his teeth, Flanders suddenly felt a bit guilty, looking at this kid's appearance. It seemed like he had some unknown trump cards. Chapter 61, Battling Xiao Wu. Haha, then old Zhao will play with you little guys. I'll give you a stick of incense's time to discuss tactics. Xiao Wu rubbed his buzz cut, speaking with a simple and honest expression. Don't be fooled by Xiao Wu's simple and honest appearance. In fact, he was a tough character. The name Unmoved King Xiao Wu was earned through battles. Old Zhao, you better take this seriously. If you let my soul guidance device get damaged, just wait and see how I deal with you. Flanders warned Xiao Wu with his eyes. As an extremely stingy person, he didn't want to part with his belongings. Don't worry, boss. Just a few kids. Do you think I'm afraid I can't handle them? Xiao Wu chuckled dismissively. Here, Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu have gathered together to discuss tactics in a lively manner. The three have grown up together and are well aware of each other's abilities. They didn't spend much time discussing tactics. After a few simple instructions, they unified their central idea. Teacher Zhao, we're ready, let's start. Hu Jio said with a harmless look at Xiao Wu, smiling gently. Facing Xiao Wu, who is at level 76, one has to be a bit cunning. All right, then let's begin. Xiao Wu nodded indifferently, pulling out an incense stick from who knows where, lighting it and placing it aside. At that moment, three figures walked over from a distance. One of them, whom Hu Jio and the others were very familiar with, was Dai Mubai, whom they had just fought the day before. As for the other two, one was a small, thin young man with a full beard, and the other was a chubby boy, round and fair-skinned. It goes without saying that these two must be Oscar and Ma Hongjun. When Dai Mubai saw the situation here, he immediately became interested. These people dared to fight against teacher Xiao Wu. They were quite bold. Dean, what are they doing? Dai Mubai asked as he approached Flanders. Just watch closely. These kids will be your classmates in the future. Flanders squinted his eyes, focusing intently on the battlefield without turning his head. This is bad. They're actually daring to fight against teacher Xiao Wu. They will be in for a tough time. Oscar exclaimed, nearly jumping up in shock. He had a psychological shadow regarding Xiao Wu and had often been dealt with harshly. In the arena, Hu Jio had no energy to pay attention to anything else. At this moment, all his focus was on Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, he waved his hands repeatedly, the transformation skill carrot and the teleportation skill carrot continuously appearing in his hands. As a serious food system soul master, the first thing he needed to ensure was logistics. So he is a food system soul master. Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief from a distance. He actually felt a bit of pressure from Hu Jio because just yesterday, Xiao Wu alone had made him look foolish, and he had also fought against Tang San, who was only slightly weaker than him. But Hu Jio was the one he couldn't see through. Among the three, Hu Jio clearly seemed to be the leader. which made him think Hu Jio was stronger than Tang San and Xiao Wu. But now, seeing Hu Jio as just a food system soul master without combat ability, he felt reassured. No matter how strong he was, could he compare to a strong attack system soul sage like him? Tang San and Xiao Wu go all out. Don't hold back, Hu Jio said seriously. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded seriously. They were facing a strong attack system soul sage over level 70, so they had to be cautious. Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately swallowed Hu Jio's transformed carrots. After the skill effect took place, Tang San and Xiao Wu's legs became elongated as they both applied the transformation ability to their calf muscles, making their speed faster. While the three were preparing, Xiao Wujia looked at them with indifference, his arms crossed, clearly not taking them seriously at all. Go all out attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu had already dashed out, both of them condensing a constantly rotating soul power sphere in their hands. However, Hu Jio's was larger, reaching the size of a barrel in the blink of an eye, while Xiao Wu's was smaller, only the size of a watermelon. This is the self-created skill, soul, power spiral pill. Behind him, Tang San was not idle either. The first soul skill bind. Under Xiao Wujia's feet, blue silver grass vines, resembling giant snakes, sprang out and quickly extended, wrapping around Xiao Wujia's feet. Just then, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's spiral pills had already taken shape, and they were only 3 meters away from Xiao Wujia. Release! Hu Jio shouted, throwing the spiral pills together with Xiao Wu. Haha, piece of cake. With your little attacks. How could you hurt me? Xiao Wujia laughed heartily, muscles tensed, and surprisingly didn't even use a soul skill, intending to take on the 2 spiral pill attacks head-on. Hee. Teacher Xiao, you are being careless. Hu Jio's foot pushed off the ground, and his body quickly retreated. Boom! Boom! 2 astonishing explosions rang out, and Xiao Wujia instantly became the center of the explosions. It should be noted that Hu Jio's soul power spiral pill was now at level 9, with attack power comparable to that of an ordinary soul king. Xiao Wu was not far behind either. Her spiral pill was roughly at level 6, with attack power similar to that of a strong attack-type battle soul master. Such a strong attack skill, this must be a self-created soul skill. Otherwise, their soul skills wouldn't be identical, Flander commented with narrowed eyes from outside the field. Self-created soul skill. Beside Flander, Dai Mubai and the others exclaimed in surprise. They had not expected a self-created soul skill to appear in someone their age, except for Ma Hongjun, who had just arrived yesterday. Dai Mubai and Oscar should be older than them. Bastard first soul skill, immovable king body. From the center of the explosion came Xiao Wujia's furious voice. He did not expect to embarrass himself in front of a few kids. How would he teach them in the future? After the dust settled, a tall Xiao Wujia appeared before the group, now standing over 2.5 meters tall, covered in a layer of brown fur, with angry and savage eyes. 7 soul rings rotated slowly beneath his feet, embodying the great power king bear. Little guys, pray for yourselves quickly. I'm getting serious. Xiao Wujia shouted, placing his hands on the ground. Second soul skill, great power king palm. Little San, seeing Xiao Wujia's movement, Hu Jio did not stop. He had already taken out a spiked meteor hammer from his storage ring right after releasing the spiral pill, gathering strength for the chaotic cloak hammer technique. First soul skill, bind. Tang San shouted, extending 2 thick blue-silver grass vines from his hands, wrapping around Hu Jio and Xiao Wu. Then, with a shake of his hands, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were lifted into the air by the vines. Following that, Tang San jumped as well, just avoiding the ground that was rolling towards them. It turned out that after Xiao Wujia unleashed the great power king palm, the entire ground shook, and a layer of soil was rolling towards the 3. Thanks to Tang San's timely reaction, otherwise, they would have been buried alive. Chapter 62. The appearance of the martial soul fusion skill. Run. Do you think you can escape? Xiao Wujia sneered, grabbing at the 3 in midair. Gravity enhancement. This is Xiao Waoqi's 3rd soul skill. As the gravity enhancement activated, the 3 who had just stabilized themselves in midair suddenly felt a heaviness, their bodies uncontrollably falling down. Teleport, Hu Jio shouted, maintaining the chaotic wind charging state, and teleported, appearing 100 meters away in the next moment. Xiao Wu and Tang San, however, were the complete opposite. After consuming Hu Jio's teleportation carrot, their bodies flashed, and they had already arrived on either side of Xiao Waoqi. Look at my waist bow, Xiao Wu shouted, supporting herself with her hands, her 2 white legs wrapping around Xiao Waoqi's neck as if they had no bones. Little girl, you can't throw me. Xiao Waoqi's energy sank into his dantian, firmly gripping the ground beneath his feet, seemingly unaffected by Xiao Wu's attack, not moving at all. Oh really? Tang San's calm voice came from the side, and Xiao Wu felt a pulling force beneath his feet. Unable to maintain his stance, his body was involuntarily thrown into the air by Xiao Wu. Hey, watch me split you into 8 pieces. After landing, Xiao Wu paused for a moment before darting back to Xiao Wu's front at high speed. Hey, I am for a win. Xiao Wu exerted force with her legs, starting the 8-section throw combo. Little girl, your attack is fun, but it won't work on me. Watch my indestructible diamond. Xiao Wu shouted loudly, his muscles tensed, a faint golden light emanating from his skin. Now, without Tang San's help, Xiao Wu could no longer move. Old Zhao has some skills. Could this be a self-created soul technique? 100 meters away, Hu Jiao's eyes sparkled with intensity, already fixating on Xiao Wu's craft. Soul power. Spiral sphere. At the moment Xiao Wu stopped his movement, Tang San suddenly sprang out like a ghost, and the basketball-sized spiral sphere directly hit his face. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Wu stumbled, his face turning a deep shade of black. Hey, I'm here too. Xiao Wu cheered, using all her strength in her legs to deliver another waist bow, sending Xiao Wu flying once more. Boom! Dust filled the air, and old Zhao's figure flickered in and out of view within it. Now's the time. In the distance, Hu Jiao's figure flashed, the meteor hammer in his hand gleaming with brilliant light. Quelle crook à meilleure technique. With a loud shout, Hu Jiao swung the meteor hammer down heavily toward Xiao Wu's waist. This scene made Dai Mu Bai and the others watching from the sidelines feel their eyelids twitch. The lower back is a crucial protection area for men. If that long, spiked meteor hammer really hit, old Zhao's latter half of his life would probably be. You dare, kid. Xiao Wu reacted quickly, protecting his lower back with both hands, his palm the size of a fan enduring the force equivalent to that of Soul King. Boom! The ground trembled, and the earth cracked. A huge pit appeared in front of Hu Jiao. Kid, you've angered me. After a while, an angry voice came from the pit, filled with Xiao Wu's wrath. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have lost his kidney. Oh no, retreat quickly. In the distance, Dai Mu Bai reacted swiftly, grabbing Ma Hongjun and retreating rapidly. Oscar beside him had already retreated far away. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, and Hu Jiao and the others immediately felt an irresistible force. Their heads buzzing. 6th soul skill, Mighty Vajra roar. In the face of the 6th soul skill at the soul sage level, Hu Jiao and the others couldn't withstand it and were thrown heavily away, unable to get up for a long time. Hee, your strength is indeed impressive, but it seems that not even a stick of incense has passed yet. It looks like I can save my soul guidance device. Flinder appeared before Hu Jiao and the others with an imposing demeanor, mercilessly mocking them. These 3 little guys are truly talented, especially this one named Hu Jiao. Such talented students are generally proud and arrogant, so it's necessary to suppress them subtly. Hu Jiao looked up at the incense that had already burned for more than half its length, suddenly speechless. You're a dignified dean, and you still want to argue with us over such a little time? Rules are rules. I've always been fair and just. What I promised you, I will do. But right now, it's you who haven't met the requirements, Flanders said sternly. Xiao Jiao, I also want a soul guide, Xiao Wu said, looking at the nearly burned out incense. Filled with reluctance, she looked at Hu Jiao with a pitiful expression, full of a spoiled demeanor. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Hu Jiao knew exactly what she wanted. After a moment of silence, Hu Jiao nodded to her and then looked up at Flander, saying, Dean, I will remember your words today. I hope you can continue to be this fair. Xiao Wu, martial soul fusion skill. Cold Moon Goddess. Hu Jiao summoned the carrot martial soul and threw it directly at Xiao Wu, who was lying on the ground. Here, Xiao Wu has already entered the state of martial soul possession with a joyful expression. As Hu Jiao's martial soul flies toward her, she remains motionless, allowing his martial soul to merge with her body. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid naturally spreads out, her figure becoming tall and mature. Dressed in a white gown with several flowing ribbons, resembling a fairy fallen from the heavens. The transformation into the Cold Moon Fairy is complete. Xiao Jiao. Xiao Wu's cool voice calls out, and with a wave of her hand, Hu Jiao's body is involuntarily pulled over and merges with her. The complete martial soul fusion technique appears. With Hu Jiao's addition, the Cold Moon Fairy's body continues to grow, suddenly reaching a height of 5 meters. Her tall figure does not diminish her charm. Instead, it makes others feel inferior. Martial soul fusion technique. Tang San exclaims. You, Hu Jiao, kept such a big thing for me. At this moment, Tang San felt very aggrieved. They had grown up together. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu had secretly created a martial soul fusion skill, while he was completely unaware. Hee hee. Xiao San, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's Xiao Jiao who asked me to keep it a secret. Xiao Wu, transformed into the cold moon goddess, smiled mischievously, making Tang San feel even more frustrated. No, Xiao Wu, that's not what I meant. Hu Jiao rolled his eyes, but it only made Xiao Wu smile even more. So strong. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt a chill rush to his forehead. Thankfully, he had run fast yesterday, or else he might have lost his life. At the same time, he reluctantly realized that he might not be able to keep his position as the leader of his academy. Boss Fu, don't blame me. Facing their martial soul fusion skill, it seems I can't win without using my martial soul true form. Zhao Wujia's recent emergence from the deep pit felt small in front of the cold moon goddess. How could a 2.5-meter tall little guy like him fight against someone who's 5 meters tall? Enough nonsense, hit me hard. If you dare to mess up, just wait and see how I deal with you later. Flinders scolded him harshly. He hadn't expected that Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu had hidden such a powerful trump card. It seemed that the soul guide he had treasured for a long time was about to slip away from him. Chapter 63. The 7 Monsters Conflict. It's just a few broken soul tools. Does it need to be taken so seriously? So stingy, Zhao Wujia muttered discontentedly. But the expression in his eyes was extremely grave. This martial soul fusion skill before him was incredibly powerful, and from the aura it emitted, it was clearly at the Soul Emperor level. He would not lose, after all. He was also a strong attack-type battle soul saint. But the incense time was about to end, and they only needed to delay for a few more minutes. How can we still fight like this? Isn't this making things difficult for people? Little guy, you all be careful. Zhao Oki shouted. Giant bear roar. Zhao Waoqi gathered both hands at his chest, and a golden light ball quickly condensed, exceeding 1 meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu, soul power spiral ball. In a combined form, Hu Jiao's mind moved, and in sync with Xiao Wu's actions. A cold white light sphere appeared in the hands of the goddess of the cold moon. That white light sphere was extremely condensed, and its diameter also expanded to 1 meter. Stop it all. Are you trying to destroy my academy, you bastards? Just as the golden and white spheres were about to collide, Flinders shouted from the sidelines, disregarding his image. Upon hearing this, Zhao Waoqi immediately reacted, raising his hands and throwing the golden light ball into the air. Here, Xiao Wu and Hu Jiao reacted quickly, and the white spiral sphere in their hands instantly followed the golden light cluster. Boom! The 2 large light balls collided, and everyone felt the entire Shrek Academy shaking, especially Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others who could hardly maintain their balance and were swaying with the trembling of the ground. The commotion directly startled everyone in the academy. In less than a minute, several old men appeared in the open space. Principal, what's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in our Shrek Academy? An elderly man asked. Who's causing trouble? It's just 2 little rascals and an old rascal, driving me crazy. Flander replied irritably. What's there to be angry about? I see you're just worried about your precious soul tools. Zhao Wujia muttered quietly. Even though Zhao Wujia's voice was already loud, his quiet remarks were clearly heard by several people. Oh, what's going on? Could it be that our old Flander also has times when he gets taken down a notch? A group of old men became interested and surrounded Zhao Wujing, each asking him what the reason was. A few of them realized there was no danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed. When they learned that the recent explosion was caused by Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu's martial souls, their eyes immediately lit up as they looked at them. They were all geniuses. If they could take them as disciples, how enviable that would be. However, everyone was so focused on being amazed by Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu's martial soul fusion technique that they overlooked Tang San, who was standing nearby. Tang San didn't mind this, as he was a mature person, but for some reason, he felt a little sour inside. Dean, a stick of incense's time has passed. You won't go back on your word, will you? Xiao Wu provocatively said. I keep my promises. Once you enroll, I'll give you the soul guide devices, Flinder said, pretending to be nonchalant. But he was hurting. His liver was hurting. Fortunately, after such a huge cost, he finally managed to keep the talents. Dai Mubai, I'll leave them in your hands. Help them find a dormitory and gather tomorrow morning. Yes. Dai Mubai stepped forward and replied respectfully. Then, Dai Mubai took them to a row of simple houses. This is the academy's available dormitory. You can choose any room you like. The principle is that 2 people share a room. Seeing the shabby dormitory in front of them, even Dai Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. What principle? We all want single rooms. Hu Jiao waved his hand, interrupting Dai Mubai's next words. Everyone has their own secrets. How can we not have a bit of private space? If it were mixed gender, it would be different, but living with a man, even if it's just as friends, is not acceptable. All right, suit yourself. Dai Mubai shrugged and didn't mind. Come, let me introduce you. This bearded guy is Oscar, who came last year. Yes, you're senior. What senior? From now on, we're all classmates. You can call me Xiao Ao, Oscar said, his voice somewhat androgynous, and, coupled with his full beard, it reminded Hu Jio of some cross-dressing singers from his previous life, sending a shiver down his spine. And this little fatty is Ma Hongjun. He just enrolled yesterday and is the Dean's disciple. He should be around your age. Dai Mubai then introduced Ma Hongjun beside him. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Carrot, 40th level food system Soul Master. Hu Jio nodded and briefly introduced himself. Is that even a food system? Upon hearing Hu Jio's introduction, Oscar almost jumped up. As a fellow food system Soul Master, how can you be so impressive? Nobody said food systems can't have combat power, Hu Jio said lightly. I'm Xiao Wu, Dance Martial Soul, 30th level assault system Soul Sovereign. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, 30th level control system Soul Sovereign. After they introduced their strengths, Oscar and Ma Hongjun also introduced themselves. Oscar, Martial Soul Sausage, 25th level food system Great Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Phoenix, 21st level assault system Great Soul Master. Fatty, is that a phoenix? It's more like a gamecock. Dai Mubai sneered mercilessly at Ma Hongjun's introduction. You're full of crap. My martial soul is indeed a phoenix. Yours is the gamecock. Ma Hongjun flushed and argued back, feeling agitated by Dai Mubai's mockery. Oof, fatty, have you not been taught a lesson for a long time? How dare you call yourself old man in front of me? A cold light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. After all, he was a prince of the Douluo Empire, and no one had ever dared to act so recklessly in front of him. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Ma Hongjun straightened his neck and looked defiantly at Dai Mubai. He had long had enough of Dai Mubai's arrogant attitude, especially revealing his background in front of their new companions, and with a pretty girl present. Ma Hongjun wanted to save face. All right, if you're going to fight, do it far away. We still need to clean the room. Hu Jio looked at them calmly, realizing that the relationship among the Shrek 7 monsters wasn't as good as he had imagined. Just then, it seemed like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were about to start fighting, and Oscar, who was nearby, was actually just watching the drama unfold, which made their good relationship seem exaggerated. Of course, it could also be because they entered Shrek a year earlier, which led to Dai Mubai's authority not being established yet. Jioge, you have to judge this. You just arrived today, and this old tiger gives me no face at all. Is this how classmates behave? Ma Hongjun ran over to Hu Jio to complain. The powerful strength Hu Jio had just displayed was still fresh in his mind. So when else would he cling to someone for support? Chapter 64. Hunting for Soul Rings. In fact, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were not strangers. Over a year ago, Ma Hongjun was brought back to the academy by Dean Flander, but due to regulations, he was not allowed to enroll and could only stay in the village of the academy. At that time, when Ma Hongjun had just arrived, Dai Mubai didn't know much about him. He only knew that his martial soul was a phoenix and that he was a direct disciple of the Dean. So he was quite friendly to him for a long time. It wasn't until later, after spending time together, that Dai Mubai finally learned about the shortcomings of his martial soul and his true background. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt deceived. This is outrageous. Dai Mubai, the dignified prince of the Douluo Empire, has actually been intimidated by a mere chicken for so long. Where does that leave his face? At that moment, although he didn't say it outright, Dai Mubai's attitude towards him changed. He became adept at mocking and ridiculing. After all, being from the royal family, how can he not have some tricks up his sleeve? Because of this, Ma Hongjun avoided him for a long time. At that time, it was fine since he hadn't enrolled yet, and their interactions were minimal. But now, he was already at the 21st level, just meeting the enrollment requirements. If it weren't for Hu Jio and the others arriving early, he would have had to submit to Dai Mubai and willingly play the subordinate role. Forget it, we're classmates. Why fight? Isn't it better to be friendly? Tang Sen softened a bit upon seeing Ma Hongjun's pitiful plea for help and couldn't help but lend a hand. Fine. Since Tang Sen has spoken, I'll give you this face today. Just remember, fatty, watch your mouth from now on, or else humph. With Tang Sen pleading, Dai Mubai had no choice but to give him some face. Not to mention that Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were standing behind him. Dai Mubai was also somewhat wary of Tang San's own strength. Hey, Dai Mubai, you better watch it too. I have a name, not just Fatty. Just as he was about to refer to himself as I, he was immediately met with Dai Mubai's cold gaze, which made his confidence wane. Hee hee. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjuan's plump figure with a mocking smile, said nothing, and turned to leave. Sigh. Once Dai Mubai walked away, Ma Hongjun slumped as if he had lost all his bones, becoming dispirited. You little fatty, can you be a bit more manly? If it were me, I would just fight him. Even if it meant getting hurt, I would at least splatter him with blood. Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun with disdain. This person, not to mention comparing to Xiao Jio, couldn't even stand up to Xiao San. What do you understand? He's older than me, stronger than me, and I can't beat him. What can I do? Ma Hongjun replied irritably. Hey, why are you so lacking in ambition? Xiao Wu was almost stomping her foot in frustration. Forget it. Everyone has their own way of living. Let him be. Hu Jiao pulled Xiao Wu along, casting a faint glance at Ma Hongjun. He had no interest in someone who couldn't lift themselves up. Quickly clean up the place. This will be our home from now on. Hu Jiao called Tang San and Xiao Wu to start tidying the dormitory. Here, seeing Hu Jiao and the others getting busy, I don't know when Oscar has already slipped away. However, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly stayed behind to help them clean the room. Xiao Jiao, do you want to help him? Seeing Ma Hongjun's diligent side, Xiao Wu felt like she had become the big sister again, wanting to lend a hand to her little brother. Not yet. I want to observe a bit more. After all, it's just the first time meeting Ma Hongjun. I can't make a hasty judgment about whether he's worth helping based on his impression from the original work. Alright, but I do think this little fatty is quite honest. Much better than that lecherous old tiger with bad eyes and that long-bearded sissy. Hu Jiao suddenly remembered that Ma Hongjun was indeed quite pitiful, as his martial soul mutation forced him to stay away from the wild and the brothels at such a young age, making his life even harder than that of a middle-aged person. Poor little fatty. He's endured hardships that shouldn't be faced at his age. Let's have a moment of silence for him. For a while, Hu Jiao was filled with pity for the hard-working Ma Hongjun. In the evening, led by Ma Hongjun, they had a simple dinner at a farmer's house. This academy is really stingy. They even make us solve our own dinner. It's no wonder they call him a greedy businessman. In response, Xiao Wu harshly criticized Flender. The next morning, Hu Jiao was called up by Tang San and, after breakfast, went to gather at the academy playground with Ma Hongjun. By the time they arrived, Flender and Zhao Wujia were already waiting for them. At the same time, Dai Mubai and Oscar were also waiting for them. It's worth mentioning that due to entering school a year early, Tang Hao was not around during this time, so Zhao Wujia avoided a potential beating. The reason it's a possibility is that yesterday Tang San was just running errands and didn't get knocked out, so Tang Hao had no reason to beat Zhao Wujia. If it was about establishing authority, then the one getting beaten should have been Flender instead. Alright, since everyone is here, let me arrange your upcoming study plan. Flender, dressed neatly, looked like an old scholar, but with his shoehorn face. He still looked like a greedy businessman. Hu Jiao, Tang San, Xiao Wu, you three have just broken through to a great realm, and to avoid delaying your cultivation, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia will take you to obtain soul rings later. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you will follow me for targeted training. After scanning the crowd, Flender instructed. Yes, whether they wanted to or not, they all obediently agreed. With the principal personally training them, Dai Mubai and the others looked quite pained. Report to the principal. Hu Jiao raised his hand. Speak. Before we go to hunt for soul rings, can you give us our soul guides? With soul guides, our travel will be more convenient, right? Hu Jiao asked eagerly, as he couldn't wait for the 10 cubic storage soul guide. Flender's mouth twitched. Then he said earnestly, that's not urgent for now. The sooner you obtain your soul rings, the better. We can't delay because of some trivial matters. Don't worry, you will definitely get your soul guides. Sounds nice, but I think you just don't want to give them to us, Xiao Wu muttered softly. Flender pretended not to hear, waved his hand, and said to Zhao Wujia, Old Zhao, I leave them in your hands. Remember to protect their safety. All right, boss. Zhao Wujia grinned and said loudly, let's go, little guys. Old Zhao will definitely find some satisfactory soul rings for you. With a large hand that was as big as a fan, Zhao Wujia led the way like an iron wall. Chapter 65. Plotting. Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, where are you taking us to hunt for soul rings? Stardo Forest? Hu Jiao activated his transformation skill and turned into a tall, thin man of 9 feet, running wildly along the way. Xiao Wu's legs became even more slender and long. With a push, she leaped far ahead, her posture much more graceful than Hu Jiao's. Finally, following Tang San, his figure darted like a ghost, closely keeping pace with the others, flickering in and out of sight. Of course, your soul rings need to be at least 1,000 years old, especially you. You need to find one that's at least 3,000 years old. Otherwise, the boss will beat me up when we go back, Xiao Wu led the way, walking like a giant bear, charging ahead. That's right. The Stardo Forest has many types of soul beasts. It will definitely allow us to obtain the most suitable soul rings. Hu Jio chuckled, then glanced at Xiao Wu beside him. Seeing Hu Jio's gaze, Xiao Wu nodded decisively, signaling that everything would be fine. She knew what Hu Jio wanted to say. He was just worried that Air Ming would sense her presence and come over to see her. After all, soul beasts and humans have always been mortal enemies. And if someone discovered their relationship with Air Ming, it would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. Therefore, the best way is to keep it a secret. Xiao Jio, what are you two doing? Tang Sen looked at the two of them suspiciously. When did you evolve to this point where you can communicate just with your eyes? Oh, I was thinking about what kind of effect soul ring to find later. Hu Jio and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles and then changed the topic. Have you thought of anything? Xiao Wu asked. Shaking his head, Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu, who was leading the way, and said expectantly, That's hard to say. I'll discuss it with teacher Zhao later. Discuss what? Of course, to confirm whether old Zhao has any self-created soul skills. He remembered that during yesterday's battle, Xiao Wu had used an indestructible skill. This skill is clearly a defensive type, just what he lacks. He was originally considering whether to look for a defensive type for his fourth soul ring, but now that he has a better option, he definitely needs to think it over. For example, a recovery type skill. As a food system support soul master, not being able to heal is extremely unreliable. You have to know that other food system soul masters start with recovery type skills. There's also the speed enhancement type, if it can allow for flight. That will be even better. I may not be able to beat you, but I can outrun you, which greatly increases my chances of survival. Xiao Jio is good. I, Lao Zhao, know the most about soul beasts. When we take a break, I'll help you consider it, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing that Hu Jio wanted to discuss with him, Xiao Wu was instantly overjoyed. Glancing at the rugged and strong Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged skeptical looks. Thinking, with your appearance, aren't you just a musclehead? Luckily, Xiao Wu didn't see this scene. Otherwise, he would have exploded with anger. The four of them ran all day and arrived at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. Let us go, it's already late. And it's not suitable to enter the Stardo Forest. Let us rest for the night in the small town ahead and set off tomorrow morning. Xiao Wu arranged after checking the sky. Upon entering the town, they found it more lively than they had imagined. The town was about 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy is located, with shops lining the streets and various goods available. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a lively town here. After we get the soul ring, let us have some fun here, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked around. Of course, it's lively. This place is close to the Stardo Forest, and many soul masters come here to hunt for soul rings. Over time, it has become prosperous, Xiao Wu explained as he led the way confidently. This is it. Xiao Wu pointed to a regular hotel and turned back to the others, saying, We'll rest for the night. We'll set off tomorrow morning. You'll have to cover your own accommodation and meals. What? The academy can't even spare this little money? Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. Xiao Wu shrugged helplessly and explained, You've seen the academy's environment. Because it only cultivates elites, the academy can't make money at all. If it weren't for Dai Mubai's family sponsoring some funds, the academy might have closed down by now. How miserable. Hu Jio said speechlessly, Teacher Zhao, why don't we change to another place? I have money. I'll treat you to a drink later and ask you about soul rings. Drinking sounds good, but that is not what I want. I'm here to help you with your questions. Don't spread rumors when we get back to the academy. Xiao Wu licked his lips, feeling the urge to drink. No problem, it's just a small amount. Hu Jio waved his hand grandly. He had been supplying carrots to Xiao Qinyu and others, earning over 1,000 gold soul coins a month. He was quite wealthy. Under Xiao Wu's lead, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. After checking in, they requested a private room, and good food and wine were served. Since Hu Jio and the others were too young, they didn't drink, leaving Xiao Wu to drink alone. However, with their company, Xiao Wu still enjoyed himself. After a few rounds, Hu Jio curiously asked, Teacher Zhao, during yesterday's battle, I noticed you used a skill called Indestructible Vajra. Is it a skill you created yourself? Xiao Jio, you have a good eye. That's right. It's my self-created soul skill. I came up with it out of boredom while staying at the academy based on the characteristics of my martial soul. Xiao Wu beamed with pride as he talked about his self-created soul skill. What is the effect? Hu Jio pressed on. The effect is pretty good. It can increase physical strength and power, making a person stronger. Xiao Wu demonstrated his self-created soul skill, and a layer of golden light flashed. instantly turning his skin a bronze color. He pounded his chest, producing a sound like metal striking metal. How is that? Teacher Xiao is amazing. This skill is very practical. Hu Jio clapped in admiration, then casually asked, will you teach us this skill during class in the future? Hey, you little rascal, you're not so naive. This is my old Zhao's secret skill, not to be shared with others. Xiao Wu shot Hu Jio a sideways glance, instantly becoming shrewd. Want to learn? If you want to learn, just become my disciple, and I'll teach you for free. Hee, trading a self-created skill for a genius disciple. Where else can I find such a good deal? Thinking of this, Xiao Wujia felt quite pleased. Hu Jio's smile froze. This old Zhao isn't as foolish as he seems. However, thinking about the idea of becoming his disciple, if there is really no other way, having a master wouldn't be bad. At least I won't have to worry about soul rings in the future, and someone will help me out. Thinking about it this way, it's not impossible. Moreover, if the master comes to the academy in the future, having Xiao Wujia as a backing isn't bad. However, to take on such a talented disciple like me, just having a self-created soul skill is not enough. Chapter 66. Arrogant Xiao Wujia. Teacher Xiao, you're thinking too highly of yourself. At my age, reaching the soul zone realm could be said to be an unparalleled genius. How could you expect me to become your disciple just because of a self-created soul skill? Hu Jio's eyes rolled, and he exaggeratedly shouted, goodness, as a dignified soul saint, there are many who want to become my disciples. What more do you want? Xiao Wujia proudly raised his arm. His reputation as the unmoved King Xiao Wujia was forged from a sea of corpses and blood. Even the spirit hall couldn't do anything about him. However, Hu Jio was suddenly shaken by the strong pressure emanating from Xiao Wujia, but he still whispered, I just wanted to say that my talent is excellent, and I learned self-created skills very quickly. If teacher Xiao only has one self-created soul skill, you might soon run out of things to teach. At this moment, Hu Jio suddenly remembered that Xiao Wuji was not a friendly person. The original text had a phrase, countless kills. Just based on that phrase, one could tell what kind of person he was. Yet Hu Jio still wanted to show off in front of him quite bold. Speaking of which, I think I'll definitely take you as my disciple. Xiao Wuji laughed heartily, waved his hand, and instantly cleared the table. In the next moment, a row of books appeared on the table, and at a glance, there were actually more than 10 books. What is this? Hu Jio's eyes narrowed, and he stood up in shock, disregarding his image, leaning closer to Xiao Wuji, excitedly looking at the names on the covers of the books. Indestructible Body, Shadow Evasion. Double Slash, Shockwave, Continuous Charge, Savage Frenzy. These martial arts skills, every time Hu Jio read a breathing technique, he felt heavier by a point. By the time he finished reading, he shamelessly shouted, Disciple Hu Jio pays respects to the master. He clasped his hands in a fist and respectfully bowed to Xiao Wujia. Haha, good disciple. I, Xiao Wujia, will definitely train you to become a top-ranked title Douluo, dominating the world. Xiao Wujia stretched out his hand to stop Hu Jio's bowing posture and laughed heartily. Congratulations, Xiao Jio, and congratulations to Master Xiao. Was found a good master, and the other has a good disciple. Today we must celebrate. Next to them, Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Xiao Jio's teacher is truly a good teacher. Unlike that Tang San, whose strength isn't even level 30, just a trashy fraud. Xiao Jio, congratulations. Tang San also smiled, knowing how dedicated Hu Jio was to creating his own skills. If it weren't for the restrictions of the sect rules, he would have taught him those techniques long ago. Good. Today is worth celebrating. I'll go find a waiter to get some more drinks. We won't stop until we're drunk. Feeling happy, Hu Jio didn't care whether he could drink or not. He just wanted to get pleasantly intoxicated. Xiao Wujia was great. Xiao Wujia was protective, strong in power. And with his accelerated training carrots, maybe in a few years, he wouldn't just be level 80 as in the original story, but level 90 or even stronger. Having a future title Douluo as a teacher was not a disgrace to him. After a night of celebration, the next morning, Xiao Wujia took Hu Jio and the others to the Stardo Forest. Xiao Jio, what are your first few soul skills? Tell me, and I'll give you some advice. Since he had become Hu Jio's teacher, he naturally needed to have a detailed understanding of his disciple's strength. Taking advantage of the travel time, Xiao Wujia asked, Master, my first soul ring skill is absorption, which can double the speed of cultivation. Hu Jio respectfully began to answer. But before he could finish, he was interrupted in surprise by Xiao Wujia. What did you say? Doubling the speed of cultivation? At this moment, Xiao Waoqi was shocked beyond belief. No wonder his disciple had reached level 40 at just 11 years old. It turned out he had such a miraculous skill. At the same time, he suddenly recalled that his disciple seemed to be a food-type soul master. So your carrot. Teacher guessed right. This skill can be applied to others. Come on, teacher, you haven't tasted my carrot yet. You should try it first. In the Douluo Continent, the relationship between teacher and disciple was deeper than one might imagine. A teacher's status was equivalent to that of another father, so Hu Jio respected Xiao Wu greatly. Receiving the carrot handed to him by Hu Jio, Xiao Wu couldn't wait to swallow it whole. He wanted to test the effect of Hu Jio's first soul ring skill. If it truly doubled his cultivation speed, that would be incredible. Ignoring the taste, Xiao Wu directly sensed the cultivation effect. After a while, he opened his eyes excitedly and said seriously, "Little Jio, this skill's effect must not be casually revealed to others, or it could lead to endless troubles." Facing Xiao Wu's serious warning, Hu Jio nodded, "Don't worry, teacher, I know. So far, apart from Xiao Wu and Xiao San, only you know about it." "Oh right, it seems Xiao San's teacher knows as well." In the end, Hu Jio added the name of the master. "Well, just pay attention in the future. But there's no need to worry too much. After all, teacher is a level 76 battle soul saint, and even if facing a soul Douluo, he can still put up a fight." Xiao Wu nodded and smiled to comfort his disciple. Good. A warm feeling flashed through Hu Jio's heart, and he felt more recognition for his newly acknowledged teacher. Next, he introduced the effects of the skills of transformation and teleportation. As for the age of the soul rings, he deliberately omitted that detail, not because he didn't trust Xiao Wu, but because explaining it would be too troublesome, so it was better left unsaid. "Well, I roughly understand your cultivation system. What are your thoughts on the fourth soul ring skill?" Xiao Wu took notes on Hu Jio's skill effects, and then asked, I have thought about it. I was originally planning to find a defensive soul ring effect, but since teacher has the self-created, skill-indestructible body, I can consider other skills." Hu Jio spoke directly without much thought. The first choice was a healing effect. As a food-type soul master, a healing ability was essential and would be needed sooner or later. The second choice was a speed effect. With speed, one could attack or retreat, and it would be even better if it had a flying effect. It seems you've already thought this through. Not bad, your idea is sound. I believe you can choose a healing skill. After all, you are a food-type soul master, and healing skills are better acquired early than late. As for the speed type, no need to rush for now. Teacher has self-created skills to make up for that, but it will require hard work and effort in cultivation. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, very satisfied with his clear-headed and talented disciple. Haha, you can rest assured about this, teacher. I am very diligent. Cultivating soul skills is exactly my forte. Hu Jio smiled confidently, looking at the interface panel. Tang-san, have you ever worked hard? I didn't know about it. Chapter 67. The 8 spider lances are gone since he had decided on a healing soul skill. The rest was simple. Later, we just need to look for soul beasts with healing skills, Xiao Wu said, clapping his hands and heading towards the Star-Do forest at a brisk pace. There are many soul beasts with healing skills. Xiao Jio can pay attention to a few, such as the red blood pig, wood willow tree, sun tree, and moon soft rabbit. After searching through his mind, Tang-san said to Hu Jio, I'll pay attention to that. Hu Jio nodded, trusting Tang-san's knowledge of soul beasts, and he had also learned this kind of knowledge in the academy, knowing that what he said was correct. Then, Xiao Wu and Xiao San, do you have any requirements for your martial souls? I can help you with some references. Seeing that the two were partners of Hu Jio, Xiao Wu casually asked. If it weren't for this relationship, he wouldn't have been so considerate. Most likely, he would have let them choose for themselves and see what they found. Xiao Wu's words surprised Xiao Wu. She had no ideas at all. Did she still need to choose her soul ring? She just needed to find an opportunity to sneak out and improve herself. Teacher Xiao, I have already determined the direction for my third soul ring, focusing on enhancing the toughness of my martial soul. It would be even better if it had limitations on movement or toxins. Tang-san had already discussed his next soul ring with the master, so he answered confidently. Then I'll go for speed enhancement. I'm taking the agility attack route. Seeing that everyone was focusing on her, Xiao Wu hurriedly said, All right, then let's speed up and try to gather your soul rings today. Xiao Wu called out, immediately increasing his speed. Behind him, Hu Jio and the other two also quickened their pace to keep up with Xiao Wu. A quarter of an hour later, the four entered the Star-Do forest. At this point, Xiao Wu's speed slowed down. Even as a level 76 soul saint, he needed to be cautious in the Star-Do forest. At this moment, Tang-san revealed some special skills. With just a simple powder, he helped them avoid the dangers of poisonous insects in the forest. Tang-san's insect repellent powder is really effective. Soon after, Hu Jio's sensory enhancement technique began to take effect, allowing them to avoid spirit beasts and search for those that met their criteria with high efficiency. Despite this, by the time they found the first suitable spirit beast, half a day had already passed. Venomous spider, Little San, are you satisfied with this martial spirit? Hu Jio felt a bit regretful. He remembered that in the original story, he had absorbed a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider spirit ring, and even obtained an external soul bone. But in this vast star dough forest, where could he find a human-faced demon spider for Tang San? So, it seemed he had accidentally lost Tang San's 8 spider lances. From the patterns on the back of this venomous spider, its age was roughly around 1,500 years, and it was a poison-type spirit beast, making it just right for my 3rd spirit ring. Little Jio, I have to say, your perception ability is amazing. After seeing the venomous spider, Tang San exclaimed in surprise to Hu Jio. He didn't realize what he had missed out on because of this encounter. Have you made your choice? Since you've chosen, step back a bit. I'm gonna make my move. Xiao Wu stretched his muscles and stepped forward. Teacher Xiao, please wait. Seeing this, Tang San quickly stepped forward to stop Xiao Wu saying, I want to hunt this spirit beast myself. With Little Jio and Little Wu's help, that's enough. You just need to guard us. Tang San was an independent person. He felt that he couldn't rely on others for everything. He and Hu Jio and Little Wu needed to grow and experience challenges. Having a soul sage teacher escorting them was a great opportunity. That's fine too. Don't worry. With me, old Xiao around, a small spider won't be able to hurt you. Xiao Wu thought it made sense. Although this trip was to help them hunt for spirit rings, it could also serve as practice. As students of the Monster Academy, how could they not be a bit monstrous themselves? Hee, we're gonna fight again, yay? Little Wu was eager to try, almost bouncing with excitement. All right, Little San. Little Wu, you two hold it down. I'll hit it hard from behind. Hu Jio pulled out his meteor hammer, feeling his blood start to boil. Little Jio, be careful not to kill it in one hit, Tang San reminded. He knew how powerful Hu Jio's chaotic wind technique could be. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hu Jio smiled, raising his meteor hammer. After discussing their tactics, the three exchanged glances, and Little Wu and Tang San took the lead. They quietly approached the venomous spider, which was 100 meters away. First spirit skill bind. Tang San dragged his hands, and thick blue-silver grass vines shot out quickly, wrapping tightly around the venomous spider. Squeak! Caught off guard, the venomous spider remained calm, skillfully moving its 8 sharp legs to cut through Tang San's blue-silver grass. But that little time was enough. Little Wu gathered a basketball-sized spiral sphere in her hands, bouncing a few times to get in front of the venomous spider and pressed it against its face. Behind her, Tang San appeared like a ghost, also condensing a spiral sphere in his hands, throwing it with a strange hidden weapon technique, arriving just in time for the 2 spiral spheres to explode simultaneously on the venomous spider's head. Boom! The impact caused the venomous spider to let out a mournful scream. Just then, a flurry of green, terrifyingly thin spider silk shot out from the dust, aiming directly at Little Wu and Tang San. Teleport! The two seized the opportunity, biting down on the teleportation carrot in their mouths, and when they reappeared, they were already 100 meters away. Haha, watch this. At that moment, Hu Jio's voice rang out, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the venomous spider, bringing down his meteor hammer with ferocious power. Boom! With strength comparable to that of a Soul King, the blow instantly crippled half of the venomous spider's body. Hiss! The venomous spider let out a shrill scream, its head whipping around as a thick cloud of poisonous smoke sprayed towards Hu Jio. Haha, I'm out of here. Hu Jio didn't linger. After landing the hit, he immediately teleported again, vanishing without a trace. Ever since acquiring the teleportation skill, he found it was easy to attack and retreat, making battles much smoother. Whoosh! Hu Jio retreated, and Little Wu and Tang San appeared again, each holding a spiral sphere, facing the severely injured venomous spider. Hu Jio put away his meteor hammer in his storage ring, also condensing a spiral sphere, and together with Tang San and Little Wu, they launched a coordinated attack on the venomous spider. The three maintained the principle of enemy advances, I retreat, enemy halts, I disrupt, throwing down spiral spheres one after another until the venomous spider lay weakly on the ground. Little San, finish it. We'll protect you. After battling the 1,500-year-old venomous spider, Hu Jio realized that he might have underestimated his own combat power. With this kind of spirit beast, he could handle 2 on his own. Chapter 68. The Disobedient Erming. For a long time, due to fighting 2 infrequently, Hu Jio hadn't assessed his combat power well. It was only now that he realized, facing a 1,500-year-old spirit beast. Why bother with such trouble and have 3 people attacking? He could just confront it head-on. Teacher, do you think my current combat power can compare to a level 60 Soul Emperor? Turning around, Hu Jiu eagerly asked Xiao Wu. What nonsense are you thinking? Xiao Wu replied, a bit annoyed. Besides you and Little Wu merging your martial spirits, your strength is only comparable to a strong attack-type Soul Master. Including that hammer technique of yours that takes a long time to prepare, you could barely fight above your level, but that's a trump card. As a Soul Master, who doesn't have a trump card? Therefore, your combat power can only be considered decent for your current realm. Hu Jiu was stunned. Teacher, am I that weak? You're a food-type Soul Master. Being able to compare with a strong attack type is already quite good. What more do you want? Besides your hammer technique, how much combat power do you have left? Xiao Wu ruthlessly pointed out. But I also have my self-created skill, Spiral Sphere. This skill has pretty good attack power. Hu Jiu protested, feeling like he was being portrayed as worthless. Well, your self-created skill, Spiral Sphere, is indeed quite good, with attack strength comparable to a typical Soul King. That's why I said you can barely fight above your level. Xiao Wu was quite satisfied with Hu Jiu's self-created skill. After all, it was something his monstrous disciple had created. Having such a disciple was truly delightful, and when they returned to the academy, he would definitely show off to those old fellows. It seems I still need to work harder. After listening to Xiao Wu's analysis, Hu Jiu pondered quietly. It just so happened that the teacher had many self-created soul skills, and he needed to arm himself quickly. As for now, Hu Jiu looked at Little Wu beside him, realizing he could only rely on her for support. Thinking of this, Hu Jiu's expression became serious. Little Wu, oh, what is it? Little Wu asked, puzzled. It seems I'm still too weak. In the future, you can't be too far from me. We need to be ready to unleash our martial spirit fusion technique at any time. This world is very dangerous. Don't worry. Little Gio, with me, Sister Little Wu around. No one dares to bully you. I'll punch anyone I see. Little Wu assured, waving her small fists. Plan successful. Soft Rice King achievement unlocked. Hu Jiu secretly rejoiced. It seemed that in the future, Xiao Wu could also be considered part of his combat power. From now on, please call me Lord Soul Emperor. On Tang San's side, absorbing the venomous spider was not difficult. In less than an hour, he had completed the refinement. Just as Hu Jiu was about to ask Tang San about his gains, he suddenly frowned. What was going on? Didn't Xiao Wu say that Erming wouldn't come? Why had he already appeared nearby? Hu Jiu was very confident in his sensing ability. A massive aura was approaching from 5 miles away, and that was Erming's. What should I do? Hu Jiuling suddenly had an idea, bent down, and with a pained expression said, my stomach hurts a bit. I need to go to the restroom. After saying that, without waiting for the others to react, he disappeared 100 meters away in an instant. Huh. At that moment, Xiao Wu also exclaimed in surprise and suddenly said, Xiao Jiu, wait for me, I also hurt. Xiao Wu quickly took out a teleportation carrot and instantly chased after the direction Hu Jiu had left. Tang San, Xiao Wu, are these two so close that they even share convenience? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other in surprise. After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke up. It's fine, Xiao Jiu might have something to do, let's wait a bit. Although he didn't know why the two had rushed off, Tang San wasn't worried. He understood Xiao Jiu too well. She cared about her own life more than anyone else. If there were really trouble, she might have already hidden behind Teacher Xiao. Xiao Wu, didn't you say it was fine? Hu Jiu asked quickly against the wind. Xiao Wu shrugged helplessly. I don't know what's going on either. I clearly told Erming not to come looking for us. All right, let's not worry about it for now. We'll know what's going on when we see them later. Hu Jiu stopped talking and activated his teleportation skill, disappearing again. 15 minutes later, the two finally met up with Erming halfway. Erming, what's going on? Didn't I tell you not to come looking for us? Xiao Wu asked angrily as soon as they met. Erming innocently squatted down, gestuhling softly. Hey, you're really something. I don't even know what to say to you. Hearing Erming's explanation, Xiao Wu helplessly rubbed her forehead and turned to Hu Jiu to explain. Xiao Jiu, Erming said he didn't have your carrots, and his cultivation has slowed down. So, when he sensed your aura, he came to spite my advice. Hu Jiu sighed. All right, you win. Hu Jiu's expression was one of helplessness, but there was a faint hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. This shows that even the Titan giant ape can't do without his carrots. In order to quickly send Erming away, I hurriedly took out a bunch of accelerated cultivation carrots from my storage ring. Here, take these to eat for now, and I'll send you another batch in a few days. I promise I won't let you go hungry. Soto City is very close to the Stardow Forest, and it won't take long to make a round trip. Plus, I'm about to get a 10 cubic storage soul guide, which will make storing the carrots more convenient in the future. Roar, looking at the large pile of red carrots in front of him. Erming laughed broadly and kept showing a flattering smile to Hujio. Since he started using Hujio's cultivation carrot boost, both he and Daming's cultivation speed have greatly improved. For soul beasts, where strength is everything, what could be more gratifying than an increase in cultivation? Erming, goodbye. Xiao Wu and I are heading back now. We'll come to see you and Daming again after a while. Xiao Wu waved goodbye to Erming with Hujio, then hurried back. On the way back, Xiao Wu's face was flushed. She recalled what she had said to Tang San and teacher Zhao in a moment of panic. How would she face people after going to the restroom with Hujio? Hey, Xiao Wu, why are you blushing? Are you alright? Hujio asked in confusion, as normally, with their physiques, it shouldn't be possible for them to get sick. Oof, it's all your fault. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, not responding, and just hurried on her way. My fault? Isn't it Erming who didn't listen? Why am I being blamed? Hujio looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. Is this considered being vented on? Half an hour later, Hujio and Xiao Wu rushed back. Upon seeing the two, Tang San and Zhao Wujie finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the dangerous Star-Do forest, and they were worried sick about Hujio and Xiao Wu being gone for so long. While relieved, the two also exchanged strange glances, their eyes darting back and forth between Hujio and Xiao Wu, both speculating what the two had been doing just now. Chapter 69. One-on-one challenges Xiao San. How's your soul ring skill? Is it powerful? To avoid awkwardness, Hujio had no choice but to change the subject. He noticed that since returning, Xiao Wu had been keeping her head down, her face flushed. Of course, he also knew from Tang San's greeting when they met that Xiao Wu had used some excuse just now. To this, he could only say that was really great. My third soul ring skill is Venomous Spiderweb. After using the skill, my blue silver grass can stick like spider silk, but the main feature is the toxicity. Once my venom penetrates the body, even a soul king can't withstand it, and the potency of the toxin will increase with my strength. Tang San was very satisfied with his newly acquired skill. Poison was originally his strong suit, and with this skill, his strength had likely increased significantly. Now, even if he were to fight Hujio again, he wouldn't be afraid. Xiao San, are you getting a bit cocky? Don't forget, I'm about to obtain my fourth soul ring, and it's a recovery type. Your toxins won't have any effect on me. Seeing the look in Tang San's eyes, Hujio knew exactly what he was thinking. With that, he patted Tang San's shoulder earnestly, feeling a sense of pride in teasing him. Since Xiao San had already obtained his soul ring, the next ones left were Xiao Jio and Xiao Wu. Let's go. We need to act quickly and gather your soul rings today. Zhao Wujie clapped his hands to grab their attention. All right, I'll lead the way. Hujio nodded, activating his enhanced senses technique to fully perceive the nearby soul beasts. He noticed that the powerful soul beasts around him had decreased, likely startled by Erming's aura and had already left. However, it was fortunate that among Hujio's preliminary targets, there were several plant-type soul beasts, many of which couldn't move at all, and even those that could move did so very slowly. This made it easier for him to search. It took 2 hours of searching until Hujio finally found a suitable soul beast just as the sun was about to set. Be careful. I sensed a presence that resembles a sun tree about 800 meters away. From the aura it's emitting, its cultivation should be around 5,000 years. Just right for my fourth soul ring. Hujio, who had been leading the way, suddenly slowed his pace and turned back to speak to the others. That's great. The sun tree can use sunlight to dispel negative states and also heal injuries. It's perfect for you, Xiao Jio. Xiao Wu said happily. When it comes to understanding soul beasts, Xiao Wu, being one of them, is certainly more knowledgeable. In this regard, even Tang San and the master can't compare to her. A 5,000-year soul beast, do you still want to handle it yourselves? Zhao Wuji asked, looking up. In terms of human cultivation, a 5,000-year soul beast is roughly equivalent to the spirit ancestor and spirit king levels. If Hujio and Xiao Wu don't use their martial soul fusion technique, it might be a bit challenging to deal with. Teacher Zhao, have you forgotten? I've already obtained my third soul ring. It's a good opportunity to test the skill's effectiveness. You just need to support us, Tang San interjected before Hujio could respond. He was still riding high on the excitement of just getting a soul ring and naturally wanted to show off. Xiao Wu also had an excited expression. How could she miss out on such fun? Only Hujio frowned. It's fine to give it a try. After all, this soul beast won't run away. However, there are a few other soul beasts around the sun tree, which should be its guardians, so everyone be cautious. Understood. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded seriously in response. Then we don't need to rush to deal with the sun tree, since it won't move. We can first eliminate its guardian soul beasts, Xiao Wu suggested. That's a good proposal. Let's do that. We'll get a bit closer and observe which soul beasts they are. Hu Jio nodded. Although he had already sensed that there were 3 soul beasts guarding the sun tree and had a rough idea of their types, he still needed to see them with his own eyes for caution's sake. The 3 used their soul power to control their skills, concealing their auras, and quietly approached. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Linjia beast, and ghost shadow leopard. All around 3,000 years of cultivation, and the sun tree has 5,000 years, just right for Xiao-Tang said as he got closer, his eyes shimmering with purple light, naming the beasts. Leave the Linjia beast to me, Hu Jio said first. Then I'll take the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I can restrict its flying ability. Tang San immediately followed up. Okay, then the remaining ghost shadow leopard is mine, Xiao Wu said, clenching her fists, her face full of excitement. Don't be careless. The ghost shadow leopard is very fast, Hu Jio warned, tapping Xiao Wu on the head, noting that this battle maniac was even more enthusiastic about fighting than he was. Xiao Jio, you underestimate me too much. So what if it's fast? It can't be as agile as I am. Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, wrinkling her cute nose. Sayu, faced with such a cute Xiao Wu, Hu Jio felt helpless. Don't worry, Xiao Jio. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Wu and won't let her get hurt, Tang San reassured. Who needs you to watch over me? You should take care of yourself. I might finish it before you do, Xiao Wu retorted, staring defiantly at Tang San and waving her little fist. All right, stop arguing. Let's deal with him quickly. After I get my soul ring, there's still Xiao Wu's to consider. Once Hu Jio said this, he immediately silenced Xiao Wu. The soul ring. Did she need that thing? What she needed was a perfect excuse. Okay, go. Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu each condensed a spiral pill in their hands, teleporting directly in front of the 3 soul beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 unsuspecting soul beasts were immediately stunned, then reacted angrily, glaring at their attackers. Roar, roar, caw, caw. The 3 soul beasts roared and immediately launched a counterattack, leaping towards them. However, Hu Jio was a kite-flying expert, well aware of the essence of hit-and-run tactics. After launching 1 spiral pill, he quickly retreated. Before leaving, Tang San waved his hand, and countless blue-silver grass vines shot up into the sky, effectively blocking the soul beast pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, the sun tree was also not idle. It emitted dazzling orbs of light that directly blew apart Tang San's blue-silver grass vines. The chaotic battle thus commenced. Just as Hu Jio exited the attack range of the sun tree, he immediately activated his transformation skill, his body instantly swelling and transforming into a muscular 9-foot giant. And he began swinging a meteor hammer, unleashing a chaotic hammer technique. Behind him, the Linjia beast charged towards him like a small mountain. The armored beast is enormous, standing 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long, causing the ground to tremble as it runs. Its body is covered in glistening armor, and it just took a direct hit from a spiral pill, leaving only a shallow mark on its head as if nothing had happened. Ha, foolish armored beast, come on. Let me see how much of a temper you have. Hu Jio shouted excitedly. Fighting against such a remarkably defensive soul beast is what makes it interesting. Chapter 70. Soul Ring acquired. Hu Jio wielded his meteor hammer, wobbling beneath him as he dodged the armored beast's attacks like a bullfighter. What he couldn't evade, he would teleport away, infuriating the beast. In less than a minute, he had charged up dozens of swings, and the moment to counterattack had arrived. Beast, why don't you reveal your true form? Hu Jio roared, and with a swift movement, he appeared in mid-air, raising the meteor hammer high above his head, bringing down a tremendous force. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was entangled with the ghost shadow leopard. The ghost shadow leopard is a speed-type soul beast, and during the attack, it is filled with ghostly shadows, making it difficult for Xiao Wu to cope. After all, she has just reached level 30, has not yet obtained a soul ring, and does not have a 3rd soul skill, so facing a 3,000-year soul beast alone is quite challenging. Fortunately, with Hu Jio's teleportation carrot and transformation carrot support, she can entangle with the ghost shadow leopard using her agile skills. Finally, there is Tang San, who seems to be the most relaxed. Being the strongest control-type soul master of the same realm is not just talk. At the beginning of the battle, Tang San directly unleashed his newly acquired 3rd soul ring skill, Venomous Spider Web, instantly immobilizing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Subsequently, he continuously used the spiral pill skill, making it seem like he was hitting a stationary target, leaving the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with no chance to fight back. As the venom deepened, the resistance of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake weakened increasingly, and it seemed like it was on the verge of collapse. Boom! At this moment, Hu Jio's accumulated chaotic wind hammer technique finally unleashed its power, striking down with a force of 6,000 pounds, successfully taking out the target first. Just as Hu Jio finished, Tang San also managed to defeat the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake at the same moment. After that, it was easy. With the help of Hu Jio and Tang San, the ghost shadow leopard that Xiao Wu faced was quickly resolved as well. Damn it, how did you finish the battle so quickly? No way, I have to get my soul ring faster, or I'll fall behind. Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied with her performance. Alright, let's quickly deal with the sun tree. Once I absorb the soul ring, it'll be your turn. Hu Jio gently comforted Xiao Wu by stroking her scorpion braid. Okay. The three exchanged glances and began to tackle the final target, the sun tree. However, the sun tree was not easy to deal with. As a 5,000-year plant-type soul beast, although it had the disadvantage of being immobile, this very trait made its attacking power quite formidable, and it could also regenerate health, which was the most troublesome aspect. Let's consume it. The three of them had no good plan for this. Tang San and Xiao Wu took the lead, using the spiral pill to restrain the sun tree's light ball attacks, while Hu Jio stayed behind, using the chaotic wind hammer technique to accumulate power. Fortunately, Tang San and Xiao Wu had learned the spiral pill skill. Otherwise, they would probably be at a loss against this sun tree. Basically, Tang San and Xiao Wu were severely restrained. First, Tang San's restraint on the sun tree was useless since it was immobile, making his ability to limit movement ineffective. Moreover, it also had the solar light ball skill. With a few light balls, his blue silver grass would be gone. Even his second soul ring ability, parasitism, was ineffective against the sun tree, which had its own ability to dispel abnormal states. Similarly, his third skill, toxin, was also useless. Xiao Wu was in the same situation. What effect could her bowstring have against a tree? The charm skill had a slight effect, but since it was a tree, it had no feelings and could easily shake off the charm, which made Xiao Wu furious. Therefore, to deal with such a resilient being, only my chaotic wind could solve everything. Behind them, Hu Jio calmly drew circles, accumulating the power of the meteor hammer. Faced with such a stubborn monster, Tang San began to envy Hu Jio's chaotic wind hammer technique again. If he had Hu Jio's level of hammer technique at this moment, he wouldn't have to be in front using the spiral pill to stall. It was indeed a stall. His and Xiao Wu's attacks were hardly effective against the sun tree. Even if they injured the sun tree, it would absorb sunlight to accelerate healing, making their attacks almost pointless. After a few minutes, Hu Jio, drenched in sweat, tightly gripped the meteor hammer. This time, he had accumulated a powerful move. A full 70 strikes, the maximum he could control. This strike contained over 7,000 pounds of force. With one hit, it wouldn't necessarily defeat the enemy, but at least it could heavily injure it. I'm starting. Just as Hu Jio's voice fell, Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward, frantically beginning their attacks to firmly restrain the sun tree. Here, Hu Jio teleported and appeared beside the sun tree, gripping the meteor hammer tightly in both hands, the hammerhead radiating suffocating power, and struck down fiercely. Boom! The force exploded, instantly shattering half of the sun tree's trunk, leaving it unable to heal in time. Again, his body retreated instantly, taking a deep breath before unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique once more. A few minutes later, another explosion echoed. The advantage of dealing with plant-type soul beasts is that as long as you find the right method, you can wear them down to death. An hour later, Hu Yu shouted, "D." With a loud bang, the long-suffering sun tree finally fell. Subsequently, a deep purple soul ring floated in mid-air, waiting for Hu Jio to absorb it. "Xiao Jio, hurry, we'll protect you while you absorb the soul ring," Xiao Wu said eagerly as soon as the battle ended. A new soul ring meant that Hu Jio's carrot would become even more delicious, and with the soul ring's enhancement, their martial soul fusion technique would also become stronger. Aside from Hu Jio himself, she was probably the happiest. "Ha, not bad, not bad. You little monsters actually managed to take down the sun tree. Impressive." Xiao Wuji, who had been watching from the side, praised them with a satisfied smile. Of course, we're monsters among monsters," Xiao Wu said proudly, tilting her head back. "All right, then I'll absorb the soul ring. Please protect me, teacher." Hu Jio didn't delay any further and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the sun tree's soul ring. The 5,000-year soul ring was already close to the limit he could absorb, so Hu Jio didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, Hu Jio's body had been trained through the chaotic wind hammer technique, which, though primarily used to accumulate power, also provided some strengthening to his body. In this situation, Hu Jio absorbed the soul ring without any turbulence, though it did take a bit longer. 3 hours later, as midnight arrived, Hu Jio finally finished absorbing the soul ring, and his level increased to 41. Huh? Where did Xiao Wu go? The moment he opened his eyes, Hu Jio realized something was wrong. His Xiao Wu was actually gone. Hu Jio couldn't care about anything else at this point. He activated his sensory enhancement technique to perceive the familiar aura around him. A few seconds later, Hu Jio breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Xiao Wu hadn't gone too far, just a few hundred meters away. Xiao Wu said she wanted to take care of something. Seeing Hu Jio's expression, Tang San quickly explained. Want to take care of something again? Hu Jio was taken aback. Perhaps this little rabbit, named Wu, was actually gathering a soul ring. Such a flimsy excuse, and San actually believed it? Chapter 71. Xiao Wu's luck. Discovering that Xiao Wu was fine, Hu Jio set aside his worries and began to assess his own strength. Name: Hu Jio. Cultivation: Level 41 Soul Master. First Soul Ring: 5, 935 years. Soul Ring Skill: Absorption. Doubles cultivation speed. Second Soul Ring: 5, 399 years. Soul Ring Skill: Transformation. Can transform into anyone's appearance, including clothing and martial spirits, but cannot change soul skills. It can also temporarily enhance physical strength by changing one's muscles and nerves. Limitation: Transformation of martial spirits must be face-to-face. Third Soul Ring: 5, 940 years. Soul Ring Skill: Teleportation. Can appear freely within a 100-meter range. Fourth Soul Ring: 5, 000 years. Soul Ring Skill: Holy Light. Eliminates negative physical states, restores stamina, and heals injuries. Self-created Soul Skill: Soul Skill Meditation Method, Level 10. Increases cultivation effect by 90. Sensory Enhancement Technique, Level 10. Greatly enhances vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Awakening Perception Ability. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, Level 10. 81 hammers combined into one. The final hammer increases one's strength by 10,000 gene. Soul Skill Manipulation, Level 9. Soul power can be turned into threads, with hardness comparable to steel, allowing for precise manipulation. Spiral Sphere, Level 9. A soul power spiral sphere the size of a basin, which spins rapidly inside after forming, with attack power increasing with level, comparable to that of a strong attack-type Soul King. Hidden Weapon Technique, Level 3. Hits accurately within 50 meters, 100 shots, 100 hits. External Soul Bone, Tongue. Can shoot out at the speed of light, binding prey. Extremely tough, general attacks cannot break free, with a maximum binding distance of 20 meters. Head Soul Bone. Greatly enhances the host's mental power. Accompanied by Soul Skill, Mental Shock. Mental Shock, Level 8. Increases mental shock ability by 80. As long as the mental power isn't vastly superior, the target will inevitably suffer mental damage. This is a trump card he has never used before. Hu Jio discovered that his automatic cultivation also has its limits. After skills reached Level 10, although they could still continue to improve, the speed of upgrade was incredibly slow. He estimated that Level 10 was actually the perfect state for skills, and the reason they could continue to improve was mostly due to the automatic panel simulating upgrades. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so slow. As for the ordinary automatic slots, 9 had already been unlocked, 7 were in use, leaving 2 empty slots. P.S. The Soul Ring skill of the carrot can be used directly, without needing to eat the carrot. Others need to eat his skill to use it, but the carrot is ineffective for himself, only serves to fill the stomach. Cannot use the carrot to activate skills, nor can it replenish soul power. I'm back. Xiao Jio, have you finished absorbing? Xiao Wu's voice interrupted Hu Jio's thoughts. Where did you run off to again? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu reproachfully. What kind of taking care of something is that? Can you trick others, but can you trick yourself? In response to Hu Jio's reproach, Xiao Wu stuck her tongue out playfully and immediately ran in front of him. I know, I won't do it again next time. By the way, Xiao Jio, where's your carrot? Let me taste it. Xiao Wu knew that Hu Jio had powerful sensory perception abilities and that he would definitely notice some of her situations, realizing that her excuse wouldn't fool him. It seemed she was about to be found out. Xiao Wu's thoughts were a bit complicated. However, in front of Hu Jio, she still acted as usual, looking cute and greedy. Eat, eat. Hu Jio waved his hand, and a white jade-colored carrot appeared in his hand. After handing it to Xiao Wu, he also gave one to Tang San and Zhao Wuji each. This is called Holy Light Carrot. It eliminates negative states, restores soul power, stamina, and heals injuries. It's an all-around recovery skill, and using it immediately restores health. It's a great food-type skill, Hu Jio explained as he spoke. Very good skill. I feel warm in my body, full of strength, Tang San said while tasting the carrot and feeling the skill's effects. Besides recovering, the carrot is also tastier. Crunchy. Sweet, so delicious. Xiao Wu said with her cheeks puffed out, speaking indistinctly. Indeed, your carrot has a better effect than Oscar's sausages. It seems Oscar will be losing business to you in the future. Xiao Wuji also tasted the holy light carrot. Compared to Oscar's sausages, Hu Jio's not only had a stronger recovery effect, but was also more comprehensive, and the recovery speed was unmatched by Oscar. No wonder he's my disciple. He's impressive. All right, you three take a break. I'll keep watch. We'll set off again in the morning. Now we just need Xiao Wu's soul ring. Xiao Wuji waved his hand, signaling Hu Jio and the others to rest. Teacher Xiao, there is something I forgot to mention earlier. Xiao Wu feigned surprise. Actually, I just got my soul ring. What? Tang San and Xiao Wuji looked at Xiao Wu in astonishment. How is that possible? Did you get a soul ring while just going to the bathroom? Really? Look. Saying this, Xiao Wu spun around in place, summoning her martial spirit, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings shining brightly beneath her feet. A 1,000-year soul ring. What's going on? Xiao Wuji and Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in shock. This shouldn't be possible. In such a short time, even if she had the ability to defeat a soul beast, it still requires time, right? How could she have a soul ring in the blink of an eye? I was just lucky. When I want to take care of something, I suddenly found an injured and unconscious wind shadow rabbit. I saw that its age was exactly 500 years, so I killed it and absorbed its soul ring. That's simple. Tang San and Xiao Wuji were both speechless. Only Hu Jio showed no expression on his face, but he was deep in thought, wondering if he should confront the little rabbit about it. Over the years, he has become very confident that Xiao Wu can no longer live without him. However, one must always be cautious. What if she decides to leave? Perhaps it's best to test the waters first. He looked up at Xiao Wu, just in time to catch her careful demeanor, clearly nervous, yet tried to appear as if she had just struck a great bargain. Hu Jio reached out and touched Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, smiling as he asked, "What skill did you get? Is it a speed-related one you needed?" It was Hu Jio's suggestion for Xiao Wu to pursue a speed-type soul skill. After all, with such nimble hands, it would be a shame not to go for it. Hu Jio's gesture made Xiao Wu relax a bit. I got a really powerful soul skill. It's instant speed, 100 meters in a flash. In terms of speed, you and Tang San won't be able to compete with me anymore. Oh, show me. Hu Jio's eyes lit up, intrigued by this skill. Watch carefully. Xiao Wu twirled happily, her 3rd soul ring lighting up. In an instant, Xiao Wu vanished from in front of everyone. The next moment, she reappeared in her original spot, and then she demonstrated what speed truly looked like. Her body moved so quickly that even after images were undetectable, appearing next to Xiao Wujia one moment, then in front of Tang Sen the next, making a funny face before reappearing in front of Hu Jio again. How about that? Xiao Wu beamed with pride. Impressive. Your instant speed is even faster than my teleportation. It seemed that instant speed and teleportation were similar, both allowing instantaneous movement to a location. But Hu Jio's teleportation was a spatial skill that could ignore any obstacles to reach its destination. Xiao Wu's instant speed, however, achieved a teleportation-like effect solely through speed, which was already quite impressive. Moreover, Hu Jio's skill had a slight flaw when used by others. It wasn't as convenient as using it himself. He merely needed to will it, but for others to use it, they had to eat his carrot, which created a significant opening during that time. Chapter 72. The Indestructible Body next. Hu Jio did not ask Xiao Wu about her matters, but instead approached Xiao Wujio alone. Xiao Jio, why aren't you resting? Don't you trust your teacher's strength? Xiao Wujia's rugged face showed a gentle expression. You underestimate your teacher too much. With my physique, I could go 2 days and nights without sleep. Let my heart rest. I want to slack off. Of course, I believe in the teacher's strength. I came to find you for another reason, Hu Jio said respectfully. Although Xiao Wujia had only been his teacher for a day, Hu Jio respected him greatly. Hu Jio was clear about who treated him well and who didn't. He would repay kindness doubly and return malice in equal measure. What is it? Xiao Wujia asked his disciple seriously. It's not a big deal. Hu Jio chuckled, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. Yesterday, didn't you showcase a lot of your self-created soul skills? I'm most interested in those. Since Don Isn far off and I don't want to rest, I thought I'd come learn your self-created soul skills. Hu Jio was eager for the more than 10 self-created soul skills in Xiao Wujia's hands. He had 2 large empty slots in his grinding panel. Hey, you little rascal, are you afraid I want to teach you? There will be plenty of time in the future. Why the rush? Xiao Wujia joked, but then he readily reached to his waist and pulled out a book. After observing you for these past 2 days, I got a good grasp of your strength. To be honest, aside from that hammer technique that takes a long time to charge, that spiral pill is somewhat impressive. Aside from those two techniques, you're just a food-type soul master without any attack capability. Xiao Wu evaluated. Yes, teacher. After all, my martial soul is food-type, and the most suitable soul ring skills are auxiliary, so I appear a bit monotonous in terms of attack. Hu Jio acknowledged this flaw, knowing he had no way to compensate for it before. Just knowing is enough. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, handing over the book. I noticed that when you fight, you Haven T fully unleash the power of that hammer technique. The reason should be that your body strength isn't sufficient, which is why you're eyeing my indestructible body. Hee, you're brilliant, teacher. Hu Jio happily accepted the indestructible body manual, flattering him. As for Xiao Wu seeing through his thoughts, Hu Jio didn't mind. After all, he was a level 76 soul sage. If he didn't have some brains, how could he have achieved such success? However, Xiao Wu wasn't losing out either. With a genius disciple like him, who knows it would benefit in the future. Practice well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The indestructible body is the only self-created soul skill of mine, and, as my disciple, you can't practice it poorly. When it came to the indestructible body, a proud expression appeared on Xiao Wu's face. This is a self-created soul skill in the entire Douluo Continent. Who has the ability to innovate independently that isn't famous? Not to mention anything else, just in Shrek Academy, apart from him, no one has ever created a soul skill, including the Dean, Flander. The only one? Hearing this, Hu Jio was puzzled. What about the manuals my teacher showed me yesterday? Those belong to others. Xiao Wu said with a calm tone, grinning. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio instantly shivered. Although Xiao Wu's tone was calm, he sensed a strong bloody aura in it. The unmoved king is more like the king of slaughter. There is no need to guess. These soul skills must have been obtained through killing and plundering. Otherwise, how could one claim to have killed countless people? Teacher, I still lack a body technique soul skill. Holding the soul skill in his hand, his mind was already thinking about other things. It would be a pity to miss the opportunity to gather 2 vacant soul ring slots. Get lost, you little brat. You're learning nothing good, but have learned to be greedy. I tell you, if you don't cultivate the indestructible body to my satisfaction, don't even think about other soul skills. Xiao Wu was amused by Hu Jio's shamelessness. He had little ability, but a big heart. Hey, teacher, don't be angry. I learned soul skills quite quickly. One soul skill is not enough for me to cultivate. Just watch. In 2 or 3 days, I'll get the indestructible body down. Hu Jio said with a grin. All right, don't say 3 days. I'll give you half a month. As long as you can master it in half a month. I'll give you a body technique soul skill, Xiao Wu said. He didn't believe Hu Jio's nonsense at all. The indestructible body was created by him, and he knew the difficulty of its cultivation very well. Back then, even he took a full 2 months to master it. As for Hu Jio, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to master it in less than a month. Okay, this is what you said, teacher. Don't go back on your word later. Hearing this, Hu Jio was instantly delighted. Who does he look down on? With the cultivation panel on him. If he says 3 days, it'll be 3 days. Whoever doesn't recognize the agreement is a grandson. Xiao Wu patted his chest and loudly guaranteed. All right, then I won't disturb you, teacher. I'm going to study now. Having achieved his goal, Hu Jio immediately turned around and dashed back to his tent to learn the soul skill. Hey, you little brat. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio's back and scolded with a smile. He opened the manual for the indestructible body and began to read it word by word. This soul skill is pretty much what he guessed, mainly enhancing physical strength. Through special training methods, it allows the physical body to become stronger. However, he has an automatic training panel, so the training methods in the secret manual can be skipped. In just half an hour, Hu Jio finished reading this indestructible body manual. In his vision, a deep blue panel appeared, and in the 8th auto-training slot, a skill icon for indestructible body emerged, with a transparent progress bar slowly filling around the icon. In his mind, insights about the indestructible body would appear every few seconds, as natural as if it were his own understanding. Hee, all done, time to sleep. Hu Jio casually stored the manual in his storage ring and fell asleep. The next morning, Hu Jio was awakened from his dreams by a soft little hand shaking him. Lazybones, get up. Teacher, Xiao wants us to pack up and head out. Xiao Wu's cheerful voice rang out. Oh, Hu Jio groggily pulled out a white carrot, squinting as he took a bite. Huh, the holy light carrot is really good. With this, I never have to worry about not getting enough sleep. After taking a bite of the carrot, Hu Jio instantly felt energized. The drowsiness vanished. Well, all of this is just an illusion. Actually, the carrot has no effect on him. He was just stimulated by its sweet aroma. Crack! In a moment of distraction, Hu Jio noticed that his carrot was suddenly shorter. Looking up, he saw a scorpion braid right in front of him with a little head that was bulging. The crisp sound of chewing clearly audible in the tent. Hey, you actually stole a bite. Chapter 73. Ma Hongjuan's thoughts. Come on, little guys, get running. Your bodies are too weak. Only running can make you stronger. As soon as the four of them stepped out of the Stardo forest, Xiao Wu shouted loudly. Teacher, I think I'm already strong enough. If I get any stronger, I won't be able to find a wife later. Just like you. Hu Jio activated his transformation skill, instantly turning into a tall, handsome man, muscles bulging, comparable to Xiao Wu. Is your muscle real? Mine is real. Xiao Wu felt a bit of a headache. His disciple was good in many ways, but was a bit mischievous and lazy. Being mischievous isn't a big deal, but the key is laziness. Look at Tang San. He gets up to train his body before dawn, working hard to cultivate. And Hu Jio? Not to mention his late sleeping habits. He hadn't trained even once in all these days. Confronted with such a disciple, Xiao Wu felt a headache coming on. It could be true. With this strength, I can maintain it for a day, Hu Jio mumbled. Why run? The scenery along the way is so beautiful, in such sunny weather. Wouldn't it be great to go on a picnic with a girl? Run for me. Xiao Wu's angry shout startled Hu Jio, realizing he had been careless. Xiao is good at everything, but he loves exercising too much, which makes him suffer too. Under Xiao Wu's lead, Hu Jio and the others traveled through mountains and seas, eating carrots when they were tired, eating carrots when they were hungry, and even eating carrots when they were thirsty. In just half a day, they returned to Shrek Academy. I am exhausted. Xiao Jio, hurry, come save me with a carrot. As soon as they returned to the academy, Xiao Wu slumped onto Hu Jio, weakly saying. After one carrot, Xiao Wu indignantly raised her fist. Teacher Xiao is too cunning. He clearly promised us that we could stroll around the town after obtaining the soul ring. And I wanted to buy so many things. It's okay. I'll take you when we have time, just the two of us. You can buy whatever you want. Hu Jio comforted. Xiao Jio, you're so nice. Xiao Wu's face turned slightly red, her head lowered, her eyes showing happiness. Tang San, have you two forgotten something? Go back and rest. We'll gather on the academy playground tomorrow morning. I need to meet the dean first and report the situation. Xiao Wu ignored Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction, treating it as if he hadn't heard. Yes, Brother Jio, third brother, Sister Xiao Wu, you're finally back. As soon as they returned to the dorm, Ma Hongjun rushed over excitedly. The return of Hu Jio and the others signified that their soul ring hunting mission had been a complete success, meaning Hu Jio had become a true soul master. With his strength, he could directly crush Dai Mubai. Little fatty, how have you been in the academy these past few days? We're almost dead. Teacher Zhao actually made us run back from Stardo Forest. He is so cruel. Xiao Wu was still upset that Xiao Wujia hadn't let her stroll around the town. Hey, what are you talking about? We suffered even more. While you were gone, the dean personally battled us, and then there was running. Oh look, I've lost several pounds of fat. How long will it take to make up for it? Ma Hongjun said with a bitter face, patting his belly, feeling like the softness was almost gone. So miserable? Hu Jio and the others exchanged glances. They had never experienced such training when they were at Nodding Academy. Really miserable. The dean said Shrek is a kind of monster. So the students he teaches must also become monsters. In Hu Jio's dormitory, Ma Hongjun found a chair and slumped down on it. Fatty, come get a carrot. Hu Jio threw a holy light carrot over. Hu Jio understood Ma Hongjun's warm attitude towards them. Of course, Ma Hongjun had never hidden his intentions. He just wanted to find a backing for himself. Because Dai Mubai was too dominant, being around him made Ma Hongjun uncomfortable. But Hu Jio and the others were different. Not only were they strong, but they treated people equally, which made Ma Hongjun feel at ease. Seeing that Fatty had good taste, Hu Jio didn't mind giving him some benefits. This white carrot is so magical. Is this Brother Jio's martial soul? Ma Hongjun took the carrot, curious, and then ate it. After a few bites, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of power throughout his body. Even the fatigue for being trained by Flender over the past 2 days vanished without a trace. What amazing recovery effects. It's much better than Oscar sausage. Looking at Hu Jio, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled. This is great. With Brother Jio around, I won't have to eat Oscar's disgusting sausage anymore. Disgusting? Xiao Wu and Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion, while Hu Jio remained calm, thinking it was just that sausage's incantation. Maybe he should get one for himself. I have a big carrot. At this moment, Ma Hongjun began to accuse Oscar of the sausage spell, as if he had suffered a great injustice. This time, Xiao Wu and Tang San have really broadened their horizons. It turns out there are such disgusting skill incantations in this world. Their gaze involuntarily shifted towards Hu Jio. As a food type, using skills involves incantations. But Hu Jio's soul power control level is too high, completely disregarding this rule. Therefore, they have never known what Hu Jio's skill incantation is. It can't be said. It can't be said. In short, it's not like Oscar-S incantations. Hu Jio chuckled and said vaguely, "How to put it? His skill incantation is nice to hear, but it's just too cringy, too embarrassing. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio, carrots last like the long night, absorbing the heavens and all worlds. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio, carrots last like the bright moon. I am the respected one 1,000 changes. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio, carrots last like the dark moon, instantaneously soaring to the blue sky. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio, carrots last like the warm sun, living people and white bones reversing life and death." Look, how can he recite this incantation? It's really not like Oscar-S incantations? Xiao Wu looked skeptical. Since it's not, then why has she never seen Xiao Jio recite it? It's really not. I just think that incantation is too long and affects my speed of using skills, so I didn't recite it. Besides, what's so curious about an incantation? I've never recited it anyway, so just pretend it doesn't exist. After much persuasion, Hu Jio finally managed to fool Xiao Wu. But facing Tang San's profound gaze, Hu Jio felt a shiver down his spine. Could it be that he ultimately couldn't escape this hurdle? Fortunately, Tang San didn't speak, allowing him to avoid a disaster. That night, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu sat alone on the rooftop of a nearby attic in the dormitory. "Xiao Wu, tell me, what are you really hiding?" Hu Jio stared intently at Xiao Wu, his tone serious. Xiao Jio, under Hu Jio's gaze. Xiao Wu nervously lowered her head. Was she really about to confess? "After all these years of friendship, do you still not trust me? No matter the reason, I will believe you." The time to test Xiao Wu has come. Chapter 74, The Showdown, Part 1. "Of course I believe you," Xiao Wu blurted out. But then she hesitated. "But this really can't be said. Not even I can say it?" Hu Jio confirmed. At this moment, Hu Jio felt a bit complicated. It felt like he was forcing Xiao Wu, but sometimes if you don't push a little, you won't know how effective it can be. After years of getting along, Hu Jio has watched Xiao Wu grow from a cute little girl into an even more adorable big girl. Given the long time they've spent together, he and Xiao Wu can be said to be very close. But precisely because of this closeness, Hu Jio felt a bit apprehensive. He feared that this closeness would evolve into familial affection over time. This is too terrifying. Indeed, nurturing is not as simple as imagined. So, he wants to transform this closeness into the sweetness of love. He wants to crush this closeness with his own hands. The feelings that are broken and needed become even more beautiful. All right, I said it. Looking at Hu Jio staring straight into her eyes, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and stamped her foot, saying stubbornly, "I'll tell you, I was born different from others. Every time I reach a major realm in my cultivation, I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense my own soul rings. This is my concealment from you. Are you satisfied?" Xiao Wu's face flushed, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Is that it?" Hu Jio sighed in disappointment. "Xiao Wu, I treated you so well, yet you didn't tell me the truth. It's one thing not to tell the truth, but to actually fabricate lies to deceive me." Hu Jio was truly disappointed now. Indeed, no matter how well he got along with Xiao Wu, how harmonious it was, at a critical moment, she used lies to deceive him. "Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I didn't deceive you. What I said is all true." Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio excitedly. Being able to condense soul rings by herself, isn't that still a secret? If others knew she had such a special ability, they would probably be shocked. However, Hu Jio didn't care about what she was saying and directly said, "What do you mean, born different from others?" Indeed different because your identity is different. Think carefully again, and come to find me when you understand. By the way, let me remind you, my perception ability has exceeded your imagination, so you can't hide anything from me." After leaving this remark, Hu Jio vanished in a flash from the rooftop, leaving Xiao Wu dumbfounded in place. Different identity? Perception ability? The words "can't hide" from Hu Jio kept replaying in Xiao Wu's mind, and involuntarily, her body trembled. He knows my identity? This terrifying thought emerged in Xiao Wu's heart, feeling increasingly probable. Then, another thought appeared in her mind. What if I'm wrong? Xiao Jio just sensed that I still have something to hide from him. That's why he got angry. P.S. Just from his soul sect, he can't possibly know my true identity. Ah, damn it, Xiao Jio. Can't you just clarify your words? Annoying, despicable bad guy. Xiao Wu grabbed her hair with both hands, her head restless as she shook it nonstop. That night, two people at Shrek Academy couldn't sleep. One was talking to himself all night, alternating between crying and laughing, with a look of determination in his eyes by the end. The other went to a stone forest, relentlessly smashing stones, showing no signs of fatigue. The next morning, Hu Jio was the last to arrive at the training ground, exuding an aura that seemed to say, "Do not approach." Tang San immediately sensed something was off. What happened to Xiao Jio? He looked at him with concern, but since it was already class time, he had to temporarily set aside his worries and plan to ask later. On the playground, Flinder, Xiao Wu Jia, as well as Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu were all present. Xiao Wu had her mouth slightly closed, showing no visible emotions. Only her beauty was apparent. However, Xiao Wu Jia, standing in front, keenly noticed the unusual behavior of his disciple and felt a flash of concern. Well, since everyone is here, let's start today's training now. Flinder scanned the crowd with his eyes, finally pausing for a moment on Hu Jio. There are a few new students present, and I need to fully understand your abilities before I can formulate a training plan based on everyone's situation. Dai Mubai, Flinder said to him, fight with Hu Jio. Let me see his strength. Yes, Dean. Upon hearing that he would fight Hu Jio, Dai Mubai instantly became excited. This is a great opportunity. In his view, Hu Jio's strongest ability is his martial soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu, but now it's a one-on-one match, and he can't use that technique. Besides, as long as he interrupts Hu Jio's charging hammer technique in time, victory shouldn't be difficult for him. If he wins against Hu Jio, he will still be the boss of Shrek, and when that little chick loses its support, just wait and see how he deals with him. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai's fighting spirit surged, feeling that he had endless strength. Dean, I'm a food system soul master without offensive capabilities, not a battle soul master. I won't fight in this match, Hu Jio said, as he was in a bad mood today and didn't want to play with a little brat. Hu Jio's words left everyone speechless. We believe you're a food system soul master, but how can you say you have no offensive power? When you were hitting people with a meteor hammer, why didn't you say that? In my eyes, you're a battle system soul master. No more nonsense, let's fight. Flinder looked at Hu Jio with authority, not listening to his explanation. Xiao Jio, be a man, let's fight like men. I wanted to have a match with you for a long time, Dai Mubai said with a smirk, stepping onto the open ground, his sinister eyes flashing with brilliance. Very well, you have successfully angered me. Hu Jio nodded expressionlessly, lowering his aura even more. He was in a bad mood, and having someone to vent his anger on was also good. He stepped forward slowly, walking up to Dai Mubai. Also, my name is Hu Jio. You cannot call me Xiao Jio. You. Dai Mubai's heavy pupils flashed with a glint of ferocity, then instantly returned to normal. All right, then I'll call you Junior Hu Jio. Junior, let's get started. You're a food system soul master, so you go first. To think that a dignified prince would consider it an honor to call him Xiao Jio, yet Hu Jio actually dared to reject him. This was disrespectful. Without further ado, Hu Jio took out the meteor hammer, activating his transformation skill, instantly becoming a muscular man over 9 feet tall. Junior Hu Jio, when I said you could go first, I didn't mean you should use that charging hammer technique. If you start charging, don't blame me for interrupting you, Dai Mubai said with a smile, his expression calm. Stop talking nonsense. Let's just fight. Hu Jio's left hand flashed with light as a red energy ball began to form from nothing, while his right hand swung the meteor hammer, initiating the chaotic cloak hammer technique. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Martial soul, white tiger possession. Dai Mubai shouted loudly, his body instantly growing taller, a white tiger phantom appearing behind him, his pupils turning into beast-like vertical pupils, with large hands and 10 sharp claws extending from his fingertips. Second soul skill, white tiger's fierce light wave. As soon as the possession was completed, a milky white energy ball shot out from Dai Mubai, instantly growing larger as it rushed towards Hu Jio. Calmly, Hu Jio threw the spiral pill in his hand, while continuing to charge his chaotic cloak hammer technique. Chapter 75, Showdown, Part 2. Boom. The white tiger's fierce light wave collided with the spiral pill, and Hu Jio's spiral pill was superior, shattering the light wave and continuing forward. Unfortunately, the brief collision time was enough for Dai Mubai to react. He pushed off the ground and jumped high, releasing another white tiger's fierce light wave, directly aiming to interrupt Hu Jio's chaotic cloak hammer technique. Ridiculous. Hu Jio scoffed, activating his third soul ring skill, instantly disappearing and reappearing over 100 meters behind Dai Mubai. If you want to charge, I won't let you succeed. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he instantly turned around to face Hu Jiao. Third Soul Ring Skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai shouted, his muscles swelling again, black horizontal stripes appearing on his skin, making him look even more majestic and powerful. Come on, let's fight. Dai Mubai shouted, arching his body, his two hands on the ground, leaping toward Hu Jiao like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. Come if you dare. A glimmer flashed in Hu Jiao's eyes as he stood firm, swinging the meteor hammer in a complete circle, striking directly at Dai Mubai. Since the battle began, it hadn't even been 10 breaths. In such a short time, his chaotic cloak hammer technique had only charged 5 strikes. However, these 5 strikes look impressive. With violent energy surging, the meteor hammer burning like fire. Boom! Dai Mubai was sent flying high into the air, instantly knocked over 10 meters away by Hu Jiao, and after several rolls, he finally came to a stop. What? How is this possible? Xiao Jiao has only charged 5 strikes. How can his hammer technique be so powerful? As Hu Jiao sent Dai Mubai flying, a wave of astonished voices erupted from the crowd, especially Xiao Wu. He was the most surprised. Others may not know what was happening, but how could he not? Just at the moment when the meteor hammer was launched, he clearly saw a faint golden light flash across Hu Jiao's arm. Isn't this the performance of successfully mastering the indestructible body? Damn it, could it be an illusion? Xiao Wuqi suspiciously rubbed his eyes. It hasn't even been 2 days. How is this possible? What is impossible? It seems you know the reason? Flender looked at him with curiosity. Flender was clear about Dai Mubai's strength, and he had heard of Hu Jiao's use of the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique. It was precisely because he knew this that he found Hu Jiao's power a bit abnormal. Flender's words drew the attention of everyone present to Xiao Wuqi. Who wouldn't be curious about someone who could knock Dai Mubai flying in one blow? That seems to be my indestructible body. Xiao Wuqi swallowed hard and said with difficulty, You didn't see it wrong? Flender didn't doubt Xiao Wuqi. It was just that this news was too shocking. How could he not know about Xiao Wuqi's indestructible body? He remembered that yesterday, old Xiao came to find him and mentioned that he had accepted Hu Jiao as a disciple and even passed on the indestructible body to him. The soul skill was just passed down, and he learned it? Isn't that a joke? That's right. How could I be wrong about my soul skill, huh? Good disciple. You're doing great, Xiao Wuqi affirmed, and then he burst into laughter, disregarding his image. Learning a self-created soul skill in less than 2 days. What talent could surpass that? He just wanted to ask who else. Truly indestructible. Xiao Wuqi's affirmation left everyone present in shock. What kind of talent is this? Among them, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained somewhat calm. Although it was surprising that Hu Jiao learned the soul skill in just 2 days, they were almost used to it. After all, it was just learning a soul skill, not creating one. Xiao Jiao had created 2 self-created soul skills. What was there to be surprised about? In the arena, Dai Mubai stood up unsteadily, clutching his chest, blood flowing continuously between his fingers. Hu Jiao's meteor hammer was not easy to handle. Didn't he see the cold light shining on those spikes? Still fighting? Hu Jiao asked. This time I lost. But you only relied on the power of the weapon. It doesn't count as true skill. I will get my revenge for this fight eventually, Dai Mubai snorted coldly, still unconvinced by Hu Jiao. All right, then I'll wait for you. Next time, I'll want to use a weapon. Hu Jiao nodded lightly, thinking that next time, he could defeat him with just his fists. All right, this round is won by Hu Jiao. You 2 step down first. The next battle will be Tang San against Xiao Wu, Flender announced after the fight. Okay. Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward and stood facing each other in the open space. Xiao Wu, be careful. This time I will use all my strength. Tang San reminded. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded, looking serious. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with confusion. What's going on? Wasn't Xiao Wu always excited to hear about battles before? Why is she reacting like this now? Strange. Tang San felt that both Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu were acting weird today. First soul skill, bind. Third soul skill, instant speed. Facing Tang San's blue-silver grass binding, Xiao Wu activated instant body, and in the next moment, she was already in front of Tang San, her legs coiling around him like poisonous snakes. Control the crane and seize the dragon. Ghost Shadow, misty steps. Tang San vividly remembered Xiao Wu's waist bow and didn't dare to touch her at all. He quickly dodged, moving his hands to deflect Xiao Wu's fair long legs, and swiftly created distance. Run, can you escape? Xiao Wu flashed again, chasing after Tang San like a shadow. Venomous spider web. Just as Xiao Wu's legs were about to entangle him, Tang Xin used his third soul ring skill. If it were any other time, he might not have been so decisive in using the venomous toxin, but with Xiao Jiu around, he wasn't afraid of Xiao Wu getting poisoned. Tang Xin spread his hands, and green-blue-silver grass shot out from his palms, wrapping around Xiao Wu while also protecting himself. Spiral pill. Xiao Wu held a basketball-sized spiral pill in her left hand and spun her body like an arrow towards Tang San, completely ignoring his venomous spiderweb. Dujin. The venomous spiderweb was pierced through, and Tang San's face changed as he immediately dodged to avoid it. You can't escape. In midair, Xiao Wu lay flat and spun 360 degrees like a windmill, her toes just grazing Tang San's neck. Immediately, a sticky soul power emanated from her toes, and the other leg climbed up. First soul skill waist bow, she exclaimed. Boom! Tang San felt a whirlwind, and his body crashed solidly to the ground. I lost. After a moment, Tang San got up from the ground, feeling a bit disappointed. Although this scene had played out many times before, he still felt a bit down. Sure enough, I'm still too weak. I have never beaten Xiao Wu. Very well, I have understood your strengths. Next, I will devise a detailed training plan for you. You all must be tired today, so go back and rest. Training will officially start tomorrow morning, Flinders said to the group with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The quality of the students recruited this time is quite good, and he is very satisfied. No, it should be that he is extremely satisfied. Haha, finally no training today. That's great. As soon as they heard the dismissal, everyone became happy, especially Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who jumped up in joy. Tang-san, come with me for a moment. I have something to ask you. Bang bang bang. In the evening, the moon in the sky hid behind the clouds, like a shy girl. Hu Jio was lying on the bed resting when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Have you thought about what you want to say to me? When he opened the door, he saw Xiao Wu's figure faintly illuminated by the moonlight. I've thought it through. Xiao Wu's gentle voice almost made Hu Jio's heart soften. Chapter 76. Confrontation 3. When Xiao Wu got closer, Hu Jio noticed that she was carrying a small package on her back, looking as if she was ready to run away from home. The little rabbit is about to run. Hu Jio pretended to be calm, turning around to go back to the dormitory, waiting for Xiao Wu's explanation. Xiao Jio, actually I wasn't lying to you yesterday. I really can obtain a soul ring by myself. The dormitory was dark, only the faint moonlight shone down, and Hu Jio couldn't accurately see Xiao Wu's expression. However, there's one thing you might not know. The reason I can obtain a soul ring by myself is because of my identity. My identity is... Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu was about to confess. You're not human, are you? Hu Jio asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu gasped. You really found out? She had originally come with a sense of luck, but not wanting to deceive Hu Jio any longer, she prepared to tell him the secret hidden deep in her heart. She had already thought it through. After revealing her identity to Xiao Jio, she would leave that night, as she could no longer stay here. In one night, she had realized that she liked Xiao Jio and wanted to be with him. However, if he found out that she was a soul beast, he would definitely not accept her. Yet, the deeply in love Xiao Wu discovered that she couldn't and didn't want to deceive Hu Jio. She wanted to confess regardless of the consequences. If Hu Jio couldn't accept her identity, she would leave alone. But she felt there was little hope for that. After all, she had even packed her belongings. Hu Jio chuckled softly. So what is next? You plan to tell me your identity and then just leave? Yes. Since you have discovered my identity, I don't want to bring you trouble. Xiao Jio, I have to go. Xiao Wu gazed deeply at Hu Jio, her face filled with reluctance and deep affection. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized that she loved Hu Jio even more than she had imagined. After countless days and nights spent together, after so many times he had fed her, laughed with her, and accompanied her when she truly wanted to leave, all her feelings erupted, transforming into overwhelming love. That sense of closeness was long gone. Hu Jio stepped forward, gently embracing Xiao Wu, feeling her body trembling slightly, and softly said, Do you think I care about your identity? Xiao Wu is just Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu is my Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu looked up in shock. Could it be that he really didn't care? Xiao Wu, let me tell you, you can't escape from my grasp. From now on, just grow up obediently, and when you grow up, you'll be my wife. Don't think about escaping, Hu Jio said, stroking Xiao Wu's back with a broad smile on his face. At that moment, he knew he had won the bet. Who wants to be your wife? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, and her face turned red with embarrassment. But deep down, she was filled with joy. He really doesn't care about my identity. What? You don't like me? Hu Jio's movements paused, and his tone became stiff. No, I like you. Xiao Wu blurted out, and only after saying it did she realize that Hu Jio was teasing her. You just know how to bully me. Xiao Wu turned away, appearing both angry and delighted. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Come here, and I'll hold you to sleep tonight. Hu Jio embraced Xiao Wu's body, pressing on with his momentum. As they reached the bed, Xiao Wu asked, Xiao Jio, since you know my identity, why are you still willing to be with me? You may not know, but for someone like me, walking in human society is very dangerous. Once my identity is discovered, I will face endless pursuit, ultimately ending up with no bones left. Don't worry, with me around, I'll protect you. Hu Jio pulled Xiao Wu closer and tucked her into the blanket. Being pursued is due to a lack of strength. Once one becomes strong, it's a matter of who hunts whom. Since he chose Xiao Wu back then, he was prepared for this, including coming to Shrek Academy now. For that immortal herb. All right, let's work hard together. Once I reach level 70 and enter maturity, no one will be able to discover my identity. At that time, I will turn back into a real human and hand myself over to you. Seeing that Hu Jio truly didn't care about her identity, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, and her affection for him deepened. If she weren't still young, she might have already. All right, it's late now. I'll go to bed early. Holding Xiao Wu's soft body, Hu Jio closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu walked side by side to the playground, their faces filled with smiles, leaving everyone in shock. Hee, Brother Jio, you're really something. Ma Hongjun jogged over, glanced at Xiao Wu, and gave a thumbs up in praise. Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, see how I deal with you. Hu Jio laughed and scolded, raising his fist in threat. Xiao Jio, are you all right? Seeing Hu Jio back to normal, Tang Sin breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, he didn't have time to pay attention to Hu Jio because Dean Flander had something for him, and he was very worried. It's nothing, just a small accident yesterday. So don't worry. Smiling, Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder, feeling warm inside. It's really nice to have a brother like this. After that, everyone chatted for a while. At this moment, Hu Jio keenly noticed that although it seemed everyone was gathered together chatting energetically, a closer look revealed that the scene had already split into two groups. One group consisted of him, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, while the other included Dai Mubai and Oscar. With Oscar's jokes connecting the two groups, it appeared harmonious. Hu Jio maintained an indifferent attitude towards this. After all, he was only speaking with his own people. As for Dai Mubai and Oscar, one was proud and aloof, as if he were the king of heaven, showing no interest in conversing. As for Oscar, well, Hu Jio found himself deeply affected upon seeing Oscar. He couldn't help but think of those flamboyant, bearded, fake-voiced big shots. He shivered violently, quickly turning his head away, afraid to look, fearing he might get drawn in. After a while, Flander and Zhao Wujin appeared on the playground. I have prepared a training plan, Flander said without wasting time, standing before everyone and starting to speak. Your bodies are at a time when they can be improved the most. Effective training is necessary to fully unleash your potential. Therefore, I have set a long-term task for you, running. Everyone, run 20 laps around the village. If you don't finish by noon, you won't get to eat. Hu Jio, Dai Mubai, you two stay. Flander waved his hand, signaling that they could start. Yes. At the moment they heard about the running, Oscar and Ma Hongjun despaired, reluctantly taking the lead and calling for Tang San and Xiao Wu to follow. Hu Jio looked at this scene speechlessly. Running. Do I really need you to teach me? Dai Mubai, come with me. I will give you special training. Your performance yesterday was truly disappointing, Flander said coldly after Tang San and the others ran off. Let's go. Xiao Jio, follow me. I'll take you for training, Zhao Wujin said as he came to Hu Jio's side, patting his shoulder. Hu Jio had left too quickly yesterday and hadn't had the chance to confirm the situation regarding the immovable body of Diamond. So it was just right to confirm the specifics now. The two of them arrived at a secluded courtyard in the academy, surrounded by many large training equipment. Clearly Zhao Wujin's own training ground. Chapter 77. Oscar's thoughts. Xiao Jio, come on, use the immovable body of Diamond. Zhao Wujin said with an expectant and excited expression as he looked at Hu Jio. Hu Jio seemed helpless, but was actually delighted as he rolled up his sleeves, his muscles bulging. A layer of untraceable golden light shone on his skin. As expected, I knew you had made progress. You are indeed my disciple. Good. Zhao Wujin repeatedly praised, showing how excited he was. Only through personal experience can one truly understand the difficulty of practicing martial arts. Teacher, I have met the requirements. It's time for you to give me the next self-created soul skill. Hu Jio looked at Zhao Wujin with anticipation. After all, isn't that why one becomes a disciple? For this moment? Not so fast. Zhao Wujin smacked his lips. Your immovable body of Diamond has just been initiated. It needs to be consolidated, and we can't delay your training because of this. Xiao Wu said earnestly, a person's energy is limited. Having such a good training talent, it would be a pity not to focus on the immovable body of diamond. Teacher, you are being unreasonable, Hu Jio exclaimed angrily. You said back then, whoever doesn't acknowledge it is a grandson. Do you want to be that? In order to obtain the movement-based soul skill, Hu Jio had to pull out all the stops. Xiao Wu was also a big-hearted person, not fussing over small details. Otherwise, Hu Jio wouldn't dare to be so reckless. You little rascal. I bet you thought of this day back then. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio in annoyance, realizing he had been outsmarted by his disciple, which left him nowhere to argue. Forget it, you little brat. If I really don't give it to you, you might cause a scene. Say it. What soul skill do you want? Xiao Wu waved his hand helplessly. Hee, teacher, you are generous. Hu Jio happily gave a thumbs up and said flattering, Teacher, I want a movement-based one for dodging attacks and facilitating escape. You can only choose one, either agility or speed. There's no way to have both. I want that kind of soul skill too. Xiao Wu looked at him sideways, thinking this kid was quite ambitious. Is there none? Hu Jio sighed in disappointment and said honestly, Then let us improve flexibility. As for speed, we can talk about it later. Previously, he lacked soul skills, and now it was better. He didn't have enough slots. What a happy trouble. Then it's the shadow dodge. Once mastered, it will enhance agility and allow you to use soul power to leave unpredictable shadows to confuse your opponents. This soul skill is extremely difficult. Even I haven't mastered it. So you can try it first. If it doesn't work, just forget it. Xiao Wu rummaged for a while and finally found a worn-out book. He had plenty of soul skills, but few had been truly mastered. Most of them were gathering dust in the bottom of the box. Thank you, teacher. Hu Jio was indifferent to the difficulty. No matter how hard it was, he wasn't afraid. Who would discuss difficulty with someone who was overpowered? Grabbing the manual, Hu Jio found a stone stump, flipped through the pages one by one, and began to study earnestly. Hey, you little brat, it's class time now. What are you reading for? Get up. Training is important. Xiao Wu waved his huge palm at him, instantly making Hu Jio jump up. Teacher, I'm studying. Don't rush me. I'll train after I finish reading. Hu Jio looked innocent. This is class. Class means reading, no problem. You little rascal, I'm going to teach you a lesson. No training today. We'll switch to practical combat. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wu then realized that his disciple was just lazy. He had never seen someone so lazy and wondered how he had trained to this level. However, thinking of his status as a soul sage, could he really let a kid turn things upside down? After all, he was just a child. They were quite resilient. A good beating would do. Oh no! Boom! Boom! Rumble. In an instant, the entire training ground was filled with joyful screams and intense fighting sounds. Hu Jio felt that becoming a disciple seemed to have put him in a pit. Wasn't he comfortable to live a carefree life? Why should he suffer at such a young age? Approaching noon, Hu Jio dragged his exhausted body, limping towards the playground to gather. The physical injuries were manageable. After all, he had the holy light soul skill. As long as he wasn't missing an arm or a leg, one soul skill would restore him to his original state. Even his spirit was rejuvenated. However, anyone who underwent training for an entire morning would inevitably feel tired. But the path was chosen by himself. Even if he cried, he had to walk it through. Xiao Wu, did you enjoy running? Should I join you in running in the future? I love running the most. Lying on the lawn of the playground, Hu Jio asked weakly. Only at this moment did he realize how wonderful running was as a training method. Running is great. It can train endurance and strengthen the body. This training is simply perfect. There's no better training than this. What is fun about it? Come and give me a holy light carrot. My legs hurt. Xiao Wu limped over to Hu Jio's side, collapsing on him without regard for her image. Brother Jio, save me, save me. I can't move. In the distance, Ma Hongjun lay flat on the ground, reaching out to him and loudly calling for help. All right, it seems we are bound together. Hu Jio's mindset has calmed down now. In the arena, only Oscar and Tang San seem unaffected. Oscar has recovered his sausages, and Tang San, having trained since childhood, is in great shape. Hu Jio also remains seated, holding Xiao Wu and passing her carrot, then tossing one to Ma Hongjun and another to Tang San. Xiao Wu, Tang San, we should go ask the dean for our debt later. He still owes us a soul guide. Seeing Xiao Wu's tired appearance, Hu Jio feels a bit pained. If only she had a storage ring, it wouldn't have come to this. As for why he didn't give one to Tang San, well, he forgot. In the distance, Oscar watches the few who immediately recover after eating the carrots, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. As a food-type soul master himself, he is older than Hu Jio, and in the future at the academy, he will no longer be unique. Although Ma Hongjun had already bragged to him about Hu Jio's recovery effects yesterday, seeing it for himself makes him feel a deep sense of crisis. Don't be fooled by Oscar's cheerful and humorous demeanor. He is actually the smartest one and clearly understands the current situation at the academy. Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu are close friends who came together and share a deep bond that cannot be broken. Produce. The little fatso Ma Hongjun can't stand Dai Mubai and directly sides with Hu Jio, which forces Oscar to change his neutral stance and start to align with Dai Mubai. Only by doing so can he contend with Hu Jio's group and secure his place. Otherwise, with Hu Jio, the food-type soul master who completely outshines him, how can he gain the academy's attention? He has considered all of this clearly. No matter how unwilling he is in his heart, he has to push Dai Mubai out to confront Hu Jio and others, not for winning or losing, but to gain more training opportunities for the academy. I said, Fatty, this is your own doing. Who told you not to eat my sausage? You've eaten it before, and now you're being picky. Oof. I won't give you my sausage anymore. Oscar, holding a sausage, came to Ma Hongjun and teased him with a grin, saying in the end with a face full of grievance, it's just that the spell is a bit disgusting. It doesn't affect the effect. Is it really that bad? Chapter 78, Flender's Training. Hee, Xiao Ao, can you have a bit of self-awareness? With your disgusting spell, who would eat it if it weren't for no other choice? At this moment, Dai Mubai limped onto the playground. He would not be polite to Oscar, as a prince. He only needed to be somewhat courteous to the teachers in the academy, and there was no need to be polite to anyone else. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, Oscar's expression changed instantly, then returned to normal, not letting anyone notice. Arrogant and ignorant fool. Haha, Oscar, this is what Boss Dai said. With ninth brother around, I won't eat your disgusting sausages anymore. You should keep those sausages for yourself. Ma Hongjun suddenly jumped up from the ground and said proudly, if you don't eat them, that's fine. My sausages are delicious. Oscar happily took a bite of his sausage, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. Ahem. At this moment, Flander suddenly appeared on the playground, and even the remarkably sharp-eyed Tang San and Hu Jio didn't notice how he appeared. It seems that each of you has completed today's tasks quite well. Nodding in appreciation, Flander's next words shocked everyone present. Now there is one last task, and after completing it, you can rest. The task is very simple. When you come to Shrek, you are a team, partners, teammates who can rely on each other. Now it's time to test you. Oscar, come out and prepare the sausage for me. Yes. Oscar replied excitedly. Dai Mubai's expression changed. This scene felt familiar. Hu Jio also realized that they were going to make them eat sausages. However, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun had no reaction, as they had never thought there would be such a bizarre task. Sure enough, Flander's next words confirmed Hu Jio's guess. The task is very simple. You just need to eat one of Oscar's sausages. I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage. Oscar proudly recited the incantation, and his voice grew louder and more resonant, as if afraid others wouldn't hear him. This guy is definitely trying to disgust us. Watching Xiao Wu feeling nauseous, Hu Jio clenched his fists. This beating, you probably can't run away from. Dean, why are we being made to eat Oscar's sausage? Tang San's face looked a bit strange. He didn't want to eat such a bizarre sausage either. What, you all don't want to eat? Flander's gaze turned stern, and the aura of a soul sage erupted, overwhelming everyone. This is called adaptive training. I ask you, is life more important or face more important? When you can only choose one, which will you choose? Although Oscar's soul spell is a bit perverse, the recovery effect is excellent. During your time at the academy, he is one of you, and you'll train together. If you cannot reach a tacit understanding with him, you will waste the best support partner. At the same time, this is also a training of your mentality. If you can't even do this little thing, how will you survive in the future as soul masters? To survive, you must be unscrupulous. Don't say it's just eating a sausage. In life and death situations, you would even eat rats, cockroaches, and earthworms. Tang San lowered his head. He felt the dean was right. If they couldn't overcome such a small difficulty, how could they become strong in the future? Dean, just as Tang San was about to agree, Hu Jio interrupted him. Dean, I think what you said is very correct. To survive, we indeed must be unscrupulous. For our lives, not to mention rats, cockroaches, and earthworms. I could even eat dirt. But, Hu Jio raised his voice. Right now, we are not fighting for survival. Are we really going to eat his sausage for a guess about a future that may or may not happen? I feel that, Dean, you are disrespecting us. In fact, you are insulting us. Hu Jio stared at Flander. The aura he revealed was weak, but he showed no fear. How could he eat Oscar's sausage for such a ridiculous reason? Then what if I insist you eat it? Flander looked at Hu Jio calmly, and his aura heavily pressed down on him. Hu Jio activated his transformation skill, his body instantly growing larger, and while enduring the pressure, he said firmly, "Then I will drop out. I will drop out too. It's just a lousy academy. What's so great about it?" Xiao Wu came to Hu Jio's side, holding his hand, sharing the pressure with him. Tang Sen also came to Hu Jio's side, silently sharing the burden. Teacher, don't want to eat either." Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, but he didn't dare to walk up to Flander. Instead, he shrank back, making him look quite comical. Among those present, only two people did not move. That was Oscar and Dai Mubai. At this moment, Oscar's face was completely dark, his gloomy eyes showing no concealment. Hu Jio and the others actually prefer to drop out and resist the dean rather than eat his sausage. He felt insulted. If looks could kill, Hu Jio and the others might have already died 1,000 times. On the other hand, Dai Mubai's expression wasn't any better, because he had faced the same choice last year, but at that time, he chose to accept it. But because of this, Dai Mubai felt very jealous. "Why do you dare to resist the dean? I accepted it. Why don't you?" He couldn't do it. He didn't have Hu Jio's courage. If he had had Hu Jio's courage back then, why would he have ended up in this broken place called Shrek? What a waste of his potential to be a prince. "Flander, what are you doing? They're still kids. Can't you talk to them nicely?" Just as Hu Jio was about to move his finger and prepare to fuse his martial soul with Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu Jio appeared. He came in front of Hu Jio and the others, blocking Flander's pressure for them, while smiling and advising. What am I doing? You should ask them what they're doing. If they can refuse a task arranged by the academy, they want to know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is without some education, Flanders said angrily. Want to drop out? Do you think Shrek is a place you can come and go as you please? Zyogium, Xiaosan, what's wrong with you? Flander is training you. Can he really harm you? Quickly apologize to the dean, and this matter will be over. Xiao Wujia turned his back to Flander, continually signaling Hu Jio with his eyes. Unfortunately, Hu Jio seemed to ignore it, still staring defiantly at Flander. You think you're so great, Flander. Try touching me. If you touch me, fine. But do you dare to touch Tang-san? Flander, I will eventually disgust you too. Chapter 79. Subduing Ma Hongjun, Flander played himself. He thought he could easily suppress a few kids, just like he did with Dai Mubai back then. But he didn't expect Hu Jio to be so tough. And Xiao Wu and Tang San decisively stood with Hu Jio to resist him together. He only wanted the new students to obey. The students enrolled this year are all top geniuses, and geniuses are all proud. To facilitate teaching, it's reasonable to suppress their self-esteem a bit. But who would have thought that in Hu Jio's mind, Oscar's big sausage was equivalent to a root? Although it wasn't real, it felt that way. Forcing him to eat someone else's root was absolutely unacceptable. When he read fanfiction in his previous life, he found it strange how those time travelers would unhesitatingly eat someone's root, not only eating one, but also shamelessly asking for more. Now, after personally experiencing this situation, Hu Jio realized he couldn't do it. He seemed to be too pretentious. He just didn't want to compromise. Now Flander is in a difficult position. It's no longer about whether to eat sausages or not, but rather that Hu Jio and the others want to drop out. He regrets it a bit. If he had known they would be so tough, he wouldn't have used such methods. It's impossible to let them drop out. I haven't taken in such outstanding students at Shrek for many years. They must stay. None of you completed the task today, so you won't be allowed to eat lunch. Xiao Wujia, you keep an eye on them. Let's see who dares to eat. With a cold snort, Flander waved his sleeve and left. His walk seemed a bit awkward, yet it carried a certain nonchalance. So what if they don't eat sausages? Aren't they still subdued? Today, who dares to eat? Just wait until I slap them. Oscar and Dai Mubai thought, what does this have to do with us? We can complete the task. The two felt quite wronged. It clearly wasn't their fault. They should punish Hu Jio instead. It's so unreasonable. They dared not express their anger in front of Flander, so they could only shift their frustration onto Hu Jio, the instigator. After Flander left, under Xiao Wu's furious explanation, Xiao Wujia finally understood the whole story. Of course, in Xiao Wu's words, Flander was portrayed as an evil demon king who specifically bullied them, the future title Douluo, while they remained unyielding to the end and ultimately defeated the evil demon king. This adaptation ability has even left Xiao Wuji dumbfounded. Is Master Flander really that evil? In the end, it was still Tang San who couldn't stand it and explain the matter clearly and fairly. Hey, it's just a sausage, come on. A real man should be strong. What else with all this fuss? Xiao Wuji puffed out his chest, putting on a strongman expression. Look, now he angered the petty Flander. You'll have it rough from now on. Thinking of Flander's pettiness, Xiao Wuji shrank his neck, feeling a chill on the back of his hand. Surely, this wouldn't reach Master S ears, right? Teacher Xiao, you haven't tasted my big sausage. Oscar's pitiful voice came, delivering a fatal blow to Xiao Wuji. Ah, haha, this is easy to understand, right? As a real man, you should have the spirit of not being afraid of pain or hardship. How can you resort to eating sausages for a small injury? Xiao Wuji forced a defense while touching his buzz cut. But I often see you running to teacher, Xiao Xin. Dai Mubai coldly added. Get lost. That is to maintain a relationship with old Xiao, not for treatment. Xiao Wuji glared at Dai Mubai and Oscar in embarrassment and anger. You little brats dare to undermine me in front of my disciples. You're finished. All right, you've all trained hard this morning. Go back and rest. Remember, don't eat lunch. I can't protect you. Xiao Wuji waved his hand to dismiss them. Brother Jiu, you were so mighty just now. You actually dared to confront the teacher. I admire you, little brother. After Xiao Wuji left, Ma Hongjun ran over to Hu Jiu, flattering him. Of course. My little Jiu is mighty. Unlike you, you softy, who actually hid behind, really embarrassed me. Xiao Wu proudly linked her arm with Hu Jiu's. After that night's confession, she and Hu Jiu had officially confirmed their relationship. And how could she not be proud of such a formidable Hu Jiu? Sister Xiao Wu, that's my teacher. How could I dare to confront him? Ma Hongjun lowered his head in grievance, feeling that his earlier actions were quite embarrassing. Forget it. Little Ma was also forced into it. And besides, he did help us speak up just now. Not bad. Very courageous. You're a man. I acknowledge you. Ujupatid ma onbjunesse shoulder. In that situation just now, it was surprising that Ma Hongjun could hide behind and shout something. After all, that was already considered confronting the teacher. Haha, I knew it. Brother Ju knows me best. Hearing Hu Jiu's praise, Ma Hongjun's face lit up with a smile. Following such a promising person as Hu Jiu, he was bound to prosper in the future. Let us go. Come to my dorm and sit for a bit. Since he acknowledged Ma Hongjun as a little brother, he would let him taste some benefits to let him know how correct it was to follow him. Watching the few of them leave, Dai Mubai and Oscar behind looked very displeased. They were clearly being excluded. Unconsciously, the two exchanged glances and silently moved closer together, mimicking Hu Jiu's posture, linking arms and heading in the opposite direction. From a distance, Hu Jiu sensed the scene behind him and revealed a hint of disdain. Hey, little Ma, do you know why, despite being the same age, your soul power level could be so much lower than mine? In the dormitory, Hu Jiu played with Xiao Wu's fingers, speaking lightly. Xiao Wu's hands were as white as lotus roots, with a baby-like tenderness on her fingertips, soft and squishy. Feeling very comfortable to touch. Treated like this in front of so many people, Xiao Wu shyly lowered her head. Where was the usual fiery temperament of Sister Xiao Wu? Brother Jiu, do you even need to ask? You and Sangu, including Sister Xiao Wu, aren't you all incredibly talented geniuses? I just have a mutated martial soul. My talent has improved a bit. How can I compare to you? Ma Hongjun felt a bit inferior speaking of this. Given his trash martial soul, which was said to be a phoenix, it was actually like a grass chicken. Because of this trash martial soul, his youth had been wasted. Do you dare to believe that my innate soul power is only level 2? Hu Jiu chuckled. What does talent mean? Can talent decide everything? What? How is that possible? Hearing that Hu Jiu only had level 2 innate soul power, Ma Hongjun stood up in shock. Can level 2 innate soul power cultivate so quickly? So quick that he couldn't even see the end? Nothing is impossible. Look at this. Hu Jiu took out a light red carrot, revealing a hint of a scheming merchant's expression. Nearby, Tang Sen looked at this scene speechlessly. He had once incurred a huge debt because of this. Come on, eat this carrot. Once you do, you'll know how joyful cultivation can be. Hu Jiu, like a devil, lured Ma Hongjun toward the abyss of corruption. Then I'll eat it. Ma Hongjun was scared by Hu Jiu's expression, nervously grabbing the carrot but hesitating to bite it. Eat it quickly. Stop hesitating. Do you think I could harm you? Seeing Ma Hongjun's timid demeanor, Hu Jiu frowned and scolded him. Oh, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Hu Jiu's anger was quite intimidating, and Ma Hongjun, frightened, hurriedly grabbed the carrot and started eating it in big bites. Cultivate. Under Hu Jiu's command, Ma Hongjun obediently sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. A quarter of an hour later, Ma Hongjun completed a phase of meditation, opened his eyes, and showed an expression of ecstatic joy. Brother Jiu, you'll be my real brother from now on. No, even closer than a real brother, big brother. I finally waited for you. Ma Hongjun's chubby body instantly sprang up, lunging toward Hu Jiu and hugging his thigh tightly. Hey, you could have a good eye. Hu Jiu looked at the adoring expression on Ma Hongjun's face, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Another one had been fed and subdued. Hee. Brother Xiao, I feel like after eating your carrot, cultivating is as fast as driving. Now I finally know what true cultivation is. Ma Hongjun shamelessly flattered him, making Hu Jio feel very comfortable. It seems you found the true meaning of life, and it's not in vain for me to cultivate you, but there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Brothers are brothers, but this carrot still costs money. Hu Jio smiled at Ma Hongjun, finally revealing his fangs. Yes, little San and little Jio have such a good relationship, closer than real brothers, yet they still pay for it. You should be grateful for this opportunity. Such a huge chance doesn't come by often. Xiao Wu added. Ma Hongjun looked up at Tang San, who nodded with a bitter smile. Although Hu Jio only charged him 1 silver soul coin for the price, after several years, he had lost count of how much he owed, only knowing it was a lot. But, Brother Jio, I don't have money, Ma Hongjun said with a sad face, looking pitiful. Due to the defect in his martial soul, all his money was spent on cheap brothels, and he only dared to go to the cheapest places. Now he had no money to buy carrots for cultivation. Seeing you so pitiful, I, Brother Jio, am not a heartless person. So, I'll allow you to keep a tab. Just pay me back slowly, no interest. At that moment, Hu Jio felt he was being very generous, not charging interest in an era of rapidly rising prices. Indeed, he was too kind. Great, thank you, Brother Jio. Ma Hongjun looked up in surprise, but then he remembered he hadn't asked the price. How much is it per carrot? Not much, just 1 golden soul coin for 1 carrot. That's already a bargain. If it were someone else, I would definitely sell it for 100. Hu Jio raised his finger and said with a smile, it doesn't matter about the money. What he really enjoys is the feeling of being a creditor. Tang Sen owes him, and Ma Hongjun owes him too. TSK. Being a creditor feels really good. Hearing Hu Jio's price, Tang Sen beside him was filled with emotion. This is what brotherhood is all about, selling others 1 golden soul coin. But only selling him 1 silver soul coin is practically like giving it away. Good brother. Jio, I'll buy it. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. A huge opportunity was right in front of him, and he couldn't give it up. It's just money. He could save some by not going to those places and use it for cultivation. Once his cultivation level is high, he would show off in front of that lecherous tiger and see if it still dare to look down on him. All right, you can take these carrots and cultivate slowly. When you run out, come find me. By the way, this cultivation carrot lasts only an hour, so remember to take it on time. Hu Jio took out a pile of carrots from his storage ring and reminded him with a smile. Ma Hongjun wrapped the carrots in his clothes, holding them like treasures, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. After making a deal, it was time to practice the illusory shadow dodging soul skill. He had time to learn the soul skill after getting it, but now was just right. He estimated that, by the evening, there would be a good show to watch. Before that, he needed to sort out the skill first. In the dormitory, Hu Jio was seriously reading, while Xiao Wu was beside him, keeping him company. The fragrance of books and a beautiful woman, so leisurely and content. An hour later, Hu Jio stretched lazily and looked happily at the offline panel in front of him. On the 9th offline slot, the icon for illusory shadow dodging was shining brightly, and the progress bar was continuously providing him with skill insights. With illusory shadow dodging and the indestructible body, I can finally engage in direct combat in the future. A real man has to go head-to-head. Once the illusory shadow dodging skill is mastered, his agility will be greatly enhanced. At a high level, he could sense movements before they happen and even create illusions to confuse the enemy's line of sight. If used well, could yield excellent results. Looking at the fully filled offline slots on the panel, Hu Jio felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After so many years, he finally filled up the skills at this moment. It wasn't easy. For these skills, he had endured countless hardships and put in so much effort, suffering many grievances. Xiao Jio, are you done? Beside him, Xiao Wu drowsily opened her eyes, awakened by Hu Jio's movements. Don't sleep anymore. Let's go out for a stroll. We've been at the academy for so long and haven't properly seen it. That's just not right. Although it sounds like a stroll around the academy, it was actually to gather information for their actions later that night. A big show might be about to unfold tonight. What is so interesting about this broken academy? Why don't we go to Soto City to play? You said you'd take me to see the Great Soul Arena. As soon as playing was mentioned, Xiao Wu immediately perked up and was no longer sleepy. No rush for the Great Soul Arena. I'll take you when I have time. Today, I need to start practicing the illusory shadow dodging skill. Hu Jio blinked and made up a reason. The Great Soul Arena could be visited anytime, but the good show tonight would be gone if missed. Well, okay then. I'll listen to you. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes in disappointment, but still obediently nodded. After being forced to confront the truth by Hu Jiao, she gradually became more compliant with him. He was human. She was a beast. Hu Jiao didn't seem to mind her identity after knowing it, which deeply moved her. Unknowingly, Hu Jiao had already taken on an important position in her heart. The importance was such that she could even ignore her own life for him. Perhaps this is what human emotions are about. Chapter 81. Flander gets hit at night. The stars in the sky were bright. Hu Jiao lay on his bed, fully activating his sensory enhancement technique, constantly sensing the movements in the academy. In his hands, he held a delicate jar, which he had bought for a large sum of money, named Thoughts of Love Drunk in the Mortal World. Just when Hu Jiao was starting to get impatient waiting, suddenly his brows relaxed, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. In his perception, a deeply hidden, nearly imperceptible domineering aura was rushing towards Flander's residence at great speed. The breath paused for a few moments, then disappeared rapidly towards the back mountain of the academy. Shortly after, Flander's presence appeared, chasing after that nearly vanishing breath. Seeing this, Hu Jiao hurriedly stuffed the jar into his storage ring and continuously used teleportation to catch up, completely disregarding the consumption. During the teleportation, he also activated his transformation skill, changing his calf muscles, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly pursuing the 2 traces of breath. He had to hurry. It was a rare occasion for Flander to be dealt with like this, and today he had to catch up in time no matter what. Fortunately, in his perception, after the 2 breaths had run about 5 miles, they finally stopped, allowing him to catch up slowly. At the same time, he noticed that in another direction, Xiao Wuji's presence also appeared. If Hu Jiao hadn't reacted in time, he would have almost collided with him. Come out. I've already discovered you. In the forest, Flander stopped in his tracks with a serious expression, a pair of enormous black wings unfurling behind him. As a speed-type soul sage, he found it incredible that he had lost in speed. Just as Flander's words fell, a tall figure cloaked in black, with their face concealed, appeared before him. I am Flander. May I ask what brings you here in the dead of night? Guidance, you could say. I didn't come for anything else but to spar with you. It's been a while since I've fought, and it's just the right time to stretch my muscles, the figure said. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and suddenly a black light appeared, condensing into a large hammer in his hand. At the same time, 9 soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, enveloping his figure within them, especially the last soul ring, which faintly glowed red amidst the black. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. A powerful and domineering aura gradually rose, overwhelming Flander and instantly giving him a feeling of breathlessness. Titled How His Majesty Hao Yin, Flander swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Damn it, when did I inadvertently offend this big shot? This is bad. Hey, there's another one. Come out. What is the difference between 1 and 2? The figure glanced toward the direction where Xiao Wujiao was located and said, Uncle Hao is impressive. Hu Jiao looked enviously at Tang Hao, who, despite his tattered clothes, emanated the aura of an extraordinary expert, feeling that he had learned something. In the next moment, Xiao Wujiao revealed himself. The instant he appeared, he activated the great strength bear spirit, warily eyeing Tang Hao. Boss, what is going on? When did you provoke a tidal Douluo? Flander ignored Xiao Wujiao and respectfully bowed to Tang Hao, saying, I have seen His Majesty Hao Yin. Hiss. Now Xiao Wujiao understood clearly. So it's this person. No wonder the boss is so respectful and doesn't dare to be careless. Xiao Wujiao also placed his right hand on his chest, respectfully bowing. I have seen His Majesty Hao Yin. No need for excessive formalities. I am here to cause trouble. Tang Hao waved his hand, with the Hao Yin hammer standing at his feet. I don't know when I offended His Majesty. They say ignorance is no excuse. Your Majesty, I didn't intend to go against you. Flander said with a bitter face, feeling very wronged. He had been very careful. After all, he had been hiding in Shrek for over 20 years. How could he have provoked this great man? Bullying the weak, the strong naturally come to your door. Enough talk. Today you're bound to get a beating. Don't worry, and don't say I'm bullying you. I want to use my martial soul. If you can endure a stick of incense under my hand, I'll turn around and leave without a word. Otherwise, you'll have to help me with something. Tang Hao retracted his martial soul, and the soul rings disappeared. Surname Tang, Tang San, I understand. At that moment, Flander suddenly realized how he had offended this person. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything too excessive today. Otherwise, he might not even be able to leave intact. All right, enough nonsense. Let us fight. You, get aside, or I'll beat you up too. Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Wujiao, scaring him into frantically waving his hands, hurriedly retracting his martial soul and continuously backing away, fearing that this person would notice him. Boss. Oh, boss. This trouble is of your own making. It has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt a surge of excitement in his heart, which made him very ashamed. The boss was being beaten, so why was he happy? Bang, bang, boom, smack. The ground shook, the air vibrated, and the sounds of screams, muffled groans, and collisions intertwined, forming a wonderful melody. TSK, TSK. It's tragic, too tragic, it's hard to look at. In just a few seconds, Hu Jio watched like it was a blockbuster, seeing Flanders being beaten to a pulp. Even his beloved glasses flew off. He really wanted to join in, barehanded. It must feel great. This thought flashed through Hu Jio's mind, but was quickly discarded. After all, Flanders was also a teacher at the academy, and Hu Jio respected his elders. He couldn't entertain any reckless thoughts. After a few dozen seconds, Tang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. Well, the anger has been vented. Now it's your turn to work for me. Tang Hao's lips moved slightly, and a faint voice came out, which even Hu Jio, with all his senses open, couldn't hear. Yes, your highness Hao Yin. Yet Flanders and Xiao Wu seemed to have heard it, responding respectfully, their faces unable to hide their smiles. Uncle Hao is really something. Why didn't he let me listen? Keeping it all hidden, not at all generous. Hu Jio looked gloomily at Xiao Wu, helping Flanders leave, thinking he wanted that benefit too. Come out, little ghost. How long do you plan to stay hidden? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze swept towards Hu Jio's concealed position, and he said lightly, Uncle Hao, long time no see. Both Xiao San and I miss you so much. Why did you take so long to show up? Hu Jio grinned as he jogged out from his hiding place. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to hide from a title Douluo. If it weren't for Flanders and Xiao Wu's focus being entirely on Tang Hao, even they wouldn't have been able to conceal him. Miss me? When you were conning Xiao San, did you think of me? Faced with the enthusiastic Hu Jio, Tang Hao didn't change his expression. Instead, he asked with a displeased tone, Come on, Uncle Hao, can you be reasonable? Without my help, do you think Xiao San could have reached level 30 now? It's all because I helped him. Hu Jio exaggeratedly pointed at himself, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Hey, you little brat. Tang Hao finally couldn't hold back. His expression softened as he lightly scolded. That's right, Uncle Hao, look, this is the good wine I prepared for you. Longing drunken world, I spent a lot of money on this. I've wanted to honor you for a long time. Hu Jio smiled proudly and quickly took out the wine jar, eagerly bringing it closer. Chapter 82, Flanders Bleeds. Tang Hao grabbed the wine jar and took several big gulps, savoring it for a long time, a faint longing flashing in his eyes. The wine is good. You're thoughtful. Should be. If it weren't for Uncle Hao teaching me the chaotic wind hammer technique as a food system soul master, how could I have my current battle power? Hu Jio grinned widely at Tang Hao's praise. He was genuinely grateful to Tang Hao. If it hadn't been for the chaotic wind hammer technique, he wouldn't have been able to show off in front of Xiao Wu, which ultimately made her see him in a different light, leading to all his efforts to win her over. Without Tang Hao teaching him the chaotic wind, he might not have been able to smoothly win over Xiao Wu. Did he really think anyone could conquer the little rabbit? Is Xiao San doing well? Tang Hao didn't ask Hu Jio why he wasn't surprised by his strength, nor did he ask why Hu Jio dared to follow him here. At his level of cultivation, there were not many things that piqued his interest, and aside from Yin and Xiao San, what else was worth his attention? Xiao San is doing well. He often thinks of you, especially in the first few years. He would come home unhappy every time, but he is very understanding, knowing you have your own matters to attend to, and he didn't blame you for leaving without saying goodbye. Hu Jio said, that poor child. A hint of guilt flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. His own matters were not finished yet. Xiao Jio, help me take care of Xiao San, and don't tell him I'm here. I still have some things to finish, and I'll see him once I'm done. Tang Hao Yin's Ju, don't worry, Uncle Hao with me around. No one dares to bully Xiao San. Hu Jio patted his chest confidently, saying that he would definitely take care of him, especially since Flanders had just been beaten up. I heard you really like to create your own soul skills. This time I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. But I'll keep an eye out for you and give you something next time we meet, as a reward for helping me take care of Xiao San. After finishing the last sip of wine, Tang Hao nodded at Hu Jio and turned to leave. Uncle Hao, be safe. Both Xiao San and I will miss you. Hu Jio waved to Tang Hao, reluctant to part. Tang Hao didn't look back, just paused slightly in his steps, then quickly left. Creating my own soul skills. Indeed, my efforts weren't in vain. Finally, I have some benefits. A hint of joy flashed through Hu Jio's heart. Having a title Douluo help him find soul skills. How much face does that give him? Although he received benefits from Tang Hao, Hu Jio still had some criticisms of him, as Ine's death made him so dejected. If it weren't for Tang San awakening the twin martial souls, he might have continued to be downcast. One could only say that this approach wasn't very manly. If it were him, he might have long since handed Tang San over to someone he trusted to help raise him, and then gone on the path of revenge alone. How much power could a titled Douluo, who disregards everything and lives only for revenge, unleash? Of course, these thoughts were just in his mind. He was just a small soul master, while the other was a titled Douluo. He had no right to evaluate. Besides, he had already received benefits from him. One shouldn't forget kindness. The next day on the academy playground, Flanders appeared in front of everyone with a pig-like face. There was no way around it. Being a dignified titled Douluo, having the fortune to be beaten up was almost like a blessing, and he didn't dare to use healing. He could only wait for it to gradually fade away. Who is this? Why is he wearing the principal's clothes? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. But she was holding back a strong urge to laugh. Yes, she was doing it on purpose. Teacher, what happened to you? Ma Hongjun also shouted loudly, but his tone carried concern. Cough, don't make a fuss. Today, Teacher Zhao will lead your training. Tang San, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, you three come with me. Flanders feigned authority, not explaining how he became a pig's head. How to explain? Last night, he was pampered by a titled Douluo, or did he accidentally fall while walking? Yes. Everyone held back their laughter and replied loudly. Flanders led Hu Jio and the three of them in the direction of Soto City. Principal, where are you taking us? Xiao Wu hopped around, looking around curiously at Flanders' behavior. Hu Jio, on the other hand, was thoughtful. Hey, this stingy old man was beaten up, and he is probably going to fulfill his promise. Just follow closely, you'll find out soon. Flanders' tone was a bit stiff. He was about to take out his beloved collection, and he was feeling very pained. However, he had no choice but to do so. Opportunities to curry favor with a titled Douluo were rare, and in his view, currying favor with Tang San was equivalent to currying favor with His Highness Tang Hao. Xiao Wu, don't ask. Just look at the principal's pained expression, and you'll know he is preparing to return our soul tools. Soon, you'll also have a soul tool. Hu Jio teased, no longer fearing Flanders, as he had Tang Hao backing him up. In Hu Jio's eyes, as long as Tang San was around, Tang Hao would always be his strong support. Really? When did the dean become so generous? Xiao Wu looked up in surprise and then whispered in Hu Jio's ear, isn't he quite stingy? Xiao Wu's little murmur couldn't escape Flanders' ears. His lips twitched slightly as he pretended not to hear, then turned around to retort, Xiao Wu, you may have misunderstood me. I've always been very generous. As soon as the words were spoken, Flanders was met with 3 perfectly synchronized eye rolls. Even Tang San wouldn't believe such a thing. Soon, Hu Jio arrived again at Flanders' little shop. Just as Hu Jio had said earlier, the reason for bringing you all here today is to fulfill my promise. Since I promised to give each of you a soul guide device, I will not go back on my word. From now on, don't say I'm stingy anymore. Flanders' gaze swept across everyone's faces and finally landed on Tang San. This time, it's mainly for him. Dean, we agreed that I want a 10 cubic storage soul guide. Nothing else. Hu Jio was filled with excitement. 10 cubic meters. How many carats could that hold? Me too, I want a storage soul guide. 10 cubic meters, no. I want 50 cubic meters. Xiao Wu raised her small hand and said with a big heart, no, where would you find 50 cubic meters? There's only one 10 cubic meter one. You two can negotiate. Flinder shook his head repeatedly. 50 cubic meters, as if he could want that. There's only one. What about the rest? Hu Jio looked at Flinder suspiciously. That old guy probably didn't want to part with it. But that's fine. It's rare for him to spend some money. It's best to stop while ahead. I remember there's also an 8 cubic meter one. Flinder said without blinking. Oh, then Xiao Wu and I will take the 10 cubic and the 9 cubic ones. Don't be stingy, Dean. Hu Jio turned to look at Tang San. We will remember your kindness, right, Xiao San? The dean is a great person. Tang San spoke without hesitation. In his heart, Flinder was really good to them. Not only did he help them hunt for spirit rings, but he also wanted to give them soul guides. How could he be bad? Chapter 83. Oscar's request in the end. Hu Jio got what he wished for, striking a deal with Flinder for a 10 cubic wristband and a 9 cubic exquisite necklace. This showed that the old man still had good things in his hands. Xiao San, what kind of soul guide do you want? Do you want me to introduce something for you? Flinder softened his demeanor when facing Tang San, managing to squeeze out a faint smile on his serious face. Tang San wasn't surprised by Flinder's obvious attitude. He thought it was because of the master. After all, it was the master who had him come to Shrek, and even gave Flinder a letter. I wouldn't dare to refuse a senior's gift, whatever the dean gives. I will take, Tang San said respectfully. Damn, when Hu Jio heard this, he almost cursed. Xiao San, oh Xiao San, when it comes to being crafty, no one can compare to you. You said that, and Flinder would feel embarrassed not to give you good things, right? Really a good kid. Look, you all should learn from Xiao San. You still want to bargain with me, an elder? Flinder looked at Tang San with satisfaction, then glanced at Hu Jio meaningfully. The dean is right. I should learn more from Xiao San in the future. Learn how to be crafty without showing it. In this regard, Tang San is the master. Let me think. Xiao San already has the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight and doesn't lack storage soul guides, so I'll give you something more practical. How about this Shura mask? Saying this, Flinder took out an ugly mask from the counter. Staring at the mask, everyone felt a fierce aura rushing toward them. This Shura mask has a built-in mental shock skill. If it encounters someone with weaker mental strength, it can render them completely stiff and unable to move. Even if their mental strength is higher, it can still daze the opponent, but it is ineffective against soul saints and above. It's a pretty good little gadget. What a good thing. It even has a built-in skill. This mask is a real treasure. Hu Jio looked enviously at the Shura mask in Tang San's hand. Although it's ineffective against powerful beings above soul saints, how many are stronger than soul saints? In Hu Jio's view, this flaw is negligible. Thank you, Dean. Tang San clearly understands the value of the Shura mask. After receiving the mask, you simply can't put it down. All right, the promise we made to you has been fulfilled, and we should get back to class. Flinder looked at Tang San's expression with satisfaction. This investment was worth it. The few of them returned the same way, and by the time they got back to the academy, it was nearly noon. After having lunch, training began. This time, Flinder mainly had them take turns battling, with Hu Jio, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun participating, except for Oscar. Of course, when facing weaker opponents, the stronger ones would have some restrictions placed on them to achieve training effects. During this time, Flinder and Zhao Wujin would also provide guidance, teaching them how to seize opportunities in battle and how to maximize their advantages, among other things. After a session of instruction, Hu Jio and the others gained valuable insights on how to fight. In the afternoon, after training ended, Oscar approached the group with a pitiful expression. I really envy you battle-type soul masters. You can have an exciting fight, unlike me, who not only can't fight, but also needs others to protect me. How pathetic. That's because you lack the ability. Look at my little Jio. He's also a food-type soul master, but fights even fiercer than us. So if you want to blame someone, blame yourself, Xiao Wu said proudly while holding Hu Jio's arm. Yeah, it's all my fault for lacking ability. If only I had Hu Jio's skills, Oscar said, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes, then looked enviously at Hu Jio and the others. By the way, I just saw that you were all using that soul skill called Spiral Pill. Can food-type soul masters use this skill too? Of course. This soul skill was specifically created by little Jio for himself. Didn't you see that food-type soul masters can use it? Xiao Wu looked at Oscar with disdain. Envious, right? My little Jio created this soul skill a few years ago. Wow, this was created by Hu Jio, and it was made a few years ago. How is that possible? Oscar exclaimed in shock. His astonishment was genuine. He had thought that this soul skill was something they had learned from somewhere else, never imagining that it was actually created by Hu Jio. Creating a soul skill is no small feat. A well-used soul skill is equivalent to having an additional soul ring skill. In this world, having one more soul skill means having one more advantage. Many soul masters go their whole lives without even hearing of a self-created soul skill, let alone having one. Yet Hu Jio created a soul skill years ago. How high must his talent be? For a moment, Oscar's eyes were filled with envy and even a hint of jealousy, although his gaze was subtle and fleeting, hardly noticed by anyone. At this point, everyone was already stunned by the news from Xiao Wu, especially Dai Mubai, as the prince of the Star Luo Empire. He knew how precious a self-created soul skill was. Even in the royal family, self-created soul skills are among the most valuable secrets. And even he had only come across a few. Unfortunately, he had no talent in creating soul skills and, in order not to hinder his cultivation, had never put effort into it. After a few days of simple practice without results, he decisively gave up. With the time spent on creating a soul skill, it was better used to improve soul power. After all, with a higher level, one could naturally hunt for soul rings and gain soul ring skills. So why bother with the strenuous and thankless task of creating a soul skill? Nothing is impossible. Those who are determined can achieve their goals. As long as you work hard, you can also create your own soul skill, Hu Jio said with a faint smile, his eyes full of encouragement. Hu Jio could see through Oscar's little thoughts without needing to guess. However, how could he possibly teach his self-created soul skill to a stranger? What a joke. Alas, I don't have your talent, Hu Jio. You know that food-type soul masters have the hardest training among all systems. To improve my soul power, I've used up all my spare time. How could I have the time to create my own skill? Oscar said, looking dejected. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, staring intently at Hu Jio. Brother Jio, my dear brother, since this soul skill was created by you, can you teach it to me? I have no attacking ability at all, and if I encounter an enemy, I can only be slaughtered. If I could also have a self-created soul skill, at least I could have some means of self-protection, right? Oscar shamelessly called him brother, imitating Ma Hongjun, completely unconcerned about his pride. It was just a title. He didn't care about losing face for the sake of a self-created soul skill. Hee. Chapter 84. The conflict arises. Oscar was undoubtedly smart. He first used Xiao Wu as a breakthrough point to inquire about the origin of the spiral pill, then expressed shock at Hu Jio, the creator of the skill. Following that, he highlighted his own pitiable situation as a food-type soul master lacking attacking power, and finally shamelessly requested Hu Jio to teach him, expressing his desire to learn. This subtle calculation, TSK. Brilliant. Hu Jio immediately looked at Oscar with new eyes, remembering that he was only 13 years old. No wonder he could win over the proud daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With such cleverness, what could he not succeed at? Unfortunately, Hu Jio wouldn't indulge him. Why should he teach him the spiral pill? Just because of his big face? Back then, in order to learn a soul skill, he had respectfully offered to provide a year's worth of carrots for Master S training, and he was still rejected. And now also for a soul skill, he had become Xiao Wu's disciple. It is known that in this world, one can only have one master in a lifetime. There's a saying that goes, once a teacher, forever a father. This reflects the deep relationship between teachers and disciples. Since becoming a disciple, Hu Jio had voluntarily provided his carrots for Xiao Wu's training. Why? Because self-created soul skills can be passed down. But Oscar wanted to learn the spiral pill without giving anything in return. How is that possible? Not to mention anything else, just his companion Tang San. If he hadn't provided some key techniques that helped Tang San successfully create the spiral pill, he might not have even taught Tang San. Little San, if someone else plotted against your soul skill, what would you do? Facing Oscar's request, Hu Jio didn't answer, but turned to ask Tang San. Kill. Tang San said coldly, his voice low. A good self-created soul skill can make a family prosperous. And this is a consensus in Douluo Continent. In Tang San's heart, self-created soul skills are equivalent to cultivation methods. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, if outsiders wanted to learn the sect's techniques, they would be regarded as enemies unless they joined the sect. The Tang sect way of dealing with enemies was also quite simple. Kill without mercy. As soon as Tang San said this, everyone present except Hu Jio was stunned. It was just Oscar asking Hu Jio to teach him a soul skill. If he didn't want to agree, that was enough. Why did Tang San have such murderous intent? Tang San, Xiao Wu said hesitantly, looking at him. After so many years together, she had always thought of Tang San as a very good-tempered person. Many times, she had bullied him, and he would only give a helpless smile in return, his temper being incredibly good. But now, seeing him suddenly radiate such murderous intent left Xiao Wu confused, as if she didn't recognize him. Hu Jio squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, knowing it would turn out this way. Oscar, did you hear what Tang San said? Let me give you a piece of advice. Some thoughts should not be entertained lightly. The consequences can be very serious. Hu Jio glanced at Oscar disdainfully and sneered. If you don't want to teach, then don't. Why scare me like this? My heart is about to jump out. Oscar, acting foolishly, held his hands to his heart and began to annoy others again, appearing quite brainless. But deep down, he was filled with rage and jealousy, not only hating Hu Jio, but also Tang San. He didn't expect that just wanting to learn a soul skill would provoke such a strong reaction, especially the moment Tang San's murderous intent surged towards him, making him feel like he was suffocating. Hey, don't take it too seriously. Little Oscar is still young and doesn't know the rules of the Soul Master world. Don't blame him. Dai Mubai pretended to be magnanimous, patting Oscar's shoulder and laughing as he explained to Hu Jio. Boss Dai, what rules are there in the Soul Master world? Did I really say something I shouldn't have? Oscar looked at Dai Mubai curiously, appearing innocent. In the Soul Master world, due to the characteristics of self-created soul skills being learnable and inheritable, everyone is very cautious. There's a serious guard against those who wish to learn soul skills. And it could even turn into enmity because they might think you want to seize their soul skills. This is especially true in large families, Dai Mubai explained to everyone. Dai Mubai looked down on Oscar's previous actions, thinking that a country bumpkin was just a country bumpkin, not even knowing this. The superiority of being from a big family was evident at this moment. So that's how it is. I really didn't know there was such a rule. Oscar looked at everyone with an innocent face, shrugging as he explained, I just saw Xiao Wu and Tang, Sand, could use the spiral pill. So I thought it could be taught casually. Forget it, just take care of yourself. Hu Jio waved his hand disinterestedly, gave Tang, San a look, then held Xiao Wu's hand and turned to leave. Behind him, Ma Hongjun obediently followed. Whether Oscar knew the rules of the Soul Master world or not, Hu Jio didn't care, as long as he didn't provoke him. As for the rules of the Soul Master world, what did it have to do with him? If he wanted to teach, he would. If he didn't want to teach, he wouldn't. He would teach based on his mood. Originally, Hu Jio thought that after today's incident, it would be over. However, he didn't expect Oscar to be so bold. After training the next day, Oscar was mocked by Ma Hongjun for his peculiar sausage not being able to compare to Hu Jio's carrots. Oscar blurted out, what's wrong with my spell being unpleasant? Look at Hu Jio's. Do you think it is pleasant? If it were pleasant, why has he never chanted it? Hu Jio, who was playing with Xiao Wu, narrowed his eyes. This was the third time, and, as the saying goes, things come in threes. Even if Hu Jio was magnanimous, he was furious at this moment. The first time was when Flander made them eat sausages, and Oscar proudly recited his spell, matching it with his annoying gestures, making Hu Jio want to beat him up. Yesterday, Oscar had asked him for the spiral pill soul skill, which made Hu Jio dislike him. And today, he was not only attacking his spell again, but also being relentless. With a thought, Hu Jio's body instantly swelled, his transformation skill activated, and he flashed to appear in front of Oscar. What gave you the illusion that you could provoke me again and again? He grabbed Oscar by the neck, his palm as large as a fan, easily lifting him up. Ha ha ha. Oscar flailed his legs in the air, his hands constantly slapping at Hu Jio, struggling to breathe and turning his face purple. Hu Jio, what are you doing? Little Oscar is our companion. How can you treat him like this? Dai Mubai roared, his evil eyes transforming into a white tiger as he instantly appeared in front of Hu Jio, grabbing his hand. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was not foolish enough to attack Hu Jio at this moment. He only wanted to pry his hand open. Otherwise, the white tiger would be in danger. Companion? That's yours. I have never recognized him. Hu Jio scoffed, glancing at Dai Mubai, his grip tightening and still not loosening. Don't say him. I haven't recognized you either. This sentence Hu Jio did not say out loud. Chapter 85. Punishment Brother Jio, there's no need for that. Little Oscar just has a big mouth. Don't be impulsive. From the moment Hu Jio grabbed Oscar by the neck and lifted him up, to Dai Mubai coming to mediate, only a few breaths had passed, leaving Ma Hongjun unable to react at all. When he finally did, he rushed forward to mediate. Ma Hongjun felt that recently, Oscar's brain was getting worse. It was clear to anyone that Hu Jio was the one in charge of their group. Why did he always provoke him? Well, now you've angered Jiogo. Oomph. Hu Jio snorted coldly, pushed aside Dai Mubai, who was still struggling with him, and heavily threw Oscar to the ground. Then, he raised his foot and kicked him several meters away. Dai Mubai's face could be disregarded, but Ma Hongjun was different. As someone who had just joined their group, he should at least be given some respect. You want to know what my spell is, right? I'll tell you. Grandpa has a big carrot. How about that? Are you satisfied with this spell? Hu Jio sneered at Oscar, full of disdain. If you're incompetent, do you think you can resort to underhanded tricks? Is it useful? You. Cough cough. Do you dare to hit me? Oscar gasped for breath, with fear and anger on his face. How could he dare? This is the academy. Doesn't he fear the teachers? Did you not see that I dared? Let me advise you. Some people are not someone you can afford to provoke. If their essay next time, it won't be as simple as a kick. Hu Jio, you are too petty. Little Ao was just joking. Do you have to take it so seriously? Dai Mubai looked at him seriously, his eyes filled with anger. Hu Jio is really too arrogant. He doesn't even take him seriously. After all, he is a senior who has been here for several years. That's right. I'm such a petty person. Hu Jio raised his head, taking this comment as praise. Not only is he petty, but he also holds grudges, even more so than women. Whoever makes him uncomfortable, he will make them even more uncomfortable. I will report this matter to the dean truthfully. Just wait for your punishment. Dai Mubai was infuriated by Hu Jio's nonchalant attitude. His eyes filled with malice. If he didn't know he couldn't win, he would argue with him no matter what. Big brother Dai, there's no need for that. It's just a small conflict between classmates. Why escalate it to the dean? If the dean finds out, Neither Jiogu nor Xiao Ao will escape punishment. Maongjun urged anxiously. He was well aware of his teacher's temper, who couldn't tolerate any disrespect. If he really found out, the consequences could be severe. An expulsion was a possibility. Big brother Dai, this is a matter between students. Telling the dean is a bit excessive. Tang Sen also came forward to mediate. Hey, what's wrong with you? It's just a fight. Back when my sister Xiao Wu was unbeatable in the academy, no one dared to tell the teacher. They said those who tell the teacher are cowards. Are you a coward? Xiao Wu proudly made a face at him. Xiao Wu, don't talk. Tang Sen saw Xiao Wu calling Dai Mubai a coward, which only made him angrier. But thinking about the strength of both sides, he managed to hold back. If you want not to tell the teacher, then let him apologize to Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San with a firm tone. Let Xiao Jiu apologize? That's impossible. Tang San replied. He hadn't forgotten that back at Nodding Academy, Jiu would often threaten to hammer people with a heavy hammer. Why should we apologize? Although Xiao Jiu did hit someone, it was Oscar who was too blunt. He brought it upon himself, Xiao Wu retorted. Then I'll tell the teacher. All right, what's there to say? If he wants to report to the teacher, let him go. At worst, I'll just beat him up too, Jiu said, casually stopping Tang San, who wanted to say more. Are you threatening me? Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with malice, and he could no longer hold back, roaring like a tiger as he charged at Jiu. Hee, that's more like it. If there's a fight, let's all fight together. No one should say anything. Jiu laughed heartily and charged forward with his fists raised. Dai Mubai was in his martial spirit possession state, while Jiu was in his transformation and expansion state. The two fought like brutes, not using any soul skills, just exchanging punches and kicks. Don't fight, you guys, don't fight. Xiao Wu excitedly rushed in to join the battle. Watching her kick east and west, it was as if she was ganging up on Dai Mubai with Jiu, not looking like she was trying to mediate at all. Tang Sen shook his head, feeling exhausted. Then, he shouted loudly, activating Ghost Shadow Mist to charge in. Stop fighting, the teacher will come soon. Tang San was genuinely trying to break up the fight, but his targets seemed a bit off, as he always ended up trying to pull Dai Mubai back. Ma Hongjun wanted to intervene as well, but he didn't dare to step forward, so he could only shout from the sidelines for them to stop. Oscar also wanted them to stop, but as a food system soul master, he felt powerless. 15 minutes later, are you convinced? Jiu looked arrogantly at the Dai Mubai lying on the ground and kicked him. Hey, are you convinced? Xiao Wu also placed her hands on her hips and kicked him proudly. I'm not convinced. You guys don't play fair. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and shouted in frustration, and perhaps out of sheer anger, he ended up fainting from the stress. You guys are really bold. It's only been a few days, and you dare to fight in the academy. Who gave you the courage? The next day, Jiu, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others stood in a row, while Flander was so angry that his mustache stood upright, spitting everywhere, making the group hang their heads low, unable to lift them. Dean, they attacked me as a group, Dai Mubai protested. He started at first, Jiu pointed at Dai Mubai. He hit Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao cursed at me. Stop. Everyone run around the village. Come back when you realize your mistakes, Flander shouted, the unique pressure of a soul sage emerging, forcing the group's arguments to quiet down. The group obediently listened and ran off, as Flander's aura was too intimidating to stay near. After they left, Flander supported his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Haha, boss. Now you know it's not easy to manage a bunch of talented students, right? Xiao Wujia teased from the side. None of these kids are easy to deal with, Flander sighed, feeling a mix of happiness and trouble. These students all have great talents, but precisely because they are geniuses, they are too arrogant. Even that seemingly honest Tang San is not an easy character to deal with. Hey, I don't even know what the boss is worried about. They're all monsters. Since they're called monsters, how can they not have a bit of temper? Moreover, since they're so full of energy, let's throw them into the soul arena. After experiencing the cruelty inside, they won't have the heart to think about anything else. Zhao Wuji chuckled, revealing an evil smile. Isn't this a bit too much? They're still just kids, Flander said, his eyes lighting up, though his heart felt differently. Xiao Wuji, you shameless dog. Chapter 86. The Great Soul Arena. After the punishment ended, Flanders gathered them together. Considering that you have realized your mistakes this time, I won't pursue responsibility. Go back and rest for a bit. I'll take you to a fun place tonight. Flanders looked at everyone with a friendly face, but his small eyes were full of cunning. Not good intentions. Seeing Flanders' expression, everyone shivered. They made such a big mistake. How could the dean let them off so easily? Tonight. It can't be that place, right? Jiu pondered for a moment and suddenly had a guess. After lunch. Hu Jio was pulled by Xiao Wujie to his training ground to practice the indestructible body. Ever since Xiao Wujie became his teacher, Hu Jio's life had not been so easy. Before, things were fine. With the automatic leveling panel helping him improve, it was faster than hard work. Except for the time spent creating his own soul skills, he mostly slacked off and played around. After all, no one was supervising him. So he didn't practice earnestly and spent all day messing around with Xiao Wu. But after becoming Xiao Wujie's disciple, Hu Jio's days of suffering began. Whenever Xiao Wujie knew he was free, he would bring him along for extremely grueling training, leaving Hu Jio no time to slack off, truly a hard time. Especially after seeing Hu Jio's exceptional talent in practicing the indestructible body, he subjected him to oppressive training. Anyway, Hu Jio's fourth ring soul skill was a full recovery skill. So even if he got hurt, one skill could heal him. If one skill wasn't enough, then he'd just use another. The indestructible body, as a skill honed through hard training, was a complete waste of talent not to utilize such a good training aptitude. Therefore, no matter how Hu Jio complained, he could never escape the fate of being molded by Xiao Wujie. Teacher, I can't take it anymore. If you hit me again, you'll beat your precious disciple to death. Hu Jio cried out in despair as he looked at Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie held a wooden stick as thick as his wrist, relentlessly swinging it at him. And no matter how Hu Jio dodged, he couldn't evade the strikes. Ha, good disciple, just hang in there a bit longer. Soon I'll be 1,000 hits. Don't worry, teacher knows how to control his strength. I won't break you. Xiao Wujie cheered Hu Jio on, while his hands didn't stop moving, continuing to strike him. Suddenly, just as Hu Jio was about to reach his limit, his movements suddenly paused, his feet twisted into a strange shape, and for the first time, he dodged Xiao Wujie's wooden stick. Oh, Xiao Wujie frowned and reached out again. This time, his speed noticeably increased, and the wooden stick created an afterimage in his hand, almost touching Hu Jio's skin. But at that moment, Hu Jio's body seemed to defy the laws of physics, slipping away like a boneless worm, once again avoiding the strike. Hee, teacher, you can't hit me now, can you? Hu Jio's triumphant laughter rang out, and he was overjoyed. It turned out that just now his shadow evasion skill had finally broken through to level 1. In that instant, a realization about how to dodge attacks appeared in his mind. His muscles trembled and rearranged, making his reactions suddenly faster. Just then, even before he could think about Xiao Wujie's 2 strikes, his body had already acted on its own, dodging the attack in a strange way. Xiao Jio, what's going on with you? Quickly tell me, has your shadow evasion reached the entry level? Xiao Wujie, not being a fool, quickly reacted after a brief moment of astonishment. Yes, teacher, I've mastered shadow evasion. Hu Jio smiled broadly. Teacher, come on, hit me again and see if you can touch me. Hey, little brat, looking for trouble. Huh? Come on, let me help you. Don't think just because you learn a soul skill that I can't do anything about you. Slap. Xiao Wujie didn't care about his joy. His movements quickened, and this time, no matter how Hu Jio dodged, the wooden stick accurately hit him. Teacher, stop. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The familiar pain returned as the stick struck him, making Hu Jio jump. Ha. Good kid, you got some skills. After the training ended, Xiao Wujie looked at Hu Jio with satisfaction. In just a few days, Hu Jio had not only mastered the indestructible body, but also the shadow evasion, a skill that Xiao Wujie himself had never mastered. This talent left Xiao Wujie pleasantly surprised. Xiao Jio, I have quite a few soul skills here. How about I teach you the shockwave too? Your offensive methods are still too few. Xiao Wujie looked at Hu Jio with joy and was about to take out the soul skill. Teacher, wait. Let us hold off on the soul skills for now. I feel like 2 soul skills are already my limit. Once I fully digest them, I'll learn new ones. Please don't give me more, or I'll get distracted. Hu Jio, resisting temptation, repeatedly waved his hands to refuse. He wanted to learn new skills too, but the automatic leveling position wouldn't allow it. His automatic leveling panel had a flaw. Once a skill was placed, it could never be removed. At this moment, Hu Jio felt a bit regretful about being greedy for Tang San's hidden weapon technique. If he didn't have that automatic skill, he would have to watch the skill right in front of him and be unable to learn it. Well, that's fine. I'll give it to you later. Xiao Wujie nodded in satisfaction and praised him. I didn't expect you to be quite steady. Of course, as your disciple, I always act prudently. How could I not distinguish between what's important and what's not? Hu Jio proudly lifted his chin, accepting Xiao Wujie's praise with ease. Get lost. If you were steady, I wouldn't need to supervise your training. Xiao Wujie laughed and scolded, pretending to kick Hu Jio. That night, after Hu Jio and the others finished dinner, they naturally gathered at the playground. From their battle team, it could be seen that the scene had already divided into 2 groups. one led by Hu Jio, along with Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun. The other was led by Dai Mubai, with Oscar by his side. The two teams stood together, each playing their own games, showing no signs of interaction whatsoever. This has completely turned into a confrontation. When Flander arrived and saw this scene, he was momentarily stunned, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes before he returned to normal. "Follow me. I'm taking you to a good place today." Ignoring the scene before him, Flander cleared his throat and left with a serious expression. Behind him, Hu Jio and the others exchanged glances, then casually followed in Flander's footsteps. Once they exited the academy, Flander's speed immediately increased. He didn't even use his soul power. With just a push of his toes against the ground, his body lightly soared away. His posture was truly graceful and swift. Chapter 87. Negative points for Dai Mubai as they walked. Hu Jio realized he seemed to be correct. The route Flander was taking them clearly led to Soto City. Soto City was not far from Shrek Academy. In less than an hour, they arrived at the south gate of Soto City. The nighttime Soto City was even more bustling than during the day, with vendors everywhere and a dazzling array of food and entertainment. Especially for Xiao Wu, it was her first time seeing such a lively scene. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over to check this and that, almost getting lost if Hu Jio hadn't been so familiar with her scent. Seeing Xiao Wu's naive demeanor, a hint of disdain flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Xiao Wu, let us go." Hu Jio shook his head helplessly and quickly grabbed Xiao Wu. Otherwise, she would have really gotten lost. "Xiao Jio, let us explore a bit later. I didn't expect Soto City to be so lively at night. There's so much here that wasn't around during the day." Despite being pulled by Hu Jio, Xiao Wu's interest didn't wane. Her little head swayed left and right, and her scorpion braid danced rhythmically behind her. "Okay, I'll bring you here to play every day from now on." Hu Jio affectionately patted Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, thinking about when to let it down. Clearly, loose hair looked better. "All right, we have some time. Let us sit over here for a bit." Flander, leading the way, stopped in front of a tea stall and said. The seven of them gathered around a simple table, and Flander miserly ordered them a cup of tea foam. "Principal, are you serious? This is what you're treating us to?" Hu Jio frowned at the tea foam in front of him, instantly losing any hope of drinking it. Xiao Wu beside him was similarly dismayed, wrinkling her nose at the unclean stains on the teacup and scooting far away. "Let's talk, this is already pretty good. To train all of you, what else should I serve?" Flander nonchalantly took a sip. "The main reason for bringing you here today is to go to that place." He pointed to a large building not far away, speaking in a serious tone. The group followed Flander's finger and saw a towering building, around 100 meters high, that looked like a giant beast lying in the night. Lights flickered above, obscuring the details. "Principal, what is that place?" Tang San asked curiously. "The Grand Soul Arena." Flander casually replied. "Oh, so that's the Grand Soul Arena. I've heard it's really fun inside, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately became interested. Hu Jio had told her how enjoyable it was inside, and she had been longing to experience it. "Fun? It's indeed fun. But whether you can enjoy it depends on your abilities." Dai Mubai chuckled while looking at Xiao Wu, eagerly anticipating whether these so-called geniuses would be scared silly once they entered. "Umph, you with your bad eyes think I have no ability? You don't remember who was thrown down by me twice, do you?" Xiao Wu made a face at him, teasingly. "You, I want to argue with you. There are many stronger than me in the Grand Soul Arena. If you have the ability, try to beat them all." A hint of anger flashed in Dai Mubai's dual-colored eyes, but considering his weak position, he had to forcibly endure it. "All right, let me introduce you. That is the Grand Soul Arena, and your task is very simple. Just obtain the Silver Soul Badge before graduation." Dai Mubai explained the situation inside to them. After glancing at the clearly arranged group, Flander handed this task to Dai Mubai. It seemed he still had hopes that this group of students could coexist peacefully. "Yes, Principal." Dai Mubai was overjoyed to receive such an order. What was this? This was the principal valuing him. Otherwise, why would he leave this opportunity to him? The Grand Soul Arena, as the name suggests, is a place for soul masters to battle. The level of a soul master or the number of soul rings does not represent a person's actual combat power. True combat results obtained from the Grand Soul Arena can reflect a person's real strength. There are 8 levels of badges in the Grand Soul Arena: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. These 8 levels of badges are universally recognized in all major soul arenas across the continent and also symbolize strength. In the Grand Soul Arena, winning a match earns an Iron Soul badge and 1 point. When the points reach a certain level, one can be promoted. How are points calculated? Tang San asked curiously. Very simply, winning a match earns 1 point. Losing a match deducts 1 point. If he can win 5 matches in a row, each subsequent victory will earn 2 points. After winning 10 in a row, each victory thereafter will earn 100 points. To upgrade from iron to copper requires 100 points, and from copper to silver requires 1,000 points. You could do the math. What a complicated calculation. After stopping Dai Mubai's explanation, Tang San pondered for a moment before understanding. Xiao San, you're overthinking it. Hu Jio smiled and patted his shoulder. As long as you can keep winning, the rules and calculations don't matter. Why think so much? Haha, you think you can keep winning? Let me tell you, do you know how many points I have now? I participated in 16 matches, won 4, and lost 12. My current points are -8. You think you can keep winning? Don't dream. Dai Mubai looked down on Hu Jio, thinking that no matter how strong he was, he might not fare better than him. Why was Dai Mubai so confident? This was because the Grand Soul Arena had a rule that opponents must be of the same level, of course. Challenges across levels didn't count. Within the same level, there could still be significant differences in combat power. Hu Jio was currently a level 41 Soul Master. If luck was on his side, he might encounter an opponent of the same level, but generally, this was rare. Most of the time, he would face opponents who were late-stage Soul Masters, around levels 48 or 49. Additionally, there was one more point that Dai Mubai was most confident about. Because Hu Jio was a food-type Soul Master, he could only defeat him because he was 1 rank lower. But what about fighting against a battle-type Soul Master of the same level? Could he rely on that spiral pill? Or that hammer technique? Oh, right. It seemed that weapons were not allowed in the Grand Soul Arena. So, could Hu Jio really expect to keep winning solely relying on a spiral pill soul skill? Was that possible? Whether I can win, I don't know. I only know that I won to let my points drop to negative. Hu Jio looked at Dai Mubai with a faint smile, the amusement in his eyes unmistakable. Besides, I'm a food-type Soul Master. Combat is not my specialty. You want me, a food-type Soul Master, to compete with you in combat power? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 88. This guys you can't even defeat a food-type Soul Master like me. You can't beat a food-type. Hu Jio's words kept replaying in Dai Mubai's ears. For a moment, various emotions surged in Dai Mubai's heart. Humiliation, anger, and jealousy. Am I really just a useless dog? Like a stray? Is this my destiny? No, I refuse to accept it. I don't believe it. Dai Mubai roared in his heart, and his resolve unexpectedly grew stronger. Hu Jio, I will definitely defeat you. Dai Mubai suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Very well, I'm waiting. Seeing that Dai Mubai had not lost his composure under his sharp tongue, Hu Jio was taken aback. At that moment, he realized that he had underestimated him. After all, he would be the future god of war, so how could he be easily defeated? However, it would be impossible for him to defeat himself. With his cultivation speed, he could currently suppress Dai Mubai by 1 realm, and in the future, he could suppress him by 2 realms. Dai Mubai would never have a chance to turn the tables. Let's go, it's time. Once we arrive at the Great Soul Arena, I'll tell you what to do, said Flanders as he stood up. Looking up, he noticed that the Great Soul Arena was already brightly lit, and many people were rushing in. Excited and expectant smiles were on many faces. Boss Dai, I heard that you can bet in there, right? Recently, because of buying Hu Jio's cultivation carrots. Ma Hongjuan's pocket is cleaner than his face. He doesn't even have money to solve his martial soul problems, and he's feeling frustrated. So, in his desperation, he thought of gambling. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun and warned him lightly. Gambling can only be done in the main soul arena. Don't even think about it. A word of advice, it's better not to think about those things. Be careful not to lose your pants. All right then, I'll just ask, Ma Hongjun said, disappointed. He knew the downsides of gambling. As someone who often frequented wild places, he was well informed and knew that the Great Soul Arena was not a charity. The waters there were very deep. He was just asking out of curiosity. Little horse, are you short on money? Hu Jio noticed Ma Hongjuan's absent-minded expression and instantly realized that he was in a pinch. What do you think, Brother Jio? Ma Hongjun looked at him with a resentful expression. If it weren't for buying those cultivation carrots, he wouldn't be in such a situation. Hu Jio felt a chill from Ma Hongjuan's gaze and said, You fat idiot, don't look at me like that. It's just money. I have it, take some first. If it's not enough, I have more. Hu Jio pulled out a handful of gold soul coins from his storage wristband and handed them over without counting. We can't let the kids suffer. Brother, you're my real brother. Don't worry, when I have money in the future, I will definitely pay you back double, no? 10 times. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up as he took the gold soul coins and patted his chest loudly to promise. Wanting to have money is not that hard. Ma Hongjun. In the Great Soul Arena, as long as you win 1 match, you can get 10 gold soul coins. So if you want to make money, just give it your all. Flanders raised the corners of his mouth and turned to tell them an exciting piece of news. Upon hearing that participating in matches could actually earn gold soul coins, not only was Ma Hongjun excited, but even Tang San quietly clenched his fists, instilling a belief in his heart that he would win. They were short on money. Ma Hongjun was fine. He had just started buying Hu Jio's carrots and didn't know much. But Tang San was different. After 4 whole years, even if he calculated 1 gold soul coin a day, that would amount to over 1,000 gold soul coins. Such a large sum of money. Where could he find it? However, in this place, he saw hope. As long as he won every time like Hu Jio said, he would eventually be able to pay it back. At worst, he could participate in a few more matches. Just as they were about to enter the Great Soul Arena, Hu Jio suddenly pulled him back. Wait, did you guys go in like this before? What's wrong with going in like this? Dai Mubai stopped, not understanding what Hu Jio meant. Disguising ourselves. Look at our conspicuous figures. If we win a few matches in the Great Soul Arena, won't we immediately attract others' attention? After Hu Jio's reminder, everyone quickly realized that, indeed, they were all quite young. Dai Mubai, the oldest, was 14, neither too young nor too old. So it wasn't a big deal. Oscar was about the same. Although he was young, his beard made it hard to tell his real age. But Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San were different. The 3 of them looked like half-grown kids, and no matter how they disguised themselves as older, it wouldn't help. If people discovered their real ages and soul power levels, it could lead to trouble. Hu Jio didn't want to attract too much attention. So, having too high a talent is a disadvantage in this case. Even participating in the Great Soul Arena isn't convenient. Ugh, what a headache, Hu Jio said with a troubled expression. Everyone thought, never have we seen someone so shameless. At this moment, they had a new understanding of Hu Jio's thick skin. Well, Hu Jio was right. I hadn't considered this thoroughly, and it seems that your training plan will have to be put on hold for a while. Flinter nodded, acknowledging Hu Jio's statement. There was no other way. At just 11 years old, Hu Jio had already reached the level of a rank 41 Soul Master, along with the rank 31 Xiao Wu, the rank 33 Tang San, the mutated martial soul Ma Hongjun, and the innately full soul power Oscar. Even Dai Mubai was a rare genius. If the Great Soul Arena really took notice of them, even a soul sage like himself might not be able to protect them. It's important to note that the Great Soul Arena could be considered a special force, arguably the largest force outside of the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall. However, the Great Soul Arena had always been very low-key, and with the 2 empires in conflict and the Spirit Hall in between, they had no time to pay attention to the Great Soul Arena. If the Great Soul Arena were to discover and take an interest in these exceptionally talented students, what could he do? Therefore, Flinder would rather give up on letting them enter the Great Soul Arena than allow them to face any danger. Dean, that's not necessary. We just need to do some disguising, Hu Jio said with a faint smile, pulling out a red carrot and explaining, this is my 2nd soul ring ability. You've seen its effects. It can change a person's body shape and appearance, even disguise martial souls and soul rings. But it can only alter the appearance of the martial soul and soul ring, not their abilities. The effect of this soul skill? Others were still shocked by the peculiar effects of Hu Jio's 2nd soul ring ability, while Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. If he used Brother Jio's carrot to turn himself into a handsome guy, would he no longer need to spend money to find women? After all, when a person is handsome to a certain extent, many women are willing to pursue them. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun put on a silly grin and hurried over to Hu Jio's side. Brother Jio, how much is this carrot? I'll buy 1, no, I'll buy 10. Get lost. Hu Jio kicked Ma Hongjun away. It was clear what this fat guy was thinking, wanting to use his soul skill effect to attract women. That's impossible. Unless he brought him along. Otherwise, no way. This idea has long existed. So what's new about it? Besides, there's also Xiao Wu. With such a beauty by his side, he wouldn't even glance at those ordinary girls. Moreover, he is only 11 years old. His body doesn't allow it, okay. Chapter 89. The formation of the Xiao Wu team come on. Each person take 1, and transform into the desired appearance. Hu Jio smiled at the others, and with a thought, his body began to grow taller, his muscles surged, and his face transformed into that of an ordinary tough guy, exuding unique masculine aura. Hee, I want to try too. Xiao Wu ate the transformation carrot. Her slender, long, pure white legs became even more alluring. Her figure matured, especially her face. Xiao Wu made slight adjustments. Her nose bridge lifted, the corners of her eyes elongated, and she radiated a charming allure. The long hair, cascading over her shoulders, added an extra brightness. Hee, this is great. Hu Jio grinned as he pulled Xiao Wu into his arms, feeling a ripple of satisfaction flash through his mind. Tang San, without saying a word, also took action, transforming into a tall, thin, ordinary man. The kind that would be easily forgotten in a crowd. Ma Hongjun was a bit flamboyant, unexpectedly transforming into a handsome man dressed flamboyantly. He proudly flipped his shoulder-length hair and struck a handsome pose, asking Hu Jio, "Brother Jio, do I look good?" After the 4 transformations were completed, Hu Jio looked at Dai Mubai and Oscar, asking, "Do you want to try?" Dai Mubai glanced at Hu Jio, seemingly trying to discern whether he was sincere or not. Unfortunately, Hu Jio just thought his fighting spirit was decent, so he casually handed it over without any other intentions. Besides, Flander was still right there. It wouldn't be good to act too obviously. I'll give it a try. Not seeing through Hu Jio's thoughts, Dai Mubai simply stepped forward to take the carrot and began to transform. In an instant, Dai Mubai had become a rugged adult man similar in build to Hu Jio. Oscar grinned as he stepped forward, unceremoniously taking the carrot, and instantly, a graceful, handsome young man appeared before everyone. "All right, now we can go in." Seeing everyone had transformed, Hu Jio clapped his hands and said to them, "Hu Jio, wait, give me one of those transformation carrots, and I'll help you assess the skill effect." Flanders said seriously, his eyes filled with righteousness, as if he was genuinely asking for the transformation carrot, just to help Hu Jio test the skill effect. Okay. Hu Jio didn't mind handing one over. He understood it was just about transforming. In the next moment, Flander also transformed into a muscular giant. Turning around, he calmly led the group into the Great Soul Arena. Registration, signing up for the competition, all the processes were completed smoothly and efficiently. It's worth mentioning that the golden soul coins Hu Jio had just lent to Ma Hongjun were almost all spent to complete the registration. This made Ma Hongjun feel extremely pained, and he vowed his heart, "I must earn this money back later, or else tonight's plan will be ruined." "Xiao Jio, I just found out that there is a doubles competition in the Great Soul Arena. How about we form a team? I already thought of a name. Let's call it the 9-Dance Team. What do you think?" In a little while, Xiao Wu excitedly ran in front of Hu Jio and said cheerfully, "Forming a team is fine, but you have a lot of confidence in me, huh? You know, if our team is established, we will only be waiting to participate in the Soul Sect level competitions. Aren't you worried about us losing the matches?" Hu Jio smiled wryly. Did she really think of him as a battle-type Soul Master? Sorry, but he might not be able to do that. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten our martial soul fusion skill? With that skill, even in battles at the Soul Sect level, we will be unbeatable. Xiao Wu raised her neck and said proudly, "You idiot, that's our trump card. We can't use it easily. Remember, unless it's a special occasion, we are not allowed to use the martial soul fusion skill in the future." Hu Jio knocked Xiao Wu's forehead with annoyance, making her look pitiful. Moreover, the dean brought us here to improve our combat abilities. If we use the martial soul fusion skill, we won't achieve the training effect. On this point, Hu Jio actually agreed with Flanders' approach. Level sometimes doesn't equate to strength. Having rich combat experience is naturally different from a soul master who only has strength but doesn't understand fighting. In terms of cultivation, he can rely on the idle panel to help him improve, but combat experience is different. The only way to gain combat experience is to practice more. Just like his teacher, Xiao Wu, who escaped from the hands of 16 soul emperors of the same level due to his rich combat experience. Moreover, these 16 were all-powerful beings at the level of the Spirit Hall's bishops. Such an achievement is enough for Xiao Wu to be proud of for a lifetime. All right then, but I still want to form a team with you. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with her big eyes, soft and pitiful. That's fine. We can establish the team first. When my soul skill level increases, we can sign up for the competition. Hu Jio smiled and patted Xiao Wu's head. Anyway, we have money, so let us just do it for fun. Hee, that's great. Let's quickly establish our 9-Dance Team. Even though we can't fight together for now, being able to form the team together is enough to satisfy Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu excitedly pulled Hu Jio towards the staff, eager to establish their team. Hu Jio had no objections to this, but was T9 Dance Team a bit low-key? How about we name our team 9-5 Supreme? That sounds powerful. No, let us call it 9 Dance Team. That name sounds better. Xiao Wu insisted, saying, "What 9-5 Supreme? I am Xiao Wu's dance, not Xiao Wu's 5. Xiao-san. Xiao Wu, why do I have to be at the back? No way. All right, as you wish." Fortunately, Hu Jio didn't care much about it. It's just a team name after all. It can be anything. This time, they didn't change Xiao Wu's dance to 5 as in the original work, of course. This is also related to Hu Jio's reminder. Otherwise, it's hard to say if there would have been mistakes. When they had just formed their group, a one-on-one soul fight had already started. Among them, Hu Jio's name happened to appear in the 5th match. Haha, I'm going to fight now, wait for me. Hu Jio waved to Xiao Wu and the others and dashed towards the soul fighting area. Go for it, we'll be watching you. Xiao Wu waved back at him. Don't worry, I'll definitely win. Hu Jio turned back and waved. He wasn't afraid of fighting against soul masters of the same rank. It was just right. He had been trained hard by the teacher these days, and it was a good opportunity to vent some emotions. Hu Jio felt like he had been influenced by the battle maniac Xiao Wu in just a few days. Otherwise, why would someone who loved peace like him feel excited at the mention of a fight? Wasn't he always avoiding it before? Indeed, I have been corrupted by the teacher. Chapter 90. Soul Fighting Training Soon. Under the guidance of the staff, Hu Jio arrived at the 5th Soul Fighting platform. Next to appear will be 2 Soul Master experts. The first being Xiao Jio, who has the carrot weapon spirit, and the second being Tai Kui, a battle soul master with a giant hammer weapon spirit, who has already won 2 matches in a row. Will the newcomer Xiao Jio win the match, or will the already victorious Tai Kui continue his winning streak? Let's wait and see. Now, let's invite our 2 soul master experts to the stage to begin their performance. Let's give them a warm welcome. On the soul fighting platform, a handsome and mature host was passionately commentating, and soon the audience below became excited. Initially, when they heard that Hu Jio's weapon spirit was a carrot, they felt a bit disappointed, but they didn't expect that the just revealed Hu Jio would show off a tall and muscular physique, making them no longer underestimate him. Hu Jio now stood nearly 3 meters tall, with arms thicker than an adult's thigh, his muscles bulging out impressively and looking intimidating. Not to mention, just his physique already displayed his considerable strength. Standing opposite Hu Jio was also a tall and strong young man, but in front of Hu Jio, who used transformation skills, he instantly appeared small. What good is being so big? Your carrot weapon spirit is for gnawing, right? Look at mine, a giant hammer. Don't worry. I'll be gentle with you later, Tai Kui said proudly as he released his weapon spirit. The psychological warfare had already begun. It's just a giant hammer. I can have one too. I happen to have a hammer technique, and I'll let you taste it later. Hu Jio smiled and released his weapon spirit. At the same time he released his weapon spirit, he directly activated his second soul ring ability, transformation. In an instant, the carrot in Hu Jio's hand transformed into a giant hammer identical to Tai Kui's under a pink glow. In fact, with Hu Jio's soul power control level, he could use soul skills even without releasing his weapon spirit. But Hu Jio preferred to keep a hand hidden. It was more interesting to reveal his methods bit by bit. This is my weapon spirit. Seeing Hu Jio's transformation, Tai Kui instantly became cautious. Initially, he thought his weapon spirit's physical form was his greatest advantage compared to Hu Jio, but now that advantage was gone, and it seemed he had to take this battle seriously. Not bad. I have to say, the weight of your weapon spirit is quite suitable for me. Hu Jio weighed the giant hammer, which was about 1.5 meters long, and said with a light laugh, by his estimation, Tai Kui's weapon spirit must weigh at least 500 pounds, which was actually quite good, but seemed a bit heavy for Tai Kui. Tai Kui let out a loud roar, dragging the giant hammer along the ground, and charged at him like a wild bull. This imposing presence, if faced with others, might seem domineering and powerful, but in front of the 3-meter-tall Hu Jio, it appeared almost like childish play, making it very comical. Come on, let us have a hammer fight. Hu Jio lightly lifted the iron hammer in his hand and charged forward. Bang! The 2 large hammers collided, producing a deafening explosion. Tai Kui stepped back 2 paces, while Hu Jio stood still, unyielding. When it comes to strength, it seems you can't match me. Hu Jio laughed. Watch my first soul skill, strength amplification. Tai Kui shouted defiantly, as his first soul ring lit up, and his aura changed dramatically, vaguely showing a trend of overpowering Hu Jio. Indeed, this is the downside of combat-type soul masters. All their skills are developed for fighting, and in this aspect, I truly have no advantage. Hu Jio shook his head, and with a movement of the hammer in his hand, he initiated the first attack. Come on, let you experience my strength. Tai Kui shouted, spinning with one hand, his large iron hammer meeting Hu Jio at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. In a series of continuous impacts, Hu Jio was gradually pressed down. It seems I have to use that move, Hu Jio thought. And after a hard clash with Tai Kui, he immediately took half a step back, swinging the large iron hammer in a wide arc, once again charging towards Tai Kui. This, however, used the chaotic wind hammer method. Although it was just a charge strike, it could match Iron 2 hammer in terms of strength. This feels satisfying. During the hard fight, Hu Jio took a moment to glance at the panel and found that the progress of his indestructible body was unexpectedly accelerating. Looking at the growth rate, it was actually twice as fast as before. This is his ultimate goal for participating in the Great Soul Arena competition. It not only increases combat experience, but also accelerates skill training progress, making it a perfect situation. What's going on with Xiao Jio? Why is he fighting his opponent for so long? With his strength, shouldn't the battle have ended already? On the observation platform, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio, who was still clashing hard with his opponent, filled with confusion. I think he must be taking the opportunity to train. Tang Sen thoughtfully looked at Hu Jio on the soul fighting platform and replied, yes, that's right. Hu Jio's approach is very good because he always remembers the purpose of bringing you to the great soul arena. You should learn from him. Remember, winning or losing is not actually important. What matters is the improvement of your own strength, whether it's combat experience or enhancing strength during the battle. As long as there's improvement, it's not a waste of effort. With that, Flinder turned to the few people watching the battle, saying seriously. At the same time, he looked at Hu Jio on the soul fighting platform with great satisfaction. Such a smart and talented student is rare, but unfortunately, he was outpaced by that stubborn Zhao. Flinder's words made Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others think deeply, gaining a deeper understanding of the task Flinder had assigned to them. On the soul fighting platform, Hu Jio had already lost count of how many times he had clashed with Tai Kui. He felt that his stamina was almost at its limit. I will not lose to you. Watch me use my second soul skill, Rampage Amplification. On this side, Tai Kui, panting heavily, suddenly stopped his movements. Originally, he was quite unconvinced by Hu Jio and wanted to defeat him head-on with sheer brute force. Unfortunately, Hu Jio's stamina was more enduring than he had imagined. And in the end, it was he who was about to give in first. Reluctantly, in order to win the soul fighting victory, he had to abandon his original idea and directly activate his fourth soul ring skill, wanting to settle it in one battle. Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. Seeing that Tai Kui had activated Rampage Amplification and had become as tall as him, Hu Jio didn't waste any words. He activated his teleportation skill and instantly appeared behind him, with a right hand holding the iron hammer and a left hand gathering a high-speed, rotating spiral pill, directly attacking Tai Erchui's back of the head. Chapter 91. The fundamental change of Dai Mubai teleportation plus spiral pill was an unbeatable skill for Tai Kui. Not to mention, Hu Jio also had two self-created soul skills, Indestructible Diamond Body and Shadow Flash, which he had already mastered. One could increase body strength, while the other allowed for agile movements, slipping away like a loach. A few minutes later, Tai Erchui's Rampage Amplification ended, and his body entered a weakened state. Hu Jio seized the opportunity, delivering a spiral pill to his face, finally knocking this sparring partner to the ground. I won. I never expected that in this prolonged battle, the one who emerged victorious would actually be Hu Jio, the soul master with the carrot martial spirit, who persevered until the end. Let's cheer for him. Hu Jio Soul Master, Hu Jio Soul Master, Hu Jio. With the host's lively engagement, the atmosphere of the scene remained quite good. Although the fighting style of Hu Jio and Tai Kui was somewhat monotonous, the hard-hitting battle method excited them, and they cheered for the victor, Hu Jio, with great enthusiasm. Hee, this feeling seems pretty good. Hu Jio waved at the audience, feeling his blood boil with excitement amidst the cheers, and an uncontrollable desire for battle surged within him. When Hu Jio got off the soul fighting platform and returned to the spectator area, he realized that only Flinder and Oscar were waiting for him. The others seemed to have gone to the soul fighting platform. Where are Xiao Wu and the others? Which soul fighting platform did they go to? Hu Jio asked. Xiao Wu and Xiao San are on the 10th soul fighting platform. Dai Mubai is on the 8th soul fighting platform. And Ma Hongjun is on the 15th soul fighting platform, Flinder explained with a smile. Oh, then I'll go check out their matches. While Flinder was explaining, Hu Jio had already scanned the area, but all he could see was Tang Sen using poison spiderweb to bind his opponent, ultimately defeating him with a spiral pill. As for the others, their battles had already ended. From a distance, he saw Xiao Wu bouncing towards him. Hee, Xiao Jio, the soul arena is so much fun. I didn't expect the dean to assign us such an entertaining task. We won't be bored anymore. Xiao Wu's face was flushed, making her even more charming. No problem. I'll come every day. Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu in her transformed state, feeling a stir in his heart. Indeed, the allure of Xiao Wu in her mature form was strong. He realized he needed to strengthen his willpower. Soon after, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang Sen all returned. Ma Hongjun rushed excitedly to the registration desk, eagerly awaiting the prize for their victory in the competition. He had given it his all for the soul arena victory. If his opponent hadn't been caught off guard by his Phoenix Evil Fire, he might not have won. Dai Mubai was similar. He had encountered a level 39 agility-type soul master and had almost lost. Today's task is complete. If you want to explore Soto City, you can, but remember not to get into trouble, Flinder said to them after they finished registering and received their rewards. Haha. Okay, Dean, we won't cause any trouble. Just as Flinder finished speaking, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself. He wanted to take advantage of the time before his transformation ended to have a new and thrilling experience. All right, then we'll disperse. Flinder waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. Damn, that old man ISNT gonna watch, Hu Jio thought, his expression suddenly strange. They all seemed quite talented, even developing special uses for transformation skills. After leaving the Grand Soul Arena, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar hurriedly left. Before they departed, Dai Mubai and Oscar surprisingly smiled and greeted Hu Jio, their smiles friendly. Xiao Jio, where are they going? Why didn't they tell us? Seeing their mysterious demeanor, Xiao Wu asked curiously. Don't mind them, we'll have more fun on our own. Hu Jio vaguely changed the subject and turned to Tang San. Xiao San, do you want to explore with us? No, I plan to find a blacksmith shop in the city. I just collected a special, and want to make some gadgets. Tang San said, patting the 24 bridge bright moon night at his waist with a smile. All right, then you go ahead. Xiao Wu and I will look for some good food in the city and bring you some when we return. When he first arrived, he had seen many snacks in Soto City at night that he had never encountered before. He was just as greedy as Xiao Wu when it came to food. In this regard, he and Xiao Wu shared a common hobby. Xiao Wu linked her arm with Hu Jio's and bounced along, pulling him towards the night market they had visited when they first arrived. They only returned to Shrek Academy with a large bag of goodies in the middle of the night after having a great time. Notably, the snacks they bought were still warm when taken out of the storage Soul Guide, which was quite unscientific. When did the storage Soul Guide start to store heat as well? Hu Jio complained about this. The next day on the academy playground, Flinder stood in front of Hu Jio and the others. After yesterday's Grand Soul Arena competition, I believe you all have gained something, but just fighting is not enough. We need to summarize, discuss, and understand our strengths and weaknesses from the battles. That is the main point. In today's class, we'll summarize yesterday's battles. Dai Mubai, you start. Yes, Dean. Yesterday, my opponent was a speed-type Soul Master with a Wind Speed Dog Spirit. His speed was very fast. If his damage hadn't been low, and I hadn't activated the White Tiger-S transformation at a critical moment to enhance my defense and strength, I might have lost, Dai Mubai explained, shaking his head in frustration. You did the right thing. When facing opponents who are faster than you, the only thing you can do is strengthen your defense. You can ask old Zhao about this later. Flinder nodded and then looked over at Oscar. Dean, my opponent was a strong, attack-type Soul Master. His power was very strong and almost broke free from my blue Silvergrass. One by one, Hu Jio and the others summarized their battles from yesterday, and Flinder provided guidance, giving each of them direction to address their weaknesses. Hu Jio didn't need to say much. His attack skills were too monotonous, so he needed to practice creating his own soul skills. As for Xiao Wu, after changing to an agility-type route, she also revealed shortcomings in her attack power. Aside from her waist bow and her self-created 8, she could only use fists and feet to attack. Fortunately, she still had a spiraling sphere to temporarily make up for her attack power deficiency. However, increasing her attack ability had become Xiao Wu's most urgent task. After training, while Xiao Wu and Hu Jio were discussing how to increase her attack power, Dai Mubai and Oscar approached them. Hu Jio, about that transformation carrot you gave us yesterday. Could you sell us some more? Dai Mubai's proud expression had vanished, replaced by a hint of eagerness. Oscar beside him showed even more obvious excitement, his eyes nearly shining. They had used Hu Jio's transformation carrot yesterday and experienced a remarkable change. The results were unexpectedly good. Want to buy transformation carrots? No problem. 100 gold soul coins each, fixed price, Hu Jio said with a smile, looking at Dai Mubai and Oscar as if they were two lambs ready for slaughter. The reason he had given Dai Mubai and Oscar carrots yesterday was precisely for today. Sell. I must sell. I hope to earn all of Dai Mubai's money. Remember, he has a fat sheep. 100 gold soul coins? Are you robbing us? My sausages only sell for 5 copper soul coins each. Oscar shouted, disregarding his image. His expression as if Hu Jio were slaughtering them. Hu Jio smiled and nodded. That's right. I am robbing you. Different effects, different prices. As far as I know, your recovery sausages have decent recovery effects and can fill you up, but their duration seems to be only 12 hours, right? My carrots are different. As long as they are stored carefully, they remain effective even after a month or two. Of course, the main thing is still the effect. You must have tasted the flavor of the transformation carrot yesterday, so my price is very reasonable. 100 gold soul coins? No problem, I want 10. For Dai Mubai. 100 gold soul coins was just the price of 10 days at the Rose Hotel. For someone like him, who spent tens of thousands of gold soul coins each month, this amount was hardly worth mentioning. All right, here are 10 transformation carrots. Hu Jio waved his hand over his wrist, and a pile of transformation carrots appeared in his hand. Dai Mubai also reached out, handing over a bag of gold soul coins. The two quickly completed the transaction, exchanging goods for money. I want one too. Oscar gritted his teeth and dug out 100 gold soul coins. Hu Jio's transformation carrots had excellent effects, making him feel somewhat addicted. For happiness and joy, he was willing to go for it. Okay. Hu Jio welcomed him without hesitation. 1 carrot was still money, and 100 gold soul coins were enough for him and Xiao Wu to buy a lot of delicious food. Come again next time. Hu Jio waved at Dai Mubai. The more generous customers like this, the better. Brother Jio, it seems I don't have enough money to buy your transformation carrots. Can you lower the price a bit? At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been standing behind the crowd, rubbed his hands and said with a grin, "Little horse, I'm not saying this to scold you, but it's better for you to go to those places less in the future. Not only is it harmful to your body, but it also delays your cultivation. It's just not worth it." Hu Jio said earnestly, "Well, it's not really my fault. It's my martial soul causing trouble. I can't help it." Ma Hongjun said pitifully, "Tell me, how long can you last before going there again?" Hu Jio asked. "Hee, the longest would be half a month. Oh no, 1 week. I can last a week at most." Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes, not caring why Hu Jio was asking, just wanting to make the duration sound shorter. "All right, then it's 2 carrots a month. No more than that. Let's say 1 gold soul coin for each carrot." Hu Jio nodded and promised Ma Hongjun 2 transformed carrots. It's not that he didn't have more. He genuinely thought Ma Hongjun was harming himself, although the hidden dangers weren't apparent due to his martial soul. He sensed that Ma Hongjun had become a bit faux fat. If this continued, it could develop into real issues. As his little brother, Hu Jio couldn't let that happen. Thank you, Brother Jio. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Although I may not be as strong as you, I can still help with some small troubles." Ma Hongjun patted his chest, looking very touched. How could he not be touched? Just earlier, when Dai Mubai and Oscar were buying carrots, he was there. A carrot that could sell for 100 gold soul coins was only charged to him 1 gold soul coin, and he could even keep a tab. What does this mean? It means Brother Jio values him. Well, work hard on your cultivation from now on. With your current level, I find you slow even for running errands." Hu Jio said disdainfully. "No, Brother Jio, I broke through to level 22 yesterday. With your cultivation carrots, my level will rise quickly." Ma Hongjun said, feeling wronged. "Huh? What did you break through? How come I didn't know?" Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. "A level increase is a big deal. I just broke through last night while I was sleeping. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet." Ma Hongjun awkwardly explained, stammering. "Damn, you're really something. What are you?" Hu Jio, knowing full well what he meant by sleeping, couldn't help but curse in shock. Why couldn't he encounter such good luck? He glanced at Xiao Wu discreetly and thought, why not try it sometime? Wow, that's impressive. It seems your cultivation talent isn't low. Tang San, oblivious, looked at Ma Hongjun with encouragement and praise. His sincere expression almost made Hu Jio laugh out loud. Hey, this silly guy. After chatting for a while, Tang San and Ma Hongjun returned to their dormitory to start cultivating, leaving only Hu Jio and Xiao Wu behind. Xiao Wu, you heard what the dean said this morning. He was right. Both you and I have issues with insufficient attack power. I'm all right, now that I've entered the basics of the indestructible diamond body and shadow flash. Once my body strengthens, I can still fight using my hammer techniques. But you can't just rely on the spiral sphere. That's clearly not enough. How about I ask the teacher later if he has any solutions? Hu Jio said, is that okay? I'm not a disciple of teacher Zhao. How can I ask him to teach me soul skills? Xiao Wu hesitated. Hey, it's fine. He knows our relationship. What's yours is mine. I'll ask him. It should be no problem. Hu Jio said, holding Xiao Wu affectionately. Without further ado, in the afternoon, Hu Jio found a time to go to Xiao Wuji's training ground. After hearing Hu Jio's request, Xiao Wuji thought for a moment. There is a soul skill, but it requires a high level of soul power control. Given your little girlfriend's playful nature, it might be a bit difficult for her to learn. Xiao Wuji's words made Hu Jio feel delighted. When it comes to soul power control, he had confidence. Teacher, you underestimate Xiao Wu too much. You know our spiral sphere skill, right? No matter how high the soul power control requirement is, can't surpass that. I almost forgot about this. It seems this skill is indeed suitable for her. Here, take this to practice. Xiao Wujia pulled out a book and handed it to him while also warning, remember, you can only pass it to Xiao Wu. If I find out you've shared it with anyone else, you'll see how I deal with you. Yes, teacher, don't worry. I won't pass this book to anyone but Xiao Wu, not even to myself. Hu Jio patted his chest, seriously assuring him. That's not necessary. If you're interested, you could try practicing it too. All right, you could go now. Xiao Wu waved his hand, dismissing Hu Jio. A soul skill is just that. He didn't care much about it, as he didn't have the talent to cultivate it anyway. However, when he initially obtained it, he had put in considerable effort. He didn't want to just give it away for free. What if he had his own descendants in the future? He was only in his 50s and still quite young. Chapter 93. The master arrived. Xiao Wu, I got the soul skill for you. Hu Jio ran excitedly to Xiao Wu, raising the book in his hand. Teacher, Xiao really gave it. Xiao was a bit surprised. Of course, my teacher isn't stingy. Besides, he gave it because you're his disciple's wife. We must remember this friendship. Hu Jio said proudly. Who is your wife? How shameless. Xiao Wu turned slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. That's obviously you. Hu Jio laughed, catching up to her and handing her the book. Quick, take a look at what soul skill the teacher gave you. I haven't had the chance to check it yet. Okay. Xiao Wu took the book and sat by the bed, starting to read it seriously. Hu Jio didn't disturb her. He sat beside Xiao Wu, and of course, he wasn't idle either. While accompanying Xiao Wu, he also practiced his soul power meditation method. Under Xiao Wu's influence, he became more motivated. Whenever he had time, he would consciously cultivate without needing others to urge him. Although the effect of his cultivation wasn't as strong as if he were on autopilot, he was still able to speed up his soul power increase. After all, once he reached the soul master level, leveling up became quite difficult. If he didn't work hard, who knows when Tang San might catch up to him. Before long, Xiao Wu put down the book and happily said to Hu Jio, this book is really suitable for me. It's called Handblade. It condenses a soul power knife in my hand, and the higher my cultivation level, the sharper the knife will be. My attack power won't be weak anymore. Handblade, that's indeed great. Hearing Xiao Wu's description, Hu Jio immediately thought of the chakra surgical knife skill from Naruto. He remembered that the chakra surgical knife could cut not only through an enemy's muscles, but also their nerves. He could later suggest this direction to Xiao Wu for her to strive towards. Moreover, although it's called a hand blade, it could also be a foot blade or leg blade or arm blade. As long as the soul power control ability is strong enough, any part could have a blade. Such a useful soul skill made Hu Jio a bit envious. It would be useful for him as well. Unfortunately, there were no more idle slots. Wait, that's not right. Just because there are no idle slots, does that mean I can't practice on my own? Why do I always have to rely on a cheat? In an instant, Hu Jio realized that it didn't matter if there were no idle slots. He could learn by himself. Just because there are no idle slots doesn't mean he can't do it. But suddenly, another thought popped up, almost making him give up on his own training. Since he had time to practice soul skills, why not cultivate soul power instead? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to raise his level sooner? The two choices left Hu Jio a bit conflicted. Damn, what's there to choose from? As an adult, he wanted both. He could practice soul power while also training his soul skills, right? Everyone else practiced like that, so why not him? Hu Jio slapped his forehead and decided to practice on his own. Fortunately, his soul power control skill level was high enough, so the hand knife technique, which required a lot of soul power control, wasn't difficult for him. Even so, by the time he got the hang of it, a week had already passed. Looking at the blade light flickering in his hand, Hu Jio felt an immense sense of accomplishment. This is amazing. I succeeded without relying on the panel. Awesome. Xiao Wu. Look, I did it. Hu Jio proudly showed off the blade light in his hand to Xiao Wu, who was still working hard to cultivate her soul skill. What's so great about that? I'm going to succeed soon too. Xiao Wu pouted defiantly and entered a more intense training session. An hour later, Xiao Wu also successfully completed her initial training. Xiao Jio, I succeeded too. Let's see who can chop this tree down first. Xiao Wu happily raised her palm and struck the tree trunk with her hand blade. All right, let's compete. Hu Jio became interested in Xiao Wu's challenge, gathered his hand blade, and struck down. Unfortunately, the newly learned hand blade wasn't sharp. Both he and Xiao Wu only managed to make a shallow cut on the tree trunk, feeling as if they were chopping with a dull axe. Brother Jio, sister Xiao Wu, the dean wants us to gather. Just as the two were diligently practicing their hand blade soul skill, Ma Hongjun ran over to them. What? Didn't we already finish today's training course? Why do we need to gather? Hu Jio asked curiously. It seems a new teacher has come to the academy, and the dean asked us to meet them. Ma Hongjun explained. A new teacher? Could it be that the master has arrived? Hu Jio stroked his chin and speculated. To confirm whether his guess was correct, Hu Jio asked Ma Hongjun, have you seen that teacher? I caught a glimpse of them. They look about the same age as the dean, very serious and strict. If they really become our teacher in the future, we're in for it, Ma Hongjun said, looking unimpressed by the new teacher. Is it short hair, crew cut? Hey, Brother Jio, how did you know? Have you seen that teacher? Ma Hongjun looked at Hu Jio in surprise and asked. Well, you're right. If it's really that person, you're going to have a hard time. Hu Jio looked at Ma Hongjun seriously, his eyes filled with pity. What should I do? Why is it that I'll have a hard time? Aren't we in this together? Ma Hongjun initially fell a bit down, then suddenly realized. Because my relationship with that teacher isn't very good. I don't know if I'll have to attend their classes, but you definitely can't escape. Hu Jio shrugged. Xiao Jio, are you saying the master has come? Xiao Wu immediately reacted when she heard Hu Jio say that. Well, whether it's him or not, we'll know when we go take a look. Hu Jio took a breath. Master, please don't pressure me. On the way back, this thought flashed through Hu Jio's mind. When he returned from the back mountain to the academy playground, he saw that familiar figure from a distance. At that moment, the figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe flowing with the wind, exuding an air of a lofty person. Hey, this guy is really putting on a show. Full marks. All right, the reason I gathered you all here is mainly to introduce a teacher to you. Seeing that everyone has arrived, Flanders turned to the crowd and said, you can call him master. He is a knowledgeable theoretical master. And the top 10 core competencies currently circulating in the Soul Master world were summarized by him. At the same time, he is also Tang San's teacher. Let's give him a warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Flanders finished speaking, Dai Mubai and the others enthusiastically applauded. Being able to teach Tang San, who is already at level 33 at the age of 11, though not as good as Hu Jio, is already impressive enough. Moreover, with the close relationship between Hu Jio and Tang San, it is likely that Master has played a significant role in this. If they could also receive Master-S guidance, could they become as powerful as Tang San and Hu Jio in the future? Hu Jio didn't dampen the mood either, lightly clapping his hands to show his welcome. Hello everyone, I am a master. Some of you may know me, while others may not. But it doesn't matter. I believe that as we interact more in the future, you will come to understand me. The master said in a stiff and unusual tone. Then his gaze lingered on Tang San, Hu Jio, and Xiao Wu for a moment before looking seriously at everyone. In the future, I will be responsible for your teaching plan. I have already reviewed your resumes. I will then formulate some targeted teaching methods. Aside from cooperation, I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. No matter who it is, I will treat everyone equally. When he mentioned treating everyone equally, the master specifically cast a deep glance at Hu Jio. Chapter 94. The Master Softens. Treating everyone equally? Are you planning to soften your stance? Seeing the master's meaningful gaze, Hu Jio suddenly had this thought flash through his mind. In fact, Hu Jio was indeed correct. The master has two obsessions in his life. One is to break through level 30, and the other is to cultivate Tang San into a talent. Both of these goals are about proving oneself, proving that even with low talent, one can achieve great accomplishments. Originally, before meeting Hu Jio, he had already given up on the first goal and only wanted to focus on cultivating Tang San. However, he did not expect that Hu Jio's cultivation carrot would give him a glimmer of hope, although he felt that Hu Jio was too greedy, wanting him to exchange his family's self-created soul skills, and coupled with the subsequent probing about why his soul ring skills were improving so quickly, the two of them had a bit of an unpleasant disagreement. However, after consuming Hu Jio's carrot, he saw the hope of breaking through level 30. In the face of obsession, what does a little unpleasantness matter? Moreover, as time passed, his heart felt like a cat scratching, eager to find Hu Jio and agree to his conditions. So now he came. After Flinder announced the dissolution, the master immediately called out to Hu Jio, not even giving Tang San a chance to respond. Hu Jio, I want to talk to you. Talk. Sure, let's find a place. The master's arrival was already anticipated by Hu Jio, but he didn't expect the master to come so quickly. Honestly, Hu Jio didn't want to meet the master at all. If he could, he would have liked to knock the master out and toss him far away. Little Jio, Tang San looked at Hu Jio with concern. It wasn't that he was worried about Hu Jio. He was worried about the master. The master was only at the Great Soul Master level. And with Hu Jio's current cultivation, dealing with him would be easy. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Hu Jio waved his hand, reassuringly. Let's hope so. Watching the master and Hu Jio walk away, Tang San still looked uneasy. I wonder what the master wants to talk to me about. The two arrived at a remote hillside, and Hu Jio took the initiative to ask. The master hesitated for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the master said stiffly, Hu Jio, there may have been some misunderstandings between us in the past due to certain matters, and I hope you won't mind. Hu Jio was taken aback. He thought he understood the master's character very well, stubborn, rigid, inflexible, and unchanging. These were all descriptions of him. But he never expected the master would actually soften towards him, which surprised Hu Jio. Well, you are Tang San's teacher, so for his sake, let's let the past be the past. After thinking for a moment, Hu Jio still felt it was not appropriate to make the relationship with the master too tense now. That's good. The master forced a stiff smile. So, did you call me just for this matter? Looking at the master, Hu Jio began to speculate about his purpose. He didn't believe that the master was just softening up for him. I want to exchange a self-created soul skill for your cultivation carrot. Once this was said, even the master felt ashamed. He had rejected Hu Jio's earlier offer to trade, and now he was bringing it up himself. Wasn't that a slap in the face? So that's how it is. Hu Jio stroked his chin, not agreeing immediately. He had already guessed the master's request, aside from the cultivation carrot. He couldn't think of any other reason that would make the proud master soften before him. To be honest, if the master had agreed to my conditions back in the day, I might have been very happy. But you might not understand. I have already taken the unmoving King Xiao Wu as my teacher, and with such a generous teacher, I no longer lack self-created soul skills. Hu Jio tried to hide the smile on his face, pretending to be difficult. Ha! Back then you ignored me, and now you're here, shamelessly asking me for help. This feeling, how can it be so delightful? What? You met the unmoving King Xiao Wu, and you took him as your teacher? A hint of shock flashed in the master's eyes. Hu Jio being able to take Xiao Wu as a teacher was unexpected for him. Xiao Wu's title as the unmoving king was quite famous due to the events with the spirit hall. Even he had heard of it. In that moment, a faint sense of regret surged within the master. If he had known back then that Hu Jio would achieve such success, perhaps he would have taken the initiative to accept Hu Jio as his disciple. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world, and he might have forgotten that even if he wanted to take in Hu Jio, would Hu Jio necessarily agree? Yes. The teacher had sharp eyes and had recognized me at first glance. To ensure I became his disciple, he even offered me many of his self-created soul techniques. Hu Jio said proudly, "Weren't you looking down on me back then? How about now? Regretful? Can I buy some of your cultivation carrots?" The master's expression changed, but he quickly gritted his teeth and, with a pained look, said, "Of course you can buy them. If there's money to be made, why wouldn't I sell?" Hu Jio smiled at the master. "But there is something you might not know, master. Do you know how much my transformation carrots are selling for now?" Hu Jio's words made the master's heart skip a beat. Could it be? Well, although the transformation carrots are not as effective as the cultivation carrots, they are novel, and I sold some for about 100 gold soul coins. The buyers were very satisfied with that price. Thinking of Dai Mu buys in different gaze before he left, Hu Jio confidently said, "So how much do you plan to sell the cultivation carrots for?" The master's face stiffened again, feeling that Hu Jio was mocking him. "I originally planned to sell the cultivation carrots for 500 gold soul coins each, but since you were Tang San's teacher, I won't cheat you. You can have them for 100 gold soul coins." Hu Jio's lips curled up slightly, thinking, "I'm just playing with you." He genuinely wanted to sell the master the carrots because only he knew that soon, as long as Tang San returned from the ice and fire Yang Yi, even without his cultivation carrots, the master could still break through. At this moment, if I don't take the opportunity to make some money, it will be a shame to Frand. Your carrots are too expensive. I can't afford them. The master tugged at the corner of his mouth and finally said expressionlessly, "That's too bad. It seems I won't be able to make this deal." Hu Jio also felt helpless. This master is really a miser. The son of the dignified blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect leader is actually broke. What a waste of his expression. In the end, the master couldn't achieve his goal. And due to lack of money, he could only watch helplessly as Hu Jio left. At this moment, the master even felt a surge of impulse to capture and imprison Hu Jio. However, his strength did not allow it. Here, Hu Jio activated the enhancement technique for his 5 senses, and a thought remained focused on the master throughout. He was fully aware of how powerful his current cultivation of the carrot was, and to prevent any accidents, he didn't mind putting in a little extra effort. Chapter 95. Hu Jio battles the 5 monsters. However, it seemed that Hu Jio had overestimated the master. After their conversation ended, the master went straight back to his residence and later met with Tang San, sharing a heartfelt exchange that made Hu Jio feel embarrassed to look on. When Tang San left, the master took out the Shrek Academy student files to study, truly embodying a teacher with a strong sense of responsibility. The next morning, on the academy playground, the master stood among the crowd, with Flander and Xiao Wu beside him. After my research, I found that many soul masters in the current spirit master world focus solely on training their soul power and combat skills, neglecting the most fundamental physical training. They don't realize that without a good body, how can one withstand the immense soul power brought by soul rings? So, starting today, I need you to strengthen your bodies. The master's words made Xiao Wu, who stood behind him, open his mouth in disbelief. In terms of physical strength, Xiao Wu would not back down to anyone. Fortunately, Xiao Wu wasn't foolish. Knowing how much Flander valued the master, how could he not give some face? However, at that moment, Xiao Wu began to doubt the master. The so-called strongest theoretical master. Hu Jie stepped forward. The master looked at Hu Jie with a blank expression, completely devoid of the friendly demeanor from their private meeting yesterday. Here, Hu Jie took a step forward in response. I'm giving you a task. Starting now, defeat them one by one without injuring them. Can you do that? The master asked. Hey, that's easy, but I think it will be better to let them all come at once. Otherwise, they won't have any chance. Hu Jie turned back to ask Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others. What do you think? Don't get too smug, Hu Jie. If the 5 of us go all out, you will definitely lose, Dai Mu Bai said with a cold snort, expressing his unwillingness to accept defeat. Yeah, little Jie, don't underestimate us. Xiao Wu raised her hand, her claws shimmering with a cold light. Little Jie, you're getting cocky, Tang San said, looking at Hu Jie with a hint of battle intent in his eyes. He thought to himself that if any one of them faced Hu Jie alone, they would indeed stand no chance, but with all 5 together, how could Hu Jie possibly win? Then let's give it a try. Hu Jie's fighting spirit surged. Defeating them all seemed like a lot of fun. Meanwhile, the master quietly observed this scene without offering any comments. Facing the 5, Hu Jie activated his transformation skill, and his body instantly expanded, transforming into a hulking figure before everyone. He tightly gripped a meteor hammer in his hand, the cold spikes on it glinting ominously. Ready to strike. Brother Jie, that's not fair. You can't use a meteor hammer against us. That defeats the purpose of training, Ma Hongjun said, a flicker of fear in his eyes at the sight of the weapon. Hu Jie, remember my words. I'm asking you to defeat them without injuring them. Not to use lethal weapons, the master's stiff voice rang out. All right, if you say so, Hu Jie shrugged, swiping his wrist to instantly store the meteor hammer in his soul guide. Do you think that without the meteor hammer, I can't defeat you? Haha, naive. Hu Jie smiled lightly, turning to face Xiao Wu. Teacher, I'll borrow your martial soul for a moment. In an instant, a massive bear figure appeared behind Hu Jie. Following that, Hu Jie was covered in a thick layer of brown fur, his body instantly growing to 3 meters tall, muscles bulging, his eyes turning brown, and a dominating aura emanating from him, with 7 soul rings continuously circling around his body. Ha, little Jie, go for it. Knock them all down. Xiao Wu's boisterous voice rang out from the sidelines, ecstatic to see Hu Jie using his martial soul. Don't worry, teacher. I won't disgrace you. Hu Jie laughed heartily, turning back to tease Tang San and the others. Little Jie, you can't use that. That's teacher Zhao's martial soul. Don't be a cheat. Xiao Wu pouted, looking at Hu Jie in dissatisfaction. The transformation skill could only mimic another's martial soul, and soul ring skills couldn't be used. Plus, there was a limitation that it had to be face-to-face for the transformation to occur. However, it was undeniable that Hu Jie was very powerful after transforming. It should be noted that Hu Jie was currently transforming into a level 76 beast martial soul, and just the enhancement from the martial soul alone was not something they could compare to. This could be seen as another trump card for Hu Jie, one he had never shown before. Of course, back then, even if he wanted to transform, he couldn't. The reason he could now was mainly due to the support of the 2nd level indestructible body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transform into Xiao Wu's martial soul. That's not fair. I transformed into a martial soul with my own ability. Why can't I use it? Hu Jie ignored Xiao Wu's protests, and in a flash, he was in front of Oscar, grabbing him by the neck and tossing him aside like a chick. The first one was eliminated. Damn it, White Tiger possession. Dai Mu Bai quickly reacted, stepping back and activating his martial soul. First soul skill bind. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as he reached out, and thick blue silver grass shot up from the ground in front of Hu Jie. Little San, that skill won't work on me. Hu Jie smiled lightly, extending his palm the size of a fan, with blades of light swirling around it. Swish, swish, swish. After a flurry of blade light, Tang San's blue-silver grass was severed at the roots, causing no impact on Hu Jie. First soul skill waist bow. At this moment, Xiao Wu's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Hu Jie. Her legs, like noodles, wrapped around Hu Jie's neck in an instant, leaving him unable to react even in his shadowy form. Waistlock. I'm not afraid. Hu Jie lowered his center of gravity, took a horse stance, and managed not to let Xiao Wu throw him out. Come on, beauty, you can't escape. Hu Jie waved his large hand like a fan and grinned as he reached for Xiao Wu. You wish. Xiao Wu playfully smiled at Hu Jio. Her eyes filled with a pink glow. Xiao Wu's charming soul skill was activated. Hu Jio couldn't withstand this. He was instantly mesmerized, his eyes glazed over. And a knowing smile appeared on his face. Good opportunity, Dai Mubai Ma Hongjun. Seeing this scene, Tang San's eyes sparkled, and he took the chance to unleash his second soul skill, Parasite, causing blue-silver grass to shoot out rapidly from Hu Jio's brown fur, binding him tightly. Second soul skill, White Tiger S Light Wave. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun instantly appeared at Hu Jio's side, beginning their ranged support attack. Ah, Xiao Wu, you can't use the charm skill recklessly. You should wait until there are no people around. Faced with the joint attack of several people, Hu Jio exaggeratedly shouted, and a layer of white light instantly enveloped him. Fourth soul skill, Anomaly Exorcism. Chapter 96. The Spotlight. After obtaining the fourth soul skill, Holy Light Restoration, Hu Jio completely held down Tang San. He directly nullified his second soul skill, Parasite, and third soul skill, Venom. After a burst of white light, the parasitic blue-silver grass on Hu Jio fell off, turning into fragments that dropped to the ground. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu's Spiral Pill, Dai Mubai's White Tiger S Light Wave, and Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fireline were already close at hand. Hey, EM Dujin. Hu Jio activated his teleportation skill, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Ma Hongjun. In a group battle, of course, the weak must be eliminated first. Fatty, hold on. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with malice as he saw this scene. He shouted, activating his White Tiger's diamond transformation, momentarily pausing before charging towards Hu Jio. Hey, too late. Hu Jio grinned, and his palm, as large as a fan, instantly descended towards Ma Hongjun. Fatty dodge. Sister Xiao Wu is coming to save you. Dai Mubai didn't arrive in time, but Xiao Wu quickly appeared in front of Hu Jio. Since gaining her third soul skill, Instant Speed, she was now fast enough to catch up with Hu Jio's teleportation. Let go of Fatty. Come at me if you dare. Xiao Wu shouted, her palm shimmering with unpredictable light as she attacked Hu Jio. Hee, you coming is the same. Hu Jio ignored Xiao Wu's attack. The Hand Blade soul skill was newly learned by Xiao Wu and lacked power. In the state of the mighty King Kong bear, it couldn't hurt him at all. His palm still descended, accurately grabbing Ma Hongjun. Second one eliminated. Hu Jio grabbed Ma Hongjuan's head and casually tossed him aside, turning his gaze to Tang San and Dai Mubai. Compared to the 22nd level Ma Hongjun, the 34th level Dai Mubai and 33rd level Tang San were obviously much harder to deal with. As for Xiao Wu, her speed was too fast. Defeating her in a short time was nearly impossible. Tang San, quickly use your confinement soul skill to drain his soul power. He can't use teleportation many times. Dai Mubai shouted, condensing a milky white light ball in his mouth and shooting it at Hu Jio. Impossible in terms of soul power. The three of us combined can't match Xiao Jio. He probably isn't exhausted his soul power yet, and will run out first. Tang San shook his head, dismissing Dai Mubai's plan. Then what do you suggest we do? Dai Mubai glared at Tang San, suspecting he was deceiving him to hype Hu Jio up and take his position as the academy's leader. There's no other way. You have to face Xiao Jio head on, while Xiao Wu and I assist you from the side. Tang San didn't notice Dai Mubai's gaze, instead looking seriously at Hu Jio. Out of the 5, 2 had already been defeated, leaving only the 3 of them. In this battle, he didn't want to lose. It's still Xiao San who understands me. What do you have to compare with me in terms of soul power? Hu Jio laughed loudly as he looked at the few people. With 4 soul rings averaging 7,000 years, he had ample soul power, and his soul power intensity could even rival that of a Soul King. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu spread out in 3 directions, surrounding Hu Jio in the middle, their footsteps slowly moving as they sought to find Hu Jio's flaw. Since you won't come, then I will. Hu Jio grinned and his figure flashed, appearing right in front of Dai Mubai. Compared to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he wanted to fight Dai Mubai even more. Damn, are you underestimating me? In his White Tiger Vajra transformation state, Dai Mubai exuded a kingly aura, and his eyes transformed into beast-like vertical pupils. Underestimating you is not the case. I just want to give you a good beating. Hu Jio smiled faintly, not even using skills, as he swung his fist the size of a sand pot directly at Dai Mubai's face. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, and he shouted as he clenched his fist to meet the attack. Boom! The two collided, with Hu Jio standing still while Dai Mubai staggered back several steps. Third soul skill, Venomous Spiderweb. Just then, Tang San's attack also silently arrived. Spiraling sphere. Xiao Wu was also not to be outdone, her body instantly appearing in front of Hu Jio, her right hand raised high, ready to hit him with the spiraling sphere. Ah, Xiao Wu, you actually hit me in the face. Hu Jio yelled as he turned his head, and at the same time, white light enveloped him, revealing his fourth soul skill, Holy Light Recovery. He could ignore Xiao Wu's attack, but he had to deal with Tang San's poison first. Otherwise, over time, he wouldn't be able to bear it either. Now we are enemies, so hitting your face is only right. Xiao Wu proudly raised her chin and swung her palm down fiercely towards him. This girl is really vicious. Hu Jio broke free from Tang San's blue silvergrass, looking at Xiao Wu in frustration. Is this girl spoiled by him? She's so ruthless to her own people. All right, it seems that I have to be a bit tougher. Hu Jio shook his head, raised both hands, and two spirals with a diameter of 1 meter floated in his hands. Daimu Bai, take this. Xiao Wu was too fast, and with Tang Sin using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he could only attack Daimu Bai. You actually used the spiral ball with both hands? Daimu Bai was shocked for a moment. Having just dodged the first spiral ball, he was overwhelmed by the second one the next moment. Boom! Daimu Bai was instantly blown away by the spiral ball, and took a long time to get up. Haha, unexpected, right? Using soul skills with both hands is quite simple. Hu Jio smiled proudly. Let's see how you handle a level 9 spiral ball. The third one out. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, will you admit defeat? Or should I catch you one by one and deal with you slowly? Turning around, Hu Jio looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Come on, I will not admit defeat. Tang San looked at Hu Jio with determination. There was no way he would let him win without a fight. I won't admit defeat either. Xiao Wu raised her head and said defiantly. All right, then the next one is Xiao San. Hu Jio activated his teleportation and appeared in front of Tang San in the next instant, his fist as big as a sand pot mercilessly hammering towards Tang San's head. Thankfully, Uncle Hao isn't here. If he saw this scene, Flanders' fate would probably be the same as his. Hu Jio self-deprecated for a moment, but the next instant he struck even harder, control the crane, and capture the dragon. Tang San, unafraid, turned his feet, his hands turning a jade-like color. Reaching out to grab Hu Jio's fist from afar, Hu Jio felt a smooth, pulling force from his fist, and his center of gravity unexpectedly began to shift. Good! Hu Jio shouted, and his body twisted at an unusual angle, managing to regain his balance. Spiral ball! Spiral ball! Hu Jio and Tang San extended their other hands simultaneously, launching a large and a small spiral ball at each other. Rumbling, the spiral balls collided, and Hu Jio not only did not dodge, but instead stepped forward, grabbing Tang San, who was trying to retreat. Come on, let's perish together. Hu Jio grinned widely, thinking to defeat Tang San, he had to be ruthless to himself. Chapter 97, Master S Strategy. Rumbling, Hu Jio pulled Tang San, forcing him to face the direct impact of two spiral balls simultaneously. Bang! Hu Jio and Tang San were both engulfed by the spiral balls. As the smoke cleared, everyone noticed that Hu Jio had cleverly used Tang San as a shield, while he himself was hidden underneath Tang San, not only unharmed but at least not seriously injured. But Tang San was not so lucky. He was hit head-on by both Hu Jio and his own spiral ball, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his whole body feeling weak and unable to exert any strength. Xiao Jio, you're so ruthless. Tang San looked at Hu Jio hiding underneath with a wry smile, his face full of admiration. He never expected that Hu Jio could be so ruthless. After all, in his impression, Hu Jio wouldn't do such dangerous moves. Ha, good. Xiao Jio, you've learned a bit of my true teachings. This is how a man fights. Keep up the good work. Before Hu Jio could respond, Xiao Wu outside the arena had already provided the explanation. Hu Jio proudly turned back and said to Xiao Wu, it's all thanks to the teacher's good teachings. By taking Xiao Wu as his master, Hu Jio learned not only skills, but also two important traits. One is to strive for improvement in cultivation. Even a little progress is good. The other is to be ruthless, not only to the enemy, but also to oneself. This point is most evident in Xiao Wu, and it is also the aspect that Hu Jio is most deeply influenced by. Emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, Xiao Wu is filled with fierce energy, and Hu Jio often stays by his side, making it impossible not to be affected. Hu Jio took out a holy light carrot and handed it to Tang San, then stood up and looked at the only remaining opponent in the arena, Xiao Wu. Are we still going to fight? Hu Jio teased Xiao Wu, looking at her like a big bad wolf looks at a little lamb. I won't fight. Xiao Wu quickly shook her head, knowing she couldn't win and still wanting to fight would be foolish. In terms of speed, Even with the third soul skill instantaneous, although Hu Jio can teleport, she can still react. The key issue is still the attack. Apart from the spiral pill, neither the waist bow nor the 8 can do anything to Hu Jio, who is possessed by the great strength Diamond Bear. And don't forget, who created the spiral pill. Competing in soul skills in front of the creator is like showing off in front of an expert, right? So no fight. It was a good battle. At your age, having the current combat power is already something to be proud of. After the battle, the master came before everyone, speaking words of praise, but his face remained expressionless, which seemed very strange. However, don't get too pleased. In my opinion, your fighting methods are simply terrible. First, Oscar. Why did you have no vigilance at all when the battle started and got eliminated by Hu Jio without any reaction? The master's gaze became stern, making Oscar feel ashamed. And you all, don't laugh. Since Oscar didn't react, why didn't you, as his companions, come to his aid? Xiao-san, you bear the main responsibility for this. The master turned to look at Xiao Wu, who was snickering, then directed his criticism at Tang-san. Yes, teacher, this is my responsibility. Tang-san also lowered his head in shame. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The master then began to criticize everyone's shortcomings one by one. And after finishing with the 5 monsters, he turned his attention to Hu Jio. Hu Jio, your skills are quite distinctive, but you need to pay attention to one thing. After all, teacher Zhao won't always be in front of you. All right. Hu Jio nodded, but in his heart he disagreed. Without old Zhao, is there no old Fu? Is there no enemy without old Fu? Do I need you to remind me of this? I already understand your physical fitness and combat abilities. Now, we will proceed to the next phase of training, physical training. Except for Hu Jio, everyone else gather at the village entrance. I will conduct targeted physical training for you. The master turned to Hu Jio. As for you, I heard you're learning his self-created soul skills from teacher Zhao, so I won't interfere in this regard. Master, there's no need to be so troublesome. Actually, I want to try your training methods too. Hu Jio secretly cursed, but complimented him verbally, although the master's arrangement seemed fine at first glance. After all, Hu Jio has his own teacher, and it's a self-created soul skill that enhances physical strength. Training with Xiao Wuji would surely be more effective than training with the master. However, Hu Jio didn't believe the master would be so kind. In his heart, he had always suspected the master's intentions with the worst malice. In the original story, Hu Jio had a feeling that when the master first came to Shrek, the first thing he made them do was extreme training. Why? Because at that time, when Tang-san first arrived at Shrek, the Shrek 7 monsters were like a scattered sand. The master took advantage of this, forcing them to go through tough training together, thereby quickly warming up the feelings among the Shrek members. A control-type soul master is usually the core of a team. So, after a session of extreme training, Tang-san successfully became the spiritual leader of the Shrek 7 monsters at that time. Of course, Tang-san's own excellence also played a part in this. But that was the original story. Now with Hu Jio added, variables have emerged. To achieve his own disciple's success, the master first unified the 5 monsters through a battle and elevated Hu Jio to a prominent position. Now, conducting extreme training further excludes Hu Jio, giving him no chance to participate at all. This scheme is truly clever. If it weren't for Hu Jio's foresight, he wouldn't have noticed this point. Moreover, he only realized it now. If it were someone else, they might have already fallen into the trap. Just look at Dai Mu Bai and the others. They would never think of these things. Hu Jio even suspects that the master arranged this to isolate him. After all, he did let the master down yesterday. For now, he can't give up on Tang-san's line, as it relates to the matter of the immortal herb. Without Tang-san, not to mention whether he can find the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Even if he finds it and manages to get in, how can he obtain the immortal herb without Tang-san? First, he doesn't know what the immortal herb looks like. Second, he is unfamiliar with the method of harvesting it. And he doesn't even understand how to consume it. Rather than exhausting himself thinking about these trivial matters, it's better to wait for the opportunity and stick close to Tang-san. Therefore, Hu Jio outright rejected the master's arrangement and shamelessly insisted on participating in their training. If you want to isolate me, let me tell you, it's impossible. If it weren't to stay close to Tang-san, why would he care about what the master is plotting? After all, he doesn't care about being at the core or not. Let Tang-san handle the complicated matters. This core, whoever is willing can take it. The master was stunned. He didn't expect that Hu Jio would actually be willing to participate in the physical training he arranged. Wasn't he the one who hated such training the most? The master had studied Hu Jio's personality thoroughly. However, he had no idea that during the time they hadn't seen each other, Hu Jio had undergone significant changes in his personality under Xiao Wuji's influence. Chapter 98. each choosing, regarding the Oscar's poison point. Please be gentle. Your physical fitness won't yield good results if you use my training method. Hearing that Hu Jio also wanted to join the training, the master fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Whether the results are good or not depends on a master's skills. So, are you unwilling to teach me, master? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Hu Jio's face. You think you can scheme against me? I won't let you succeed. As soon as these words were spoken, the master's gaze flickered for a moment. Then he locked eyes with Hu Jio, neither willing to back down. At this moment, Xiao Wu touched his buzz cut and approached the master, inadvertently blocking Hu Jio's gaze. He sensed something was off. It seemed that in this kid's eyes, my status wasn't as high as the master's. Since that's the case, why not show off a bit, so that old Zhao can learn too? Xiao Wu looked at the master with a silly grin. Meanwhile, Flander felt a headache coming on. What was going on? Why did he have a feeling that the master was targeting Hu Jio? Teaching is fine, but he must obey orders unconditionally. The master slowly spoke. Hey, master just arrived. You might not know, but when we enrolled, we reached an agreement with the dean. We have our own training plans, and if there's a conflict with the academy's training, we take precedence unconditionally. So, I might not be able to comply with your unconditional orders. This clause was prepared for the master. What? That's ridiculous. Flander, how could you agree to such absurd conditions? The master looked at Flander with disbelief in his eyes. Sai, we'll talk about this later, but I did agree to the conditions Hu Jio mentioned. Flander forced a wry smile. Is it that easy to teach such a genius monster? I can't teach this kind of student. The master said angrily. Why can't you teach him? Why should we unconditionally obey your orders? Are you saying we should do bad things if you tell us to? Seeing that the master was unwilling to train Hu Jio together, Xiao Wu stood up angrily. What kind of master are you? No wonder people said you were just living off others at Nodding Academy. I think they weren't wrong. Xiao Wu you. Tang Xin looked at Xiao Wu angrily. The master was his teacher. How could she say that? What, did I say something wrong? The master is your teacher. Then what is Xiao Jio to you? Can't you see it? He is deliberately targeting Xiao Jio. Xiao Wu wasn't afraid of Tang San, staring back with wide eyes. Well, you can't say that about the teacher. You're a girl. Can't you be a little gentler? Tang San's voice softened, forcing himself to say. The master had a suspicion of targeting Hu Jio. With his intelligence, how could he not see it? He just felt caught in the middle and didn't speak up. Humph. Why should your gentleness matter to me? I don't need you to like me. I just need Xiao Jio to like me. Hearing Tang San say he wasn't gentle, Xiao Wu became even more fired up. Hu Jio stood to the side, watching Tang San and Xiao Wu bicker. Wanted to see if all the carrots he had fed over the years had really been given to a white-eyed wolf. Stop arguing. Those who are willing to accept training come with me. Those who aren't can forget it. At this moment, the master's tone was stiff as he said this, and then turned to walk towards the village entrance. Seeing his disciple caught between him and Hu Jio in a difficult position, he felt a bit reluctant. It was just a plan that had been disrupted, and there would be plenty of time in the future. Behind him, a group of people exchanged glances, and finally, Oscar cautiously asked, is this master very strict with training? Hee. What is extreme training? It means to train until you can't anymore, little Oscar. You better wish for your own good. Hu Jio smirked, trying to tarnish the master's reputation. However, Hu Jio wasn't wrong. The master indeed had some skills. He could predict a person's physical limits and control the training right at that point, making it so that you couldn't survive or die. This is also something that Hu Jio cannot accept. I have connections. I have strength. Why should I suffer this? Train hard. Looking at Hu Jio's bright white teeth, Oscar shivered violently. Teacher, Jiogo wouldn't be serious, right? Ma Hongjun shrank his neck, looking terrified. Hu Jio is right. From what I know about the master, his training will indeed make it hard for you. But that's also why I asked him to teach you. As soul masters, without the spirit of hard work and struggle, even if your talent is great, your ultimate achievements will be limited. Flander nodded and said seriously. This, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all froze in shock. Flander's words shattered their last glimmer of hope, especially Ma Hongjun, who was the least able to endure hardship. Teacher, can I not go? Ma Hongjun looked at Flander pitifully. What do you think? Flander gave him a look, letting him figure it out for himself. However, Dai Mubai and Oscar hesitated as they looked at Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, who had not moved their feet. At this moment, Tang San did not hesitate and silently turned to chase in the direction where the master had left. He still trusted the master's training and was not afraid of hardship. As soon as Tang San left, Ma Hongjun became anxious and glanced at the serious expression on Flander's face, ultimately seeking help from Xiao Wujia. However, Xiao Wujia waved his hand, indicating that he was also powerless, as he was not Ma Hongjun's teacher. If Ma Hongjun were his disciple, he could have intervened to help him, but unfortunately, he was not. Oscar stood in place, pondering for a while, his expression fluctuating, but his thick beard concealed any signs. The argument between Hu Jio and the master presented him with an opportunity. He wondered if he could gain benefits by siding with the master at this moment. However, he did not know how much the dean valued the master. After all, the master had just arrived. What if the master angered everyone later and was abandoned by the dean? I want to see just how harsh the so-called extreme training by the master really is. Beside him, Dai Mubai watched Tang San's departing figure, a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. If you Tang San dare to go, so can I. For the time being, I may not be able to match Hu Jio, but can I not surpass Tang San? Hey, wait for me, I'm going to. Seeing Dai Mubai's actions, Oscar cursed under his breath and gritted his teeth to follow suit. Cough, cough. Flinder looked at the still motionless Ma Hongjun and pretended to cough. Teacher, if Brother Jio and Sister Xiao Wu aren't going, then I'm not going either. I won't be a traitor. Ma Hongjun looked at Flinder with righteousness, feeling like a brave and fearless warrior at that moment. Then let's not go. Later, I will give you a special training. Flinder looked at Ma Hongjun expressionlessly and said, You think I can't handle you? All right, let's disperse. I'll take care of Xiao Jio and Xiao Wu. I'll train them. Xiao Wujia chuckled and gave a glance to the two standing still. The time for the release has been set for tomorrow. So exciting. Taking this opportunity, let us do some reflection. Many people have expressed that they don't really like the plot of Shrek, but I won't go into the specific points to avoid deterring you. Therefore, I will tone it down later and try to avoid the problematic points. I write to make everyone happy and enjoy reading. If it's not enjoyable, then it's my fault. I need to reflect on this. Finally, it's about the update issue. Increasing updates upon release is certain, but how much will depend on the initial subscription. If the results are good, I won't hold back on the drafts. I'll update as much as I can, starting with 5 updates. Normally, if there are no special reasons later on, there will be 3 updates. Of course, this also depends on the results. If the author resigns for some special reasons and struggles to make ends meet, I might consider opening 2 or 3 stories, just to get by. It's also possible I might take a 2-month break and then go back to work, so come by often in the future. The girls at home are eagerly waiting. Also, regarding the question of a single female lead versus multiple female leads, the editor Peng Lai has also given some guidance. If there are any dissatisfaction in the future, Peng Lai has stated that she can take the blame. Finally, thanks to so many book friends for the support. I read the comments and recommendations every day, and I've memorized many of the IDs. Seeing this gives me a lot of motivation and ignites my passion for writing. Next, I'm asking for an initial subscription. The Chidian Reading app allows you to watch ads for free, and Q Reading seems to do the same, though I haven't verified this. Anyway, let us support the legitimate version. I won't complain further. The purpose of writing is also to prove myself. I don't want to lose too badly. Chapter 99. Xiao Wuji's power-up, requesting initial subscription. Let us talk about your relationship with the master. In the training field, Xiao Wuji's calmly looked at Hu Jio and asked, Master, as I told you before, my cultivation of the carrot, apart from Xiao Wu and Xiao San, is known only to the master. Hu Jio organized his thoughts and slowly began to speak. Initially, the disciple wanted to exchange his self-created soul skill for the cultivation of the carrot, but he refused and even inquired about the disciple's secret. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's copper eyes widened, a trace of anger flashing in them. Secrets are called secrets for a reason. They cannot be pried into by others. If he had the temper he had 20 years ago, anyone who dared to target his disciple would face one outcome: death. Yesterday, the master came to me again, wanting to exchange his self-created soul skill with me. But since I no longer lack soul skills, I refused. And so he isolated you today? Xiao Wuji's interjected, without needing Hu Jio to explain the next part. The master is indeed the master. You noticed even this? Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wuji's in surprise, suddenly seeing his teacher in a new light. The master usually seems so straightforward. When did he become so astute? I've eaten more salt than you have rice. If I couldn't see through such trivial matters, then I would have lived these years in vain. Then what should I do now, master? With the master around, my life probably won't be easy. Hu Jio asked sincerely. The reason I became Xiao Wuji's disciple was precisely for this moment. Who cares? The so-called master is just a playful title given by others. Does he really think he has something special? Xiao Wuji's snorted disdainfully. For someone without strength who only knows how to talk big, Xiao Wuji's has no respect at all. You two can put your hearts at ease. With me around, don't say master. Even the dean has to give some face. Do you really think my position as dean is just for show? Then it's troubling you, master. Hu Jiu said happily. As expected, old Zhao is reliable. This teacher, I didn't teach you's wrong. Enough with the nonsense. I'm not doing this just for you. Xiao Wuji's waved his hand impatiently. My disciple, old Zhao, still needs others to teach him? Where should I put my face? Starting the next day, Xiao Wuji's joined forces with Li Yusong, Xiao Exin, and other veterans of the academy, easily putting immense pressure on Flander. You should know that these teachers in the academy are all longtime brothers of Flander. Some have spent more time together than with the master himself. After so many years, the depth of our feelings goes without saying. These old men came out to oppose the master under Xiao Wuji's instigation, and even Flander couldn't handle it. After some discussion, the master still decided to stay at the academy, but he would only be responsible for teaching Tang San, while the other students would still be taught by them. What a joke. These old guys are not young anymore, and they don't have any descendants. They just want to enjoy their retirement at the academy and teach a bit on the side. But as soon as the master arrived, he sidelined them. It wouldn't matter if no one mentioned it. They could just not teach and enjoy their old age. However, they couldn't withstand Xiao Wuji's loud voice. In Xiao Wuji's words, they became the pitiful ones who were pushed out of their positions by the master alone. So many old guys in Flander's mind couldn't compare to the master. Otherwise, why would all the teaching duties be given to the master alone? This is something. A few old guys with canes want to argue with Flander. Faced with the questioning of several older brothers, Flander dared not be reckless. In desperation, he could only let the master bear the burden and reluctantly satisfy both parties. A teacher is indeed a teacher, truly impressive. When Hu Jiu learned that Zhao Wuqi had silently resolved the matter, he was immediately in awe. Just one sentence solved the trouble. This is a true master. The next day, when Oscar learned this news, he looked at Dai Mubai with a resentful gaze. He had picked the wrong side. If he had not gone to training yesterday like Hu Jiu and the others, how much goodwill would he have gained from the academy teachers? If they were happy, they might even pass on their top skills. Dai Mubai felt very uncomfortable under Oscar's gaze and snapped, "Bastard, don't look at me like that. I'm not into guys." "Ugh, boss Dai. I'm not into it either." Oscar looked at Dai Mubai with disdain. This guy was so impure-minded, and he came from a big family. "Ugh, how did you spend yesterday? Did you feel like life was worse than death?" Ma Hongjun laughed and curiously asked them. As soon as Ma Hongjun said this, Dai Mubai and Oscar changed their expressions, and even Tang San's face turned bitter. Harsh. The master is really too harsh, completely not treating us as humans. It's a pity you didn't T-go yesterday. Otherwise, you would know what it means to live worse than die. Oscar cried out loud. This is great. One must endure hardships to become a superior person. With a master like him training you, I believe your strength will greatly improve. You should seize the opportunity, Hu Jiu said with a smile, especially giving Oscar a deep look. Oscar felt flustered under his gaze, even starting to avoid eye contact. Who wants to suffer? If improving strength requires such training, I would rather not improve. After all, I'm just a food system soul master, and I can rely on others for protection in the future, Oscar said obediently, which was also a way of showing submission. Hu Jiu, he cannot be provoked. Did you not see how he single-handedly took on the 5 of them yesterday and won? Following that, the academy life of Hu Jiu and the others fell into a calm routine. They had various training sessions in the morning, a knowledge class in the afternoon, and selectively went to fight in the Soul Arena for special training in the evening. Generally, they would fight once every 3 to 5 days, leaving a few days to digest and summarize. And so, 3 months passed. In 3 months, Hu Jiu and the others each improved by 1 level, among which Ma Hongjun directly improved by 2 levels and is now a 24th level Great Soul Master. As for why his strength improved so quickly, Ma Hongjun explained that it was due to his martial spirit and the carrot training from Hu Jiu. For some reason, every time his evil fire erupted, his strength would improve to a certain extent, a talent that made Hu Jiu envious. That evening, Shrek's 5 monsters, along with Hu Jiu, accompanied by Flinder and the Master, headed to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Xiao Jiu, are we really going to have a 2v2 combination spirit battle today? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu excitedly, nearly flying with joy. Is the Xiao Wu combination finally going to debut? Yes, my Diamond Body and Shadow Dodge have been cultivated to a certain level. It's time to make our combination known. Hu Jiu smiled and said. In 3 months, not only had his soul power level increased by 1 rank, but both Diamond Body and Shadow Dodge had also reached level 5, significantly enhancing his strength. Chapter 100. The Xiao Wu combination debuts, seeking first subscription, with a level 5 Diamond Body. Hu Jio possessed the ability to withstand combat against spirit masters of the same rank. Meanwhile, level 5 Shadow Dodge made his body very agile, and combined with the level 10 enhancement of his 5 senses, it surprisingly gave rise to a magical combat intuition. This premonition is similar to the cicadas sensing the autumn breeze before it stirs. When the enemy first reveals their intent to attack, the targeted area reacts first, automatically transmitting signals to the body, prompting it to instinctively evade the enemy's attack. It is precisely this ability that gives Hu Jio the confidence to bring Xiao Wu to participate in the Soul Master level doubles competition. Haha, I can't wait for the first battle of the Xiao Wu duo. Seeing Hu Jio nod, Xiao Wu excitedly pounced on him. Her joy was indescribable. Watching the closeness between Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, a complex look flashed in Master S' eyes, thinking if only he and T been so arrogant back then, perhaps he. Soon, the group arrived at the Great Soul Arena. After registering skillfully, they each participated in one-on-one matches. After a period of training, they rarely encountered losses in competitions now. Especially Hu Jio, who has upgraded his Iron Badge to a Copper Badge and accumulated over 100 points. With the enhancement of his strength, the speed of point accumulation would also increase, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before his badge was upgraded to a Silver Badge. Meeting the Dean's task requirements. Today's matches went smoothly. The opponents faced by the Shrek crew were not very strong, and each of them easily dealt with their opponents. Following that, they didn't leave, as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's doubles match was about to begin, and they wanted to see how the duo would face their opponents. Even Dai Mu Bai, who had always been unconvinced by Hu Jio, stayed behind. Over the past few months, he and Oscar had bought quite a few of Hu Jio's transformation carrots, and this friendship had naturally eased. There was no way around it. Hu Jio's transformation carrots were simply too useful, especially at certain times, where they could play some unique tricks. This had caused Dai Mu Bai to become somewhat lax in his training during this period. Occasionally, cough cough, Dean Flander would also patronize Hu Jio's business, but not often. As for a miser like him, Hu Jio's carrots were simply too expensive. Next up is the Xiao Wu duo versus the Nyolang duo. Please take your positions. Hu Jio adjusted his outfit, exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, and they walked shoulder to shoulder towards the doubles arena. Behind them were the cheers and blessings from Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and others. They had never experienced a doubles battle before, and this time Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were leading the charge, which was a great opportunity for him to witness it. As the transformed iron-blooded man Hu Jio and the tall, charming Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. After participating in numerous singles matches, the two had accumulated quite a few fans. And now seeing Hu Jio and Xiao Wu participate in the doubles competition filled everyone with anticipation. Roar! Opposite them, the Nyolang duo appeared. A burly man, standing at 2 meters 5, wearing a bull helmet, pounded his chest and let out a furious roar, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Hu Jio wasted no time, instantly releasing his carrot martial soul, activating his transformation skill to turn his martial soul into the opposing giant's bull martial soul. With the bull martial soul enhancing him, Hu Jio's body expanded to 3 meters tall, and a sense of power filled his entire being. The bull-headed giant opposite him narrowed his eyes. He had heard of Hu Jio's transformation soul skill at the Great Soul Arena. It was said that Hu Jio liked to change his opponent's martial soul, and it seemed he had also developed a self-created soul skill to enhance his physical body. After transforming his opponent's martial soul, his physical qualities were even stronger than the original owner. Little Jio from the Soul Sect, I didn't expect you to bring a dead weight to participate in the doubles competition. Don't blame us for being merciless later. You're bound to lose this match, sneered the tall, thin, middle-aged man among the two. The middle-aged man had green eyes like a wild wolf, filled with aggression and hostility. Whether he would lose could only be determined after the fight, so let's stop the talk. Hu Jio shouted loudly, gave Xiao Wu a glance, and then rushed towards a muscular man opposite him. Man Yo, hold him back. Let me deal with this little rabbit first. The tall and thin man commanded before darting toward Xiao Wu. The battlefield was instantly divided. Man Yo against Hu Jio, and the tall man against Xiao Wu. The fight between Hu Jio and Man Yo was full of violence, with both engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. On the other side, Xiao Wu and the tall man were equally fierce. One had the martial soul of a rabbit and the other of a wild wolf, both being agility-oriented soul masters. They fought quickly, with Xiao Wu's hand strikes and incredible speed making her nearly invisible, only revealing her location during brief pauses in her attacks. The tall man was no slouch either. Although his speed was not as fast as Xiao Wu's, he was very agile. and his hands bore sharp wolf claws that glinted dangerously, with every counterattack posing a lethal threat. Roar! Savage roar ball. On Hu Jio's side, seeing that his skills couldn't handle him, Manyo impatiently activated his soul skill, spitting out a large light ball that shot towards Hu Jio like lightning. Spiral pill. Hu Jio showed no signs of weakness. Upon seeing the opponent's soul skill attack, he advanced instead of retreating, extending his left hand to meet the attack with a 1-meter diameter spiral pill. Boom! The collision between the light ball and the spiral pill resulted in mutual annihilation, with neither gaining an advantage. However, at that moment, Hu Jio extended one hand, where a flickering knife light was swirling unpredictably. This was his self-created soul skill, Handblade. This soul skill is the only one he has developed through his own efforts without relying on idle panel training. Although he doesn't know what level it currently is, its power is certainly not weak at all. Under the enhancement of the phantom dodging, Hu Jio's hand movement is swift, and a hand blade flashes past the chest of the barbarian bull like a phantom. Rip! The muscle tore, and a bright red wound suddenly appeared on the chest of the barbarian bull, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. Roar! You have angered me, bloody rampage. The barbarian bull roared, completely unconcerned about its wound, as its body glowed with a blood-red light, charging towards Hu Jio with a fierce and savage aura. Unfortunately, Hu Jio is not a fool. Seeing the barbarian bull go berserk, he activated his teleportation skill and instantly joined the battlefield with Xiao Wu. Soul Power, Mystification, for a sensitive attack type Soul Master. Hu Jio also has countermeasures. Suddenly, a pink light spread from his body, and his soul power began to boil, gently releasing soul power outward. With a 10th level control of soul power, he can manipulate his own soul power freely, and the released soul power becomes mystified. As long as the enemy touches even a tiny bit, they will be instantly invaded by his soul power, causing their soul power to boil and indirectly restricting their movement, a very useful limiting technique. Xiao Wu, Hu Jio shouted, instantly giving Xiao Wu the battle signal. Huh! Xiao Wu responded, immediately restraining the tall and thin man, preventing him from escaping Hu Jio's soul power mystification range. Chapter 101. Dai Mubai's Hope. Seeking initial subscription. In the Great Soul Arena, the tall and thin man was restrained by Xiao Wu, unable to escape Hu Jio's soul power mystification zone. In an instant, the soul power invaded, causing the tall and thin man's body to stiffen, and his speed slowed down. Roar, watch this. At that moment, the barbarian bull, now in rampage mode, finally caught up. Hu Jio didn't have time to expand his gains, teleporting behind him, his palm blade flashing, circling around the muscular barbarian, leaving numerous wounds of varying depths on his body. At this time, Xiao Wu also began to exert her strength. Facing the tall and thin man whose speed was restricted, Xiao Wu held an absolute advantage, using her speed and hand blade to beat him into a bloody mess. They won. Below the battle platform, the master commented lightly, with a tone of certainty filled with confidence. It's mainly because Xiao Jio is too comprehensive. His attack methods, speed, and physical quality have all improved comprehensively, and he basically has no weaknesses. Tang Sen nodded, also anticipating the outcome of the upcoming battle. Master, if faced with an opponent like Hu Jio, do you have any good methods? Dai Mubai looked at the master. In the academy, Hu Jio is currently the strongest. Officially, he is still the boss, but in terms of strength, he is no longer the boss of the academy. Therefore, Dai Mubai has always longed to defeat Hu Jio and become the true boss. Strength. As long as your strength is stronger than his, you could defeat him. The master said expressionlessly. Strength, huh? I will have it. Dai Mubai's fighting spirit surged, and he suddenly looked up, seriously staring at the master. Master, can I accept your training? I want to become stronger. My training is very tough. So far, besides Xiao San, no one has been able to persist until the end. After observing Dai Mubai's sincere gaze, the master thought for a moment and did not directly refuse. I'm not afraid of hardship. Let me give it a try. Dai Mubai said respectfully, his desire for strength making him overlook the possible pain he might face. I can teach you, but it cannot be for free. I will also train you specifically, and I need to prepare some herbs to help you recover. The costs involved won't be small. The master's eyes were sharp as he looked at Dai Mubai. Money, since he ran out of money to buy Hu Jio's training carrots. The master has been making money, and one of his current sources is this Great Soul Arena. For months, he has been participating in the main arena's gambling fights. With his insight, as long as he has seen the competitor's information, he can make a rough estimate of the outcomes. Over time, he has actually made quite a bit of money. But that is still not enough. No one would complain about having too much money. Dai Mubai is recognized as a wealthy person in the academy, and the master would not refuse. Moreover, helping Dai Mubai train, without Hu Jio's carrots, how could he quickly improve his cultivation? Master, money is not a problem. As long as you agree to help me train, it's fine. Hearing that the master wanted money, Dai Mubai instead breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it just money? He has plenty of that. Very well, come to the small forest with Xiao San tomorrow, and wait for me. The master nodded, glanced at the already concluded battle, and turned to leave towards the main arena. Flinder left a comment, telling them to return to the academy by themselves later, and hurriedly followed the master's footsteps. During this period, he has been following the master and has earned quite a bit of money in the soul arena. Big brother Dai, no way. You actually dare to have a master train you? Are you tired of living? Oscar exclaimed dramatically after Flinder and the master left. If Tang San can hold on, why can't I? Besides, I have a reason to become stronger. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, a hint of wickedness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, compared to the inevitable failure and death, what does a little hard training count for? This was also a decision he made after observing for some time that Tang San's strength had significantly improved under the master's training. Big brother Dai, your decision is correct. Following the master, you will definitely become stronger, Tang San encouraged, looking at Dai Mubai. As a disciple, he understood how eager the master was to prove himself, and training students was also a way for the master to prove himself. Now that Dai Mubai had joined, Tang San felt hope rise within him. Then he turned to Ma Hongjun. Hongjun, do you want to train with us too? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun thought of the training Oscar had introduced him to, and shook his head repeatedly. No need. With Brother Joe's help, I don't need any additional training. Huh, fatty, what's going on? Oscar immediately caught the key point in Ma Hongjun's words. No wonder he had felt that Ma Hongjun's cultivation speed had noticeably increased during this time. He initially thought it was due to the evil fire, but it seemed there was more to it. Ma Hongjun was stunned. Oh no. It seems I have exposed Brother Joe's secret. There's nothing to hide. You probably don't know the effect of my first spirit ring, right? At this moment, Hu Jio's voice came from afar. With his senses, nothing that happened here escaped his perception, including the scene of Dai Mubai receiving training from a master. First spirit ring. Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, they seemed to have never known what Hu Jio's first spirit ring was. I can only tell you about it when we get back. It's not safe here, Hu Jio said with a smile. From the moment he heard the master was looking for Dai Mubai, he knew he couldn't keep his cultivation carrots a secret any longer. Rather than letting the master come to buy carrots from him, why not just tell them directly? At least that way, he wouldn't have to deal with middlemen taking a cut. Everyone returned to the academy with their thoughts, and Dai Mubai and Oscar looked at Hu Jio expectantly. Among them, only the two of them were unaware of Hu Jio's cultivation carrots. My first spirit ring is actually for assisting in cultivation. Cultivation carrots can double the cultivation speed for 1 hour, Hu Jio said with a smile, waving a carrot in front of Dai Mubai. Double? Are you selling them? Dai Mubai jumped up, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the carrot in Hu Jio's hand. Doubling the cultivation effect meant saving half the cultivation time. Didn't that mean there was still hope for him? Hey, in principle, I don't sell these carrots. Hu Jio's words made Dai Mubai's heart sink, but he quickly reacted. What about the principle? However, since we're classmates, I'll give you a chance. 300 gold soul coins each, non-negotiable. 300 for one? One can only last an hour, so that means about 10 a day. That's 3,000 gold soul coins a day and 100,000 gold soul coins a month. Dai Mubai calculated in his heart and suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. He only had 30,000 gold soul coins as pocket money each month, which wasn't even enough to buy his carrots. Can you make it cheaper? Dai Mubai asked awkwardly. He wasn't very familiar with haggling. Sure, I can make it cheaper. But you just need to agree to one condition. Hu Jio smirked. If he didn't take advantage of him now, when would he? What condition? Dai Mubai looked at Hu Jio decisively. To increase his cultivation speed and eventually defeat his brother, he was willing to pay any price. It's simple. I'm not really interested in other things. Just love to create my own soul skills. You come from a big family, so it shouldn't be hard for you to get your own soul skills, right? Hu Jio said, as a food-type soul master. Creating more soul skills was always better to enhance compatibility. Hu Jio didn't mind getting more soul skills from other sources, especially since the slots for skills were limited. Having one more skill meant one more option. This request from Hu Jio made Dai Mubai hesitate. He did have his own soul skills, but these things were always precious, even within the royal family. However, thinking of the effects of the cultivation carrots Hu Jio mentioned, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. After all, they were just soul skills. If he failed to compete for the position of heir in the future, not to mention soul skills, he might not even have his life. I agree. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and went all in. Since you're so straightforward, I won't rip you off. You could buy the cultivation carrots for the same price as the transformation carrots, 100 gold soul coins each. That's a pretty low price, right? Hu Jio said with a smile. Okay. After estimating his pocket money, Dai Mubai nodded decisively. He could afford the 30,000 gold soul coins a month. Bazayu. I don't have any soul skills or money. How about this carrot? After Dai Mubai struck a deal, Oscar stepped forward with a pitiful look. He also wanted the cultivation speed-enhancing carrots. You? Hu Jio glanced at Oscar disdainfully. He was just a poor guy with nothing to offer. Forget it. Even if you wanted a soul skill, you wouldn't have one. Besides, the price can't be low. Big Brother Dai got a discount because he provided a soul skill. I'm already being generous not to ask for a soul skill from you. It's still 100 gold soul coins, not a single coin less. Thank you, Brother Jio. Seeing the tangible benefits, Oscar didn't care about his pride anymore. As long as he didn't have to provide a soul skill, he could find a way to come up with the gold soul coins. With his intelligence, making money wasn't too difficult for him. If all else fails, he could even resort to cheating or stealing to get the money. After reaching the deal, Dai Mubai and Oscar bought a lot of carrots from Hu Jio, leaving him smiling all night. Little San, help me out. What is it? Tang Sen looked at Hu Jio curiously. It was rare for him to seek help from others. It's simple. You mentioned discovering a type of, or with great extensibility, right? I want to modify my meteor hammer. The current weight of the meteor hammer no longer meets my needs, and I need to change the hammerhead as well. Hu Jio pulled out a large pile of gold soul coins from his soul guide and counted them. There were at least 10,000 coins. Many of these come from Dai Mubai and Oscar. Over the past 3 months, Hu Jio has sold quite a few transformation carrots to the two of them. And the key is that the transformation carrots are effective, and everyone who has used them is very satisfied. All right, I'll take care of this. But you will also need to come and help when the time comes, as you are better at refining ores. As soon as Tang San heard this, he immediately agreed. After that day, Tang San immediately took action. First, he spent money to buy enough materials, and then he set aside some time every day to forge the meteor hammer with Hu Jio. However, this time Hu Jio had higher demands, and they also had to balance their training, so the progress was not very fast. Time passed little by little. Hu Jio and the other strength was also improving at a steady pace. In the Soul Arena, the 9-dance combination of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu gained more and more fame as their number of battles increased, and their points soared. In just a few months, they upgraded from a bronze badge to a silver badge, meeting the principal's requirements. After the badge was upgraded to a silver soul badge, they were qualified to appear in the main Soul Arena. However, Hu Jio felt that he and Xiao Wu were still a bit lacking in strength, so they continued to linger in the Sub-Soul Arena. After all, even in the Sub-Soul Arena, they did not win all the time. Sometimes, when they encountered tough opponents, they would still lose. However, during these few months, there was one thing that made Hu Jio laugh for a long time. Since Dai Mubai started training with the master, his strength did increase quite a bit, but when he began taking the soup medicine prepared by the master, something amusing happened. Because the soup contained a lot of medicinal ingredients, Dai Mubai didn't notice it at first, but after a while, he actually tasted the flavor of the carrots that Hu Jio had been cultivating in the soup. This discovery made his face turn gloomy, and after he inquired with Hu Jio, the confirmed facts made him even angrier. The master actually bought Hu Jio's cultivation carrots and added some herbs to mask the taste, essentially cheating him out of his money. At that moment, he even felt the impulse to slap the master to death. It turned out that the master was treating him like a fool. He had paid so much training fees, and this was the result? Fortunately, Dai Mubai still had some rationality and decisively refused to train with the master again, citing the difficulty of the training as the reason. At that moment, the master's expression was quite remarkable. He had finally found a willing sucker to accept his training and pay, and now the person was backing out? Was he playing him? After that day, the relationship between Dai Mubai and the master reached a freezing point, and every time they met, they couldn't stand each other. Hu Jio, I brought you the soul skill you wanted. A few months later, Dai Mubai came to the door and handed over a book. Go, brother. You really didn't break your promise. Hu Jio's eyes lit up as he quickly took the secret book and began to read it seriously. This secret manual is considerably thicker than usual. Flipping to the back, there are even experiences from previous practitioners. Although it doesn't help Hu Jio much, these experiences would be very useful for self-cultivation. This soul skill belongs to the sound attack category, named White Tiger Sound Killing Roar. Once mastered, its destructive power is immense, and it's an area effect soul skill Dai Mubai proudly introduced. You haven't practiced it? Hu Jio's words brought a hint of embarrassment to Dai Mubai's face. This soul skill is too difficult to practice. In our family, aside from the clan leader, no one else has managed to master it. Moreover, we are currently at a critical moment for improving our strength, and the family doesn't recommend us to focus on soul skills, Dai Mubai explained. Hu Jio understood Dai Mubai's words well. Creating a soul skill is different from others. Without a golden finger, he wouldn't have the leisure to cultivate a self-created soul skill either. Chapter 103. New Weapon. Seeking first subscription. Obtaining the White Tiger sound-killing roar surprised Hu Jio, but also brought him some troubles. The main issue was simply that there was no more idle slot for cultivation. The 11th had already been unlocked more than halfway. Based on this pace, it would take at least a few more months to unlock it completely. Currently, practicing the self-created soul skill of Handblade had already taken up a lot of his time, along with soul power cultivation. These two tasks had filled up his schedule. And if he were to cultivate another soul skill, it would inevitably hinder the progress of the first two, which he did not want to see. Sigh, I'll just hold on to it for now. I never expected that one day I would be troubled by having too many soul skills. Hu Jio glanced fondly at the manual in his hand, then decisively tossed it into the soul guide device to collect dust. Dai Laoda, I've noticed that your strength has been improving rapidly recently. Are you at level 36 now? Hu Jio said with a smile. As his biggest customer, Hu Jio was quite friendly toward Dai Mubai. As the saying goes, those with money are the masters. Dai Mubai not only bought his carrots, but also gifted him soul skills, making Hu Jio feel a bit embarrassed to target him. Of course, this was only as long as Dai Mubai didn't provoke him. Haha, you noticed that? That's right, I just leveled up a few days ago. And I owe it all to your cultivation carrots. Otherwise, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. The increase in strength made Dai Mubai more confident, and his gaze toward Hu Jio became friendlier. Of course, you're my biggest patron. In the academy, no one else buys as many carrots as you do, Hu Jio said with a smile. He felt hesitant to take money from others, but Dai Mubai was different. He was very generous. Here, after Dai Mubai just left, Tang San came to visit. Looking at Tang San, Hu Jio's eyes lit up. Little San, is my meteor hammer successfully forged? Since helping Tang San complete the ore refining a while ago, he had not been able to assist any further. He could only watch as Tang San busied himself day by day, training and helping him forge weapons, making Hu Jio feel a bit embarrassed. The meteor hammer you requested has finally been completed. Forging this weapon felt even more exhausting than making several powerful hidden weapons. With a flick of his hand, Tang San drew a heavy round ball the size of a watermelon from his waist. The ball was covered in glistening spikes, and a long chain connected at its center, marking the completion of the new meteor hammer. Haha, this is great, this is great. Hu Jio's eyes sparkled as he looked at the new meteor hammer in Tang San's hand. Eagerly, he took it and felt its weight. Wow, if I hadn't known the new meteor hammer was heavy, I might have embarrassed myself. This meteor hammer, after multiple forges, weighs 280 pounds. The chain is made of a highly elastic special material, capable of extending up to 10 meters. You just need to input your soul power when using it. And these spikes are made of 1,000-year cold iron. This kind of weapon can probably only be easily used by you. Tang San detailed the hammer's capabilities, which made Hu Jio nod in satisfaction. Haha, thank you, little San. To repay your hard work, I think we can have a friendly spar. Holding the meteor hammer, Hu Jio looked at Tang San expectantly. With a new weapon, of course, it would be perfect to find a sparring partner. This weapon was forged by Tang San, and Hu Jio felt it necessary to let him know the hammer's true power. I'm not fighting. If you want to fight, go find teacher Xiao. In the academy, probably only he can withstand your meteor hammer. Tang San looked at Hu Jio with a wry smile, thinking that helping him forge the weapon was already tiring enough. And now he had to help him test it. Was this something a person should do? Little San, you're being unreasonable. Finding a teacher to test the hammer is just looking for trouble. So you want to bully me? You're a level 40 soul master, picking on me. A level 35 soul master. Are you serious? Tang San glared at Hu Jio, regretting helping him forge the weapon, while others drink water. They don't forget to dig the well. Hu Jio, on the other hand, just helped him out and was already thinking of hitting him. How is that fair? Over the past few months, everyone's levels were as follows. Hu Jio, level 40 food system support soul master. Dai Mubai, level 36 attack system battle soul master. Tang San, level 35 control system battle soul master. Xiao Wu, level 34 agility attack system battle soul master. Oscar, level 27 food system support great soul master. Ma Hongjun, level 26 attack system great soul master. Counting it up, Hu Jio and the others had been at Shrek for about half a year. In another 6 months, It would be the new year's enrollment season for the academy. By then, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong should also arrive. It's not that Hu Jiao had any other thoughts. He just felt that currently, there was only Xiao Wu as a girl in the academy. If Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong came, at least it would be nice to have more girls around. In the afternoon, Hu Jiao finally went to Xiao Wu's training ground honestly. Teacher, come on, let us have a battle between men. Hu Jiao stood proudly in front of Xiao Wujia, feeling extremely proud. Invincibility starts from defeating the teacher. Haha, are you itching for a fight, daring to provoke the teacher? What gave you the courage? Xiao Wujia looked over with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He thought perhaps he hadn't increased the training intensity for Hu Jiao enough these days. It seemed that after today, the intensity should be doubled. What gave me the courage? Hu Jiao smiled confidently, instantly taking out his meteor hammer. Of course. It's this that gives me courage. Teacher, do you dare to take my full power strike? What is this? Your weapon looks much heavier than before. Xiao Wujia took a quick glance and immediately noticed the difference in Hu Jiao's weapon. 280 pounds, so what? Are you scared, teacher? And don't dare to take it? Thinking of swinging the meteor hammer with the power of the level 10 chaotic wind hammer technique, Hu Jiao was filled with anticipation. Why would I take your full power strike? Today I'll give you a lesson. No matter how many trump cards you have, if you can't use them, they're useless. Xiao Wujia glanced disdainfully at Hu Jiao and instantly activated his martial soul. Get ready. In battle, the enemy never gives you time to prepare. That's today's lesson. Wow, teacher, you're not playing fair. Seeing Xiao Wujia charging towards him, Hu Jiao's expression changed, and he activated his teleportation. Once he moved to a safe place, he then activated his transformation skill, bringing out Xiao Wujia's martial soul. After activating his martial soul, Hu Jiao was covered in a layer of brown fur, and his height instantly increased to 3 meters. Standing next to Xiao Wujia, they looked like two giant bears roaring at each other. Come, let me teach you what a battle between men is. Xiao Wujia roared, turning his body and charging straight at Hu Jiao. Come on, take my hammer. With the meteor hammer in hand, Hu Jiao bravely met the charge. In the training ground, the sound of intense fighting erupted. That afternoon, the thunderous sounds of fist and foot strikes never ceased until it was nearly dark. Hu Jiao finally walked out of the training ground, his clothes tattered and his staggering figure appearing utterly exhausted. How miserable he looked. Chapter 104. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Request for initial subscription. Time flies, like a white horse passing through. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. A new year had begun. After the Academy's holiday, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu returned to Holy Soul Village, while Tang San stayed at Shrek to continue receiving Master-S guidance. Upon returning home, Hu Jiao's mother, Emma, was very happy to learn that he and Xiao Wu had confirmed their relationship. She was more affectionate toward Xiao Wu than her own son, Hu Jiao. After staying for half a month, Hu Jiao hurried back to Shrek with Xiao Wu as the school year approached. We finally arrived. Xiao Jiao, I'm hungry. Let's find a restaurant to eat. I want to have a big meal. Xiao Wu clung to Hu Jiao's arm, acting cute and pitiful. During their journey these past few days, the two had endured hardships without a good meal. Now that they were back in Soto City, Xiao Wu had no desire to play, only wanting to eat something delicious. Okay, let us go to that flavor restaurant in the South City. Hu Jiao smiled. The flavor restaurant had great food and was the closest to Shrek Academy, making Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu regulars there. After expertly ordering their dishes, Xiao Wu suddenly tugged at Hu Jiao. Xiao Jiao, look, that girl over there is really pretty. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiao followed Xiao Wu's gaze. He saw a young woman standing at the restaurant entrance, her petite figure unable to hide her youthful face, looking around as if searching for a seat. She had a mix of innocence and stubbornness, with a hint of cold beauty, and in an instant, Hu Jiao was captivated. Yes, she is indeed beautiful. Hu Jiao nodded honestly, but inside he wondered if this was the person he thought it was. Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jiao in annoyance, her small hand involuntarily circling around him. I'm upset. Didn't you ask me to look? Hu Jiao was speechless. You told me to look, so I looked. Xiao Wu pouted, putting on a jealous expression. Oh, then I want to look anymore. Hu Jiao chuckled, turning his head away and indeed not looking. Judging by the girl's soul power intensity, it was quite possible she was the one. He could look later, as there would be many chances. The girl scanned the restaurant and frowned slightly before finally fixing her gaze on Hu Jiao's table. One reason was their similar ages, and the second was that Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu were well-dressed, creating a natural contrast with the other diners. Of course, she wouldn't mention that Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu were also handsome and beautiful. Excuse me, may I sit here? The girl approached Hu Jio and Xiao Wu. Her voice cold. Her tone was like eating snow pear in the middle of winter, carrying a natural chill. Cough, it's just the two of us. Feel free to sit. Hu Jio replied, his expression friendly yet serious. A bustling restaurant had this kind of trouble. One had to worry about not having enough seats, even while eating. If a young girl encountered difficulties, it was only right to help. However, as soon as Hu Jio finished speaking, Xiao Wu stepped on his foot under the table, causing him prolonged pain. Thank you. Although it was a thank you, her voice remained cold, leaving Hu Jio feeling no gratitude. Are you here for the Shrek entrance exam? Xiao Wu curiously asked after the girl sat down. The girl nodded slightly, as if to answer. Hee. That's great. We're also students of Shrek, so it seems we might be classmates in the future. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and her gaze became instantly friendly. Currently, she was the only girl in Shrek with no sisters around, which had bothered her for a long time. Now, a beautiful girl had arrived. Although she seemed a bit cold and spoke little, Xiao Wu was very satisfied. Upon hearing that Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were Shrek students, the cold girl's eyes brightened slightly. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. Do you know someone named Dai Mubai? You mean that bad-eyed lecher? Xiao Wu was quick to speak, and only after finishing her sentence did she cover her mouth and glance at Zhu Zhuqing, quickly changing the subject. Haha, I'm Xiao Wu, Xiao for dancing. This is Hu Jio, Hu for carrot. Next to them, Hu Jio found himself sidelined, with no chance to interject. However, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's name, Hu Jio thought to himself that it was indeed only she who carried such a unique aura. So, Xiao Wu, you called him a bad-eyed lecher? A complex expression flashed across Zhu Zhuqing's face, mixed with a hint of resentment. His two circular eyes are just broken, right? Xiao Wu downplayed it, only realizing at that moment that she might have said something inappropriate. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her eyes still fixed on Xiao Wu, waiting for a follow-up. Hey, you made me say it. It's not like I'm talking behind his back. Under Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Xiao Wu braced herself, thinking she could take responsibility. What's the big deal? That Dai Mubai goes out to play with women every day, and doesn't he even return to the academy at night? Isn't he a lecher? Oh. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly, making it hard to discern her expression. Hu Jio, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking Dai Mubai. You're done for. By the way, Hu Jio had always been puzzled as to why Zhu Zhuqing would marry Dai Mubai in the original text. Even knowing he was a playboy, was this the privilege of royalty? If that were the case, Hu Jio thought that once he became powerful, he could also get himself a royal to marry. Zhu Zhuqing, what is your relationship with Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu probed. I have nothing to do with him. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. The dishes are here. At that moment, their food arrived. Xiao Wu invited Zhu Zhuqing to join them. After some hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing eventually accepted Xiao Wu's insistence. By the way, Zhu Zhuqing, we're heading back to Shrek Academy. Would you like to come with us? After they finished eating, Xiao Wu asked Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Xiao Wu's enthusiasm. In a short while, the three had already arrived at the entrance of Shrek Village. At the village gate, a crowd was lined up. Teacher Li Yusong lazily sat behind a shabby table, registering the students who were signing up. At this moment, Hu Jio's eyes lit up again. He saw a girl standing in front of Li Yusong, dressed in a white long dress with shoulder-length short hair, exposing her delicate white skin from her neck. From the back, her elegant and charming demeanor was strikingly exquisite. This must be Ning Rongrong, Hu Jio guessed himself. Are you sure you want to join us at Shrek? Does your family know? Li Yusong asked the girl in front of him seriously. I've met your admission requirements, so you have no reason not to accept me. The girl replied with a smile. All right, then wait a moment. I'll have someone take you inside. Li Yusong looked at her deeply, then waved to Hu Jio. Xiao Jio, you're just in time. There's a student here. Help me take her to your teacher for the next assessment. Chapter 105. Making Ning Rongrong cry. Seeking first subscription. No problem, Teacher Li. Hu Jio led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to Li Yusong. I happen to have a genius student here as well. Bone age 12, soul power level 27. Please help with the paperwork. Teacher Li. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Hu Jio suspiciously. She hadn't told him this information. How did he know? Oh, another genius. Where did you pick her up? Li Yusong looked at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise and said with a smile, let me see your hand. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, extended her small hand, and handed it to Li Yusong for inspection. Bone age checks out, soul power checks out. All right, pay 10 gold soul coins. And you can go in with them. Li Yusong said with a broad smile, clearly pleased that this year at least 2 more students would be enrolling. Then I'll take them to see the teacher. Hu Jio nodded at Ning Rongrong, who was standing to the side, and led the way into the academy. Behind him, 3 young beauties of varying appearances followed, making Hu Jio feel pleasantly happy. Sausages for sale, sausages for sale. Come take a look. Don't miss out as you walk by. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet. Priced low and generous. Just 5 copper coins each. Eat Oscar's sausages, and you'll definitely find it easier to pass the entrance exam. As soon as they stepped onto the academy playground, the group heard Oscar's voice calling out to sell sausages. Your academy even sells sausages? Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar curiously. This uncle really knows how to do business. He doesn't even let the academy go. Uncle? Oscar's face stiffened as he looked at Ning Rongrong, showing an expression that was about to cry. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to get to know the pretty girls that Hu Jio brought over, but he didn't expect to be hit with this right away. You misunderstood. This person is actually a student at our academy too. It's just that his hair is a bit thick, making him look a bit old. But actually, he's only 14 years old, Xiao Wu explained with a grin. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Ning Rongrong hurriedly apologized. How about this? I'll buy your sausages as compensation. As soon as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu looked at her with strange expressions, and even Oscar himself felt a bit embarrassed. What? Are you afraid? I don't have money? Don't worry, I can afford your sausages. Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest, indicating that she was wealthy. I advise you to think carefully, or you might regret it later, Hu Jio said with a smile. No, this is money, no need to change. Consider it a gift from me. Ning Rongrong took out a handful of gold soul coins and handed them to Oscar without counting. Oscar stood there in a daze, feeling like he had just been given alms. Oscar, why are you selling sausages here again? Didn't I tell you not to sell in the academy? If you don't feel embarrassed, I still feel embarrassed. Do you want everyone here to vomit? At that moment, Dai Mubai's voice came from afar. He sensed a presence similar to his martial soul appearing here. Hearing this, Oscar's expression instantly changed, and he quickly put on an awkward face. Boss Dai, no need for that. We've been classmates for several years. Give a little face to your junior. Although he said this on the surface, deep down, Oscar wished he could strangle Dai Mubai. How could he not give him any face when he was supposed to be his junior? Damn fool. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. You still know about face? Where were you earlier? However, he still gave him a bit of face and didn't let him embarrass himself on the spot. Yes, Boss Dai is right. I'll leave now and won't sell anymore in the future. Oscar obediently pushed his little cart, keeping his head down as he left. At this moment, Hu Jio suddenly felt sorry for Oscar, thinking he was too mild-mannered. If he were insulted like that, he might have found a chance to kill the person responsible. Enduring? What a joke. Where's my sausage? I paid for it. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Oscar, who was quickly leaving, her face filled with anger. Xiao Wu, explain it to her so she doesn't misunderstand the situation, Hu Jio said helplessly, looking at the stomping Ning Rongrong and giving Xiao Wu a glance. Xiao Wu cheerfully leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered a few words. What? His sausage, is that disgusting? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, and then, as if recalling something, she pointed angrily at Hu Jio. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me look so embarrassed. Hu Jio's expression turned cold, and without even glancing at Ning Rongrong, he turned to Dai Mubai and said, Dai, why are you here? Some people clearly don't know how to appreciate kindness. Let her suffer if she wants to. I just came over to say hi since you guys are back, Dai Mubai replied, casting a complex look at Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression had grown even colder since his arrival. Who are you calling ungrateful? I want you to apologize to me, Ning Rongrong insisted, looking at Hu Jio with a superior expression. Are you talking to me? Hu Jio's aura surged, and the imposing presence of the soul sect completely enveloped Ning Rongrong. Remember, in this place, no one is your servant. Be careful with your words from now on. Why you? Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed by Hu Jio's aura and sat down on the ground, her face filled with deep fear. The next moment, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she lay on the ground, sobbing. Hu Jio didn't expect that Ning Rongrong would be so easily frightened. Her mental resilience was too weak. You too. She's just a girl. Why scare her? Can't you be a bit magnanimous? Seeing Hu Jio's helpless expression, Xiao Wu shot him an annoyed look and then came to comfort Ning Rongrong like a big sister. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing glanced curiously at Hu Jio, sensing his powerful aura. Dai, I think you can step in now. Dealing with girls isn't your forte? Hu Jio looked at Dai Mubai, who seemed to have no intention of stopping Ning Rongrong's crying. Zhu Zhuqing is such a good girl. Don't even think about it. Go after your flings. Hu Jio thought to himself, believing he was a good person trying to save an innocent girl. I didn't. I'm not. Hu Jio. I call you Brother Jio. Don't say things out of context. I'm not good at dealing with girls at all. Mubai panicked, his eyes darting around as he desperately signaled Hu Jio. Trash. Zhu Zhuqing coldly spat out 2 words, not even glancing at Dai Mubai. After a long while, Ning Rongrong finally calmed down with Xiao Wu's comfort. However, her pitiful, tear-streaked face made Hu Jio feel like a criminal. Let's go. I'll take you to the final test. Hu Jio quickened his pace, realizing he couldn't handle Ning Rongrong's spoiled nature. Teacher, I'm back. Hu Jio shouted as he arrived at Xiao Wuji's training ground. Ha! You little rascal finally returned. I was almost bored to death. Xiao Wuji's excited voice came from a distance. If it weren't for Hu Jio returning home, he wouldn't have been bored enough to take on the task of testing new students. What little rascal? Why not call me a little bear? Xiao Wu grumbled. Oh, who are these 2 little girls? Xiao Wuji looked at Hu Jio curiously, not understanding the situation. They're the new students enrolling this year. Teacher Li Yusong asked me to bring them over for your assessment, Hu Jio explained. Oh, Xiao Wuji slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering he had this task. Xiao Jio, how do you think I should test these 2 little girls? This task is up to you. He waved his hand, instantly losing interest. How can that work? What if I accidentally make them cry with 1 punch? Hu Jio shook his head repeatedly. Little Cat and Ning Rongrong were only in their 20s and wouldn't stand a chance against him. How about you, Xiao Wu? Do you look down on us? Ning Rongrong angrily glared at Hu Jio, feeling that this man was too detestable. Even Little Cat's eyes sharpened. I'm not looking down on you. I'm just stating facts. Hu Jio replied casually. Come on, I want to fight you. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were sharp as she decisively activated her martial soul. After activating her martial soul, 2 cute black cat ears appeared on her head, and a nearly 1-meter-long cat tail swayed to maintain her balance. Zhu Zhuqing bent down, her fingers extending into sharp claws. Glinting coldly, her eyes turning a night cat-like blue as she fixed her gaze on Hu Jio. Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Martial Soul, Ghostly Spirit Cat. Level 27 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Tool Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Level 26 Support System Tool Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, unwilling to back down, summoned her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul. A brilliant rainbow light gathered in her hand, and when the light dissipated, a 1-foot-tall 7-colored pagoda appeared in her right hand. Under the illumination of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Ning Rongrong smiled, exuding an air of nobility, her heavenly beauty becoming evident. Zhu Zhuqing, I'll support you. You must defeat this detestable guy and let him see our strength. Ning Rongrong glared angrily at Hu Jio, who had made her feel so embarrassed just now. Zhu Zhuqing looked seriously at Hu Jio, but merely nodded at Ning Rongrong in response. Although Hu Jio had not moved at all, the aura he had just displayed was enough to prove his strength. Wow, this time, one of the candidates is from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It seems old Flandra has struck gold this time. Xiao Wuji looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. With his knowledge, he certainly knew the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The 7 treasures are famous for their power and speed. Regardless of whether Hu Jio agreed or not, Ning Rongrong pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. 2 beams of colorful light burst from her fingertips, instantly enveloping Zhu Zhuqing. The moment the light enveloped her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of power fill her body, making her feel weightless, as if she might fly away if she wasn't careful. All right, since you insist on fighting me, I'll play along. Just don't cry if you lose. Hu Jio shrugged and reluctantly accepted their challenge. Beautiful girls always get preferential treatment. If 2 men dare to act so recklessly in front of him, they might have already been thrown out. You have 1 incense sticks time. As long as you can last that long against Xiao Jio, your assessment will be considered passed. Xiao Wuji took out an incense stick, lit it, and stuck it into the ground nearby. Begin. As soon as Xiao Wuji's voice fell, Zhu Zhuqing's body shot out silently like a ghost, her 10 sharp claws flashing with cold light as they attacked Hu Jio. Haha, indestructible body. With a light shout, Hu Jio's muscles began to bulge, and his height increased several inches, transforming him into a tall young man with tightly defined muscles. His face, as well as the skin on his exposed arms and neck, instantly turned a bronze color, with streams of golden light flowing across his body, resembling a living bronze Buddha. Ding 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 ding. Zhu Zhuqing's cat claws landed on Hu Jio, producing a series of pleasant sounds, akin to steel striking steel. Hee hee. Hu Jio shook his neck and smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Little wildcat, are you scratching my back? Also, you ruined my clothes. You owe me for that. Hu Jio innocently tugged at his shirt that had been torn by the little cat, revealing his strong bronze skin underneath. Lecture. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold. Second soul skill, ghostly claws. Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, her hands with sharp claws spinning rapidly, slicing toward Hu Jiu like a gear cutter. Faced with such a sharp attack, Hu Jiu no longer dared to rely on his indestructible body to show off. He quickly shook his body like a noodle, twisting into bizarre postures, narrowly avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claws one by one. Then, seizing the moment her skill ended, he threw a straight punch straight at Zhu Zhuqing's chest, sending her flying. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her posture, her cat tail standing high, and after a few rolls, she landed smoothly beside Ning Rongrong. Are you okay? Ning Rongrong, seeing this, reached out to support Zhu Zhuqing and asked with concern. I'm fine. Zhu Zhuqing grunted, feeling like she almost lost her breath. However, her stubborn personality wouldn't allow her to show weakness in front of others, so she held it in. Hey, Xiao Jiu, can't you be a little gentler? She's just a girl, and you actually went all out. I even doubt how Xiao Wu fell for you in the first place. Outside the arena, Xiao Wujia criticized Hu Jiu loudly. Teacher Xiao is right. Xiao Jiu is just a blockhead, a big fool. Xiao Wu also chimed in angrily. To this, Hu Jiu could only smile helplessly. Can he really be blamed? Xiao Wu is only 12 years old, and she must have heard some nonsense somewhere, insisting that boyfriends and girlfriends need to engage in some special games. Hu Jiu wouldn't dare. It's a 3-year minimum. Just asking if you're scared. Chapter 107. New AFK position. Hey, teacher, I just said that it was Xiao Wu who wanted to test them. They refused, so you can't blame me. Hu Jiu spread his hands and said helplessly, all right, these two girls look good to me. Just go through the motions, don't take it too seriously. Xiao Wujia looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong with satisfaction, pleased with their displayed strength. This genius student, if he lets go of him, that old ghost Ferlin will probably come over and strangle him. Come again. Hearing Xiao Wujia's blatant intention to let Hu Jiu off easy, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. It seemed they were being looked down upon. First soul skill, nether puncture. With a cold snort, Zhu Zhuqing's figure instantly blurred, and in the next moment, she had already arrived in front of Hu Jiu, her sharp cat claws extended, reaching for Hu Jiu's face. What a wild little cat. Hu Jiu's eyes slightly narrowed. Fortunately, his sensory enhancement technique had already reached level 10. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted in time. With a toe push against the ground, Hu Jiu instantly shifted back a large step, just avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws. Come again. Zhu Zhuqing followed like a shadow, her body instantly appearing in front of Hu Jiu, one claw aimed at his neck, the other stabbing toward his ear, every strike targeting vital points. Little wild cat, don't push me, or I'll have to use my ultimate move. Hu Jiu's body swayed left and right, creating phantoms and fully activating his body to generate afterimages, interfering with Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight. Whatever. Zhu Zhuqing maintained a cold expression, continuing her relentless attacks. Using both hands and feet, each move aimed at Hu Jiu's vital points. You force me. Spiral ball. Hu Jiu shouted loudly, placing his hands in front of his chest, a light sphere rapidly enlarging in his hands, emitting a powerful wave. Take this. Hu Jiu looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still attacking him, and threw the spiral ball. Upon seeing Hu Jiu's spiral ball, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed instantly. Without looking back, she retreated her body, quickly distancing herself. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and a huge, deep pit appeared in front of Hu Jiu, with dirt flying around and dust billowing. What a powerful attack! As the dust settled, Ning Rongrong looked at the big pit and exclaimed in surprise. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze also sharpened, looking at Hu Jiu with deep caution. This attack, if it hit her directly, would definitely cause serious injury. Unmatchable. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing finally recognized the reality. Hu Jiu, do you want to destroy my place? At this time, Xiao Wujia's dissatisfied voice rang out. This is his training ground. How could he train if it gets ruined? Time's up. Xiao Wu happily pointed at the incense in front of Xiao Wujia that had already burned out and said, Xiao Jiu, you have lost. I lost. I declare that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, you two have qualified. Congratulations on joining the Shrek family. Hu Jiu shrugged, not caring about winning or losing. It was just a game. Whoever takes it seriously loses. Who needs your announcement? Isn't it obvious? Ning Rongrong lifted her chin and proudly said to Hu Jiu. Hu Jiu was too lazy to pay attention to her. The current Ning Rongrong had not yet experienced the education of love, and he had no interest in engaging with her. Coming to Zhu Zhuqing's side, Hu Jiu took out a holy light carrot. Sorry, I think I was a bit too harsh just now. I am a food-type soul master. You can eat this, it can heal injuries. Food type Soul Master? Zhu Zhuqing instantly looked up, forgetting to refuse. No way. How could this guy be a food type Soul Master? ISNT, it said that food type Soul Masters have no attack power? Ning Rongrong also looked at Hu Jio in disbelief. How is this possible? A food type Soul Master without offensive power isn't a good Soul Master. My achievements today are all due to my hard work. There's nothing strange about that. Hu Jio said seriously. That's right. A food type can also have offensive capabilities, all thanks to his diligent training and self-created soul skills. You are really like Shrek, a monster. Ning Rongrong looked at Hu Jio in surprise and murmured. No need, I'm fine. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes dodged for a moment. Then she stubbornly did not take the carrot from Hu Jio. Suit yourself. It's not me who will feel the pain anyway. Hu Jio nonchalantly withdrew the carrot and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, Teacher Xiao, since we're done here, I'll go back to rest. I've been exhausted from the rush these past few days. Your brat just needs more practice. Classes officially start tomorrow. Let me see your progress during this time. Xiao Wu grinned, feeling an itch in his hands. Hu Jio hasn't had a decent punching bag for a while, and it's driving him crazy. Next, with the help of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong made arrangements, and Hu Jio greeted them before leaving alone. He needed to think carefully about what soul skill to hang in his 11th slot. That's right, after a year, his 11th hanging slot has finally been successfully unlocked, allowing him to have one more hanging slot. This position is for idle grinding, and he plans to idle grind a group attack soul skill. After all, when it comes to offensive means, he still has too few, and he doesn't have any group attack soul skills. The ideal goals are actually two. One is the shockwave in Xiao Wujia's hands, which vibrates the air through soul power, restricting people's movements. When practiced to a high level, it can even cause the enemy's soul power to vibrate, preventing them from using their soul skills. The second is the White Tiger Sound Kill Roar obtained from Dai Mubai. This soul skill, as a self-created soul skill secretly passed down by the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, naturally has its unique features. As the name suggests, the White Tiger Sound Kill Roar is a sound kill soul skill created by the Dai Mubai family based on the characteristics of their own martial soul. This soul skill has direct lethality, capable of attacking the enemy's mind, weakening their willpower, and damaging their brain. Faced with these two soul skills, Hu Jio felt a bit conflicted about which one to choose. While pondering, Hu Jio's thoughts began to shift. He remembered that Ning Rongrong seemed to have a distraction control soul skill. If he could learn this soul skill, wouldn't he be able to use his mind in multiple ways? He could simultaneously cultivate his soul power around the clock, while also developing his own soul skills, like Shockwave and White Tiger's Sound Kill Roar. If he could split his focus into 7 or 8 parts, he could train while playing. What a wonderful soul skill that would be. Moreover, distraction control doesn't need to be cultivated to a very high level. As long as he can multitask, he could use the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique with his left hand while using other skills to restrain the enemy with his right hand, waiting for the Chaos Cloak to charge up before delivering a fatal blow. However, his relationship with that proud little princess, Ning Rongrong, isn't very good. It might be a bit difficult to obtain her sex secret techniques. Stroking his chin, Hu Jio fell into deep thought. Chapter 108. Ma Hongjuan's upgrade with the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. The Shrek 7 monsters were gathered together. No, it should be called the Shrek 8 monsters now. In the dormitory area, Hu Jio's left room is occupied by Xiao Wu, and the right room is occupied by Tang San. In front of Tang San is Ma Hongjun, followed by Oscar, and in front of them is Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai is wealthy and has a rich nightlife, so he's often not in the dormitory. The newcomers, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, chose to live together, which seemed to be Ning Rongrong's persistent request, as she was afraid to be alone and the dormitory was right next to Xiao Wu. On that night, perceptive Hu Jio noticed that in the middle of the night, a light figure silently slipped out of the dormitory like a spirit cat, then arrived at the bridge by the small river. The faint, painful sound made Hu Jio, who was just about to go out to see what was happening, freeze. What a stubborn little cat. If only it had eaten my carrots earlier, it wouldn't have to be so tough. Shaking his head helplessly, Hu Jio continued to lie back down on his bed. With his senses activated, a hazy figure appeared in his spiritual sea. It was not for any other reason, but it was unsafe for a little girl to be alone outside at night. Early the next morning, the Shrek 8 monsters gathered on the academy playground. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong for the first time, Ma Hongjuan's eyes went wide, and he did not hide his gulp. Nearby, Dai Mubai gave him a nudge with his arm. Fatty, behave yourself. You better suppress that evil fire. Ma Hongjun glared at him angrily. Why? Are you going to take action again? Dai, you're going too far. Just because you're older and our leader doesn't mean you can leave the brothers with nothing. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's face turned pale, and he secretly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, noticing she seemed not to have heard their conversation. He hurriedly pulled Ma Hongjun aside and whispered, "Fatty, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever comes to your mind. If you ruin my reputation, be careful I won't be polite." Ma Hongjun was not afraid of him. He felt empowered now, and instead of lowering his voice, he raised it. "Hey, Dai, haven't you always taken pride in being shameless? Why have you changed today? Fatty, shut up, or don't blame me for turning against you." Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he quickly covered Ma Hongjun's mouth, then anxiously looked towards Zhu Zhuqing. But Zhu Zhuqing's face was cold, and she didn't even glance in their direction. Instead, Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun with disgust, along with Oscar and Hu Jiao. No man is worth anything. Tang San frowned. "I haven't provoked anyone, so why am I included?" "Hey, Oscar, why do you look so different today?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, glancing at Oscar, whose appearance had changed dramatically. His previously bushy beard was clean-shaven, revealing a handsome face that was not inferior to Hu Jiao or Dai Mubai. His peach blossom eyes made him appear nonchalant, but the sausage he held in his hand ruined that vibe. Oscar chuckled, quickly finishing the sausage in his hand and striking a pose he thought was cool, saying, "Aren't there a few new beauties in our academy? If I don't dress up a bit, how can I attract their attention? Look at Dai, he's so serious now. Isn't it because he has thoughts about our new junior sisters? Haha, I think no matter how handsome you dress, no girl will like you. Oscar, better give up." Ma Hongjun sneered at Oscar, hitting him where it hurts. "You're not much better. Want me to spill your embarrassing stories?" Oscar shot back, refusing to back down. In front of the beauties, no one wanted to lose face. Just as the two were about to expose each other's flaws, Flander appeared. "This year is looking good. We got 2 more little monsters. I'm Flander, the principal of Shrek, welcoming the new students." Later, everyone remembered to go to the Academy's finance office to pay the tuition fee, which is 1,000 gold soul coins per person. When mentioning the tuition fee, Flander specifically glanced at Hu Jiao. Originally, the tuition fee was only 100 gold soul coins per year, but seeing how expensive Hu Jiao's carrot sold for, he was quite displeased. "What? Are you trying to take